Chapter 1. The Art of Spiritualization. Kato believed he had fully embraced this wondrous world, yet he was unprepared for an even more astonishing sight that unfolded before him. In the twilight of Konoha, the sky was dimming gently. Near the forest, the small villa was filled with the faint sounds of insects chirping, a stark contrast to the once vibrant training grounds of the Kato clan. Now, only Kato and the man before him remained. The man before him was missing a leg. Nevertheless, O's gaze was not fixed on the middle-aged man. A gentle breeze stirred the wind chimes hanging from the eaves, their clear tones seemingly awakening Kato from his reverie. His eyes lingered on a faint, almost transparent figure radiating a subtle glow. Is this a soul leaving the body? He focused intently on this miraculous scene, his eyes gradually brightening. This is the clan's secret technique, the art of spiritualization. It appeared that the mere mention of the art of spiritualization evoked a deeper melancholy in the man before him, his uncle, Kato, too. Without uttering another word, the semi-transparent figure began to rise slowly. The middle-aged man fell silent, his once sharp eyes seemingly losing their focus along with the spiritual manifestation. Perhaps due to the chilling evening air, the wind from the Konoha forest carried a few falling leaves, which drifted through the nearly transparent apparition, scattering onto the ground. Kato followed the direction of Kato's gaze. There, atop a distant peak, stood the stone statues of the Hokage, a testament to the legacy of the village, embodying the spirit of Konoha. Kato always gazed at that mountaintop, lost in thought. Since the death of his last brother, Kato, Dan, the only formidable shinobi remaining in the Kato clan several years ago, had grown increasingly taciturn. Focus on your training. Behind Kato was a wheelchair, into which he slowly lowered himself after retracting his spiritual form, appearing somewhat frail as he curled into the chair. Kato turned his wheelchair, his back to Kato, seemingly at a loss for words, silently observing the empty bamboo cottage. Under the eaves, a cheerful doll with a painted smile swayed gently in the breeze. Kato acknowledged him softly and walked slowly to his uncle's side, preparing to push him back, aware that Kato's health had never been robust. Yet Kato pressed his hand down. His hand was rough, calloused, yet Kato felt a profound warmth emanating from it. You're merely 5 years old. His voice carried an inexplicable tremor, unsettling Kato, who disliked the hint of sorrow laced within it. Uncle too. You must live well. Kato's voice was heavy, and Kato responded quietly. The Kato family had nearly dwindled to nothing aside from himself, and Kato, too. Only his cousin Shizen, taken under the wing of Lady Tsunade, possessed any shinobi abilities. Princess Tsunade, once the beloved of his late uncle Kato Dan, now bore the burden of caring for Shizen after Dawn's demise. Beyond that, only a few nominally ordinary civilians remained, while nearly all other shinobi had perished on the battlefields of Konoha. Perhaps in the future, other children with shinobi talents would emerge from humble origins, but for now, Kato, too, the clan leader, had long since become a mere figurehead. As the sky darkened, dim stars began to the heavens. You must strive to live. The path back to their room was but a short distance, yet Kato repeatedly reiterated this sentiment. Uncle too, do not worry. I will certainly strive to live. Since you have arrived in such a magical world, Kato silently concluded his thoughts. Perhaps it was the marvel of the art of spiritualization or the weight of Kato's tone that instilled in him an inexplicable sense of urgency. In the following days, Kato immersed himself tirelessly in the study of the clan's secret techniques. Though he had completed his chakra extraction training 6 months prior, he had not anticipated the stark contrast in difficulty between the art of spiritualization and chakra extraction. For most members of the Kato clan, the most challenging aspect of the art of spiritualization was the awakening of the spirit, an endeavor devoid of a specific methodology, reliant solely on one's innate talent to perceive their own soul. While this may sound like a fanciful dream, for Kato, it was an intuitively simple task. Having experienced death once, few could comprehend the nature of the soul better than he. Almost instinctively, he completed the first and most crucial step of his training in a remarkably short time. You're a true genius. Kato's gaze brimmed with admiration and affection, yet it could not mask the profound pain underlying it as he watched Kato's form gradually fade into a spectral silhouette before returning to his physical body. He had meticulously shared every detail of the art of spiritualization with Kato, and the accumulated wisdom of generations past had equipped Kato with a thorough understanding of its intricacies. If Kato could master this first, most arduous step, the Kato clan's spiritual techniques would surely be revived provided Kato O could survive. The small bamboo cottage flickered with a few dim lights, casting a soft glow that illuminated Kato O's face as he slowly calmed from the elation of his successful awakening of the spirit. He sat across from Kato too, lifting his gaze to meet his uncle's enduring silence. In the faint light, he could barely discern Kato To's expression, but he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss with his uncle in recent days. Perhaps it was the awareness of adulthood, or perhaps the convergence of two souls that rendered Kato O's perceptions unusually acute. He sensed a complex emotional turmoil within Kato too, whose spirit and soul seemed to be in constant turmoil, akin to a volcano's molten magma encased in an unyielding mantle of ice, the fervent heat yearning to extinguish the oppressive chill of despair. The man sitting before him, barely in his 40s yet bearing the weight of a man in his 60s or 70s, regarded him with a gaze fraught with confusion, entanglement, and a hint of reluctant compassion. It was hard to fathom that a battle-hardened soldier, who had toiled on the front lines his entire life, could harbor such depth of emotion. His iron will, forged in the crucible of blood and fire, seemed to be tormented by some inexorable decision, perhaps a passive one. Oh, there are times when we must learn to endure. A true shinobi is one who can withstand the most excruciating pain, the torment of fate, and the solitude of the soul, ultimately realizing their desires and becoming a genuine shinobi. Although you have been clever since childhood, you have not faced much hardship. Sometimes your thoughts are quite unique, yet at times they are also rather naive. Wherever life may take you, remember to tread carefully, contemplate deeply, and speak little. Above all, prioritize your own survival. Kato paused, as if he had not spoken so extensively in a long while, with a multitude of sentiments bubbling to the surface at that moment. His expression was inscrutable as he glanced at Kato O, who sat attentively, seemingly too grave for the occasion, and he offered a faint smile, which only served to accentuate the weariness etched into his features. After a moment of contemplation, he fell silent again. Oh, some truths may elude your understanding now, but remember these words while you will come to comprehend them in due time. Yes, Uncle too. Kato O understood that something extraordinary was transpiring, likely concerning him, his future, and his very life. In the world of shinobi, every action carried the shadow of mortality, the only variance being the degree of risk involved. The small bamboo cottage was dimly lit, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on Kato To's face, rendering him even more aged. Those born in the warring states have witnessed the chaos of shinobi conflicts and the unparalleled prowess of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. They truly understand that, whether in Konoha or the Land of Fire, or even in other great nations and shinobi villages, there is fundamentally no difference. Regardless of their rhetoric, whether it be the will of fire or the will of sand, it is merely a means to rally hearts. A village is simply a product of shinobi banding together for warmth. It serves merely as a tool of governance. You must contemplate your own will. The will of fire is another's. Do not be swayed by anyone's intentions until you have discerned your own. Above all, do not sacrifice your life for another's will. Kato To's voice was low yet powerful, his eyes glimmering with pain and confusion. Kato O gazed in astonishment at the man before him, who had devoted his life to the struggles of Konoha. He recognized that Kato spoke from a place of genuine care, pouring his heart into these seemingly heretical words, yet an inherent dissonance lingered. It seemed improbable that such sentiments would emanate from a man forged in the fires of battle, yet gazing upon Kato-ta's gaunt visage rendered the notion unavoidably plausible. Only those who have truly experienced the trials of life and death will begin to contemplate the meaning of existence. Yet, inexplicably, a faint shadow of unease settled within him regarding the unseen higher-ups of Konoha. Uncle Yuan. Kato was about to articulate his thoughts when Kato Yuan interrupted him. Understanding comes too late. By the time I grasped these matters, he had already resolved to aspire to be Hokage, willing to sacrifice his life to protect Konoha. This is, of course, commendable, but I suspect I have already discerned the consequences of his future prestige. He had perished in battle long before that. Oh, I do not oppose the ambition to become Hokage, but I fervently hope that you arrive at this decision after deep contemplation, rather than being entirely swayed by the thoughts of others before truly understanding this world. To set forth on a path of which you hold no comprehension, only to lose your life in vain. Keep these thoughts to yourself. You must never express them to anyone in Konoha. Oh, you are a sensible child. Always mature for your age. You can comprehend my words. Cannot you? Kato Yuan's gaze bore a hint of pleading. For reasons unknown, Kato found himself staring at this elder, whose eyes were filled with imploring sorrow. A strange and unnameable indignation surged within him, tumultuous yet unexpressed. He clenched his fists in silence, merely nodding pensively. Upon witnessing Kato's earnest nod, a semblance of a smile graced Kato Yuan's weathered visage, gently patting Kato's head before letting out a sigh. Perhaps it was joy for having such a descendant in the Kato clan, or perhaps it was lament for the burdens he would bear. After a long pause, he spoke again. "Oh, in the village, there exists a place known as Root, which serves as a training ground for the Umbu. Elder Danzo has decided to enlist you into Root for training." Kato Yuan inhaled deeply, his tone laced with nostalgia and reluctance. "Once you enter Root, be wary of trusting anyone's words, but also learn to disguise your true self. Remember what your uncle has said. Think for yourself, and above all, prioritize survival." Kato Yuan's incessant chatter left Kato feeling increasingly anxious. He understood that this matter was beyond his and the Kato clan's control. Even if he were still naive, he knew that certain demands from violent organizations could not be refused, even in times of peace. Especially not so soon after the war's end. Kato raised his head and offered Kato Yuan a smile. I will remember, Uncle Yuan. Ensure you survive." Lying in bed, reflecting on Kato Yuan's words, Kato found himself awake nearly the entire night. This was the first time he had heard the name of this department. He was aware of the Umbu upon arriving in this world. His curiosity had been piqued, and Kato Yuan had never treated him like a child, indulging his inquiries. Yet he had never heard of Root before he suspected this organization was far from benevolent and that he might even face death there. Having once danced with death, he now harbored an even deeper fear of it. But when faced with helplessness, one must accept the hand fate deals. His eyes widened, and his head swayed gently with the two smiling teru bozu hanging from the windowsill. The cheerful dolls, adorned with smiling faces, were said by Kato Yuan to have been crafted by his parents' own hands, yet he retained no memory of them. He was uncertain when he finally succumbed to sleep, but in his drowsy state, he vaguely perceived a faint glow emanating from the two smiling dolls, which he could not quite discern. The village of Konoha lay quiet in the deep of night, illuminated only by scattered, dim lights, as if reveling in this rare tranquility. In the small bamboo house, distant from the heart of Konoha, the night breeze flowed through unobtrusively, not particularly cold. It gently caressed Kato's face, causing the dolls on the windowsill to sway softly. Chapter 2. The Roots of Konoha. As dawn broke, Kato rose from his bed, still feeling somewhat fatigued. He stared vacantly at the smiling dolls beneath the eaves, sensing something different about them, unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination that he had never noticed before. He stood on the windowsill and took them down. Why do I feel a warm sensation emanating from these? He was now certain that this was not a mere illusion. It felt as if he could sense a faint warmth radiating from the two terubozu hanging there. So warm, as if I were wrapped snugly in a blanket imbued with the essence of the sun, filled with happiness from within. He caressed the two dolls, reveling in this subtle warmth. A flickering glow began to rise slowly from the two dolls, tiny specks of light entering Kato's mind. Kato gazed in astonishment at these twinkling lights, feeling as though he were caught in a dream, as if two warm hands had embraced him gently before fading away with smiles. He saw nothing tangible, yet two smiling faces materialized in his mind, and in that instant he recognized their identities. "These are my parents." Kato stood frozen on the windowsill, enveloped in a warm, tender affection. Despite having no recollection of them, and never having regarded them as true parents, the surge of emotion made his nose tingle with unshed tears. "Oh, have you risen?" Kato Yuan's voice interrupted Kato's inexplicable sorrow. Snapping back to reality, he felt a surge of clarity. The glow that had entered his mind seemed to bolster his spirit slightly. Had it not been for his keen perception, he might not have noticed. "Uncle Yuan, you've already risen. I see you slept rather late last night." Just as Kato was about to inquire about something, he found himself inexplicably silent, settling down to eat breakfast in quietude. In recent days, he had thoroughly comprehended the family's secret techniques, yet he had never come across such descriptions. He was uncertain whether this was a manifestation of his abilities or something else entirely, choosing to confine it within the depths of his mind for now. Kato Yuan also ate in silence, occasionally offering reminders, while Kato's thoughts lingered on the glow, responding only sporadically. "Oh, do not fear, remember what your uncle has told you." Observing Kato's demeanor, Kato Yuan hesitated, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, poised to speak further, yet hesitated, his expression gradually turning serious. Kato suddenly sensed two chakra presences behind him, a chill, a foreboding halting his movements. By the order of Lord Tongzong, we shall escort Kato to the route. Kato, shall we proceed? Is it so soon? Kato too sat in his wheelchair, exuding a sense of helplessness as he murmured to himself. However, his gaze remained fixed upon Kato, who appeared somewhat lost, his eyes brimming with concern. Uncle, I am leaving now. Kato did not utter another word. Instead, she locked eyes with Kato Yuan, slowly regaining her composure and offering a gentle smile. Confronting her own life, she realized that fear and avoidance would serve no purpose. Thus, Kato could only face it with the poise of an adult, smiling in acceptance. Kato Yuan refrained from utterance, yet Kato could discern his intention to survive. The two masked ninjas continued to observe the scene with an icy demeanor. In Kato's perception, their emotions resembled a stagnant pool, capable of stirring yet fleetingly dissipating into nothingness. In stark contrast to the dark-clad ninjas, their aura was sharp and somber, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, exuding a lethal atmosphere of bloodshed. With a sudden thud, as Kato scrutinized them for but a moment, the ninja adorned with an owl mask struck, rendering Kato unconscious. The confirmation was unmistakable. With a swift motion, the two disappeared into the bamboo loft, leaving Kato Yuan gripping the armrests of his wheelchair, gazing longingly at the distant mountain peaks with a heavy sigh. The horizon of Konoha appeared as a dividing line. Above it lay majestic mountains bathed in sunlight, representing honor, friendship, and the struggle imbued with gentle love and the blessings of nature. Below this threshold, however, it was rife with darkness, decay, dampness, suffering, and death. The base of the root organization was vast, and upon awakening, Kato Yuan found himself confronted by a one-eyed middle-aged man, his arm bandaged. Kato was uncertain of his whereabouts within the depths of Konoha. All he knew was that he was likely underground. From this moment forth, you shall be known as me. The one-eyed middle-aged man loomed over Kato, the flickering firelight casting eerie shadows that enveloped the space in an unsettling atmosphere. Do you understand me? The man's staff struck the ground with a resounding thud, seemingly darkening the entire basement even further. Kato, momentarily dazed, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg, causing him to collapse onto the floor as an overwhelming force surged towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Flanking the middle-aged man stood two root ninjas, their faces concealed by masks, silently observing Kato as he lay prostrate on the ground, without uttering a word. Kato could sense that their emotions were utterly devoid of fluctuation. Remember, if it were a 5-year-old child, he might feel fear, apprehension, and even plant a seed of dread in his heart from that moment on. However, Kato only felt a profound sense of humiliation. He recalled the words of Kato Yuan and spoke haltingly. Jia-san, take him down. Yes, Lord Danzo. There was something about this middle-aged man named Danzo that repulsed him. It exuded a dark, decayed essence that he found utterly distasteful. Kato had little time for contemplation as the root ninja named Kaizen seized his clothing and extricated him from the premises. From now on, you shall reside here. Without Lord Danzo's command, you are forbidden to leave the base. A modest bed awaited him, scarcely furnished with any essentials. It was only then that Kato had the opportunity to roll up his pant legs, revealing his calves, which were swollen and bruised. Do not trust anyone's words. Disguise your true self and strive to survive. Kato sat on his small bed, the cramped living room amplifying his sense of despondency. On the first day, no one paid him any mind. Famished, he earnestly pounded on the living room door, calling out for the nourishment that any normal child would expect, yet received no response. It was not until the following morning that the firmly shut door creaked open from the outside. With a hint of wariness in his gaze, Kato's eyes swiftly darted towards the entrance. You are to join the martial arts class. Follow me. Could it be that Kato-san would be my supervisor? Upon seeing Kato-san, whom he had encountered before, a slight sense of reassurance washed over him. Yes, Kato-san. Kato followed Kaizen into the training hall of the root organization. After a few days, he seemed to have gained a faint understanding of the root. He could no longer recall his initial feelings upon entering the training hall, though it had only been a brief span of time. He remembered that it was a towering gate, and upon its opening, a multitude of individuals filled the space, resonating with the sounds of whips and anguished cries. Now, he found himself among those who were subjected to such punishment. This was a place where tears were deemed unacceptable. Chapter 3. The technique of the soulfire insect. What are the consequences for those who fail their missions? Tell me. Standing upon a high platform, a root ninja wore a mask that Kato had never seen before. Though his voice was not loud, it was imbued with a sense of ironclad authority. Kaizen had perished a year ago, yet this masked figure, also named Kaizen, stood before them. Failure of a mission results in self-inflicted punishment. Below, 20 children aged 8 or 9 stood, each with a hardened expression. The majority of their eyes gleamed with a hint of ferocity, though still youthful. They were far from negligible. For these children, who had never been taught the distinction between right and wrong, their standards of judgment had been wholly shaped by the indoctrination they received. Kato's expression remained impassive. Over the course of 3 years, he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions, skillfully donning the fade expected of him. Coldness was the hallmark of the root ninja, a mask Kato had chosen for himself. Very well, you have 1 hour only. I expect to see a prey in each of your hands. Earth release, iron prison. The root ninja, standing upon the platform, began to unleash his ninjutsu. With a resounding rumble, the earth trembled, and from all directions, earthen walls began to rise, forming a circular enclosure approximately 100 meters in diameter. Kato gazed at the root ninja atop the platform, acutely aware that the effortless execution of such ninjutsu indicated he was at least a Jonin-level ninja. Meanwhile, the criminals dispatched from the Konoha prison were being ushered one by one into the iron cell. As he fixed his gaze upon those offenders, Kato comprehended the implications of this approach, though he had not anticipated its swift arrival. At most, only 15 would survive. He turned his head slightly, casting a cursory glance around. Despite being merely 8 or 9 years old, the children had already begun to scrutinize those around them with watchful eyes, their instincts sharpening into a subtle wariness. Enter, commanded the root ninja from the platform, and in an instant, all presence vanished. Those standing here were the elite among their peers. Those who could not endure had long since turned to dust. The body replacement technique, fundamental taijutsu, kunai, shuriken, and even some low-level ninjutsu. Each individual had mastered these skills with proficiency. When life is threatened, unparalleled potential is often unleashed. The earthen cage formed by Doton techniques was not particularly vast, yet at this moment, it was imbued with an eerie stillness, suffused with an atmosphere of foreboding and desolation that permeated every inch of the air. Aside from the elevated platform in the center, the earthen walls to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest were also imbued with the presence of ninjas. Kato chose a concealed tree, quietly hiding behind it, attuned to the subtle movements of the surrounding environment. The first to capture his attention were the roots emanating a potent aura from the towering walls, unabashed in their presence. It appeared that this assessment was far from ordinary. Without further contemplation, his gaze shifted to the other hidden corners around him. The forest, the underbrush, the rocky outcrops. Any location within the confines of the iron prison could harbor an adversary. Every individual became a potential threat to be wary of. Kato's hands shimmered with ethereal light, resembling a multitude of tiny fireflies that gradually dispersed into the air. The luminescence slowly converged, becoming increasingly translucent, before soaring into the depths of the jungle, vanishing from sight as it sought knowledge of the past in all directions. These subtle techniques were an application of his spiritual transformation art. Over the past 3 years in the roots of this realm, he had endured many trials of a similar nature, yet he had never once employed the art of spiritual transformation. Although this secret technique was undoubtedly a potent tool for assassination, its drawbacks were equally apparent. Once his soul departed from his body, he would be rendered immobile. Without a concealed location to safeguard his physical form or a person of absolute trust to guard it, he would merely be placing himself in the utmost peril. He had no choice but to explore alternative avenues, but fortunately, it seemed he possessed a peculiar affinity for the realm of the soul, successfully developing several minor techniques. A chakra sphere, imbued with a trace of his spiritual awareness, dispersed into the surroundings without deliberate control, randomly scattering throughout the jungle, quietly concealing itself. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the forest's tranquility. Soul Firefly technique. Upon hearing this, Kato activated his ninja art, instantly igniting the chakra energy spheres concealed in various corners of the forest, transmitting images of their surroundings in an ephemeral flash before dissipating into nothingness. In an instant, he pinpointed the locations of 7 or 8 individuals. Aside from those criminals who had never cultivated chakra, even those with a modicum of sensitivity sensed the chakra fluctuations the moment the soul firefly was triggered, realizing their exposure. A cacophony erupted throughout the mountains and forests, interspersed with occasional cries of anguish. The hidden child, amidst continuous leaps, discerned the figures of his adversaries, choosing either to flee or to launch a surprise attack. Only those audacious criminals, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, remained in their covert ambushes. In Kato's perception, 2 men in their 40s, clad in criminal attire, were stealthily concealed behind a large tree. He approached them quietly. How foolish these men were, perpetually trapped in their own ignorance. It was unfathomable that individuals who had survived in this world for so many years still judged strength based on age and physical stature. As he silently crept up behind them, Kato was taken aback to discover that these criminals were still fixated on a young girl. A desperate man would always seek a scapegoat. Ah, this girl is rather charming. Kato Omi narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at the girl in the distance. Ding Wu. The girl was the sole female among the remaining 20, and she possessed a uniquely remarkable presence with her warm and gentle smile, even in such a harsh environment. Kato had never provoked this girl. To those who cannot comprehend, it is advisable to maintain a distance. Such a seemingly cheerful individual is undoubtedly not as simple as they appear. Just as he contemplated retreating, Ding Wu abruptly turned his head, and a shuriken grazed the large tree beside Kato. Come out. I am aware of your presence here, Ding Wu declared, gripping the shuriken tightly, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Will you not show yourself? Or will you continue to evade every confrontation, hiding until the very end of each trial, just as you have always done? Not all battles can be avoided. Kato stepped forward, revealing his presence as two shurikens flew from his hand, piercing the throats of the two criminals. These wrongdoers were merely ordinary individuals. Even if they were somewhat robust, they paled in comparison to a ninja's prowess. Indeed, it was you. Wei Dingwu observed silently as the two criminals fell lifeless to the ground, merely casting a fleeting glance without taking any action. Yet, Kato could distinctly sense that she was now more serious than before. Do not be anxious. I harbor no desire to engage in futile endeavors, especially senseless combat. The two individuals here should suffice to pass this trial. Wei Dingwu gazed at the black-haired youth enveloped in a black cloak before her. A soft smile emerging as she retrieved her kunai. The one who can only flee, Wei, indeed lives up to her reputation, insignificant, merely striving for survival. The ingenuity to develop perception ninjutsu out of fear of being overwhelmed by others is truly remarkable. Kato gazed at Dingwu with surprise, as the girl once again bestowed upon him her signature gentle smile. It was merely a trifling ruse, unworthy of note. Kato's feet gently gathered chakra as he swiftly hurled a shuriken. Seizing the fleeting moment while Dingwu evaded, he instantly darted into the forest, vanishing from sight. He departed without claiming the slain prey. He sensed that the emotions radiating from the girl were imbued with brightness and gentleness. Over the past 3 years, he had come to understand his innate talent for perceiving souls. Aside from a few exceptionally powerful beings, he could glean no information at all, and seldom encountered anyone capable of so seamlessly masking their soul's fluctuations. Indeed, this girl was extraordinary. Chapter 4. Orochimaru. The trial concluded with only 10 individuals remaining, a development that caught Kato by surprise. The rumbling sound echoed as the earthen walls slowly faded away, leaving the remaining 10 half-kneeling on the ground. It was only then that Danzo, leaning on his staff, arrived with a deliberate pace. Humph! With a sudden forceful strike of his staff against the ground, a wave of intense aura surged forth. Kato struggled fiercely against the overwhelming force. There was no past, no future, no name, no emotion. Supporting Konoha from behind was the will of our roots, deeply entrenched in the earth. 10 voices united in a resounding chorus, seemingly appeasing Danzo, who then slowly turned to depart. After Danzo's exit, Kabuto finally appeared before them, holding an object that drew all eyes. These are your ninja headbands and masks. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as official members of the root. Kabuto handed a headband to Kato, yet cast a peculiar glance in his direction. He bore no mask. Kato observed the differences between himself and others, yet he refrained from speaking. At the core, he felt it was not his place to voice his thoughts. Come with me. An adult wishes to see you. He was uncertain of the expression concealed beneath Kaizen's mask, but he could distinctly sense the cold, indifferent gazes of several other children upon him. Yes, Lord Kaizen. They arrived at a spacious training ground, a place seldom utilized. In fact, Kato had scarcely set foot here in the past 3 years. Wait, Kaizen's voice was icy, and after speaking, he vanished from sight. Kato silently surveyed the surroundings of the training area, noting the absence of the usual wooden posts and targets. Instead, he observed the hard, pitch-black stone walls, marred by scratches that appeared to be the marks of blades. The flickering light cast shadows around him, and Kato surmised that this place served as a training ground for swordsmanship, though he could not fathom why it was devoid of any presence. Do you understand why no one is here? Kato was oblivious to any chakra or soul fluctuations when an unfamiliar voice erupted beside him, causing his scalp to prickle instantaneously. This individual was the most formidable person he had encountered, second only to Danzo. Although he could not ascertain who was superior, he distinctly sensed the disparity between the two and ordinary ninjas. No, he did not dare to glance back, despite being in the root base, where enemies were ostensibly absent. The aura emanating from this person instilled a paralyzing fear within him. The man who had once vanquished all others on the training ground, revered as the most skilled in the art of the blade throughout Konoha, and regarded as a target by every ninja honing their swordsmanship within Root and the Umbu, had met his demise today within his own home. Like a pitiful insect, he had brought an end to his own life. The man gradually approached Kato, who finally discerned the visitor's features, slightly androgynous yet undeniably a handsome man. Lord Whitefang? How could this be? A person who had so easily relinquished their life was scarcely deserving of respect. The man's tone, although frigid, bore a hint of indignation, suggesting a past connection with Whitefang. Kato, code name of Root, a genin, proficient in the art of spiritual transformation, having developed a unique sensory technique. With a remarkable aptitude for soul-related jutsu, he has participated in trials 23 times, engaged in combat on 10 occasions, often prioritizing his survival over objectives. The man produced a small scroll and began to read aloud. A ninja, solely focused on self-preservation and out of sync with Root, would likely see a shift in the cadre of instructors under Danzo's command. Kadomu stood silently to the side, primarily focused on training during his days at the Root, largely unaware of the happenings within the village, save for the occasional whispers of extraordinary events. He was taken aback to learn of the death of the renowned Whitefang within his own home, akin to a prominent American general unexpectedly taking his own life. One could hardly perceive it as a mere act of I shall end my life now. The reverence for one's own existence is indeed a commendable sentiment. The man's eyes were sharp and cold, reminiscent of some predatory creature, and Katomu pondered whether this was indicative of a peculiar genetic disposition. The harshest aspect of life is its inevitable end. With death present, even the longest existence appears fleeting, and the pinnacle of glory ultimately succumbs to eternal darkness. You may call me Orochimaru, Kat, Kuin. Since you are practicing the art of spiritual transformation, what do you believe constitutes a person's essence, the soul or the body? Is this truly one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru? Katomu realized, for the first time, he stood before the illustrious Sannin. Orochimaru's words dripped with an essence of discontent. And Katomu glanced up at him once more. This man, in his 30s, was unlike any ninja he had previously encountered. Not only in strength but also possessing an air of an inquisitor, a sage. The soul, the body, is merely a vessel for the soul. Perhaps what we perceive as death is merely the soul's passage to another realm. Having lived a second life, Katomu experienced no hesitation. The soul held profound significance for him. Is that your answer? Orochimaru regarded Katomu with a hint of surprise. For an ordinary 8-year-old, such a question seemed excessively profound. Yet Katomu exhibited no uncertainty, as if he had contemplated this matter extensively and arrived at his own conclusion, one that mirrored Orochimaru's. Then, Kuin. Are you willing to follow me? Yes, Lord Orochimaru. There was no room for doubt. Orochimaru's presence at the root was undoubtedly sanctioned by Danzo, and as a mere pawn, Katomu had no possibility of refusal. Now, let me see the extent of your mastery in the art of spiritual transformation, Kuin. Without a hint of hesitation, Kato swiftly retreated, his hands forming intricate seals. In an instant, his body became utterly still, and a faint ethereal silhouette emerged, nearly imperceptible. It was a breathtaking technique, akin to a severance. Orochimaru observed Kato skillfully employing the technique of etherealization, a flicker of an unusual emotion crossing his gaze. Swiftly, Kato's spirit let out a soft exhalation, transforming into a radiant silhouette that surged towards Orochimaru with remarkable swiftness. Ignoring the distance and immune to all forms of assault, it could only rely on its own willpower for resistance. Aside from its original form being a vulnerability, this secret technique was nearly flawless. Orochimaru gazed at the approaching spirit, licked his lips, and with a casual flick of his hand, sent a small stone hurtling towards Kato's brow. Kato Ofei's spirit abruptly halted its flight towards Orochimaru, swiftly retreating back into his body, plunging him into unconsciousness. His vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. If targeted, death was inevitable. Orochimaru glanced at the prostrate Kato Ofei, gently hoisting him onto his shoulder. Elder Danzo, you have indeed presented me with a splendid gift. Danzo's presence, unbeknownst to him, had already manifested in the vicinity. Do you truly believe I would succumb to Kakashi Hatake? The old man would never bestow the title of Hokage upon him. Should there be even a semblance of threat, he shall meet his fate justly. Orochimaru licked his lips, choosing silence thereafter. This child is the nephew of Danzo, is he not? I did not anticipate that the last scion of the Kato clan would end up here under Danzo's machinations. The nephew of Danzo is already deceased. He is a ninja of the root, devoid of past and future. Leaning on his cane, Danzo slowly made his way deeper into the base, his silhouette cloaked in darkness, appearing somewhat ominous in the flickering firelight. Is this the root of Konoha? As Danzo turned slowly to vanish from the training ground, Orochimaru too faded into the depths of the root's base. The sunlight of Konoha bathed Orochimaru in its gentle glow, and observing the throngs of people in the streets mourning the suicide of White Fang, he suddenly found them to be profoundly foolish. For the first time, he felt a deep-seated aversion towards this place. Chapter 5. The Red Bean Dumpling. The curse mark of tongue calamity. Once one speaks of matters pertaining to the root, their body becomes paralyzed, rendered immobile, and a proactive attack curse mark is additionally activated. When the attack curse mark is triggered, it will directly obliterate the brain. It seems that Danzo holds you in high regard. Kato opened his eyes, only to realize that he was lying on an operating table. His head was restrained, and his mouth was wide open. Yet, he felt nothing, as if he had been administered anesthesia. The deep, serpentine gaze bore into his protruding tongue with a chilling detachment reminiscent of a cold-blooded creature. Kato-kun, the sensation of having your life controlled by others must be rather unpleasant. Wouldn't you agree? Orochimaru slowly introduced a vial of serum into his mouth. The numbness in his body gradually subsided, and his senses began to awaken. Although his speech remained somewhat sluggish, for the sake of the village, I am willing to die. There seemed to be 3 methods to lift the curse seal. It appeared that Kato-kun would not be interested in any of them. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at Kato, silently observing the data displayed on the instruments. Seeing that everything was normal, he prepared to depart. Orochimaru-sama, please refer to me as me. The root ninjas possess no past, no names, only code names. Kato, in a half-kneeling position, heightened his senses to their utmost, perceiving no presence beyond himself and Orochimaru. Yet, he could not afford to be careless. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused. Your reverence for life, Kato-kun, evokes within me a newfound sensation. He licked his lips, his slitted pupils glimmering with an unusual curiosity, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if his profound gaze could penetrate any facade Kato might present. Hasten to peruse these scrolls, he instructed, leaving behind a multitude of them before vanishing from this enigmatic place. Kato rose slowly, surveying the surroundings. Although the room was suffused with an unusual brightness, there lingered a hint of dampness in the air. The flow of air through the ventilation shaft above made Kato realize that he was still in some sort of underground chamber. The walls and floor of the subterranean space were constructed from solid stone bricks, so meticulously arranged that they bore a slight sheen. Scattered around were various specialized devices, their intricate cables leading to a centrally positioned hospital bed. Kato was experiencing a profound sense of astonishment upon encountering such modernized equipment and instruments for the first time. Is this the research laboratory of Orochimaru? It is no wonder that he exudes a distinct scholarly aura. Although he had received scanned information at the root, he understood that the current prominent figures, aside from the legendary Konoha White Fang, were the three legendary Sannin, among whom Orochimaru was particularly regarded as a formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. However, he had not anticipated that, while living in constant caution and modesty at the root, he would be afforded an opportunity to capture the attention of one of the revered Sannin, Orochimaru. The technique of spirit transformation, perhaps? Aside from the conventional taijutsu and ninjutsu, the only unique asset he possessed was the singular spirit transformation technique. Presently in Konoha, apart from him and Kato Yuan, no one else could wield this art. The spirit transformation technique, passed down through generations within the Kato clan, had gradually enhanced their physical forms through relentless training. For those outside the Kato bloodline, even if they were to obtain the secret arts, mastering them would prove exceedingly difficult, especially given that this technique involves manipulation of the soul, posing significant dangers. Many esoteric skills are transmitted solely through oral tradition. Yet, even amidst the tumultuous Warring States period, the Kato family had never faced such dire straits, teetering on the brink of extinction as they do now. Thus, is this the opportunity I have been granted? Contemplating what Orochimaru might intend to achieve with the spirit transformation technique, Kato unfurled the scroll left for him by Orochimaru. It contained anatomical diagrams of human meridians, cellular theories, systematic anatomy, colorful illustrations of human dissection, hemostatic techniques, and healing arts. Moreover, there was the renowned sage art. Aside from these foundational medical texts, the sole revelation that brought Kato delight was the sage art, a celebrated technique most widely associated with Princess Tsunade. Kato had encountered this particular ninjutsu at its very roots, yet its practitioners were few and far between. Despite his yearning for this versatile technique capable of swiftly healing wounds, opportunities for learning remained scarce. This was indeed a life-saving skill. However, before mastering the art of chakra scalpel, one must first acquire proficiency in healing and hemorrhage control techniques. Given the multitude of books left to him by Orochimaru, Kato surmised that Orochimaru intended to cultivate him into a supportive tool, perhaps even involving matters of the soul in the future. Yet, that was still a distant prospect. For the moment, his priority was to steadfastly align himself with Orochimaru, fulfilling the role of an impeccable instrument. To learn the chakra scalpel, one must first delve into the study of healing and hemorrhage control, which necessitates a comprehensive understanding of human anatomy and meridian pathways. Kato slowly read through the scroll left to him by Orochimaru, realizing that none of the books left behind by Orochimaru were without value. Kato, having briefly skimmed through the vast array of knowledge he needed to acquire, realized that the journey ahead was overwhelmingly extensive. From the study of human meridians and cell biology to mastering the art of celestial techniques, it would likely require several years of dedication. Orochimaru would surely not afford him such an extensive time frame. Although today marked his first encounter with Orochimaru, he could perceive the chilling indifference concealed within those serpentine eyes. It was evident that he would not permit Kato to linger for too long. Nevertheless, the path of becoming a medical ninja was an unforeseen venture indeed. Kato let out a soft sigh as she unrolled the scroll placed atop the stack, silently beginning her study. She commenced with the simplest concepts, gradually immersing herself in the text, oblivious to the passage of time. An entire afternoon slipped away quietly. Fortunately, her prior studies at the root provided her with relevant knowledge, rendering the material relatively straightforward, albeit more systematically organized. Suddenly, a crisp knock echoed through the room, jolting Kato from her engrossing reading. Before she could respond, the door to the research room swung open, revealing a boisterous little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, standing defiantly at the threshold. Her gaze tinged with a hint of hostility. Kato, there is no Kato here, only the root ninja me. Kato cast a fleeting glance at the young girl by the door and casually responded with a remark. He then returned to his reading, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Yet, his attention remained fixated on the girl at the entrance. The habits ingrained in him from his roots imbued him with an air of the coldness characteristic of a seasoned ninja. He maintained a habitual aloofness, yet never allowed himself to be careless. Kato's first lesson in the profession of a ninja was to master the art of indifference. Over the past 3 years, she has come to fully comprehend the harsh realities of the ninja world. Is that genius you mentioned really me? She mused, observing the small girl who regarded her with a defiant expression. Intrigued by the girl's words, Kato took a moment to scrutinize her more closely. A disciple of Orochimaru. Perhaps? She seems a bit naive. I am called Akidu, and you shall refer to me as Sister Akidu. Do you understand? The girl declared, lifting a basket that contained water and a bento, placing it before Kato, as if awaiting her response. Very well, Sister Akidu. Kato no longer regarded her, his gaze firmly fixed upon the pages of the book. He was diligently absorbing the knowledge contained within, and ever since he had mastered the art of spiritual transformation, he had distinctly sensed a rapid enhancement of his mental energy. His mind had grown increasingly lucid, and his memory had sharpened remarkably. Hey, you're being rather dismissive. Hongdo huffed softly as she placed the bento on the table, casually flipping through the books scattered across it. These appear to be texts on medical ninjas. Are you aspiring to become one? If so, that might not be a bad path after all. Kato cast a fleeting glance at Hongdo, pondering the thoughts that occupied her mind. However, it appeared that the hostility she had exhibited upon entering was gradually dissipating. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall permit you to join my team alongside Master Orochimaru as a medical ninja. I appreciate your cooperation. Kato, you let out a light chuckle, casually acknowledging the lively child before choosing to ignore him. Kato, wait for me to bring you lunch tomorrow. Hongdo appeared to be somewhat pleased, disregarding Kato-Yu's tone, and exuberantly dashed outside. Upon hearing the name, Kato-Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, dismissing further thoughts and redirecting his focus to his studies. The research room was enveloped in silence as Kato-Yu stretched lazily and opened his bento. At his current pace, he estimated that within half a month, he would have thoroughly reviewed the fundamentals of medicine before embarking on the study of hemostasis and healing techniques, despite lacking any practical experience. Is it all meatballs? Chapter 6. Fragility. Kato-Yu's days in the research room were not as prolonged as he had envisioned. In just over a week, he encountered Orochimaru for the second time. Accompanied by Hongdo, Orochimaru seemed to exude a touch more warmth than usual, causing Kato-Yu's gaze to linger on Hongdo. Kato, would you like some meatballs today? Hongdo held 3 skewers of glutinous rice balls, contemplating for a moment before offering one skewer to him and another to Orochimaru. Thank you. Kato did not hesitate to take it into his hands, as he noticed that Orochimaru had also received it. The relationship between Kato-kun and Akadama appears to be quite harmonious. Kato had yet to utter a word, yet Akadama was already grinning broadly. Indeed, Kato's younger brother was the most obedient individual I had ever encountered, far surpassing those who could only weep in school. With remarkable efficiency, Akadama devoured the dumplings. Appearing somewhat unsatisfied, Orochimaru, having temporarily held the dumplings, extended them once more to Akadama. Lord Orochimaru, my subordinate has completed the studies in cellular biology and systemic anatomy, and anticipates beginning the learning of hemostasis and healing techniques within a week's time. Kadoki stood respectfully to one side, extending the dumpling in his hand back to Akane. Kun truly is remarkable. Orochimaru turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he gently ruffled Akane's hair. Akane, go practice the ninjutsu I have taught you. Kun is nearly surpassing you. Akane narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Kadoki, contemplating the dumpling in her hand. She felt a twinge of embarrassment and let out a light huff before dashing away. With Akane's departure, Orochimaru retracted the scant warmth in his demeanor, his gaze growing somber as it fell upon Kadoki. Kun, I have a gift for you. It may pique your interest. The laboratory was brightly illuminated as Kadoki watched Orochimaru retrieve a scroll from his sleeve. Quite fresh. It should suffice for your purposes, Kun. Release. Orochimaru commanded sharply. And 2 fresh corpses materialized upon the examination table, 1 male and 1 female. Their bodies were intact, save for a wound at the neck, from which blood continued to trickle. Kadoki estimated their time of death to be no more than 2 hours prior. Orochimaru-sama. Kadoki stared, momentarily stunned by the sight of the 2 bodies sprawled before him on the dissection table. Though he was no stranger to corpses, nor had he not taken lives in battles before, he understood Orochimaru's intentions. These individuals were to be his subjects for dissection. The horror of dissecting a person far surpasses the instant lethality of a kunai. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he still felt a sense of disarray when confronted with such a scene for the first time. Kun may proceed at will. In 3 days, I shall provide you with new subjects for experimentation. There was a faint, eerie glow within Orochimaru's eyes as he regarded Kadoki, a cruel and cold smile curling upon his lips, reminiscent of a predator observing its prey. Kato felt that the scrutiny of Orochimaru upon him was not markedly different from the 2 individuals lying on the experimental table. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, in times of adversity, one must possess the resolve that accompanies such circumstances. Regardless of the actions required, he held no leverage to refuse. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, imbued with a hint of appraisal and intrigue as he gazed at Kato. With a gentle smile, seemingly inspired by a fleeting whim, he casually retrieved a scroll from his sleeve. Kato-kun is distinctly different from ordinary children. Kato lowered his head, avoiding the gaze of Orochimaru, struggling to comprehend his intentions. The technique of dark manipulation, classified as a rank in difficulty, was developed and refined by the second Hokage. It creates an environment shrouded in darkness, inducing visual illusions and extinguishing all light, leaving only the practitioner unaffected in this realm of inky blackness. A scroll was presented before Kato, and the subtly enticing tone of Orochimaru indicated that this was his compensation. Dear Kato, although this is an A-rank challenge, I believe it should pose no difficulty for you, correct? The firm and confident words stirred a tempest within Kato's heart. He abruptly raised his head, gazing at Orochimaru in disbelief. Over the past 3 years of studying spiritual transformation, the intensity of his mental energy had steadily increased. He had encountered objects imbued with the lingering wills of others, which seemingly catalyzed a remarkable evolution in his spiritual abilities. Yet, he had thought he had concealed his true self well, even from those in the roots, only to be laid bare by Orochimaru, whom he had met but twice. Kato was uncertain about the relationship between Orochimaru and Danzo, but it appeared to be different from his expectations. It seemed that Orochimaru was not entirely subservient to Danzo. Although he operated from within the roots, he possessed his own authority. Lord Orochimaru, I shall complete the dissection task promptly, he exclaimed. Orochimaru's laughter seemed to carry an undertone of meaning that Kato chose to disregard, opting instead for silence as he accepted the scroll, gripping it tightly in his hand. One of the 3 methods to unbind the curse seal was the death of the caster, which would automatically release the seal from the recipient. Orochimaru's final words stole the warmth from the laboratory, and Kato silently gazed at the tightly sealed door, his hands turning pale from the pressure of his grip. The dissection was not progressing smoothly. He merely translated the images from the book into reality. However, when he extracted the thoroughly chilled heart from the chest of the specimen and held it in his hand, his gaze remained fixated on the face of the subject, unmoving. This was a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 30s, at the pinnacle of his life. He was unaware of the man's previous existence. Perhaps he had been a ninja. Or like Kato had pondered the meaning of life, or perhaps he too had desperately wished to survive but ultimately failed, becoming a mere subject of experimentation. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming, bone-chilling cold enveloped him, as if a colossal glacier began to encase him inch by inch, rendering his entire being immobile. His heart began to pound violently, as though the frigid heart in his hand resonated with the sorrow of his own heart within his chest. The essence of human life, confined within flesh, is remarkably fragile. He gradually released the object in his hand, now a mass of unknown blood and foam. And the remnants of blood continued to drip from his fingertips. Even with the slightest exertion, his bloodied fingers intertwined, and his body became increasingly motionless. A shadowy apparition emerged from his being, floating above the laboratory. Spirit separation technique. His consciousness felt as if it had been entirely emptied, allowing his soul to drift freely. The lifeless body, lying on the bed, appeared indistinguishable from the deceased specimen in his eyes. Chapter 7. The Will to Survive. Kato, who had never anticipated the extent of his own potential, seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation within the span of just over a year. Under the dual shadows cast by Orochimaru and the curse mark, he rapidly evolved. The results from the cellular chakra analysis revealed that after the infusion of the culture fluid, the energy density of the individual cells had increased by 30. The high-precision chakra analyzer is now entirely under Kato's command, and Orochimaru has entrusted him with several minor experiments. How stable is the subject's mental state? Orochimaru does not frequently linger in the laboratory, as he is still occupied with numerous S-rank missions in the village. He manages to allocate a few days each month to personally mentor Kato, thereby advancing the progress of the experiments. The subject exhibits considerable instability in mental health, experiencing episodes of emotional turmoil accompanied by some degree of memory loss. Kato and Orochimaru arrived at the cell where the experimental subjects were confined. Each subject was isolated, and these emotionally unstable individuals often exhibited bizarre behaviors. The dimly lit basement, illuminated by flickering candles on either side, appeared even more sinister, occasionally filled with faint sounds. The rhythmic thudding of footsteps prompted 2 experimental subjects to lunge at the bars, howling incessantly. Kato's gaze settled on the innermost cell, where one subject relentlessly battered their head against the wall. Orochimaru, intrigued, surveyed the subjects, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kato, the fusion liquid still requires refinement. It is rather crude, he remarked. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. Upon returning to the laboratory, Kato seemed hesitant, rummaging through a towering stack of reports until he retrieved an experimental document, presenting it to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, there appears to be a slight issue with the experiment. During cellular analysis, a peculiar substance was found mixed within the fusion liquid, which significantly impacts its stability. A deeper analysis revealed that one of the primary culture media used to synthesize the fusion liquid seems to be derived from the tissue fluid of an unknown organism. And this substance is entirely sourced from that tissue. Kato looked up at Orochimaru, and the time spent together over the past year had granted him some familiarity with the cold-faced scientific monster. In contrast to other matters, Orochimaru was not particularly austere when it came to experimental issues. As long as it could advance the progress of the experiment, he was open and forthcoming. The medium used for synthesizing the so-called fusion liquid, after Kato's analysis, could likely be confirmed as being extracted from a certain individual's cellular tissue fluid. Yet Orochimaru never seemed to mention this fact. Kato's keen perception was astute. The serpentine gaze of Orochimaru always made Kato feel as though he were being scrutinized by some venomous beast, yet he had grown accustomed to it. You are indeed correct. This substance is derived from an individual's cells, and these fusion liquids are merely preparations for the transplantation of such cells. Orochimaru's haunting voice affirmed Kato's suspicions, while simultaneously offering him a renewed understanding of the ninja world. The mere presence of unique substances mingled within the extracted tissue fluid exhibited such strong exclusivity, affecting not only the physical realm but even the mental state. Given Kato's current knowledge, he could not conceive a method by which such cells could be transplanted into another person. And what kind of extraordinary being would the owner of these cells be? Kato, perhaps this is the moment for you to prove your worth. Orochimaru pursed his lips and regarded Kato with a scrutinizing gaze. Lord Orochimaru, please give your orders. From the very first encounter with Orochimaru over a year ago, Kato had foreseen this day. Kato, it seems you have anticipated this moment. Truly remarkable. Orochimaru chuckled lightly as he retrieved a glass vial from his sleeve. Within the pale green nutrient solution floated a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail, writhing as if longing to break free from the confines of the test tube. Kato, have you ever gazed upon the scenery from the Hokage mountain? He inquired. I visited a few times. Before joining Root, I beheld the entirety of Konoha from the summit of Hokage mountain, where the landscape unfolded in all its glory. Kato was momentarily lost in thought, a fleeting sense of distraction washing over him before he regained his composure. Kato-kun seemed to be deeply moved, his mind drifting to his uncle, whose mobility had always been less than satisfactory. Orochimaru's gaze sparkled with an enigmatic light as he cast a silent glance at Kato before finally speaking. 3 years ago, the last patriarch of the Kato family, Kato-en, passed away in his home. Kato was taken aback, his gaze fixated on Orochimaru. It was the first time he had truly looked into Orochimaru's eyes. He understood that Orochimaru would not deceive him, at least not regarding this matter. There was no need for deception. I understand, he said. Kato's gaze fell, obscuring his features. The loss of loved ones invariably evokes profound sorrow and anguish. Yet it is precisely through such experiences that we are compelled to ponder the true essence of life and confront the ultimate question. Is death truly avoidable? What are your thoughts, Kato? Kato remained silent for a considerable time, scarcely absorbing the words spoken by Orochimaru. Upon receiving the news of Kato's demise, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of profound frustration and suffocation, a torment that permeated every inch of his being, igniting an impulsive desire to obliterate something. He clenched his fists tightly yet felt utterly impotent. The human body is indeed fragile. What a remarkable statement, Kato-kun. Orochimaru gazed at Kato's bowed head, pondering something unknown, while gently swirling the glass vial in his hand, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Within it lies the secret of the legendary wood release. Kato was uncertain whether his perception had indeed improved or if Orochimaru had lowered his guard. For the first time, he could vaguely sense a shift in Orochimaru's emotions, akin to a sorrowful melancholy. Perhaps the culmination of jutsu was eternal life. The allure of those seemingly immortal cells was simply captivating. Yet, Orochimaru did not remain enveloped in his melancholia for long. He gently swayed the glass vial in his hand, his gaze fixated intently on Kato, radiating a fervor and a hint of recognition that starkly contrasted with his previous coldness and scrutiny. Kato-kun, the undying flesh and the eternal soul. Orochimaru's voice carried a tone of seduction and profundity, as if an inexhaustible force surged forth towards Kato. Is immortality truly attainable? Kato had never seen Orochimaru's eyes gleam with such brightness before. The man before him, this somewhat effeminate figure, though inquiring, seemed to harbor no doubts about the feasibility of the matter at hand. I wish to live. I do not wish to die. Kato's face flushed crimson. His eyes locked in a fierce gaze with Orochimaru, as if he were determined to unleash all the grievances and suffering he had endured over the years in that singular moment. The buried desires within one's heart represent the fundamental right to exist, despite his lowly status and the precariousness of his life being held in the hands of others. He never believed that his will to survive was inferior to anyone else's. I do not wish to die again, a somber voice echoed in his heart, recalling the times he stood on the brink of life and death. The despair brought forth by that seemingly absolute darkness felt as though an immense weight was compressing him, squeezing him into a suffocating ball, rendering him breathless, utterly choked. This sensation he wished never to experience even a fraction of again. Chapter 8. A Blurred World. Well then, Kato, it is imperative that you exert yourself diligently. One of the 3 methods to unravel the cursed seal is to study the seal and attempt to break it. There seemed to be a hint of appreciation in Orochimaru's gaze as he departed the laboratory, leaving Kato alone in the desolate room. His thoughts gradually began to coalesce once more. Has Uncle Toru passed away? Although Orochimaru had said nothing, Kato never believed in such coincidences. He understood intuitively, without needing to ponder, who was behind such matters, none other than Shimura Danzo. This man, who currently held dominion over his life, appeared to have erased all traces of his existence. not just his own, but the so-called nameless and faceless roots, the majority of whom were either deceased or forgotten. Apart from the roots, they no longer existed in any records of Konoha. Access to the root base was strictly regulated. One could not freely enter or communicate with anyone outside the base, and without orders, one could not appear in the village. Violators faced death. Were it not for Orochimaru's elevated status, he might have perished in battle for root without ever obtaining any further information regarding the Kato clan. Soon. Kato tightly clutched the scroll in his hands, a reward bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. Clearing his mind, he silently unfurled the scroll and began to study it meticulously. The technique of erasing one's appearance seemed to have garnered a measure of appreciation from Orochimaru, who offered him a small yet invaluable assistance. Such generosity was unprecedented. Previously, Orochimaru had merely imparted to him mundane ninjutsu, lacking the uniqueness associated with his own mastery, and predominantly consisting of illusions. Lord Orochimaru. Kato silently perused the scroll, a subtle stir of emotions rising within him, as if Orochimaru sensed his thoughts. The technique of erasure of facial features was Orochimaru's unique ninjutsu, far more complex than Kato had initially imagined. He halted all other experiments, dedicating himself entirely to mastering this technique. As 2 months swiftly elapsed, Kato finally grasped the intricacies of the erasure of facial features. Orochimaru had visited a few times, yet he offered little in the way of guidance, bestowing only a few words of advice. Today, the research facility was inexplicably silent. Even a minute before his departure, Kato felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Although Orochimaru's research facility was not located within the root base, it had always been guarded rigorously by root ninjas, with entry restricted to a select few. He was among those prohibited from entering. However, today he encountered not a single root ninja, allowing him to exit the facility with an air of unchallenged legitimacy. Kato harbored a vague suspicion, though it seemed somewhat incredulous. The streets of Konoha had not changed significantly since his entry into the roots over 4 years ago. Yet today they appeared to possess an additional vibrancy. A burly man, burdened with goods, approached, and as he reached Kato's side, he suddenly froze. His expression transformed into an inexplicable calm, and a gentle smile of reassurance graced his lips as he spoke in a tone familiar to Kato, uttering words that brought him a sense of relief. Return to the laboratory before 5 in the afternoon. Kato did not misjudge. Orochimaru had employed some method that allowed him to exit the research facility unimpeded. What just happened? The burly man suddenly regained his senses, his face a mask of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings, then glanced at Kato before breaking into a broad smile. Hey there, young man. Would you care to purchase a couple of pounds of fresh fruit? Certainly. A person who considers the well-being of their subordinates is indeed worthy of respect. Even though Kato had previously harbored thoughts of equating Orochimaru with Danzo, he now genuinely acknowledged this cold-blooded serpent from the depths of his heart. The Konoha cemetery was not particularly difficult to locate. Kato swiftly arrived at the site where Kato was laid to rest. A modest stone tablet succinctly chronicled the life of Kato. Kato gazed into the distance, refraining from approaching. He gently placed the fruit he held upon the ground and bowed 3 times towards the gravestone of Kato Toru. After a moment of silent contemplation, a smile broke upon his face. Uncle Toru, as the esteemed clan leader you are, this modest stone hardly befits your stature. When the opportunity arises, I shall procure a grander monument for you. Uncle Toru, I vow to live and to thrive splendidly. I shall take several wives and father a multitude of children, expanding the Kato family into something magnificent. Please do not wait for my visit. If a reunion is to occur, let it be you who comes to see me. Lord Orochimaru is a benevolent soul. I have heard him speak of a technique capable of summoning the departed. So, bide your time for a few years. And when I am blessed with a plethora of children, I shall call upon you to visit. I hope you won't mind my intrusion upon your gatherings with Uncle Dan. For now, rest here, and do not fret over the confines of this place. Engage in pleasant conversations with your neighbors. Kato's incessant murmurs seemed intent on compensating for each silent day of the years gone by. His voice was but a whisper, and within his perception, no one could draw near to him. Thus it was, Lord Orochimaru awaited my return. I shall visit you again. As he emerged from the cemetery, Kato exhaled softly, as if he had exhausted all his words, succumbing to a prolonged silence. An inexplicable sense of loneliness enveloped him, as though he were the sole inhabitant of the vast universe, rendering the world around him indistinct. Dear brother, my condolences. A melodious female voice pulled Kato back into reality. Before him stood a woman with crimson hair, appearing somewhat flustered as she rummaged through her bag and offered him some tissues. Thank you, he replied. Kato remained vigilant as he gazed at the woman with crimson hair before him. In his perception, she resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, at times overflowing with malevolence, gloom, and violence, only to be juxtaposed with moments of gentleness, kindness, and warmth. These conflicting emotions clashed incessantly, yet it seemed as though something suppressed them. Little brother, do not be afraid. We are not villains, she said, as if possessing the power of telepathy. Kato felt that this woman could sense his emotions, a phenomenon he had never encountered before, prompting him to scrutinize this peculiar figure more closely. Hey, kid, what is that look in your eyes? Am I truly that strange of a woman? Kushina, has something happened to this little brother? Before Kato could utter a word, a young blonde-haired ninja materialized instantly beside Kushina. Minato, you're here, she spoke, her demeanor transforming abruptly as the woman named Kushina became extraordinarily tender in the next moment. Kato was momentarily taken aback, as he discerned that this young man was an exceptionally formidable ninja, possibly second only to Orochimaru in his perception. Kakashi-sensei, behind the golden-haired jonin, a boy, approximately Kato's age and clad in goggles, hurriedly approached, panting, accompanied by an adorably chubby little girl. Obito, slow down, the girl exclaimed. Don't worry, Rin. I am destined to become Hokage. The boy named Obito glanced back at the little girl, his smile widening with joy, yet he seemed oblivious to his footing, stumbling a couple of steps as if on the verge of falling. Obito. Kato had no intention of intervening, yet he could sense a warmth emanating from a child named Obito, akin to the gentle rays of the sun. Unconsciously, he tossed a small stone, which struck the nerve in Obito's leg. Obito felt a slight tingle in his leg, but he remained steadfast. He gazed in surprise at his feet, and then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Rin, see? Even the heavens are watching over me. The man with golden hair, known as Minato, narrowed his eyes slightly before exchanging a glance with Kushina, revealing a gentle smile. Young lad, you are quite remarkable. May I inquire your name? Kushina leaned closer, affectionately ruffling Kato-o's hair. Although he wished to evade her touch, he found himself captivated by an unusual aura, momentarily frozen in place, yet still maintaining his silence. Minato-sensei, where is that arrogant fellow Kakashi? We promised to come together to pay homage at the memorial stone. Obito, do not rush, Minato said, gently patting Obito's head, causing him to finally notice the boy across from him, who was similarly having his hair tousled. Minato-sensei, who is he? An intriguing little friend. Kato-o, feeling somewhat exasperated at being treated like a child, cast a glance at the seemingly foolish Obito. He merely took a step back and then vanished in a flash. Hey, Teacher Minato. He looks as old as I do. Yet he can use the body flicker technique. Indeed, Obito, it was unexpected for the teacher as well. Obito, it's precisely your foolish demeanor that frightened him away, Kushina remarked, crouching down to make a silly face and playfully tugging at Obito's ear. Rin burst into laughter at Obito's expression, which initially bore a look of defiance, but then, upon hearing Rin's joyous laughter, he began to relish the moment. Obito, you still claim you're not foolish? What about your flowers? It was as if Obito had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He froze in shock. Oh no, I've forgotten the flowers. Rin, I forgot to bring the flowers. What should I do? Obito, I noticed some flowers blooming by the edge of the forest when I arrived. Shall we go pick some? Rin, I cannot thank you enough. Ha ha ha, you truly are Rin. I didn't even notice. The foolishness of boys seemed to share a common thread. And Obito's silly grin, while scratching the back of his head, was no different from that of most ordinary young boys. Then what are you waiting for? Kushina gently tapped Obito on the head. He yelped in pain, but hurried off with Rin. Those two little rascals are full of energy, Kushina remarked. Have you noticed anything? Minato? As Obito and Rin went off to gather flowers, Minato turned his attention to Kushina. That child from earlier? Yes, upon arriving here, I sensed a profound gloom and a feeling of devastation nearby and decided to investigate. However, I also felt a sense of pain, sorrow, and confusion. So I offered him a few tissues. You know the rest. It must have been due to the recent loss of a family member. Excessive grief can be overwhelming. Nevertheless, it seems that the child is coping quite well. Kushina smiled, seemingly unfazed by Kato-o's failure to disclose his name. He bears some resemblance to Kakashi, Minato nodded. With him around, Kushina's safety was assured, but the child gave him an odd impression, an inexplicable peculiarity. At such a young age, he had already mastered the body flicker technique and appeared well-versed in anatomy. Could he possibly belong to the medical corps? Minato thought of Kakashi and then of Kato-o, sighing inwardly at the tragic reality of a child losing family at such a tender age, which understandably darkened his demeanor. If only I could change this situation. Minato, what are you pondering? I'm contemplating how to ensure these children lead better lives, that their parents do not pass away while they are still young, and how to bring peace to this world. Minato, while it may be challenging, I will always support you. Hearing Minato's words, Kushina gently held his hand, gazing at him tenderly, and Minato wrapped an arm around her. Oh dear. Teacher Minato. Obito can't bear to look. Obito. Kushina's crimson hair seemed to dance as she seized Obito and ruffled his hair vigorously. Kushina-sensei, Obito dares not. Laughter rang out like silver bells as Rin joined in, and Minato squinted his eyes in amusement. Chapter 9. Sealing Techniques. Kato-kun. Perhaps sometimes we must stake our very lives to truly live. Do you not agree? Before Orochimaru and Kato-o stood rows of green glass containers, filled with vibrant emerald solutions that appeared teeming with life, nurturing the experimental subjects within. After 2 years, Kato-o was finally delving into the core aspects of the experiments, the fusion of Hashirama cells and the inducement of wood-release techniques. Kato-o gently leaned over a glass container, gazing intently, unable to refrain from clenching his fists. Lord Orochimaru, he felt a pang of compassion. Such a fate seemed excessively cruel for these test subjects. Has Kato-kun developed a sense of empathy? How truly benevolent. Mourning the dead serves no purpose. If death holds any significance, it exists solely in its utility. Humanity is a hypocritical creature. If presented with a plausible rationale, one can easily deceive even oneself. Kato-kun had never approached those criminals with such sentimentality before. The smooth, dark floor absorbed a drop of sweat, which fell and shattered into 8 fragments. Yet, these are still but children. How intriguing, Kato-kun. You remind me of someone as innocent as yourself. You must have heard of his name, that fool known as Jiraiya. Like you, he too felt compassion for 3 children, even mentoring them for 3 years. How foolish. Orochimaru's cold, serpentine gaze bore into Kato-o, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air. However, compared to that fool, it seemed Kato-kun had forgotten his true identity and the life at the root. Kato-o tightened his fists and knelt on the ground, as if the very air within the laboratory had solidified, transforming into piercing icicles that, in an instant, penetrated his entire being, anchoring him to the floor. He understood that he must not exhibit excessive emotions. The richness of feeling is the greatest adversary of a tool such as a ninja. At this moment, Kato should comprehend the necessary course of action. He could envision the catastrophic consequences if the nature of this covert operation were to be revealed. There was no room for any thoughts of retreat, rather than pitying others. It would be wiser to first show compassion for oneself. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kato would exert every ounce of his ability to ensure their survival. Ha ha ha, Kato. It appears you possess considerable confidence in yourself. Orochimaru's gaze was deep, yet it did not compel him to immediately immerse himself in research. Instead, he guided him through this more clandestine experimental facility, completely concealed within the deepest recesses of the root. Within the entire base, 100 test subjects had their fusion liquid meticulously prepared by Kato. One wonders whether the deaths resulting from the incompatibility of the fusion liquid should be attributed to Kato. I will prepare the fusion liquid tailored to each individual test subject. Kato lowered his head, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of dissent, as if he had unconsciously become an accomplice to certain individuals. Yet, all he desired was to live a good life. Indeed, Kato possessed a kind heart. Orochimaru's slightly gloomy gaze swept over the test subjects, and he chose not to utter another word. Thus, the growth records of these subjects were entrusted to Kato, with the hope of witnessing favorable outcomes. Orochimaru's silhouette gradually sank into the shadows, prompting Kato to call out in desperation. Lord Orochimaru, is this at Elder Danzo's behest? If Kato needed to attribute all the evils to a singular target to find solace within himself, then Elder Danzo would indeed serve as an apt choice. Orochimaru paid no heed to Kato's words, merely offering a faint smile as his gaze roamed the laboratory before settling once more on Kato. Kato, you ought to endeavor to comprehend the world's reality. The pursuit of immortality is destined to be brutal and bloody. Without such awareness, you are indeed rather naive. Has this alone already shaken your resolve? If you possess sufficient strength, you could manipulate this world according to your whims. Wouldn't you agree, Kato? Orochimaru, half concealed in the darkness, resembled a serpent poised to strike from the shadows, instilling in Kato a sense of foreboding and chill. The serpent, true to its cold-blooded nature, rendered Kato acutely aware of Orochimaru's capriciousness. During this period, he often sensed Orochimaru's murderous intent, as if the latter two stood at a pivotal juncture of inner turmoil. Lord Orochimaru, I shall survive. I must survive forever. Kato suddenly lifted his head, locking his gaze onto Orochimaru's eyes. Ha! I eagerly await the day you transform this world, if that is within your power, Kato-kun. A scroll was tossed to Kato by Orochimaru, who refrained from saying much more, merely offering a faint smile that bore an air of coldness and cruelty. However, it seemed that Kato-kun should first address the predicament before him. The third method to resolve the cursed seal, which Kato-kun was most likely capable of achieving, involved utilizing sealing techniques to prevent the cursed seal from sensing any external chakra. I am quite curious to see what Kato-kun will do after he resolves the cursed seal. Orochimaru appeared to possess a certain wicked amusement, as if toying with a small creature, displaying an expression of keen interest before vanishing into the depths of the Roots research facility. Kato Koichi grasped the scroll, silently observing as Orochimaru faded into the shadows. The deep green light emanating from the laboratory illuminated his eyes, sparkling with an indescribable brilliance. The scroll contained the fundamental principles of sealing techniques, knowledge that was entirely foreign to Kato, yet precisely what he required at this moment. He discreetly tucked the scroll, detailing sealing arts, into his bosom before activating the cellular analyzer within the lab, placing specimen number 001 into its chamber. Crafting a unique fusion solution for each specimen was an arduous task, even though he had become intimately familiar with every nuance and characteristic of the fusion liquid. The chakra analysis revealed that within the individual cell, the chakra density had surged to 150 of its original state. Kato let out a slight sigh of relief. If this was the case, he should have barely reached the minimum physical threshold for transplantation. Slowly approaching subject 001, he stood before a massive glass chamber, through which he could clearly discern their features. Partially ethereal, he placed his finger against the glass, and a faint glow emanated from it, stretching out as if traversing another realm, untouched by any tangible matter. In entering the subject's forehead, he detected the fluctuations of mental energy, which appeared to be steadily intensifying. However, it was still far from sufficient. Based on his understanding of the intercellular cells, the psychological suppression they imposed was far more terrifying than the body's acceptance capacity. These intercellular cells had the ability to self-replicate continuously, and the fundamental reason for maintaining this violation of biological principles lay in a cellular instinct that stimulated chakra. Although the origin of the mental energy used by these cells to synthesize chakra remained unknown, this constituted the greatest mystery surrounding intercellular cells. Orochimaru seemed to possess some knowledge, yet it appeared he had no intention of divulging it. Kato has become somewhat despondent if the fundamental reason for the fusion lies in this cause. He is utterly powerless and can only rely on the innate survival instincts of these children to foster an increase in their spiritual energy. I must uncover this secret in order to save them. Given the extent of the infiltration by the Hashirama cells, their burgeoning spiritual strength is insufficient to suppress the Hashirama cells for any significant duration. The Hashirama cells will inevitably erupt instantaneously in the near future, and even the enhancements provided by the fusion fluid will prove futile. Kato recorded the physical states and mental energy amplitudes of each experimental subject, equipping them with the most suitable fusion liquid ratios according to their constitutions. 3 months have elapsed since then. The first failure case has now emerged. Chapter 10. Dragon's Abyss. The agony of contorted visages stemmed from cells breaking free from their constraints and proliferating infinitely, commencing a catastrophic destruction of all internal organs. The innate instincts of interstitial cells began to activate, and the host chakra could no longer contain them. They congregated and, in an instant, breached the host flesh, resembling a multitude of grotesque tumors. As they penetrated the skin, the fusion liquid, once nourishing the host, became their most coveted sustenance. Tiny saplings began to emerge from various parts of the host's body, swiftly breaching the glass chamber and spreading in all directions. A chilling wail echoed through the laboratory, only to abruptly cease moments later as the experimental subject's visage transformed, reminiscent of a gnarled tree, solidifying into wood, forever anchored upon the stump. Upon hearing the first sound, Kato had already arrived before the glass chamber, his eyes wide as he watched the experimental subject transform into a wooden post due to the eruption of interstitial cells. He remained silent, for he felt utterly powerless. For 3 months, he had exerted every effort, concocting all suitable fusion liquids and exhausting all his strength to unveil the secrets concealed within the interstitial cells, yet it seemed to be an exercise in futility. He had uncovered not a single clue. Kato had yet to make any move when 2 root ninjas emerged in the laboratory, adorned with masks. Their expressions revealed a fleeting glimmer of surprise, discernible only through their pupils, yet it vanished almost instantaneously. They silently carried away the failed experiment without uttering a single word. Kato uttered not a single word, silently observing their departure. The laboratory seemed to revert to tranquility, save for a shattered glass chamber, which had lost its vibrant green semblance of life. I am sorry, I could not save you. Perhaps I am not a good person after all. The yardstick of morality fluctuates across different eras, and Kato was not oblivious to this truth. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, he believed he could fully adapt and had grasped the harshness of this existence. Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing such events unfold and feeling powerless engendered a profound sense of guilt within him. What is the fundamental secret concealed within the interstitial cells? How is it that interstitial cells can spontaneously generate mental energy? Kato's sunken eye sockets have been a torment for him over the past 3 months. He resembles a disheveled vagabond, as his research has drained him of vitality. Kato-kun, it appears that some progress has been made today. It has been quite a while since he last saw Orochimaru, who also seems somewhat fatigued yet still exudes a semblance of enthusiasm. A failure, a complete failure. Kato's tone was somewhat somber, his gaze fixed upon the screen of the analyzer, searching for any sign of fluctuation. Failure is the finest gift. It is the ultimate indictment of one's inability to succeed. Kato-kun, it appears you require a modicum of assistance. Lord Orochimaru, what secrets lie concealed within the cells of Hashirama? Why is it that they can defy reason, seemingly conjuring chakra solely through physical energy? Kato once again felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to a headless fly, devoid of direction. He floated amidst the fog of an endless sea of truth, yearning for someone to illuminate a path for him. If an individual's talent and diligence serve as the foundation of scientific experimentation, then a correct direction is the blueprint upon which that foundation rests. A headless fly, regardless of effort, can only engage in the most tedious and unremarkable tasks. Has Kato begun to recognize this? It seems that the growth he has experienced over the past 2 years has rendered him sufficiently capable of standing on his own. Lord Orochimaru, I require direction. I have a faint intuition that this may be the key to unraveling the deepest secrets of the Hashirama cells. Yet, this place does not seem to require such a key. Orochimaru chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Kato, prompting him to widen his own in astonishment. It appears that Lord Orochimaru has long been aware of this. Thus, is this research destined for failure? Kato's movements came to a halt as a light chuckle escaped his lips. He realized he was nothing more than a mere pawn in Orochimaru's game to placate Danzo. Perhaps it was time for Kato to witness some of the stark realities of this world. The underground laboratory of the Root organization was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Kato turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, his eyes betraying a fervor and excitement that lay dormant within. The reverse summoning technique was invoked as Orochimaru grasped Kato's shoulder. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and the world before him transformed in an instant. They found themselves in a dim, damp cavern, where the rhythmic dripping of water echoed around them. Kato observed the dimly lit cavern with a sense of wonder. He faintly sensed an eerie coldness pervading the space, as if countless stern gazes were fixated on them from the cave's exit. Here, they were unlikely to be disturbed. Orochimaru proceeded deeper into the cave, with Kato silently trailing behind him. Orochimaru-sama, this is the Dragon's Cave. You will uncover the secrets you seek here. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glimmered subtly, yet he offered no further explanation. As they delved deeper, the chilling chakra presence intensified, accompanied by hissing sounds. Occasionally, 2 or 3 small snakes slithered by, their eyes imbued with an almost human-like glint, starkly contrasting with those of ordinary wild snakes. In this world, chakra was not the sole form of energy. There existed a unique force known as natural energy, an elusive essence permeating the universe. When combined with chakra, it formed a special chakra called Senjutsu chakra. As far as I know, only the first Hokage in the entire ninja realm has ever wielded this power. The cavern widened further, revealing enormous serpents coiled and flicking their tongues. Their frigid gazes were even more unsettling to Kato than Orochimaru's. However, Orochimaru's words captivated Kato's attention. Orochimaru, remove your laboratory from this place. Your presence is quite displeasing. A colossal serpent, exuding an imposing aura, emerged from the shadows. Casting a cold glance at both Orochimaru and Kato, one snake, you truly are a greedy creature. 100 sacrifices shall be offered to you. Orochimaru stood before one snake, making Kato feel as though 2 great serpents were locked in a silent duel, both sharing a similar chilling aura. Humph. The white snake sage is rather displeased with your choice to establish your laboratory here. A gigantic serpent, its pupils larger than Kato's, slowly glided through the cavern, vanishing into the darkness. A deep passageway then materialized before Kato and Orochimaru. Kato-kun, you seem unfazed, Orochimaru remarked, his serene gaze fixed ahead, ignoring Kato entirely. I believe, in comparison to the colossal serpents, the human-like snakes are the true terrors, aren't they? Kato-kun, you never fail to astonish me. It appears I was not mistaken in my judgment of you. You possess a unique perception that others lack, seemingly gifted by the secret arts of spiritual transformation. Yet distinctly your own, always so keen. The passageway was long and dimly lit, the eerie glow casting shadows on Orochimaru's face, deepening the sense of foreboding within Kato. It seemed he had acquired far too much knowledge. Chapter 11. Senjutsu Chakra. Kato-kun, I presume you are familiar with cursed seals? Kato pressed his lips together. Although Danzo had never shown any signs of activating his cursed seal, and even now seemed to be entirely subservient to Orochimaru, the proverbial sword of Damocles hung ominously above him, instilling a profound sense of caution against any reckless actions. When Sage Chakra intertwines with cursed seals, do you fathom the wondrous transformations that may ensue? Concealed within the obsidian corridor lay a vast laboratory. While it lacked the grandeur of the Root facility, it was nonetheless replete with an array of sophisticated equipment, suggesting that Orochimaru had dedicated extensive time to research here. It must surely be his most clandestine laboratory. Even at such a great cost, the imperative to shroud secrets within these walls seemed to resonate with Kato, as he sensed he was on the precipice of uncovering the very essence of Orochimaru's core research endeavor. Thus it unfolded. Before Kato lay a robust man sprawled upon the examination table, and Kato could sense his breath. He was still alive. With a mere flick of Orochimaru's hand, the man's body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. It seemed as though he had been immensely augmented, his presence now exuding an intensity at least tenfold greater than before. Countless black patterns surged forth from the dark spot on the nape of his neck, swiftly crawling across his entire form. Yet, he remained a failed experiment. The man lying on the table resembled a corpse, yet the contorted expression on his face indicated he was still alive, albeit only able to emit faint, distressing sounds. Kato's fingers extended a beam of ethereal light, connecting to the experiment's brow. As the black markings spread across the subject's body, he could sense the soul's fluctuations gradually diminishing. It appeared that the consumption of this cursed seal was not entirely derived from the Senjutsu chakra. Excessively stimulating it could lead to a perilous depletion of mental energy, potentially inflicting irreparable harm upon the soul, though it remained uncertain whether such damage was reversible. The Senjutsu chakra from the Dragon Cave threatened to erode all of his mental resolve, rendering him little more than a living corpse. Orochimaru cast a glance at Kato. Reigniting the cursed seal, the man's body began to mutate, grotesque growth sprouting across him, as if something within were striving to break free, yet it abruptly ceased. And his entire form began to wither. His soul had vanished. Kato furrowed his brow and silently retracted his finger. Beyond the threshold of endurance, the man's soul fluctuations steadily diminished until they gradually vanished. He could perceive that this disappearance was an utterly irreversible one, with the soul's energy completely expended, leaving no trace behind, distinctly different from the mere slight damage experienced moments ago. Kato understood. There was no need for me to elaborate further on the perception of the soul. Lord Orochimaru, as far as I am aware, the soul itself is also an embodiment of energy, which, under ordinary circumstances, remains inaccessible, encased in a protective layer beyond consciousness. The depletion of soul energy is nearly irreparable, with recovery only achievable through the passage of time. This cursed seal is exceedingly terrifying. The yearning for power is an allure no one can resist. Kato could envision the multitude of admirers such a force would attract, with a resolve to face certain death. None would refuse such power. Kato, if one were to completely sever a person's soul from their corporeal form, then, by logical standards, that individual would be deemed deceased. Yet, should this severed soul be granted a pristine body devoid of a soul, a madness and tremor flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. A rare moment when Kato could sense the fluctuations of his emotions, akin to a blazing star, as if it scorched him. Then, resurrection would occur. Would it be possession? Kato deeply recognizes the unparalleled genius of Orochimaru at this very moment. This man, shrouded in a hint of darkness, is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Kato, I have named this ninjutsu impure world reincarnation. I firmly believe that with your assistance, the development of this technique will surely succeed. What do you think, Kato? Perhaps Orochimaru has long harbored this idea, and Kato is acutely aware of his own worth, which explains Orochimaru's exceptional regard for him. It appears that Lord Orochimaru conceived this notion quite some time ago. Lord Orochimaru, will I be able to survive? Kato observed Orochimaru in silence, acutely aware that he possessed an abundance of secrets. Kato-kun, if I recall correctly, you are merely 10 years old this year. How remarkably youthful. Orochimaru remarked with a soft chuckle, gradually shifting his gaze to Kato, his eyes imbued with an unsettling significance that made Kato feel uncomfortable under scrutiny. Were it not for witnessing your gradual growth, I might have suspected that another soul was concealed within that diminutive form. Konoha boasts many prodigies, even Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, who graduated at 5 and became a nin at 6, appears to me just a child. Yet, you, Okuin, are undeniably different. Orochimaru-sama, when does one truly mature? Kato inquired, having understood the implications of their conversation. He merely wished to survive, and he seemed to shed his burdens, adopting a more casual demeanor. I have heard that the eagle will push its young out of the nest. If they cannot learn to fly in that fleeting moment, they face an endless abyss. In the roots, many children like me are compelled to learn to soar within a brief span of time. Perhaps, I have simply managed to ascend a little faster. Okuin, I eagerly await the day you break free from your constraints and soar into the azure sky, Orochimaru expressed, his eyes gleaming with a unique brilliance, a departure from his usual demeanor. He paused, as if contemplating something profound, before continuing, perhaps you may address me as your teacher. I trust one shall prove to be a competent one. Kato was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Observing the barely perceptible smile on Orochimaru's face, his heart finally settled. Orochimaru-sensei, just don't regret it, Okuin, Orochimaru replied, offering no further words. Yet, Kato could sense that Orochimaru's mood had improved somewhat. The essence of Orochimaru-sensei's immortality, I believe, hinges on two pivotal aspects. First, severing the connection between the soul and the body, and second, directing the soul into a new corporeal vessel. When a soul is deprived of its physical form, it exists in a peculiar state, enveloped in utter darkness, devoid of any sensation, rendering one to feel as though they do not exist at all. In such circumstances, the possibility of autonomous action is utterly nullified. Oh, it appears that Okuin has had such an experience. You have indeed not disappointed me. According to the records of the Kato clan, there was once a member who ventured down this path. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the clan leader, that disembodied soul would have completely faded away. From that moment on, the method of severing the connection between the soul and body was permanently excised from the arcane arts of spiritual transformation. Kato responded in a hushed tone, revealing that through the secret techniques of the Kato family, certain truths could indeed be unveiled. How liberating it must be for a soul unshackled from the confines of the flesh. Orochimaru murmured softly, then turned his gaze upon Kato. It was nearly time to return. The experiment on the fusion of wood release was destined for failure. Perhaps there could be alternative methods, but at present, without the mastery of sage chakra, no one could tame the cells of Hashirama. Relying solely on the will of those test subjects, a miracle would need to occur. Yet, why not terminate this experiment? Kato felt a tinge of melancholy. He could accept any cruel acts inflicted upon those prisoners. Yet when it came to children as young as 4 or 5, was it not excessively harsh? They had yet to truly experience the essence of this world. Only extraordinary individuals possess the capability to accomplish feats beyond the reach of the ordinary. Okuin, sometimes we must relinquish certain things, mustn't we? As for the reason behind not terminating the experiment, I believe Kato-kun has long since comprehended it, has he not? A miracle represents a lifetime for the subjects of the experiment, yet for the expectant rulers, it is but a diminutive possibility overshadowed by the likelihood of success. If 100 individuals could be sacrificed in exchange for a wood-release ninja, not a single high-ranking official would decline such an offer. Chapter 12. The Wrath of the Sand Ninja. Upon returning to the Root Research Facility, Kato-o experienced an overwhelming sense of disorientation, as if he had traversed through time. It was merely a change of identity, yet it afforded him a glimmer of hope, a hope that no longer trembled in fear of knowing too much and being discarded like a hunted rabbit. Although his understanding of Orochimaru was limited, this new identity granted him a semblance of support within Konoha. In every place, there exists no difference. As long as human interactions prevail, reliance and being relied upon are inescapable. Kato-o, until now, still harbored a sense of disbelief. He was aware that in Konoha, the title of disciple was not easily bestowed, and he understood that Orochimaru would not speak lightly. However, he could not fully accept Orochimaru's assertion that he had been taken as a disciple purely for his innate talent and abilities. Nonetheless, this situation had its advantages. It provided him a legitimate reason to seek Orochimaru's guidance in ninjutsu. Orochimaru-sensei, how may one master sage chakra? Yet, upon witnessing these experimental subjects, he realized that this endeavor was destined for failure. Still, he felt compelled to inquire, despite an understanding of the formidable challenges posed by sage chakra. Perhaps this side of him reflected a childlike innocence and ignorance. Orochimaru glanced at Kato-o, and the sardonic tone in his voice made it clear that Kato had yet to earn the right to learn. Turning his gaze towards the subject submerged in the fusion liquid, Kato remained silent, though he continued to observe Orochimaru intently. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru meandered through the laboratory, casting a cursory glance at the remaining subjects. He gently tapped the glass chamber with his finger. If you manage to defeat me, perhaps there will be an opportunity. However, Okuin, do make sure not to perish. That would give me a headache. A sly smile graced Orochimaru's lips as he slowly stepped away, vanishing from the laboratory. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Kato surveyed the experimental subjects in the lab, sighed softly, and unfurled the sealing scroll nestled against his warmth. As twilight enveloped Konoha, the atmosphere was tranquil and serene. The night gradually descended, swallowing the sky, with countless stars breaking free from the constraints of daylight. Amidst the lush greenery and the clear mountain streams flowing down, the land flourished, nurturing its inhabitants. In stark contrast, the distant desert kingdom found itself engulfed in confusion as the sun rose. The day was merely dawning. Yet the entire Kazekage Tower seemed ensnared in a darkness deeper than night itself, each occupant resembling a statue, devoid of motion. The perennial sands had bestowed upon the sand shinobi a profound sense of solemnity. Within the Kazekage's council chamber gathered the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, each visage etched with gravity. Where could the third Kazekage have vanished? Currently, the fate of Sunagakure lay in the hands of a brother and sister duo. The most formidable puppeteer and poison master, Chiyo and her brother, Ebizo. Seated upon the dais, Chiyo furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the elite shinobi before her. These were the core of Sunagakure, the very guardians of its secrets. This matter is of utmost confidentiality. Mobilize half of the J-nin. Suspend all ongoing missions, and dedicate yourselves entirely to locating the third Kazekage. We must not overlook a single lead. Alive or dead, we must have answers. Chiyo nearly bit through her words, her brow deeply furrowed. Ignoring the hushed whispers among the J-nin, doubts began to swirl within her mind. The disappearance of the third Kazekage, reputed as the strongest, was undeniably strange. She had contemplated the reports regarding the movements of the other four hidden villages countless times. Yet she could not fathom who in the shinobi world could cause the Kazekage to vanish without a trace. Indeed, the J-nin exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with profound shame. The leader of their village had simply disappeared without a word, leaving them feeling as though they had been struck across the face. Observing the flames of anger in their eyes, Chiyo let out a soft sigh. The news of the Kazekage's disappearance bore heavy consequences, and in her moment of panic, she had summoned this many individuals. Regret washed over her. As the J-nin left the Kazekage Tower, a palpable tension enveloped Sunagakure, as if a storm was brewing on the horizon. Ebizo, prepare for war. Chiyo's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the Kazekage Tower. And only after all the J-nin had departed did she speak to her brother. Has it truly come to this? Ebizo was no fool, his brow knitted in concern, his eyes narrowing. A mere reminder from Chiyo was enough for him to grasp the gravity of the situation. Regardless of whether the third Kazekage was alive or dead, this had become a disgrace for Sunagakure. They required an outlet for their frustration and a means to elevate a new Kazekage, one who could command respect. The longer the Kazekage remained missing, the more chaotic their village would become. Rather than succumb to internal strife, it was wiser to redirect their conflicts outward. Sunagakure was undeniably impoverished. The support from the daimyo had grown increasingly tenuous over the years, placing a heavier burden on the village. If they could seize some bountiful territories, any price would be worth paying. However, the search for the third Kazekage must take precedence. This matter could not remain concealed for long. They needed to act decisively to catch their enemies off guard, thus increasing their chances of victory. Ebizo's gaze fell upon the shinobi map spread across Chiyo's desk. With Konoha, the most affluent village, marked with a large red circle. He instinctively looked up at Chiyo, his eyes reflecting a profound contemplation. Konoha, you say? How unfortunate that White Fang has perished, leaving us without a means to exact our vengeance. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had met their end at the hands of Konoha's Kakashi Hitaki during the Second Shinobi World War. Since that time, the thought of vengeance had been a constant in her mind. Her brother Ebizo observed her with concern, witnessing the weight of nearly 60 years bearing down on her. The village must always come first, Chiyo sighed softly, as if resigning herself to the reality of their situation, falling silent thereafter. Ebizo gazed out the window, watching the endless yellow sands sculpted by the wind, gradually unfurling towards the horizon, with steep sand cliffs, shifting dunes, and howling sandstorms, all etching lines of time upon their faces. He pondered how many more years he and his sister might endure, yet Sunagakure faced such dire issues. The faces of the J-nin flickered through his mind, but he could not find a suitable successor among them. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Chapter 13. A new mission. As the 35th experimental subject transformed into a mere block of wood, Kato began to sense that this experiment was nearing its conclusion. Although there were presently no urgent matters at hand, he could distinctly feel the atmosphere within the root becoming increasingly tense. Subtly, from the emotions of these root ninjas, he perceived an exhilaration tinged with weighty anticipation. It seemed they were gradually becoming aware that something significant was about to transpire. Kato had long completed the fundamentals of sealing techniques, a process that consumed approximately 5 months. The door to the laboratory creaked open quietly. Yet Kato remained seated before the analyzer, scrutinizing the remaining data of the experimental subjects, not turning around. The individual who entered was not Orochimaru. Stop the experiment immediately. Depart at once. Lord Danzo has summoned you. The root ninja, cloaked in a ghostly mask, was unfamiliar to Kato. Yet the several presences behind him evoked a sense of familiarity. He recalled a girl he had encountered during the Chunin exam a few years prior. It has indeed been quite some time since I last saw you, Dingwu. Kato's voice was low as he responded, his gaze sweeping across the laboratory, seemingly grasping the fate that awaited these experimental subjects. What will become of these subjects, I wonder? The masked ninja, with only his eyes visible, emanated an aura of menace. As Kato locked eyes with him, a palpable sense of hostility radiated from those piercing orbs. Has becoming Orochimaru's disciple granted you the liberty to disregard the rules? The masked ninja moved with astonishing speed, his hand lunging directly towards Kato's throat. With a swift motion, Kato raised his arms to shield his neck, and in an instant, his form dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Oh, you possess some skill, the masked ninja remarked, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly darted in a particular direction, executing a powerful roundhouse kick that sliced through the air with a fierce gust. Kato's hand lightly covered his mouth as he subtly moved his lips, piercing a specially crafted needle, as fine as a cow's hair, into the nerve of the leg of the root ninja. The masked ninja felt a faint disturbance in his leg. Yet he had already delivered a kick to Kato's chest. Humph, little brat. If you haven't mastered the rules of the root, allow me to teach you properly. Kato's body collided with the wall of the laboratory, and he could not help but emit a muffled groan as he silently lowered his head, without uttering another word. Did you not comprehend my instructions? Depart immediately. Lord Danzo has summoned you. Having regained a semblance of dignity, the masked ninja refrained from further action, merely casting a cold, disdainful glance at Kato from his elevated position. Indeed, Kato raised his head, acutely aware that Dingwu was also observing him. He exchanged a fleeting glance with Dingwu before clutching his chest and exiting the laboratory. As he ambled through the corridor, the sounds of shattering glass and anguished cries echoed behind him. Kato adjusted the creases of his attire, revealing no trace of injury. The cacophony from behind persisted, and as Kato silently calculated the passage of time, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The solidified fusion liquid enveloped the Hashirama cells, merging with the bloodstream mere seconds after entry. Once the fusion liquid was entirely consumed, the Hashirama cells would be activated. Utilizing such precious Hashirama cells for this purpose was indeed a luxury. However, perhaps it was time for them to experience a taste of their own suffering. Devoid of the suppression of sage chakra, the Hashirama cells would be akin to an incurable poison for an ordinary person, unless a miracle were to occur. Then, let them transform into roots. The dim flicker of flames illuminated the damp underground space, struggling against the oppressive darkness. Kato gently pushed open the door, and an icy chill seemed to pervade the space. The somber elder appeared as grim as he had several years prior. The root subordinate, Mei, had encountered the leader. Half kneeling on the ground, Kato bowed his head. I have heard that you have taken Orochimaru as your master. Danzo's face, etched with deep creases, bore no expression, as if the sound of crumpling iron paper echoed softly from the boundless darkness. Yes, excellent. Danzo's voice rendered Kato unable to discern any trace of emotion. The first tenet of the root S code. All affairs are subordinate to the leader's commands, pledging unwavering loyalty to the leader. The second tenet states that those of the root are nameless, without lineage, devoid of emotion, lacking a future and a past. Throughout this lifetime, they are deeply rooted in the earth, vowing to uphold the flourishing of the great tree of Konoha. The third tenet emphasizes the need to prevent the horrors of war from befalling future generations by adhering to the leader's directives. To foster enduring peace in the ninja world, one must resolutely follow the leader's commands at the core of Konoha. Excellent. May, it seems that after years of following Orochimaru, you have not forgotten the root. Nor have you forgotten that this old man is your leader. May has never dared to forget. Danzo slowly turned, locking his gaze onto Kato-O. As if two icy spikes pierced through Kato-O's being. Why did the wood release fusion experiment fail? My subordinate's inadequacy. The subject's body and willpower were insufficient to support the integration of wood release cells. Does Orochimaru have any secrets? As his disciple, you surely must be aware of everything, correct? Kato-O understood that Danzo could not be so easily deceived. Such a significant cost incurred without any tangible results would undoubtedly lead to someone being held accountable. Yet, in Danzo's eyes, he was merely a pawn. Far from being a target, this was merely a test. The subordinates, oblivious to Danzo's formidable aura, felt its oppressive weight bearing down on Kato-O, who bowed his head in contemplation of a strategy. The subordinates believed that Orochimaru's intention in accepting them as a disciple was not genuine. Given that he was aware of their affiliation with the root organization, his insistence on taking them under his wing seemed fundamentally illogical. Kato-O's silence spoke volumes. Sometimes, one merely needs to provide others with a plausible reason for doubt. With Danzo's autocratic disposition, it was unlikely that he would heed Kato-O's words. Only that which he deduced himself could be deemed as truth. Indeed, Danzo found himself deep in contemplation, and Kato-O felt a sense of relief wash over him. Realizing he had successfully navigated this challenge, Kato-O was unaware of what Danzo was contemplating, yet he remained silent for an extended period, half kneeling on the ground without a trace of movement. In the subterranean chamber, only the faint sound of air could be heard, whispering through the stillness. Setting this matter aside, if Orochimaru exhibits any irregular behavior, report to me immediately. You are a member of Root, and you must forever remember that despite the somber tone of Danzo's voice, it provided Kato-O with a sense of reassurance. His perception of Danzo had shifted. It appeared that the latter did not wield absolute power in Konoha. Now that Orochimaru has taken you as his disciple, your new role is indeed fitting. Your standing in Konoha will be restored. And there is an important task that awaits you. You will not disappoint me, will you? Kato-O raised his head, burying his astonishment deep within. His eyes resembling an ancient well, tranquil and undisturbed, as he responded in a subdued tone. His subordinates would undoubtedly not disappoint Lord Danzo. Chapter 14. The secrets of the attic. The streets of Konoha bustled with the same liveliness as ever, with numerous small vendors under large umbrellas peddling their wares along the vacant spaces by the roadside. Strolling along the cobblestone path, the fading rays of the evening sun painted the eaves of the buildings with a dreamlike hue. Kato-O stood silently, gazing at Hokage Rock, the epitome of Konoha's highest honor, which loomed majestically against the backdrop of towering mountains. A crimson halo enveloped him, shimmering with brilliance in his eyes. The world is indeed captivating, yet Konoha seems unworthy. Beneath Hokage Rock, the vivid red of the Hokage building appeared to meld seamlessly with the sanguine horizon. Kato's gaze fell upon the statue of the third Hokage, renowned as the strongest of all. He pondered the emotions that must stir within the man who, seated at the pinnacle of Konoha's authority, gazed upon his own likeness each day. In stark contrast to their elevated positions, it seemed that fate had inscribed an endpoint for those of them born as common shinobi from the very moment of their birth. As the hour drew near, Kato gathered his thoughts and walked slowly towards the heart of Konoha's power, perhaps buoyed by his faith in the Hokage's strength. He did not linger in inquiries and was soon ushered to the door of the Hokage's office by a young Chunin. Please, enter. Kato-O did not anticipate that the so-called strongest third Hokage appeared to possess a certain amiability, resembling a kindly old neighbor. The Genin Kato-O addressed the Hokage with respect. I have met the esteemed Hokage. The voice of the third Hokage emerged from amidst a pile of scrolls, and thereafter, there was nothing but the soft rustle of writing. Kato-O quietly knelt on the ground, exhibiting no signs of movement. As the sky gradually darkened, the evening star became distinctly visible, at which point Kato-O felt a gaze fixed upon him. You must be the nephew of Kato D. I never imagined D's nephew had grown so much, remarked the third Hokage, rising to his feet and lighting his pipe, wisps of blue smoke curling upward. It must have been quite arduous for you at the roots, hasn't it? Reporting to you, Lord Hokage, Kato-O has never felt it to be burdensome. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a gentle puff from his pipe, silently observing Kato-O before speaking again. Your teacher, Orochimaru, is my disciple, which makes me your grandmaster in a sense. There is no need for excessive formality. Yes, Lord Hokage, Orochimaru wishes for you to join Minato's team. He has not had much time to instruct you on the fundamental aspects, and you should be aware of this by now. The purpose of calling you here today was primarily to meet you. Kato-o's heart was tinged with a hint of astonishment as he recalled the mission assigned to him by Danzo, to infiltrate Minato Namikaze's team as a lower-ranked ninja and earn their trust. He had a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the situation. Respected Hokage, Master Orochimaru has informed me that should there be a vacancy in Minato's esteemed team, Kato-o would be eager to join. Kato-o, you are a remarkably polite young man. Go forth. Your reassignment will be communicated to Minato. Yes, Hokage-sama. The figure of Kato-o gradually faded from the office of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, gazing out the window, silently smoking a cigarette, lost in thought. Within the office of Danzo and Orochimaru, it felt as though clouds were swirling, thick smoke permeating every corner of the space. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Kato-o finally felt a sense of relief. If Danzo were the most unyielding stone in Konoha, then the third Hokage was the village's foremost politician. With over 30 years of experience as Hokage, the third seemed to possess eyes that could see through all mist of deception. Beside the third, Kato-o felt utterly uncomfortable. As if every word required careful consideration. The name Minato Namikaze rang a bell. Was he that man? Kato-o recalled the golden-haired jonin he had encountered in the cemetery. If it were him, he seemed to be someone not easily deceived. The night in Konoha remained resplendent with lights, yet as the clock struck midnight, it gradually grew desolate. With only a handful of establishments remaining open through the night, while the rest succumbed to the enveloping darkness. The training ground of the Kato family is situated at a considerable distance from the heart of Konoha, with the forest training area nearby, exuding an air of eerie solitude. Rarely do vendors frequent this place, and as midnight approaches, it becomes even more tranquil. Kato-o gently stepped into this place he had not visited for 6 years. As memories long concealed began to awaken within him, a profound sense of nostalgia intertwined with strangeness filled his heart, evoking the feeling of a world changed yet familiar. Had someone been here? The small bamboo pavilion in the training ground bore little dust, suggesting that it had been recently tidied. Was it his cousin, the quiet one? Kato-omi found it hard to fathom who else, apart from the cousin she had only met once in her childhood, would remember to come and tidy up this place. The Teratera Bozu, hanging from the eaves, swayed gently in the breeze, just as it did years ago. Once oblivious to its significance, she now perceived its uniqueness. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Kato-omi's eyes, which seemed to be enveloped in a faint azure mist. She beheld ethereal entities, invisible to the naked eye, shimmering with a gentle luminescence upon the swaying Teru Bozu. Kato gently lifted it from the pedestal, his palms softly caressing it, as a luminous glow gradually emanated, weaving its way into his consciousness. This was the essence of Uncle Duan, and he could perceive within it a profound sense of reluctance and anxiety. Even a hint of longing, a yearning for the unfulfilled ambition of becoming Hokage, intertwined with the heartfelt concern for a beloved. Kato-o slowly ascended the bamboo building, where a cheerful doll adorned with a smiling face unexpectedly appeared in Kato's distant uncle's room, an unfamiliar sight in his memories. Is this Uncle Yodo? His fingers lightly brushed against it, causing a flurry of luminescence to erupt, and a silence enveloped Kato-o as tears welled in his eyes. Even in the twilight of his life, Uncle Yodo had been concerned for me, unlike other objects imbued with fragments of the soul. A vivid image suddenly materialized in Kato-o's mind, flickering incessantly. It seemed that compared to anything else, Kato-yodo was eager to convey the message contained within that vision. This is the small attic. Seemingly struck by a realization, Kato-o clutched the two cheerful dolls and quickened his pace, darting towards the topmost attic. As Kato-o's hand gently rested upon the handle of the attic door, an unfamiliar force of attraction appeared to materialize from thin air, rendering his consciousness hazy. A faint ethereal shadow began to emerge from Kato-o's very being. This was a captivating force acting upon the soul. It was irresistible. Kato-o felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as if his very soul had detached from his body. It was as though he had lost all sense of weight and relinquished control over his ethereal form. His spirit traversed through an endless array of pages, resembling a tunnel through time and space, presenting scenes he could not articulate, flashing through his mind in rapid succession. It was an abyss, awash with hues of blue, perhaps tinged with pink, populated by elephants, spiders, and horses. Countless specks of luminescence began to materialize from all directions, with each touch of light upon his being. His soul experienced an exquisite sensation akin to ecstasy. His mental fortitude surged, and it seemed as though his essence underwent a bizarre transformation. He found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by an unseen force, forced to witness the gradual metamorphosis of his spirit in a manner he could not comprehend. Beyond the confines of an attic he could not perceive, Kato's body began to slowly levitate. His eyes were tightly shut, his heartbeat gradually slowing. As an ethereal radiance emanated from his entire being, wisps of mist began to materialize at the edges of his form, the contours of his body seemingly drained of color, becoming increasingly indistinct. The fluorescent sensations within his spiritual perception dwindled, and his spirit gently hovered in the boundless abyss of darkness. Eventually, upon the final flicker of light entering his soul, he felt as though he had entirely lost his senses, enveloped by an absolute void. Time became an enigma as he sensed the existence of his spirit once more. The connection between his body and soul had never felt so tenuous. following this faint tether. He struggled to drag his heavy spirit back to his corporeal form, yet his eyelids remained stubbornly shut. What has happened to me? Chapter 15. The Human Mind Intercom Boom. A thunderous resonance erupted from the depths of the infinite cosmos, igniting the universe in a cataclysmic explosion. In that moment, Kato's soul seemingly shattered. Engulfed by an excruciating agony that threatened to convulse his entire being, his eyes flew open in an instant. Ah! A cry of torment escaped him, accompanied by a peculiar ripple, as a tremendous shockwave surged forth from the small building. The nocturnal creatures, ravenously devouring the sweet tubers, swiftly retreated into the thickets, as if confronted by a terrifying apparition, squeaking in panic as they fled. A mountain owl perched atop a colossal tree, its keen gaze reflecting the starlight. With a sudden flutter of its wings, it vanished into the night sky. What has happened to me? Kato regained his senses, his body suspended in midair. He exerted effort to maintain his balance, gradually descending to the ground. His gaze fell upon the small attic, and he gently opened the diminutive door, only to be met with an inexplicable gust of wind that surged into the loft. Inside the attic lay an assortment of items, meticulously arranged on wooden shelves ascending in tiers. At the highest level rested a collection of weathered blades and swords, a nearly decayed orange-hued wooden comb, and battered armor, each bearing the weighty marks of time. On the lowest shelf, a mere few shurikens and throwing stars were displayed. Kato could sense that these items once harbored fragments of souls, yet they now languidly transformed into ashes in the gentle breeze. The Teru Bozu in his grasp, too, seemed irretrievably slipping away, dissipating like sand through his fingers. With the complete dissolution of each object, an unfamiliar visage emerged before him. The woman clad in a crimson robe possessed a cascade of jet-black hair, while the man adorned in armor bore a face etched with wrinkles. And the kindly old woman was adorned with 3 long blades. Their gazes appeared to transcend boundless time and space, resting upon Kato with gentle smiles, before gradually vanishing into the whispering wind. Kato slightly inclined his body, as shadows flitted before his eyes. He was unaware of their names or the stories they once bore, yet he could sense the remnants of their thoughts lingering in this world. It was only when his parents appeared, followed by Uncle Duan and Uncle Yuan, that the attic fell into a profound silence. In that stillness, Kato gradually emerged from his reverie. When the last person in this world who remembers you departs, the entire universe will cease to be connected to your existence. Kato slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the window, as a flicker of dark soul fire manifested in his hand. Apologies, someone has arrived. This disturbance was significant. The Hidden Leaf Village is home to numerous prestigious clans, among which the Uchiha and Hyuga families stand as the most illustrious. Beneath them, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans enjoy amicable relations, serving as the most loyal supporters of the Hokage lineage. The Nara clan, adept in shadow techniques, excels in Yin release, while the Akimichi clan specializes in body enhancement techniques through Yang release. Despite its seemingly unassuming nature, the Yamanaka clan shares similarities with the Kato family, relying on soul techniques, particularly the art of mind control, as their foundation. The current head of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Aichi, has only recently assumed leadership, yet he has already earned a formidable reputation as a jonin. At this moment, having just drifted into slumber, Yamanaka Aichi was abruptly jolted awake. No one in the Yamanaka clan possesses a deeper understanding of spiritual fluctuations in the essence of souls than he does. A wave of spiritual energy had just silently swept across the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. As the leader of the Umbu analysis team, he could not afford to dismiss this occurrence. It seemed to emanate from the vicinity of Training Ground 5. Following the lingering traces of the spiritual wave, Yamanaka Aichi hastened toward the training ground. On his way, he encountered Inuzuka Kiba, a special jonin of the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by a Blackford hound. Kiba cast a serious glance toward Yamanaka Aichi. Ichi, did you sense it too? Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, deepening their concern. The hound, Akamaru, was agitated, sensing something unsettling, a faint spiritual disturbance that had traversed the entire village. I've dispatched someone to notify Lord Hokage, Yamanaka Aichi replied, as they navigated through the trees. It took mere minutes to trace the source back to the Kato clan's training grounds. A flicker of azure light flashed briefly before vanishing, almost as if an illusion. This is the Kato clan's training ground, Yamanaka Aichi mused, momentarily taken aback by the name, which he hadn't heard in a long time. Hasn't this place been abandoned for quite some time? No, that girl beside Lady Tsunade is also a member of the Kato clan, Kiba interjected. They both concealed their presence, cautiously approaching a small bamboo structure. There is someone inside. Kiba gently patted Akamaru's head, causing the hound to dart into the bamboo structure, its vigorous barks abruptly ceasing after just 2 calls. Akamaru. Kiba's form vanished in an instant, propelled by a body flicker technique. Yamanaka Aichi gently tapped his forehead, establishing a mental connection with Kiba. Who are you? The dark soul fire had eradicated all traces of the fragmented souls, and Kato cast a grim glance at the woman before him. Akamaru lay motionless on the ground, causing Kiba's gaze to turn icy as he fixated on Kato. Kiba, do not act rashly. Yamanaka Aichi's voice resonated in Kiba's mind, providing a moment of calm as he scrutinized the child before him. Is this one masquerading as a leaf ninja? She had never encountered this child. Yet such a potent spiritual shockwave was unprecedented among peers in the Hidden Leaf. I have encountered numerous spies infiltrating the village, but none as audacious as you. If I claim to be no spy, I doubt either of you would believe me. Kiba hesitated, refraining from striking despite his growing conviction regarding the child's espionage. Akamaru was familiar with the presence of most ninjas in the village and would not attack unless provoked. Watching the still form of Akamaru, Kiba sensed the Hound's life force remained, delaying his response. Kato made no utterance. He bore no ninja number. Within the roots, such identifiers were rendered unnecessary. Humph. Little brat, dare to resist if you wish to embrace death. Inazuka-tsum had already confirmed his suspicions, launching a shuriken towards Kato, accompanied by a fierce kick fueled by anger. To dare to strike against Kuramaru was tantamount to courting death, for reasons unknown. Kato harbored an illusion that he could evade the assault. It seemed that Inazuka-tsum's actions, despite being that of a particularly formidable genin, were not as swift as anticipated. After undergoing a peculiar experience akin to a legacy, his reflexes and mental fortitude had transcended their former limitations. Stop. The voice of Yamashiro Kaido suddenly resonated within Inazuka-tsum's mind, causing her to falter in her movement. Sensing the shift in Tsum's actions, Kato subtly shifted his stance, propelled by a gust of wind, as Tsum's leg barely missed him, whistling past his ear. The ground of the small bamboo house erupted in splintered debris from a heavy stomp. Inazuka-tsum, cease your actions. The voice of the third Hokage inexplicably echoed in Tsum's consciousness, transforming her doubts into profound respect. This child is Kato, who has just registered as a genin today and thus lacks a ninja number. As for the unusual fluctuations, I shall summon him personally. The third Hokage had not anticipated that on Kato's very first day outside the roots, he would already find himself embroiled in trouble. With a gentle touch upon the brow of a nin from the Yamashiro clan, it was as if they were engaged in a long-distance conversation, transforming the two Yamashiro into conduits of communication. Yes, Lord Hokage. In Kato's eyes, a fleeting blue light shimmered as he perceived the spirits of Yamanaka Heya and Inazuka-tsum, their essences intertwined through the connection of chakra. The intensity of Yamanaka Heya's spiritual energy was exceptionally potent, surpassing that of Inazuka-tsum by 4 or 5 times. Once linked with some spirit, his mental energy radiated like a signal generator, continuously emitting waves of a certain frequency. The portable, mobile wireless transceiver, commonly known as a walkie-talkie. Chapter 16, Namikaze Minato. Kato did not anticipate that he would encounter the third Hokage more times in a single day than he had in the previous decade combined. The office of the third Hokage remained brightly lit, and Saratobi Hiruzen, leaning against the sofa, silently puffed on his pipe, evoking memories of those half-hour moments spent in the car after work. Young Kato, do share. I presume you have some explanations to offer me? Esteemed Hokage. During the practice of our clan's secret techniques, a minor mishap occurred. Ah, the transformation technique, how nostalgic it is. The third's gaze was enveloped in a haze, and Kato could perceive no emotional fluctuations from him. Without the guidance of elders, delving into such a challenging ninjutsu alone proves exceedingly perilous. It seems Orochimaru has discerned this as well, prompting you to learn some foundational skills under Minato's tutelage. Suddenly, the third Hokage's eyes shifted, and a faint smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze toward the entrance. Minato, do come in. Kato's gaze followed the direction of Saratobi Izashi's sight. And as anticipated, the jonin entering through the door was the man with golden hair he had encountered previously. Greetings, Lord Hokage. Ah, Minato, your timing is impeccable. I was planning to inform you tomorrow, but this little rascal seems rather reluctant, causing quite a commotion, the third Hokage remarked with a twinkle in his eye. Wolfing Minato chuckled softly, his eyes settling on Kato. So you are Kato? I look forward to your guidance in the future. Kato gazed at the man before him, whose gentle smile evoked an unexpected memory of a woman known only by the codename Dingwu. His subordinate had engaged with the enigmatic Shimura Danzo. Although the true intentions of Danzo remained shrouded in mystery, this encounter marked Kato's inaugural face-to-face interaction with his intended target. He steeled himself, summoning every ounce of resolve, and respectfully bowed to Minato Namikaze. Kato-kun, what a polite individual you are, remarked the smiling Minato, which conjured in Kato's mind a term that had been nearly absent from the shinobi world for many years, a straightforward person. Perhaps the third Hokage would hold such integrity in high regard, but Kato understood that Danzo would never engage in actions devoid of significance. This man was certainly not as uncomplicated as he appeared. Minato, I entrust this matter to you. After all, you two are, in a sense, brothers in the same lineage. Hearing the words of the third Hokage, Kato felt a subtle stirring within. It seemed that the third Hokage held great esteem for his masters, and there was an implicit pride in his cultivation of the legendary Sannin, evidenced by his frequent mentions. The notion of having a younger brother suddenly seemed to arise. After all, Lord Jiraiya is my master, and Lord Orochimaru, hailing from the same lineage, shares a bond akin to that of siblings. Henceforth, you may call me Brother Minato. Minato, appearing somewhat naive, gently ran his fingers through his hair, though the smile upon his face was inescapable. Yes, Brother Minato, he replied. Children need not harbor their own thoughts. Before they mature, they are akin to dolls and toys, easily manipulated, yielding to the whims of the adults they cannot defy. This is the secret to becoming an obedient child. Well, it is getting late. If Minato does not return soon, I fear Kushina will come to seize my beard, remarked the third Hokage with a cheerful demeanor, radiating warmth rather than the usual somberness. If the third Hokage, more than a decade ago, was indeed worthy of the title of ninja hero, then now, as he approaches the twilight of his years, Sarutobi Hiruzen delights most in witnessing such scenes of humility and respect among brothers, surrounded by a multitude of disciples. Lord Hokage, I take my leave, Minato stated. Go ahead. You brothers should engage in a good conversation, replied the Hokage warmly. Yes, Lord Hokage. The central district of Konoha is a circular area enclosed by towering walls. From the Hokage Tower, broad stone streets radiate outward in all directions, accompanied by numerous concentric circular avenues, dividing Konoha into countless ring-shaped sectors. At this moment, Kato, and Namikaze Minato were leisurely strolling along the north-south thoroughfare. Street lamps cast a gentle warm yellow glow, shrouding the night in a soft haze. Kato continued to ponder the task entrusted to him by Danzo, scrutinizing the man before him, who appeared to be no different than before. My junior, the man. Minato Namikaze turned his head, seemingly inclined to gently pat Kato's head, but suddenly reconsidered, retracting his hand slowly. Instead, he simply smiled and gave his shoulder a light pat. This was their first direct gaze. The azure depths of Minato's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they rested upon Oi. As if all the brilliance of light and stars converged within the depths of his eyes. For reasons unknown, the innocence reflected in Oi's clear gaze eased Minato's wariness slightly. The third Hokage had previously spoken to him about Kato, revealing that he had spent 6 years within Root, indicating he was far from an ordinary child. Yet, the thought of a mere boy, entangled in such complex matters, was difficult for him to bear. And he found it impossible to regard this innocent child with any semblance of hostility. Minato-senpai, I believe I encountered you over a year ago at the Konoha cemetery. Oi remarked. Oh? Minato furrowed his brow slightly, as no recollection of Kato surfaced in his memory. At that time, I used a jutsu to alter my appearance. You, along with Kushina and a boy named Obito, who appeared rather foolish, and a girl named Rin, were all present together. Is that so? So you were that child? Oi. Minato realized, regarding Kato with a newfound inquisitiveness. It was during his time en route that he had learned of Uncle Yu's demise, and, with the aid of Orochimaru, had managed to sneak out, albeit for only a fleeting moment. Kato reflected on the red-haired woman from his past, knowing that concealing his disguise was futile. It was better to address it openly to avoid future complications. So that was how the Root operated, truly stringent. Although he had a general understanding of Root's affairs, Minato deliberately avoided the topic. Even though he was Jiraiya's disciple and the third Hokage's grandson, discussing another elder from the village felt rather out of place. Observing Kato's somewhat despondent demeanor, Minato pondered Kato's background, and a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Junior Kato, it's getting late. Be sure to rest well and remember to register your ninja number in the morning. We'll gather at the third training ground at noon. Don't be late, all right? Yes, Minato-senpai. Minato held a favorable impression of Kato, feeling none of the coldness and ruthlessness typically associated with Root ninjas. Perhaps it was due to his youth. Watching as Kato donned his hood and gradually vanished into the alley, Minato cast a glance at the distant Hokage rock, chuckling softly before dissipating from view. Chapter 17. The village hidden in the clouds amidst towering peaks, mists swirled around. The exposed rocky cliffs harmoniously melded with man-made structures, rugged yet majestic. Beneath the thunderous roar of cascading waters stood a man quietly contemplating under a waterfall. His dark skin exuded resilience and ferocity, yet at this moment, he seemed lost in deep thought. The water rushing down the sheer cliff appeared to bear tremendous weight, crashing upon him, but he merely twisted his neck, as if this sensation was a mere stimulus to invigorate his muscles. Lord Rakage, there's new information. A cloud ninja rushed in, half-kneeling, his voice betraying a hint of concealed excitement. The third Rakage's deep voice resonated like thunder, a spark of lightning seemingly erupting from his eyes as he stepped out from the waterfall. His well-defined muscles glistened under the sun, droplets of water sparkling like jewels, exuding an overwhelming vitality. According to reports from spies in the Wind Country, it has been confirmed that the third Kazekage of Sunagakure is indeed missing. Furthermore, internal strife for the position of the fourth Kazekage has begun to brew within the village. Good. Assemble the elite Jonin in 10 minutes at the Rakage Tower. Yes, the village hidden in the clouds, renowned for its mastery of lightning techniques, mirrored the tempestuous nature of its people. By the time the third Rakage donned his cloak, all elite Jonin had gathered in the conference hall of the Rakage Tower. Everyone is aware of the situation, I presume? The third Rakage surveyed the room, every gaze fixated upon him. Silence reigned, yet the atmosphere was charged with a palpable fighting spirit. Spies from Sunagakure report that the village has descended into chaos. This presents an opportunity for us, the Cloud Ninjas. Historically, we have resided in a harsh and frigid land, our mountains and cliffs both a blessing and a curse. We require a strategic foothold, a stronghold from which we can launch an offensive into the main battlefield. This operation will involve a feigned attack on Konoha, followed by a surprise strike on Sunagakure. The Raikage's voice reverberated throughout the hall, his palm striking the table with such force that it splintered into fragments. We will take over the areas Sunagakure has failed to govern. The Raikage's son, AI, the leader of the elite Jonin, rose without relying on his father's influence. His features resembling those of the third Raikage, now brimming with combat fervor. Consequently, the name AI has become synonymous with the honor of the Raikage, and he is increasingly recognized as his father's successor. The shared title of Raikage between father and son symbolizes the resurgence of the Cloud Village. Suchakage. Contact the Rock Village to discuss a joint operation plan. That old fool Inoki has long coveted Konoha. He certainly won't remain idle this time. AI. You will oversee the battlefield in Konoha. If my predictions hold, Sarutobi Hiruzen will dispatch his prized disciple, Jiraiya, as the commander. Though it is a feigned attack. Your responsibilities are considerable. Yes, Jiraiya, I wish to witness the legendary Sannin myself. AI's eyes sparked with determination as he glanced at his partner, Killer B, raising his arm to collide with Killer BS in a show of camaraderie. The elite Jonin of the Cloud Village seemed ignited by this spirit of battle, their gazes ablaze as they regarded this formidable duo. With the third Raikage, AI, and the hosts of the Eight Tails and Two Tails, the Cloud Village was unprecedentedly powerful. I wish to join the fight. A girl of about 15 or 16, with chestnut hair and an air of cold elegance, stood out with her fair complexion. Her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at the third Raikage. Hey, don't be foolish. Humph. The host of the Two Tails scoffed, striking Killer B in the ribs, causing him to twist exaggeratedly. Hey, little girl, you're quite strong. Ouch, ouch. Enough. This is the elite Jonin meeting. Please behave. AI's brows furrowed as he emanated an intimidating aura, landing a punch atop the girl's head, sending her to the floor. Oh, my dear brother, how unreasonable. The other Jonin observed this scene with warm smiles, for the once feared Jinchuriki had transformed into a figure of respect and affection within the village. A change that began with this child who loved to sing. All right, Yamyuri, you have yet to fully master the Two Tails. It's best for you to remain in the village this time. Yes. Oh, little one, don't be so downcast. Train hard. It's all your fault. Yomiuri's punches lacked strength, aware it was her inability to fully control the tailed beast's power, perhaps due to her past experiences of darkness and solitude. Killer B often used his quirky antics to alleviate Yamyuri's loneliness. Over the years, Yamyuri gradually integrated into the Cloud Village, becoming a competent warrior. Perhaps most souls dwelling in darkness merely seek a gentle hand, not requiring grand gestures, just a subtle pull to illuminate the long-forgotten light. Kato had never imagined that this man with golden hair, his nominal senior, would possess such a gentle disposition. After completing his ninja registration, Kato arrived at the designated training ground, greeted not by a series of tasks but by the radiant sunlight and the pleasant afternoon. Hey kid, it's you. Kushina. As straightforward as when they first met, recognized Kato at a glance, her extraordinary perception evident. Says Kushina, come quickly and try the grilled meat I just made. It should be ready. The sight of Kushina bustling by the barbecue grill evoked a sense of incongruity in Kato. He had never envisioned such a scene at the training ground. Oh, Kushina has been busy all morning waiting for you. Minato gently patted Kato's shoulder, his warm smile still radiating comfort. Hey, Minato, I didn't expect Kushina to take to cooking herself. A middle-aged man, his face adorned with 2 streaks of paint, suddenly appeared beside Kushina, swiftly snatching a piece of grilled meat from the grill and popping it into his mouth. Wow, Kushina, how much chili did you put in? Jiraiya danced around in a fit of spice-induced excitement, leaving Kato somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the legendary Sannin Jiraiya to be so endearing in private. Haha, this is specially prepared for teacher Jiraiya. Kushina laughed heartily. Serves you right. Tsunade approached from a distance, accompanied by a little girl, her voice reaching them before she did. Oni-chan? The girl appeared somewhat shy, yet her bright eyes remained fixed on Kato. Shizen? It's been ages since I last saw you. Kato struggled to recall the last time they met. It was when Shizen had just learned to walk. Tsunade's gaze landed on Kato as well. Is this little brat Her eyes reflected a hint of pain, seemingly recalling those who had long since departed. Jiraiya squinted, not wishing for Tsunade to dwell in sorrow. He sought to encourage her to confront familiar memories rather than merely evade them, hence his presence, inviting Tsunade. Yet, in his clumsy manner, he seemed only capable of awkwardly nudging Tsunade toward emotional release. He gently patted her shoulder, his expression suddenly exaggerated as he regarded her with a mischievous grin. Tsunade, why has it grown larger again? Tsunade snapped back to reality, momentarily dazed as she followed Jiraiya's gaze downward. Kato only felt that the once desolate training ground seemed to awaken suddenly, as if a primordial beast was stirring, exuding an aura of terror. Tsunade's lowered head concealed her visage. Jiraiya this time would certainly not let you escape. The even ground appeared to ripple like waves, crumbling under Tsunade's furious step. Tsunade, Please remain calm. Minato, I shall withdraw. Jiraiya's figure rushed past, taking with him the skewered meat held by Kushina, vanishing from the training ground. Jiraiya, do not flee. With each step, Tsunade unleashed a tempest, causing the training field to suffer grievous damage, cracking in layers. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato gazed at the chaotic training ground, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head. Sensei, did you not mention a gathering? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the smoke, and amidst the dirt and grime, Uchiha Obito appeared, his features obscured, slowly walking out from the dust, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Chapter 18. Pharmacist no Nayu joy is always fleeting, while suffering is eternal. Far removed from the main city, the training ground lay under the pale moonlight, which filtered through the dense foliage, casting pale spots upon the ebony ground. The desolate road was devoid of life, with only the overlapping shadows swaying gently in the mournful breeze. Kato turned around, the dim streetlight now reduced to a mere flicker in the distance. Yet suddenly, a figure emerged before him, obscuring even that scant illumination. Master Danzo has summoned you. Following closely behind the root ninja, Kato was struck by a wave of familiarity. It seemed that this root ninja was someone he recognized. Ah, it appears you remember me. The ninja remarked, momentarily halting as he sensed Kato's scrutinizing gaze. Through the narrow slits of the mask, Kato caught sight of two crescent-shaped eyes, curving like the moon. Oh no, I should now refer to you as Kato-kun. So, Kato-kun, have you set forth in search of your own light? Kato-o gazed into Dingwu's eyes, which radiated an unprecedented brilliance, as if the entirety of the night's luminescence was reflected in her gaze. Perhaps he took a slight step back. Yet the girl clad in a black hood advanced a step closer, reducing their distance to less than 30 centimeters. However, it was all part of Lord Danzo's mission. Staring into the girl's eyes, Kato-o felt an inexplicable hesitation, unable to voice his thoughts. I shall share a secret with you. Dingwu slowly removed her mask, revealing a flawless, porcelain visage before Kato-o. She leaned in closer, whispering into his ear, causing him to tense. With his 1,000 books poised for action and one hand resting on his tool pouch, I have chosen a name for myself, Yano-yu, which means lily in my hometown. A faint floral fragrance enveloped Yano-yu, distinctly reminiscent of lilies, but only those who drew near could catch the subtle hint that wafted into Kato-o's nostrils. Although Kato-o was uncertain why she felt compelled to share such details, she sensed that there was no malice in her intentions. I can no longer recall my parents' names. I only remember the lingering scent of herbs that filled our home. I imagine they must have been doctors, gathering herbs to heal others. Thus, I have also adopted a surname for myself, Yakushir. Do you find it pleasing, Okuin? Kato-o gazed into the cerulean eyes of Yakuya Nanao, eyes that flowed like misty clouds. The silvery moonlight bathed Nanao's visage, enveloping her in a soft, ethereal glow. I shall remember Yakuya Nanao. At that moment, the surrounding breeze seemed to dance, a few strands of hair swirling around her ears, and Nanao's face bore a tenderness Kato-o had never witnessed before. Okuin, you are indeed a gentle soul. Satisfied with this affirmation, Nanao fell silent, leading Kato-o to an inconspicuous rock wall. Each time, Danzo summoned him to different locations. In the secluded corner of the rocky facade, Kato-o formed secret seals with his hands, and a faint ripple of chakra manifested, gradually revealing the mouth of a cave protected by a barrier, a dark entrance that loomed like a beast poised to devour. Okuin, perhaps we shall never meet again. In the final moment before entering the cave, Nanao's voice seemed to whisper like a gnat's buzz, resonating delicately in his ears. There was no time to inquire further, for the barrier had already sealed shut, leaving only the crescent-shaped eyes etched in Kato-o's memory. Deep within the cavern, candlelight flickered, casting shadows, while the stalactites glimmered with shifting light. Water droplets fell, echoing in the stillness of the cave, creating a haunting resonance. Kato tightened the hood of his garment, the words of no-no-you swirling in his mind, causing a tumult of emotions. The narrow corridor seemed to exude an aura of dread and terror. Did she possess knowledge of something? Was this a warning for me? The previous soul anomaly remained an enigma to Kato, yet a mere hint of divergence had bestowed upon him several newfound abilities. After a moment's contemplation, he subdued his aura, scanning his surroundings with a keen eye before discreetly forming several seals. The technique of spirit attachment, a delicate blue sigil composed of faint glimmers, rapidly radiated from Kato's spiritual core, enveloping his skin and spreading throughout his entire being. It flickered momentarily before vanishing into every recess of his body. This technique, a synthesis of sealing arts, illusion, darkness, and spiritual transformation, formed a passive barrier of protection by encasing his spiritual energy within these minuscule sigils. Any probing consciousness that made contact with the sigils would find itself stripped of all perception, ensnared in an endless void. As he ventured deeper along the shadowy corridor, faint sounds began to permeate the vast cavern. Yet, to Kato's astonishment, he encountered none other than Orochimaru. Kato-kun, it's been a while. Orochimaru emerged slowly from the darkness, his voice devoid of emotion, eliciting a flicker of surprise in Kato's eyes. Orochimaru-sensei, it seems you have been faring quite well these past few days. Kato-o has yet to comprehend the nature of his relationship with Orochimaru, a man who resembles a great serpent, seemingly devoid of warmth, akin to a cold-blooded creature. As his nominal mentor, Kato finds no sense of hierarchical oppression in Orochimaru's presence, nor does he sense the camaraderie of kindred spirits. Instead, he is met with capricious fluctuations, akin to a shadowy valley that reveals the true visage beneath. I deeply apologize, Professor Orochimaru, for being excessively occupied these past few days. Kato Okyu respectfully bowed, acknowledging that regardless of his intentions, Orochimaru's assistance was indeed genuine. At least for now, he remained his mentor. Being such a prodigy, Okyu was bound to attract the attention of others. Orochimaru said nothing further, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leisurely walked ahead of Kato Okyu and gently pushed open the concealed door to a hidden chamber within the cave. An elderly man, wrapped in bandages, sat with closed eyes upon a high platform in the dark room. The sharp gazes of 4 or 5 root ninjas at his side made Kato Okyu sense an unusual atmosphere. Root, we pay our respects to Lord Danzo. Danzo paid no heed to Kato Okyu, his cold gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru, his voice unusually deep. A war is imminent, he stated. Fresh reports from the front line indicated that the Cloud and Stone ninjas had launched an incursion into the borders of Konoha, their approach aggressive. The frontline sentry had already engaged with them. However, it seemed they had not initiated a full-scale attack, merely sending small units to harass. Standing beside Danzo, a root ninja with grayish-brown hair slowly began to speak, yet his gaze remained fixed on the kneeling Kato Okyu. Kato sensed the hostility emanating from the eyes behind the mask. This must also be the reason why the third had yet to summon the elite Jonin. Orochimaru licked his lips, for war was something he had long anticipated. Noera will not send you to the battlefield. Danzo's voice caused Orochimaru to narrow his eyes slightly, a hint of icy menace flickering within his elongated gaze. It seemed that some matters had transpired within the village that eluded his understanding. Orochimaru, you are overly confident. Danzo's staff struck the ground with force, and for the first time, Kato felt the suppressed fury lurking within Danzo's depths. You, Tsunade, and Jiraiya have merely regarded Noera as a disciple all these years, completely blinded by his influence. Your esteemed teacher is not as simple as you imagine. Danzo's gaze suddenly pivoted to Kato, his piercing aura imbued with an unsettling chill that weighed heavily on Kato's heart. Wouldn't you agree? Danzo's staff pressed against Kato's forehead, the frigid chakra enveloping him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The specter that peers into souls loomed ominously. The rough, cold wood of the staff raised high, akin to a fleeting light mingled with the howling wind, striking Kato's face with considerable force. Kato dared not resist. His body collided with the stalactites like a powerful soccer ball, violently expelling a mouthful of blood that mingled with the puddle formed by dripping water. Coughing, he was perplexed by the sudden intrusion on his senses, a first for him. Enduring the excruciating pain, Kato knelt on the ground. Danzo's subordinates failed to grasp their master's intentions. You will understand, Danzo murmured, while Orochimaru cast a gaze laden with unspoken meaning at Kato. A sharp pain surged through Kato's mind, causing his entire body to convulse. He sensed a chilling chakra rising from the root of his tongue, surging toward his brain as if to shatter all his mental defenses. Under Danzo's command, a ninja with brownish-gray hair approached slowly, regarding Kato with a cruel gaze. Ninjutsu, mind-reading technique. The ninja named F seemed to exert every ounce of his strength, striking Kato's forehead with a palm. Had it not been for Danzo's presence, he would have undoubtedly crushed Kato's skull without hesitation. How intriguing, a ninja from the Yamashiro clan. I never anticipated Elder Danzo would allow me to witness such a spectacle. The fate of those who betray the roots leads only to death. F's eyes gradually dimmed, his head bowing slowly as if he had completely linked with Kato's consciousness, fully entering his mental realm. Tell me your name. Danzo's voice resonated softly, while Orochimaru pursed his lips, keenly observing the scene, curious about what secrets lay within his disciple. Uchiha. A low voice emerged from F's lips, and a flicker of surprise flashed in Danzo's eyes as they narrowed slightly. Was it by the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen to probe the root's secrets through the waves of the soul? The mission target was Namikaze Minato, with the task of approaching him and earning his trust. However, the soul wave cultivation technique had gone awry. Within the ethereal realm of Kato's psyche, a cerulean luminescence twirled incessantly amidst the boundless abyss, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed poised to reverberate through the infinite expanse. Shadows of blades sliced through the azure orb with relentless precision. Kato, you are deceiving Lord Danzo. I shall expose you. Your demise is inevitable. The visage of the wind in the mountains emerged upon the cerulean sphere, facing a colossal spiritual entity resembling a titan. This giant, bearing an appearance akin to Kato's, wielded a jet-black katana. As the obsidian blade relentlessly cleaved through the azure glow, it transformed into iridescent wisps, gradually consumed by the dark sword, which began to emanate tendrils of black soul fire. You shall have no chance. Your essence will become sustenance for the blade of annihilation, and you shall be condemned to eternal damnation. Kato Oren spoke in a frigid tone, having recognized this individual as one of the 10 survivors from that fateful time. Little did he expect that this person belonged to the Yamamoto family, and he even sensed the disturbance in his soul. It appeared that he had absorbed an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy all at once, resulting in an uncontrollable fluctuation of his soul. It seems that for now, he must focus on digesting this excess energy. Nevertheless, is war on the horizon? Kato withdrew the blade of spirit extinction from the spirit of Yamazuka-Kei's. As the last flicker of blue ethereal light faded from Kato-O's mental realm, all of Yamazuka-Kei's spiritual energy was entirely absorbed by the blade of spirit extinction. In this moment, he acquired all of Yamazuka-Kei's memories and finally comprehended that this individual had been consumed by jealousy for Kato-O's status as a disciple of Orochimaru. How utterly absurd. Most people can only perceive the happiness in others' lives, failing to recognize their hidden misfortunes, rather than harboring envy towards others. It is far more worthwhile to allow them to witness one's own value. As Kato's palm turned, a faint blue orb of light slowly emerged from the spirit's palm, traversing the ethereal passageway crafted by the mountain winds, vanishing like a wisp of ghostly luminescence. This ethereal manifestation could endure for approximately half a month. If I were to perish amidst the chaos of battle, Danzo would likely not suspect me. Chapter 19, The Colossal Deity of the Ninja Realm? Time within the realm of consciousness seemed to stretch infinitely, yet Kato could distinctly perceive that only a fleeting moment had elapsed in the tangible world. Danzo gazed at Kato, who lay prostrate on the ground, and gradually nodded. With a gentle tap of his chakra-laden staff, he summoned Mountain Wind, which slowly raised its head. No, I have not betrayed the root. Danzo's voice rendered Mountain Wind momentarily frozen. Disbelief etched across its masked visage, fixated intently on Kato. Lord Danzo, this cannot be. I must try again. Allow me another attempt. This time, I shall surely succeed. Before Mountain Wind could finish its plea, Danzo interrupted, delivering a fierce gust palm that hurled it into the air, blood staining its chest. In recognition of your unwavering devotion to the root, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. Mountain Wind bowed its head, suppressing the agony in its chest, silently kneeling upon the ground. Yes, Lord Danzo, Orochimaru, it appears your disciple has not squandered your training. The talents within the root are indeed remarkable. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Mountain Wind, his penetrating stare seemingly capable of piercing through to Kato's very soul, causing a tightening within him. The winds have yet to awaken. Then proceed to the medical department. War is imminent, and I do not wish to see a burden added to the root. Yes. With a gentle touch to Kato's forehead, Mountain Wind feigned awakening, its eyes reflecting a semblance of confusion. You have not disappointed my expectations. It seems the time has come for you to undertake some significant responsibilities. Lord Danzo, I harbor no treachery. Danzo nodded silently, his gaze devoid of any remorse, as if even the thought of directly ending Kato's life would not perturb him in the slightest. War is about to commence. I want you to infiltrate beside Namikaze Minato and, at the crucial moment, deliver a decisive blow, framing him as a war criminal of Konoha. You should be capable of accomplishing this, correct? Yes. Lord Danzo. Next, is it Namikaze Minato? Danzo truly exercises utmost caution. It has been quite some time since Kato-O last encountered Orochimaru, who seems to have been preoccupied with his research lately. However, he appears to harbor some dissatisfaction regarding Danzo's actions. From my understanding of Nikazan, it is highly likely that Minato Namikaze was recommended by Orochimaru as a pawn to gain military merit, and he will undoubtedly be entrusted with significant responsibilities this time. Let us not forget his identity. He is indeed your esteemed ally, Jiraiya's disciple. As for Jiraiya, he is not destined to become Hokage. A fleeting image of Jiraiya giving a thumbs-up passed through Orochimaru's mind, eliciting a soft chuckle. Humph. Do you truly believe you can fully comprehend a person? Overconfidence breeds arrogance. Is this why Elder Danzo's curse mark is so formidable? Yet, it seems Elder Danzo fails to grasp that to truly conquer someone, fear alone is never sufficient. The contempt woven into Orochimaru's voice was unmistakable to Kato-O, who could perceive it without any effort. Impudent. Orochimaru, do not forget that you are still a member of Root. You remain my subordinate. Danzo's icy glare was reminiscent of an ancient glacier, while several Root ninjas behind him radiated palpable hostility towards Orochimaru. At such an advanced age, it would be unwise for Danzo to let his temper flare, lest he miss the opportunities he seeks. As Kato-O silently absorbed Danzo's words, the situation in Konoha gradually clarified before his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is entangled in the selection of the fourth Hokage. Danzo's motives remain uncertain. Yet he supports Orochimaru and seems even more fervent than Orochimaru in clearing away all obstacles. Jiraiya and the Namikaze faction appear to be their primary adversaries. The next Hokage is likely to emerge from either Jiraiya or Orochimaru. However, Kato-O cannot fathom why Tsunade, the granddaughter of the most esteemed first Hokage and the princess of Konoha, seems to have been excluded from the outset. Please, you may leave now. Although he has entirely set aside his doubts, it seems there are matters that Kato-O should not be privy to. Danzo nodded slightly, and Kato-O silently acknowledged him before exiting the dim chamber. Yet, as he departed, he sensed an odd glimmer of amusement in Orochimaru's gaze. Could it be that Orochimaru has discerned something? Kato-O emerged silently from the corridor, enveloped in the profound stillness of the deep night. A slender crescent moon hung delicately in the sky, accompanied by a scattering of twinkling stars along the horizon. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, while the dim glow of the bustling streets coalesced into a mirror in his vision, only to dissipate like an ethereal illusion. Seemingly ordinary phenomena often conceal enigmatic secrets unknown to others. Having long mastered the art of shadow cloning, Kato recently came to realize that it harbors a boundless imagination and a profound understanding of ninjutsu. At the moment he creates a shadow clone, all of his memories are instantaneously replicated and transferred to the clone, composed entirely of chakra. While the clone remains, it possesses a fully independent persona. Yet, when it dissipates, Kato is left in awe, for the most remarkable moment occurs as the concurrently existing memories along the same timeline swiftly return to his original self. Kato Koichi spent the night in restless solitude, repeatedly executing the shadow clone technique, only to disperse the clones and commence anew. This relentless endeavor persisted until dawn, when he finally raised his gaze to behold the first light of daybreak. Before him stood a dark-haired youth clad in a black hood, his azure eyes glimmering with intensity. Success, they proclaimed in unison, their expressions and demeanor reflecting one another as though a mirror had been placed between them. Having acquired the secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan, Kato Koichi recalled his initial encounter with the clan member Yamamoto Kaiji. He envisioned mental energy as a wave, akin to electromagnetic waves, projected outward and subsequently confined through a unique binding to form a conduit for transmitting any desired information. Although he remained perplexed by the instantaneous return of memories from the clones to his body, this did not hinder him from mastering the art of real-time communication among his duplicates. Regrettably, it was a moment too late. Had he perfected this technique prior to yesterday, the spiritual clone Yamamoto Kaze, separated from his ethereal essence, could have provided him with real-time updates on the situation at the roots. However, devoid of Yamamoto Kaze's soul and memories, he was unable to develop such a technique with swiftness. With a gentle gesture, he dispelled the shadow clones and seated himself upon the floor of the small bamboo pavilion, once more conjuring 10 identical clones. Observing these 10 replicas of himself, Kato Koichi gradually closed his eyes, descending into the depths of his mental realm. The training ground slowly became suffused with a faint aura of spiritual energy, albeit confined within a radius of 100 meters. He had now mastered the art of perceiving the fluctuations of spiritual energy, ensuring that he would not trigger the awareness of others as he had previously. Thus, he established a real-time communication link among his shadow clones. Kato could distinctly perceive 10 strands of pale blue, formed from spiritual vibrations, emanating from behind the ethereal body. He was able to observe the thoughts, perceptions, and gazes of each of the 10 shadow clones at any given moment. The ethereal body appeared to have become somewhat more substantial. The treasures bequeathed by the ancestors of the Kato family, which have been passed down through the centuries, have all been absorbed by Kato. He remains oblivious as to whether this was a meticulous arrangement made by his distant uncle or merely a stroke of fortune. The spiritual entity, akin to an inflated balloon, has assimilated an overwhelming amount of soul energy, resulting in its expansion into a colossal figure towering 100 meters high. Yet, it remains nothing more than a hollow shell, devoid of substance. Kato could sense the frailty of the spirit. Maintaining such a form was already a formidable challenge. It required a greater infusion of pure soul energy to solidify its corporeal existence. Slowly, he drew forth the long blade composed of ethereal soul energy from his side, feeling an overwhelming sense of greed and longing. The ability to consume souls was extracted from the spirit and crystallized through sealing techniques, resulting in the long blade adorned with intricate black sigils, which he named the Blade of Annihilation. However, his sealing techniques were still somewhat rudimentary, barely allowing it to persist within the realm of the mind. The opportunity would soon present itself. Sensing its yearning, Kato gently caressed the Blade of Annihilation, a faint smile gracing his lips, albeit shadowed by a hint of melancholy. Perhaps it was only within his own mental realm that he could truly find solace. I merely wish to survive. Whoever obstructs me shall perish. The peril of yesterday remained vividly etched in his memory. Had it not been for Yano's timely warning, he might have found himself a decaying remnant in the sewers, feasted upon by a horde of rats as a divine offering. Kato felt a surge of fear. He had witnessed too many ninjas discarded like refuse, and he could not recall when his heart had grown numb, as if he had become accustomed to the cycle of life and death, fostering a sense of disdain. Yet, never had there been a moment quite like this, when he truly sensed that death was imminent, that he might indeed perish. As he stepped out of the dim chamber, his hands and feet trembled, a manifestation of regret for his own arrogance and hubris, traits that had nearly cost him his life. The greatest agony of mankind may very well stem from the disparity between awareness and action. He had acknowledged the sword of Damocles hanging above him, yet time had instilled a sense of false security. Lord Danzo, perhaps I ought to express my gratitude to you for nearly taking my life. Indeed, it was but a hair's breadth away. Kato's voice grew increasingly somber, his entire being seemingly trembling with a chaotic and dark aura ravaging every part of him. He was engulfed by an impulse to annihilate everything. It felt as though the world had transformed Kato into a shadow of his former self, increasingly gloomy and oppressive. Chapter 20. Mobilization. Aiming at the Cloud Ninja life does not descend into mercy due to misfortune. No one can obstruct the monumental shifts of the era. In the largest conference room of the Hokage building, the three elders of Konoha, heads of various clans, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the elite Jonin of the shinobi class sat solemnly. This gathering comprised the most formidable individuals in Konoha, embodying what could be described as the mightiest force in the entire shinobi world. Yet, silence reigned as they awaited the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who occupied the main seat. Sarutobi, his expression grave, furrowed his brow and gestured for everyone to review the scrolls before them. The attendees complied quietly, unrolling the scrolls to scrutinize their contents. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his gaze upon seeing Namikaze Minato. The three elders, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamizuki, and Nara Shikaku, sat quietly, their expressions inscrutable. As they had already acquainted themselves with the scroll's contents, the scroll contained little information, and as the assembly finished reading, their expressions varied significantly. Most were furrowed brows, their solemnity evident. Puffs of smoke curled from Sarutobi's pipe, shrouding the room in a mist. With a hint of concern in his eyes, he scanned the room and spoke slowly. As we have seen from the intelligence reports, the third Kazekage has mysteriously vanished, presumed dead, leaving the land of wind leaderless. The Cloud and Rock Ninja have united their forces to invade both the land of fire and the land of wind. Taking a deep breath from his pipe, he continued. What are your thoughts? Perhaps this presents an opportunity for us? A hawkish Jonin began to voice his opinions, but his words merely served as a prelude for discussion. The heads of the clans remained silent, deep in contemplation. Indeed, the Cloud Ninja's long journey and simultaneous assaults on two nations will surely exhaust their resources. The Rock Ninja's Tsuchikage, Anoki, is cunning and would not align with the Cloud Ninja in earnest. Their alliance is destined to fracture. Currently, the Sand Ninja are weakened and in dire need of external support. We could ally with them to execute a strategic defense against the Rock Ninja, focusing our strength on annihilating the Cloud Ninja's vanguard first. Although Minato did not consider himself a hawk, he would not idly watch as foreign forces threatened Konoha. His voice, though soft, drew the attention of all, for this powerful yet gentle Jonin had been regarded as the representative of the third Hokage. As the third Hokage's disciple and a legitimate heir to the Hokage lineage, his opinions bore significant weight. Amidst the silence, a Jonin in the corner suddenly spoke. After defeating the Cloud Ninja, should the Land of Wind descend into chaos over the Kazekage's position, we could consider allying with the Rock Ninja to exert pressure, compelling the Land of Wind to relinquish a substantial portion of its mission resources and strategic strongholds. We might even involve ourselves in the selection of the fourth Kazekage. The Jonin, Inuzuka-zaku, exchanged a fleeting glance with Danzo, his usual unobtrusiveness suddenly disrupted. Though his proposal seemed far-fetched, it bore a substantial degree of feasibility, at least in terms of securing resources. Such fanciful notions. The elder Chiyo of the Sand Ninja possesses considerable prestige. Attempting to bypass her in the Kazekage elections is utterly unrealistic. Moreover, we must bolster our defenses along the border of the Land of Wind to prevent the Sand Ninja from diverting their internal conflicts towards Konoha. The Land of Wind is merely desert and wasteland. An assault by the Cloud and Rock Ninja on the Sand Ninja village may not be as straightforward as it appears. Their true aim is undoubtedly Konoha. The attack on the Sand Ninja could merely be a fade, designed to lure us into a trap. Inuzuka-zaku's comments were met with skepticism from the majority, as they perceived the Sand Ninja's strength as grossly inadequate compared to Konoha. In their subconscious, an attack from the Sand Ninja would equate to self-disgrace, and the Cloud and Rock Ninja would not seek an ally as burdensome. Yamanaka Hachi slightly shook his head. Zaku's temperament was overly impetuous, and he regretted his impulsive remarks after leaving the Inuzuka household the previous day. Feeling the disapproval of the assembly, Zaku appeared somewhat indignant. Nara Shikaku regarded Zaku with mild surprise, as if recalling something, casting a subtle glance at Yamanaka Hachi, who appeared hesitant to meet his gaze. A cough escaped Sarutobi, as if he had been choked by the pipe's smoke, prompting the room to gradually fall silent, all eyes turning to the third Hokage. Having only recently emerged from the Second Great Ninja War, although he deemed an attack from the Sand Ninja unlikely, he remained vigilant. Sarutobi acknowledged Zaku with a nod, albeit without endorsing his sentiments. Heightened vigilance is prudent. However, our primary objective regarding the Sand Ninja is to gather intelligence. While we ascertain information, we must observe the unfolding situation, with the Cloud and Rock Ninja as our primary targets. Nevertheless, since the matter has been broached, let Jonin Zaku lead 3 reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence while reinforcing our defenses against the Land of Wind. The Intelligence Division will also dispatch personnel to assist. Understood. The Inuzuka clan, perhaps accustomed to their wild nature, often exhibited fiery tempers. Although they were a notable clan within Konoha, they lacked particularly distinguished figures, ranking merely as a second-tier clan within the village. Minato's earlier statement holds true. We must first address the impending assault from the Cloud Ninja, which is of utmost urgency. Our focus should be on swift and decisive action. The Rock Ninja were notorious for their cunning, Even concentrated efforts might struggle to secure a definitive victory on their battlefield. A defensive counter-strategy was advisable. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, suddenly fell silent, as if deliberating or perhaps resolutely deciding, before striking the table forcefully, capturing the attention of all present. Within his unassuming stature lay the ferocity of a recently awakened beast, imbued with newfound authority and certainty. Jiraiya, Minato, Uchiha Fugaku. Heed my command. I appoint Jiraiya as the overall commander on the Cloud Ninja battlefield, with Minato and Uchiha Fugaku as his deputies. Mobilize 5,000 ninjas to swiftly repel the Cloud Ninja. Upon hearing the third Hokage's decree, Fugaku's previously closed eyes flew open in surprise. And he exchanged a knowing glance with Minato, both wearing faint smiles. The Uchiha clan will commit fully. At your command, Minato. Rest assured, Jiraiya does not favor this atmosphere. Nor does he wish to speak. Yet, in the face of war, a hint of gravity adorns his countenance as he solemnly nods. His gaze, however, softens when it falls upon his proud disciple, Minato Namikaze, whom he perceives as a potential child of destiny, one destined to transform the world. This apprentice, nearly perfect, has adeptly navigated relations with the Uchiha clan and is poised to shine brilliantly in the impending conflict. Lost in thought for a moment, Jiraiya turns to his dear friend Orochimaru, raising an eyebrow and flashing a broad smile, only to be met with an indifferent glance. With a stiffened expression, he slightly pouts. Orochimaru, Hinata Hizashi, heed my command. I appoint Orochimaru as the supreme commander on the battlefield against the Rock Ninja, with Hinata Hizashi as his deputy. Mobilize 3,000 shinobi to annihilate the small contingents of Rock Ninja while avoiding large-scale engagements. Our goal is to keep them at bay beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. Understood. Hinata Hizashi acknowledges the order. Although somewhat perplexed, Hizashi remains composed, exuding a sense of elegance and poise as he takes a seat. Orochimaru narrows his eyes, although Sarutobi Hiruzen has not confined him to the sidelines as Danzo suggested. He has not been placed in the foremost position either, while it may appear that both he and Jiraiya are commanding the battlefield. All present understand that the Cloud Ninja front will likely be far more brutal, yet equally rich in opportunities for merit. Orochimaru casts a lingering glance at Hiruzen but then smiles, feigning indifference. Let it be for now. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Yes. The assembly departs in silence, most remaining mute, accustomed to years of obedience to any resolution proposed at these gatherings. In such significant matters, they naturally possess no voice. Eventually, only Hiruzen and the three elders remain in the conference room, and Mito Kamen slowly speaks up. Hiruzen, have you made your decision? Perhaps Jiraiya is better suited to inherit the will of fire. Hiruzen refrains from elaborating further. The orders issued today have subtly conveyed his intentions to the clans of Konoha, and he trusts that those present comprehend the implications. Both Tease and Korin and Mito Kamen nod in agreement, favoring Jiraiya over the somewhat ominous Orochimaru. Yet, the outcome of the forthcoming war remains uncertain. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. In this gathering of shinobi, victory must be substantiated through achievements. If Jiraiya faces consecutive defeats, he may have no choice but to turn to Orochimaru. After all, he has already been afforded an opportunity. Both are his disciples, yet he must consider the broader picture. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo scoffs, disinterested in lingering any longer, and vanishes from the conference room. The two elders glance at Danzo, but refrain from comment, fully aware of his support for Orochimaru and recognizing that his ire is justified. After so many years, they have grown accustomed to Danzo's outbursts. Chapter 21. Kakashi Kat-O was taken aback when his first mission under the guidance of Namikaze Minato led him to the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja. The narrow stretch of jungle and mountains between the Land of Iron and the Land of Rice had transformed into the battleground for the Cloud and Konoha. The mountain winds howled fiercely, and with the gusts whistling around him, Kato followed closely behind Minato. On one side was Uchiha Obito, and on the other was Noara Rin, as the four moved swiftly through the thicket. Although Obito was already a nin and wore goggles, he was still just a child, incessantly chattering, forcing Kato to endure Obito's resentful glances while avoiding his gaze. The purple paint on Rin's face reminded Kat-O of Jiraiya, and her smile directed at Obito evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a girl who once smiled at him in the same manner. Hey, Kato, you better not sneak a look at Rin. All right. With no intention of disputing Obito, Kato nodded impassively, his gaze resembling that of an adult observing a child, much to Obito's annoyance. Obito, no talking. We are about to exit the Fire Country, Rin chimed in, her voice crisp. Although they had only spent a few days together, Kato felt that Rin's words held more weight than Minato's commands. Rin, I want to say something more, Obito began, but upon meeting Rin's reproachful gaze, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Though somewhat foolish, Obito was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that they were nearing enemy territory and refrained from speaking further. In the forest, only the howling wind and the subtle sounds of their movements remained. Kat-O remained silent, attuned to the shifting atmosphere around them. After approximately an hour of travel, Minato raised his hand gently, and the quartet came to an abrupt halt. With a measure of vigilance, Kato leaned against a large tree. Oh, Obito, Rin, once we reach the battlefield, there may be times when I cannot attend to you three. You must remain ever vigilant against the enemy. I will summon Kakashi to serve as the vice-captain of the squad. Should I be absent? You four are to form a small team immediately. Yes. Lord Minato. Oh, there is no need to be so serious. We haven't even reached the camp yet. Minato's voice carried a hint of amusement. Kato chose to remain silent, offering no response. Minato-sensei, why does it have to be that guy Kakashi? Obito. There are limited jonin in the village. Kakashi is the only option. Do you intend to defy military orders on your first battlefield, aspiring Hokage? Minato teased, ruffling Obito's hair as he gaped, unsure of how to retort. Rin, take the opportunity to converse with O regarding medical ninjutsu. He is quite proficient in it. Yes, Minato-sensei. No, this guy is even more detestable than Kakashi. Obito, mind your manners. Rin lightly tapped Obito's head, prompting him to pout and make a face at Kat-O before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Understood, Rin. Minato smiled at the obedient Obito, feeling reassured that with Rin as a unifying force, he need not worry excessively about their interactions. All right, we are nearing the camp. Let us take one last moment to regroup. After this, you must remain alert to your surroundings. The enemy will show you no mercy. Yes, the Konoha camp was not far off, and the final stretch of their journey went smoothly, devoid of any enemy encounters, nor did they meet any Konoha ninjas. Yet, the fallen trees and the ravaged terrain hinted that the war had escalated to a fever pitch from the very onset. A chilling atmosphere of hostility permeated the Konoha camp, the shadow of war casting its pall over the entire front line. When will Minato-sensei return? When will we finally head to the battlefield? Each squad was allocated a single tent, and due to the surprise attack from the Cloud Ninjas, Konoha's fortress at the border had been seized by the enemy. The ninja stationed there had been entirely slaughtered, leaving them to camp in a concealed location, serving temporarily as a strategic command center. Since Minato had brought them to the camp, they had not seen him again. Even when he did appear, it was merely in a hurried manner, with hardly any words exchanged. Obito, don't be anxious. Minato-sensei said we must wait for Kakashi to arrive before we are permitted to undertake any missions. Rin seemed somewhat out of her element living with the two boys. Or perhaps she was simply unaccustomed to being around Kat-O, as she sat alone in the corner. Kato could sense her gaze sweeping over him several times, as if she wished to utter something, yet ultimately remained silent. It had already been 2 days. What on earth was Kakashi up to? Although he felt elated in Rin's company, the mere thought of Kakashi ignited an uncontrollable fury within Obito. Here it comes. Kato sat at the far side of the tent, with his eyes closed in contemplation. From the incessant chatter of Obito, he had gathered a general understanding of Kakashi's identity and characteristics. In his perception, a ninja, masked and of similar stature, was approaching their tent with measured steps. Hey, Kato. What are you saying? Who's coming? Obito remarked, observing Kato's still figure in the corner of the tent, branding him as an oddity in his mind. Obito refrained from assigning nicknames to others. As Obito playfully tussled with Rin, Kato's gaze drifted towards the entrance of the tent. A young man, somewhat shadowed and bearing a short blade, gently lifted the tent flap. I believe I heard someone calling my name, he said, leaning against a wooden post at the entrance, his white hair cascading around him. His gaze swept over Obito and Rin, finally settling on Kato. Kakashi? You scoundrel. Do you have any idea how long I've waited? Obito exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before rushing forward, only to be effortlessly evaded by the white-haired youth. Obito, it seems you've grown a tad stronger, albeit still rather weak. Kakashi remarked casually. Kakashi, you have finally arrived. Rin expressed a semblance of relief as she turned to Kato, who remained in a meditative pose with his eyes closed. Kato-kun. This is Kakashi, who will henceforth be our captain. Kakashi, this is Kato-O, the new member of our squad. Rin had been striving to bridge the gap within their team, yet had found no opportunity until now. Kato could sense the sincerity of her intentions. Underneath the hidden leaf. I am Kato-O. It is an honor to meet you, Captain Kakashi. Kato-O rose to his feet, casting a glance at Kakashi. Beneath the somber facade of his lifeless eyes lay a glimmer of trepidation, suggesting he was privy to certain knowledge. Presumably, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had divulged the truth of his origins. Kato-O, a mere genin? Kakashi slightly turned his head, revealing a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Kato, did you not pass the Chunin exams? Obito regarded Kato with a slight nod, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy, as if he had momentarily cast aside the irritations of the past few days. The Chunin exams are indeed arduous. It is a challenge for most genin to succeed. Rest assured, I shall protect you on the battlefield. Obito clapped a reassuring hand on Kato's shoulder, his expression one of shared camaraderie among those deemed less accomplished. You should focus on your own affairs, Kato replied coolly, his words causing the smile on Uchiha Obito's face to falter. Chapter 22. Just a lowly genin, what are you saying? Obito had never encountered such an eccentric individual, both reclusive and as unyielding as stone. He had intended to set aside his grievances, only to find that this fellow showed no appreciation whatsoever. Do you require me to repeat that? Kato-O gazed upon the seething anger in Obito's eyes, and the faint worry etched on Rin's face as he brushed past Kakashi and stepped out of the tent. How utterly ruthless. Kakashi's deadpan gaze flickered momentarily, yet he chose to remain silent. That bastard. That bastard. Behind him, Obito's shouts fell on deaf ears as Kato stood outside the tent, awaiting the conclusion of this farce, albeit underestimating Obito's resolve. Listen here, Kato. I believe we need to have a serious conversation. Obito, having pursued him, exhibited traces of fury, yet appeared somewhat composed, his tone still laced with frost. Are you going to talk about your friendship, your dreams? Or are you going to tell me that as long as one harbors dreams, enemies will refrain from taking one's life, treating one instead as an esteemed guest? Kato let out a light laugh, dismissing Uchiha Obito's presence. Kato, I am unaware of the trials you have endured that have shaped you into your current self. Yet I must convey this. Regardless of the darkness and despair one has faced, one must continue to aspire towards the light. Strive to become a person recognized and revered by all. That is the essence of true bravery. You resemble a coward who confines himself within the shadows of his own heart. Obito gazed at Kato as if he were witnessing a reflection of the former Kakashi. Indeed, you speak the truth. Kato slightly nodded, yet his demeanor was so perfunctory that anyone could easily discern it. You scoundrel. Obito could no longer contain himself. Gazing at Kato's impassive expression, he felt as if his fervor had been insulted, reaching the pinnacle of his endurance. In an instant, chakra coalesced beneath his feet, unleashing a surge of speed as he charged toward Kato, fists raised. Obito. Rin's cry seemed to lose its efficacy in the face of Obito's fury. Is this what you call a chunin who has passed the assessment? If so, Kakashi was not mistaken. You truly are rather feeble. Kato's figure flickered, narrowly evading Tobi's fist, as if time itself had slowed under Tobi's extraordinary perception. How infuriating. A barrage of punches descended upon him like a relentless storm. Yet not a single blow grazed Kato's attire. As Tobi launched another strike, Kato vanished from sight in an instant. Alarmed, before Tobi could react, a shadow, appearing from nowhere, descended upon him with astonishing speed. A fierce kick struck his right shoulder, rendering his arm numb and heavy, as if half his body had succumbed to an eerie paralysis. How could this be? Tobi, pinned beneath Kato, widened his eyes in disbelief. The sunlight cast a glow upon Kato's head, but none could discern his visage save Tobi, who beheld a pair of frigid eyes, devoid of warmth, as if they gazed upon a lifeless being. What lessons do you wish to impart to me? Kato's voice resonated with a deep, chilling quality that caused Uchiha Obito's throat to involuntarily constrict, leaving him momentarily speechless. Cease this, Kato. Kakashi surged forward like a flash of light, accompanied by a crackle of electricity. His hand emitted a piercing shriek as he positioned himself a mere 3 centimeters from Kato, their eyes locking in a gaze that seemed to peer into the very abyss of each other's souls. Captain Kakashi appeared to be profoundly concerned for Uchiha Obito. Kato's light chuckle resonated softly as he narrowed his eyes, observing the lightning in Kakashi's hands. He raised the foot resting on Obito's shoulder and slowly retreated to the side, seemingly indifferent as he closed his eyes to meditate, as if everything that had transpired was utterly unrelated to him. Obito, are you alright? Rin looked at Obito Uchiha, who was still fixated on Kato. Concern etched across her features, her hands emanating a gentle green glow of healing chakra. Why? He is merely a genin. Obito clenched his fists, yearning to voice his thoughts. Yet, feeling the fatigue coursing through his body, he gradually relaxed his grip. Rin, I will defeat him, and Kakashi too. Obito glared at the impassive Kato. His teeth gritted, while Kakashi stood aloof, seemingly unaffected. Rin was bewildered by the transformation of their team. As anticipated, Kakashi, who had joined the second wave of reinforcements, received a mission the following day. The main forces of Konoha had assembled, resolved to engage in direct confrontation with the Cloud Shinobi. Countless squads scattered like a swarm of locusts in every direction through the forest, progressing steadily according to their assigned objectives. The conflict between the two ninja villages, whose strengths were roughly equal, diverged from Kato's expectations and differed significantly from conventional large-scale warfare. Much of the time was spent on stealth and reconnaissance. Amidst the sprawling mountains, it became increasingly difficult to distinguish friend from foe among the various squads. The primary mode of operation appeared to involve covertly eliminating enemy combatants while progressively advancing their positions, culminating in a decisive battle for the strategic stronghold. Although the Yamanka clan's secret techniques provided vital information to the contacts in each major area, other squads, apart from the main offensive team, relied on outdated communication methods, still depending on traditional ninja hawks and beasts. Flying Thunder God technique is rather unreasonable. Before their departure, Minato Namikaze entrusted Kakashi with a specially crafted kunai, revealing to Kato the existence of such a technique for the first time. Possessing the secrets of space manipulation inherent in the Flying Thunder God technique, it was no wonder that Danzo had urged him to join Minato's team to gain his trust. Someone of such caliber could not easily be approached by the unfamiliar. Mission objective: destroy the hidden fortress in the northwest direction of the Cloud Shinobi and eliminate the stationed enemy ninjas. At least 3 Chunin and 1 Jonin have been detected. Other conditions remain unknown. As Kato infiltrated the forest, he continuously emitted spiritual waves to probe the surrounding conditions, ensuring that no entity with spiritual energy within a kilometer could evade his perception. Indeed, the mission's target is nearly on par with our capabilities. Kakashi is a Jonin, while Obito and Rin are Chunin. Although Kato is nominally a Jinin, Minato likely has a clear understanding of his strength. Within a kilometer, our team has encountered no enemy squads thus far. Over the past 2 days, Kato diligently recorded the spiritual fluctuations of nearly all the Jounin and higher within the camp, except for Jiraiya, Minato, and Fugaku Uchiha. Other than the slight sensitivity displayed by the Yamanka clan's ninjas, no one else detected his presence. Good, Kakashi remarked, surprised by Kato's keen perception. Kakashi Hitaki, adept in lightning release and swordsmanship. The four continued their silent advance when Kakashi's voice pierced the forest's howling wind. Kato seemed oblivious to the sound. Rin Noera specializes in medical ninjutsu and trap setting, she noted, glancing at the still disgruntled Obito and the seemingly unresponsive Kato. Obito Uchiha, skilled in fire release. Kato excels in sensing, healing, and genjutsu. Rin smiled warmly at Kato, attempting to bridge the gap within their team. Your taijutsu is impressive too, Kato-kun. This girl consistently sought to dissolve the barriers between their squad, seizing every opportunity to engage with Kato. Yet, he remained silent, absorbed in his thoughts. Hey, Rin is speaking to you. Did you not hear her? Obito interjected, his frustration bubbling. Rin, casting a gentle glance at the still impassive Kato, tenderly calmed Obito's agitation. Choosing not to press further, the dense, intertwining branches rendered sunlight scarce, with the rare beams that penetrated the canopy appearing to crawl over the moss and withered twigs. As the four figures dashed through, a flurry of leaves swirled in the air, creating an odd atmosphere around them. Chapter 23. Uchiha Madara. They were nearing the direction of the hidden fortress, yet the surroundings remained eerily devoid of life. Kato sensed that something was amiss. Numerous such fortresses were strategically positioned along the front lines, providing the Cloud Shinobi with ample endurance in battle, serving as a conventional tactic for them. These fortresses were typically well concealed, making them difficult to detect from the outside, except by the Cloud Ninjas themselves. They were usually fortified with some form of sealing and barrier techniques, and at the very least, laden with numerous traps. Something felt off. Kato silently narrowed his sensing range to 200 meters. Within this vicinity, his perception heightened, allowing him to detect all living entities. However, no hidden foes as he had anticipated were present. The Cloud Ninja here seemed to have vanished. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Although he ought to place complete trust in the ninjas of the village, he was acutely aware of the nature of the route, remaining vigilant towards anything Kato uttered. Despite knowing that Kato would not jest about such matters. Summoning technique. Before the trio appeared a Shar-Pei dog, appearing somewhat lethargic. Parker, long time no see. Lin, do you wish to touch my paw? It's remarkably bouncy. However, I seem to detect a peculiar scent, perhaps Kakashi's new teammate? Be cautious, that fellow might turn you into barbecue. Obito feigned a sinister demeanor, leaning towards Parker, causing the dog to shudder. What a dangerous fellow. Obito, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin turned back to lightly tap Obito's head, glancing at Kato, whose expression remained impassive, her brow slightly furrowing. Parker, approximately 300 meters ahead. There is a hidden base of the Cloud Ninja, though it seems deserted now. Please scout it out. Leave it to me. For a ninja, a few hundred meters was merely a few breaths. Parker was swift, appearing somewhat dazed yet agile. Parker's figure vanished. Kakashi drew a short blade and cautiously advanced, bracing for any eventuality. The gloomy, dim sunlight enveloped the jungle, tranquil as if everything lay in slumber beneath the terror of death. Kato became alert, yet he sensed no issues with his perception. Kakashi confirmed that the Cloud Ninja had indeed departed. However, Parker returned swiftly, his countenance shadowed with seriousness. Never mind. You ought to investigate, Kakashi said, leading the way, followed closely by Obito and Lin, while Kato swiftly disappeared into the foliage. The hidden base was small, nearly a dozen square meters, yet it contained numerous suspended bags. Kakashi launched a shuriken, severing the ropes of the hanging bags, causing the bulky sacks to plummet to the ground. The bags emitted a foul stench of decayed wood. As the seams tore open, a putrid corpse was revealed, its skin long since rotted. The corpse's eyes had vanished, leaving behind two hollow sockets staring at the onlookers. Its mouth agape as if it had suffered immense agony before death. Adorning its neck was a dirty Leaf Village headband, now sullied. Disheveled hair mingled with blood-soaked earth, rendering the scene exceedingly mournful. Kakashi silently tore the bag apart, revealing wooden spikes protruding through the palms and soles, leaving only about 10 centimeters visible. A sharp triangular wooden spike had pierced through the limbs, exiting through the shoulders and hips. Flies swarmed, filling the corpse's abdomen, slowly spreading to the entire body. White maggots writhing as if thousands converged together, forming clumps of repulsive goo. Lin had never witnessed such a sight, and she immediately retched, tears streaming down her face. These are all leaf ninjas. Obito trembled as he gazed at the 10 or so bags hanging from the dark walls of the hidden base. an uncontrollable rage surging within him. Cloud ninjas. I want you dead. Obito's furious voice echoed throughout the base. Even Kato felt a wave of nausea from the scene. They were heroes of the leaf. Though the sight was revolting, Obito continued to retrieve each body from the rocky walls. He hesitated momentarily, as if steeling himself. Trembling hands touched the corpse's neck, removing the headband. The nauseating slime induced a physical discomfort, yet he persevered, clutching the headbands tightly in his grasp. Water release, water flow technique. Kakashi commanded a stream of water to wash over the bodies of the fallen leaf ninjas, cleansing them of filth, while Obito meticulously extracted the wooden spikes from their palms and sawls, arranging them neatly together. I will carry them all back to the camp. Obito's voice was subdued, as if impacted by the scene, yet remarkably resolute. I will join you, Obito. Lin gazed at the fallen bodies, her heart heavy with sorrow. We ought to locate the cloud ninjas within this base and eliminate them. That is our primary mission. Kakashi, I insist. I must first return them. This was the first time Obito had looked at Kakashi with such fury, his eyes seemingly ablaze, bloodshot with emotion. Do not forget our mission. Ninja. Obedience to orders comes first. The mission is paramount. Kakashi's eyes appeared devoid of emotion, silently locking gazes with Obito. Kakashi. Lin anxiously observed the tension between the two, unsure of how to mediate. How foolish. Kato slowly turned to walk outside, letting out a soft scoff, the recipient of his derision unknown. He tossed a scroll into Rin's embrace, a creation of his own, though its reliability was uncertain. Rin gently unfurled the scroll, intricate and incomprehensible symbols covering its surface, resembling chains, with a prominent character for seal inscribed in the center. Obito, it's a sealing scroll. Kato truly was dependable, she thought, smiling as she placed the scroll into Obito's hands. Kakashi cast a surprised glance at Kato, having caught the shadowy youth's claim of authorship. If he had not misheard, then Kato's mastery of sealing techniques was indeed impressive. Obito's gaze lingered on Kato, hostility and coldness in his eyes seemingly thawing, albeit slightly. Even so, I will not abandon my desire to defeat him. Watching Obito's proud and defiant demeanor, Rin stifled a laugh. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted within the tranquil forest, the concealed dark fortress collapsing with a thunderous crash. A timid rabbit, hidden among the bushes, peered around with frightened eyes, startled by the noise, before darting away. The four figures vanished swiftly into the mountain woods, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. The wind howled, sweeping away the remnants of smoke, while the trees stood silently beneath the azure sky, welcoming the sunlight. Yet, inexplicably, the ground began to undulate like quicksand, and a colossal pitcher plant erupted from the earth with astonishing speed. Lord Madara, is this the child you have taken an interest in? He seems rather devoid of talent. An entirely withered old man appeared beside the pitcher plant, looking as if he were on the brink of death, yet his gaze remained sharp. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love. Only those who understand love can make the name Uchiha bloom with the most exquisite flowers. This child harbors immense potential within, awaiting but a single opportunity. Coughing. As if his body could bear no more, Uchiha Madara felt the decay of his form deepen, his expression growing increasingly somber. Let us depart, Obito. This is my final outing. This body has grown excessively frail, much like this world. Chapter 24, Pursuit of the Cloud Ninja. Parker. Can you trace this Cloud Ninja squad? Compared to Kato's sensory abilities, which could preemptively avoid encounters, Parker's keen sense of smell was ideally suited for such a pursuit. Obito, clutching a scroll containing the remains of several Konoha ninja, gazed at Parker with eager anticipation. That direction. Parker sniffed the ground incessantly, suddenly lifting his head to peer into the depths of a shadowy thicket before charging ahead. Let us go. Obito spoke in a hushed tone, following Parker closely without his usual chatter. Obito, stay vigilant. Kakashi urged from behind, with Kato and Rin closely trailing Obito. The wind rustled through the treetops, creating a slow, ominous whisper. The four moved swiftly, silence enveloping them. Kato sensed Obito was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, merely searching for an opportune moment. To have dispatched over a dozen Konoha Chunin, and even 2 Jonin, they must be an elite squad, he mused. We may not stand a chance. Rin's voice piped up, but as she observed the determined Obito and the stoic Kakashi and Kato, her words dwindled. Rin, take this, carry it with you. The fate of these adversaries is already sealed, Kakashi said, retrieving Minato's specially crafted kunai from his pocket and handing it to Rin, his eyes betraying his simmering anger. However, stop. Conceal yourselves. The voice of Kato interrupted Rin, who was about to say something further, as the four swiftly concealed themselves behind a large tree. He emitted a wave of spiritual energy, sensing the presence of a quartet of cloud ninjas concealed ahead. There are enemies, 4 in total, located to the northeast. Approximately 1 kilometer away. The 4 concealed behind the tree communicated through gestures. They were moving, albeit at a slow pace, likely unaware of the perceptive ninja. The distant Cloud Ninja team maintained their previous speed. Kato signaled to Kakashi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Obito, Rin, lie in ambush. Pack and go? Kakashi gently waved his hand, and Pakin, along with Obito and Rin, vanished into the jungle in an instant. Kato cast a glance at Kakashi, aware that the latter still held reservations towards him, which was why he refrained from assigning the most suitable person to the forefront for precisely intercepting the Cloud Ninja. "We shall encircle from behind," Kato declared. Kakashi drew forth his short blade, shot a sidelong glance at Kato, and then spoke slowly. "Indeed, Captain Kakashi." Kato's expression remained impassive as he trailed behind Kakashi, the shadows of the trees casting a flickering light upon his face. It was indeed them, the Cloud Shinobi from that hidden fortress. Parker rested on Obito's shoulder, gently sniffing the air to confirm their identities. It appeared that this particular area was under the jurisdiction of this squad of Cloud Shinobi. How splendid! Rin glanced at the clenched jaw of Obito, uncertain of what to say, merely giving his arm a gentle tug. "Rin, rest assured, I shall not act recklessly," Obito whispered. Concealed within the foliage alongside Rin as they stealthily advanced, the glimmering wire behind them reflecting the scant rays of sunlight. This jungle was saturated with traps. Having set the traps, Rin and Obito nestled in the corner of the woods, suppressing their presence, their gazes fixed intently on the thicket ahead, where several dark figures were steadily approaching. "Halt!" commanded a middle-aged man adorned with a Cloud Shinobi forehead protector. His cheeks bore rugged whiskers, and with one remaining eye, he scanned the surroundings while stroking his goatee thoughtfully. "Something feels off. Stay alert," he murmured, prompting two youthful shinobi in their 20s and a girl of 17 or 18 to draw their kunai, their vigilance heightened. The middle-aged Cloud Shinobi, having survived the Second Shinobi World War and now a seasoned jonin, was acutely aware of the subtle signs that indicated something amiss. The lush mountainside jungle resembled a verdant ocean, rustling gently in the breeze. The underbrush created an unusually dim atmosphere, with only sporadic beams of light filtering through the treetops, adding a hint of brightness to the foliage. The four Cloud Shinobi stood back to back, continuously scanning their surroundings. "Shono, hand me your blade," the leader instructed. The young man named Shono slowly drew a long, straight, and pristine blade from behind him, its surface gleaming without a single nick, a true masterpiece. As the jonin adjusted the angle of the sword, sunlight reflected off the blade, casting a beam straight into the depths of the jungle. The shimmering wire now appeared as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. "Conceal yourselves. There's indeed an ambush." The jonin swiftly tossed the long sword to the youth, and the four vanished silently into the thicket. Shuriken began to rain down like droplets from all directions, piercing through the concealed jungle and dismantling the traps hidden within. Boom! The sound of explosive tags reverberated throughout the forest, shrouding the area in smoke, as trees splintered and dirt and stones erupted in all directions. Had Obito and the others already engaged the enemy? Kakashi felt his heart sink at the thunderous roar. Chakra surged beneath his feet as he crushed the trees in his path. He no longer concealed himself, accelerating toward the source of the explosion. Not yet. They were exceptionally well hidden. In Kato's perception, it was evident that several individuals had not engaged in combat. Obito and Rin remained distanced from the group of Cloud Ninjas. Secret technique, soul fire insect technique. Rapidly forming hand seals, a myriad of twinkling luminescence swiftly darted towards various directions within the jungle. With his enhanced mental prowess, Kato was now capable of simulating this cluster of chakra luminescence into the true appearance of insects lurking amidst the trees. Before the chakra erupted, they were nearly indistinguishable. Cursed be it. Their trap had been seen through. Obito and Rin hid behind a tree stump, which was already peppered with shurikens. "Rin, we must conceal ourselves and await Kakashi and Kato." Despite Obito's fury, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, relying solely on himself, and Rin offered no hope, especially against this formidable group of Cloud Ninjas. Kato, who had quietly approached the vicinity, sensed the positions of the four Cloud Ninjas, while the soul fire insects gradually converged towards their direction. The bearded jonin leaned against a large tree, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. The tree behind him was silently adorned with soul fire insects, their grayish-brown exteriors blending seamlessly with the trunk, densely clustered, yet utterly silent. It was eerily quiet. The stillness of the jungle etched a grave expression upon the bearded man's face. The unknown always instilled an unparalleled dread. "Captain, beware of what lies behind you." The sudden, loud shout of a concealed girl startled the bearded man. He had detected no trace of an enemy's presence. Boom! With a soft admonition from Kato Koichi, the hidden soul fire insects erupted instantaneously, unleashing a violent shockwave that resonated with two muffled groans. Kato and Kakashi swiftly dashed forward, charging towards the Cloud Ninja. To their right at the 4 o'clock position were two individuals, while to their left at the 7 o'clock position stood another, and at 12 o'clock, yet another. Lightning release, cell activation. In the moment preceding the explosion of the soul fire insects, a flicker of lightning glimmered across the beard of the man known as Goat Beard. With his cellular structure activated, Goat Beard's defensive capabilities and speed were significantly enhanced, rendering the shockwave harmless to him. "Daiko, use fire release." Observing the ever-increasing swarm of insects approaching, Goat Beard called out sharply, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. Is that the oil user clan of Konoha? Despite the relentless flames erupting from his mouth, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. The oil user clan of Konoha was indeed a renowned family within the ninja world, and he was acutely aware of the troublesome nature of their parasitic insects. Moreover, the emergence of these insects, capable of relaying messages and chakra, indicated that their movements had been compromised. This is bad. These are no ordinary insects. It seems we have encountered a high-ranking ninja from the oil user clan. The flames, which appeared as though they could engulf the entire forest, inflicted no harm upon the oncoming swarm of insects. Swiftly, Goatbeard retreated, gradually distancing himself from the perception of the soulfire insects. Kakashi and his team were en route, hidden within the thicket. Obito also heard the explosive sound of the shockwave and exchanged a glance with Rin before vanishing behind a wooden post. Have we been mistaken for members of the oil user clan? Kato O is able to observe the movements of Yunin and his three companions. As the ethereal soul fire insect hovers high above, functioning like a dynamic camera, continuously relaying images of Yunin to him. In comparison to the true oil women clan, they fall significantly short. He reminisced about the young boy who once inspired him to develop this ninjutsu, the nanoscale phosphorus decay insect, capable of silently infiltrating the human body and inducing collapse at the cellular level. This is the very essence of their true nightmare. Even in possession of the lightning release cell activation technique. Kakashi, the esteemed Jonin, I entrust this Jonin to you. Obito and Rin have already engaged with the other two Chunin. Kato O gazed at the dissipating smoke, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Did he truly select the weakest among them? It was certainly uncharacteristic of a root member. Perhaps, I must remind you, Captain Kakashi, this Jonin is not to be underestimated. Kakashi was indeed aware of his identity. It seemed that Minato was not as naive as he appeared, for he could discern certain truths beneath the surface. Without uttering another word to Kakashi, Kato O vanished from sight in an instant. I will keep my eyes on you, Kato O. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, watching the figure disappear before he too vanished from the spot. Lin, they're already injured. Without the keen senses of the Cloud Kunoichi or the swiftness of a Jonin. The two young Cloud ninjas were less fortunate when the soul fire insects erupted. Although a single insect posed negligible threat, a multitude gathered to inflict significant harm. Blood flowed from their arms, and their backs were torn, causing them to break into a sweat from the pain before they could even react. I will teach you a lesson, you damned fools. Obito surged forward, swiftly separating the two Cloud ninjas. With his right hand gripping a kunai, he struck like lightning, smashing it against an elbow raised in defense, while his left fist aimed for the ninja's throat. The overwhelming force caused the already injured Cloud ninjas' hearts to sink. Lightning release, earth walk. Pressured by Obito, one of the Cloud ninjas could not resist utilizing ninjutsu. In a typical ninja battle, most techniques relied on physical prowess, reserving ninjutsu as a last resort, as it consumed substantial chakra. Despite the pain coursing through him, the Cloud Chunin swiftly formed seals, striking the ground with his palm to unleash a surge of lightning. Obito leapt lightly, evading the incoming electric attack, and in a blink, he appeared behind the Cloud ninja. Fists clenched. With all his rage, Obito fixated on the ninja's already injured back. Die! His fist, white-knuckled from exertion, collided with the bloodied flesh, splattering crimson around him. The Cloud ninja was sent hurtling away, crashing through countless branches. Upon hitting the ground, he momentarily froze before arching his body and spewing blood, the intense pain causing him to tremble. Boom. Before Obito could pursue, smoke enveloped the area, leaving only a shattered stump behind. You cannot escape. At the moment his fist connected with the Cloud ninja's back, a smile crept onto Obito's lips as he recognized the ninja's true form. The injured Cloud ninja had not had the time to perform a substitution technique before the blow landed. With a swift motion, Obito leaped high, channeling chakra through his 4 fingers, using the Uchiha-style throwing technique to send 4 shuriken hurtling like a tempest into the depths of the forest. The shuriken collided midair, effectively sealing off all escape routes for the Cloud ninja hidden behind the stumps. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the 4 shuriken multiplied into countless projectiles, striking relentlessly against the stumps, as if the earth itself was perforated, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air. Yuta. The Cloud ninja still engaged with Lin witnessed the scene unfold. The death of his comrade ignited a fiery rage in his eyes, blood dripping from his wounded arm. Yet in that moment, he felt no pain. How dare you? You killed Yuta. With a sudden surge of determination, the injured Cloud ninja thrust himself downward, launching into the air like a fierce dragon. His feet, imbued with immense chakra, struck the ground with force, leaving deep impressions in the trunk of a nearby tree as he propelled himself toward Lin, crackling with lightning. Die, you accursed leaf ninja. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Watch out. Lin. Obito turned just in time to witness this, his heart racing with fear. He leapt without a second thought, throwing himself over Lin. Wind release, wind cutter. In a blinding flash of white light, Obito unleashed a blade of wind toward the towering tree beside them, desperately shielding Lin with every part of his body. The forest quaked, the earth shattered, and the entire woodland was reduced to charred remains, with thick smoke rising from the scorched trees. The sky wept crimson rain. Fragments of burnt flesh and blood mixed with ash falling onto the cracked ground. Coughing, Obito and Lin found themselves sheltered behind a colossal tree trunk. Now reduced to charred remains that crumbled into ash upon Obito's face, obscuring his features. Lin, are you all right? This was the first time Obito had been so close to Lin, their bodies pressed tightly together, yet his heart raced with panic as he hesitantly reached toward her neck. Obito, thank you. Lin opened her eyes and grasped his hand gently, smiling at the soot-streaked face of Obito. Obito, you are my hero. Obito's expression darkened. Akin to someone intoxicated, his face flushed with a deep red. Suddenly, a kunai shot forth, shattering this tender moment. With an angle as treacherous as a serpent poised to strike, the kunai lunged toward Obito's neck. Watch out, Obito. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lin pushed Obito aside just in time, the kunai narrowly missing her ear, severing a few strands of hair before embedding itself deep into the ground, leaving a chilling breeze in its wake. What? Obito was taken aback, quickly turning to shield Lin with his body, yet the sight before him left him in shock. Sitting not far away, amidst the ashes, was the Cloud Chunin who had fought him moments ago. Now, he resembled a charred corpse, his skin cracked and oozing blood, creating a stark contrast against the blackened earth, forming a vivid crimson pool. His eyes, wide with horror, were the only part of him that remained untouched, fixed on Obito with a fierce intensity, imbued with regret and hatred, like sharp icicles piercing Obito's heart. Obito felt as if this chilling aura had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him speechless. Under the gaze of both Obito and Lin, the charred hand of the Cloud Ninja rose slowly, pressing against the side of his head. With his last vestige of strength, he erupted in a spout of blood. Boom. The charred head exploded like a cannonball, splattering white brain matter onto Dato's face. He gently touched his cheek. The breeze that brushed against him was laced with a bone-chilling cold, causing a flurry of goosebumps to rise across his body. Chapter 25. The gentleman's gift. Kakashi gazed intently at the Cloud Ninja J-Nin before him, his expression grave. The man bore numerous shallow cuts, each barely breaking the skin, yet he was undeniably injured. A slightly frigid north wind howled menacingly through the forest, slicing through the J-Nin's vest and aggravating Kakashi's exposed wounds with its sharpness. The J-Nin, with a goat-like beard, gripped his blade tightly, his demeanor tinged with savagery as he gasped for breath. The leaf-s little brat is indeed formidable. He had taken a solid kick from Kakashi to his ribs, likely fracturing a few, yet he struggled to maintain his composure, each breath sending pain shooting through him. The forest was shrouded in gloom. The fallen trees seemed to unveil a circular aperture in the canopy, revealing a sky thick with grayish-yellow clouds. Both combatants fixated on each other's movements. Even the sound of their breathing felt like a transgression in this tense moment. Rustle. The branches swayed in the tempest, the sound of leaves cascading echoed throughout the woods, and the figures of Kakashi and the J-Nin abruptly vanished. Gripping the hilt of his blade, Kakashi bent his legs slightly, launching himself forward, cracking the earth beneath him as he surged towards the Cloud J-Nin like a hawk swooping down. The J-Nin swiftly raised his kunai to block, but Kakashi's short sword was already perilously close to his face. So fast. Damn it. The white-haired boy seemed to unleash an unparalleled potential, his speed escalating further. Startled, the J-Nin quickly shifted his stance to deflect Kakashi's assault. The J-Nin's blocking technique, inherently swifter than a swing, was enhanced by the lighter weight of the kunai compared to the short sword. The J-Nin expertly entwined his kunai with Kakashi's blade, fully aware of the stakes involved. The relentless barrage of attacks descended upon him like a torrential downpour. The J-Nin's kunai danced in the air, clashing continuously with Kakashi's short sword. Earth-style, rock spike. In the instant their weapons collided again, sharp rocks erupted violently from beneath the J-Nin's feet. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to leap away, propelling himself backward over 10 meters. As he landed, a gash on one side of his face, inflicted by the blade, began to bleed slowly. The prodigies of the leaf truly seemed to be inexhaustible. The J-Nin, having gauged Kakashi's prowess, realized with astonishment that this mere boy of 12 or 13 was subtly overpowering him, undoubtedly a genius from Konoha. Your captain must have already dealt with Daisy. It seems today will be your day. Mentioning the death of his comrade elicited little emotional response from the J-Nin. Instead, he cast a furtive glance around. Tiny insects had already infested the gray-brown trees, and in his mind, he was aware that the Oil Woman clan's J-Nin was lurking nearby, poised to safeguard this young prodigy. He appeared to have become the whetstone for this boy. Kato perceived the battle between Kakashi and the Cloud Ninja elite, slowly directing his gaze towards the Cloud Ninja girl before him. She gripped her kunai tightly, nerves taut, fixating on the hooded youth, searching for any sign of vulnerability. May I know your name? That way, when I carve you open, mixing your blood into pieces, I can mark it with your name to ensure you do not rest in peace. The hood slipped away, revealing Kato's sinister smile, as the howling cold wind seeped into the collar of the Cloud Ninja girl, causing her to shiver inexplicably. I once heard a fascinating tale of a particular punishment a piece of sandalwood shaped like a sword, held in one hand while the other wielded a heavy mallet to drive it into a person's throat, piercing through the body and exiting through the mouth. Yet, the most crucial aspect was to avoid all vital organs, allowing the condemned to live in a state worse than death, witnessing their own decay and suffering until the end. Rest assured, I shall not allow anything vile to fester upon you. I will suspend you in the air, using the sharpest of blades to meticulously carve away your tender flesh, incessantly turning and slicing. I shall remove your nose, your ears, your visage is far too exquisite. I will peel it layer by layer, preserving your beauty for eternity. Oh, and I am also a medical ninja. I shall not allow you to die. You will witness your own flesh being stripped away, your stark white skeleton being my final gift to you. Treating a beautiful maiden requires a touch of gentlemanly grace, which naturally includes a thoughtfully prepared present. Come now, lovely cloud ninja girl, allow me to present my most cherished masterpiece. You will surely be moved to tears. The dim forest flickered with enchanting blue flames. The cold wind howled as Kato lurked in the shadows, displaying a cruel and eerie smile. The cloud ninja girl's throat constricted, her feet shifting slightly, producing a creaking sound, as droplets akin to rain fell from her forehead, staining her vision with a deep crimson, trickling relentlessly from her body. The cawing of crows echoed from the treetops above. This is an illusion. Release. The world spun, and the cloud ninja girl exhaled in relief. However, before she could react, she found herself immobile, excruciating pain surging to her brain as if something within her was burning. What? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she perceived an unimaginable sight. Her body impaled, suspended between two massive rocks, sharp blades slicing through her flesh, leaving behind patches of bloodied tender skin. Feel the agony. A figure, colossal as a titan, emerged from the horizon. It was the Konoha boy from moments ago. He swung a massive blade across her body, the anguish akin to having her soul torn asunder, causing her to tremble violently. This torment was akin to a slow, deliberate tearing of flesh, yet not entirely severing, leaving every part of her skin hanging like threads, nerves transmitting every ounce of pain to her brain. As time languidly passed, she, now revealing her stark white bones, could endure no longer. Her vision faded to white, and she lost consciousness. Truly fragile, Kato remarked, observing the girl, tears welling at the corners of her eyes from the excruciating pain, a smile creeping across his face. It seemed no one could remain unmoved by such a beautiful gift. This was his first time employing illusion techniques, and though the girl appeared formidable, she succumbed under his gaze, suggesting that the enhanced effects of his soul-powered multi-layered illusion were indeed effective. However, it was a pity he could not witness the finale. Kato smiled gently, swiftly forming hand seals, the blade of annihilation. The intricate hand signs were distilled to just 3 under Kato's adept simplification. The essence of the blade of annihilation is merely a form of sealing technique, designed to seal a particular ability. A faint, ethereal long sword materialized in Kato's hand, gradually piercing the brow of the cloud village girl. Soul extraction. The blade of annihilation radiated a palpable aura of greed and plunder, as the girl's ethereal form slowly emerged from her body, transforming into wisps of pure soul energy that merged with the blade. As Kato felt the spirit becoming increasingly substantial, a frown creased his brow. This is a false memory. Mastering the art of the soul. He could discern that the girl's memories regarding those dozen or so Leaf Village ninjas had been entirely altered, obscured by fabricated recollections. Were it not for the blade of annihilation meticulously dissecting the strands of soul energy, such subtle discrepancies could easily have misled even him into believing they were the girl's original memories. Who could be behind such masterful deception? Why implant false memories into them? Was there someone orchestrating all of this from the shadows, aiming to incite the wrath of the Leaf Village? The girl's forged memories cast a sudden pall over Kato's heart. The ability to silently alter the memories of these cloud ninjas was a grave matter, with far-reaching implications. He felt as though he was once again brushing against the hidden darkness of the ninja world. It seemed some concealed force was meddling in the entire war, unnoticed by both the Leaf and Cloud villages. To orchestrate such a grand scheme surely held ulterior motives. What purpose did this hidden hand truly serve? Reflecting on the intricacies of the situation, Kato remained oblivious to any abnormality. Had he not fortuitously uncovered the girl's false memories, he would have held no suspicions at all. Suddenly, a creaking sound broke the silence, and Kato, lost in thought, whirled around. Chapter 26, Thunder and Raikiri Obito. Obito and Rin limped out from the forest, their bodies cloaked in dust. Yet Obito's face bore a weight of unspoken burdens. Rin remained silent, trailing behind him, her head hung low, though a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes upon seeing Kato. Has she died? Obito's gaze fell upon the nearly unscathed but motionless cloud ninja girl on the ground, revealing a complexity of emotions. Kato responded with a word, while Obito remained silent. Suddenly, he began to form hand seals, and a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, enveloping the entire body of the cloud ninja girl. According to regulations, the corpses of enemy ninjas should be entrusted to the dissection team for analysis, in order to uncover the secrets of the adversary. Kato gazed at the girl engulfed in the fierce flames, standing aside, without intervening, as Obito continued. His voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed in the air. Kato, do you think we will perish? Obito's haunting voice reached him, prompting Kato to glance up in surprise at such a sensitive moment from someone like him. If all goes as expected, I shall outlive you by a while. Hey, are you looking down on me? Obito turned and shot Kato a disdainful look, seemingly in a slightly better mood. I simply do not understand why those who can go to such lengths for one another as comrades can become so merciless towards others. Kato concealed the peculiarities of this matter deep within his heart, casting a sidelong glance at Obito. He understood the reason behind Obito's actions. It was merely a manifestation of compassion. The youth, donning protective goggles that obscured his eyes, possessed a tender and sensitive soul. His fury, upon witnessing the tragic fate of the Cloud Ninja, had dissipated entirely. Such a person may be suited for friendship, yet utterly unfit for companionship in battle. A comrade who cannot strike ruthlessly against the enemy may jeopardize the sacrifices of the entire team. Should you one day lose that which you hold most dear, perhaps you too would become more merciless than they. Obito furtively glanced at the silent Rin, opened his mouth, and vigorously shook his head, as if attempting to cast away unpleasant visions from his mind. Absolutely not. His voice resonated with unwavering determination, the flickering flames illuminating his countenance, reflecting a blaze within his eyes. I shall put an end to this war. I will become Hokage. I will ensure that this world knows eternal peace, devoid of conflict. The dark gray clouds loomed heavily over the earth, the autumn winds stirred by the setting sun, scattering fallen leaves. At the age of 12, Obito watched as the burning Cloud Ninja girl gradually transformed into charred remains amidst the flames. An inexplicable sorrow welled up within him, and he clenched his fists, as if making an oath, allowing his fervent declarations to shatter the oppressive gloom above. Although I felt that interrupting a middle school boy's grandiloquent aspirations at such a moment seemed somewhat inconsiderate, if we did not hurry to rescue Kakashi, the next to be engulfed in flames might very well be him. Kato's voice emanated a tranquil calmness. However, the scenes relayed by the Soul Fireflies were anything but serene. The battle between Kakashi and the elite ninja from the Cloud Village was drawing to a close. Kakashi. Obito suddenly reacted, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Kato, as if to say, why did you not mention this sooner? In an instant, he vanished into the depths of the forest. Kato must have been observing Kakashi all along, Rin mused, lifting her gaze to Kato and offering a gentle smile before she hurried in pursuit of Obito. Kato's mouth expelled a massive sphere of water, extinguishing the flames on the ground, and with a gentle tap on the earth, the upheaved mud completely concealed all traces of the battlefield. State your name. You little brat from Konoha. Blood dripped slowly, and the once vigorous and explosive arm now hung limply in the air. While the goat-like beard endured the pain in his arm, his gaze clashing with Kakashi's. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi bore a long gash across his chest, flesh rolling outward in a gruesome display. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Kakashi raised his hand. The short blade gleamed with a chilling silver light as it hurtled towards the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Ninja paused, his movements slowed, and with a light leap, he twisted his body in midair, narrowly evading the blade. As he landed, a shuriken shot forth like a startled swan, aimed directly at Kakashi. Seizing the moment, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, gripping his left hand with his right, the latter lowered to the ground, containing the essence of lightning. With a fierce shout, he dodged the shuriken and surged forward, using lightning release in front of a Cloud Ninja. I have never been so underestimated. The Cloud Ninja's eyes widened in fury as he beheld the lightning in Kakashi's hand, his gaze narrowing. Lightning release, lightning dragon. Extracting the last vestiges of chakra from within, the Cloud Ninja's hands crackled with lightning, and two serpentine dragons of violet energy surged towards Kakashi in an instant. Blue and purple arcs of electricity intertwined and danced in the air, the atmosphere ionized, releasing a charred odor. The Cloud Ninja remained almost motionless, roaring as the lightning dragons erupted in a blinding display, seemingly intent on engulfing the blue light. Wherever the electricity struck, the ground shattered and trees splintered. The terrifying violet lightning dragon enveloped Kakashi, the searing heat and electric shock rendering his body numb. Die! The Cloud Ninja roared, as if to unleash all his fury in that moment. Desperately squeezing every last ounce of chakra from his being, Kakashi's consciousness began to blur, his vision narrowing to the target before him. Raikiri. The blue lightning burst forth in a dazzling display, as sharp and swift as the throne blade. The silver figure, clutching the blue lightning, sliced through the violet lightning dragon from head to tail, seemingly appearing before the Cloud Ninja in an instant. This technique is called Raikiri, slicing through lightning. With the final flicker of lightning, Kakashi cleaved through the Cloud Ninja's chest as if cutting through tofu, the electric current crackling against flesh, the scent of burning flesh wafting into the air. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja seemed to lose all sensation, staring incredulously into Kakashi's cold eyes. The blade pierced through the Cloud Ninja's heart, shattering his last glimmer of hope. "Remember my name," Kakashi called out, "Himogakure Yamahara." The Cloud Ninja's voice faded from Kakashi's hearing. With the last of his strength, both warriors collapsed backward, the Cloud Ninja convulsing, his vacant gaze fixed on the dimming sky, gradually losing all radiance. Kakashi, covered in countless wounds, felt blood seeping from his body, his consciousness slipping into obscurity. In the distance, he vaguely heard a sound, and as he turned his head, the sight before him momentarily stunned him. Chapter 27, Golden Flash. What a formidable little brat, nearly met his end. It seems there is no elite among the Oil Woman clan. The Cloud Ninja, who should have been dead, appeared untouched by the final blow, still bearing a ghastly visage as he stared at Kakashi with a cruel glint in his red eyes, sending a chill down Kakashi's spine. "Did you evade it? What a pity." As the staggering Cloud Ninja advanced, Kakashi struggled, but his body felt unresponsive, trembling yet unable to rise. "Don't waste your effort, little brat. The lightning dragon is not easily withstood. The foreign chakra coursing through your body will leave you paralyzed. As a practitioner of lightning release, you must know this. Accept your fate." Realizing his body could bear no more, Kakashi ceased his struggles, an unexpected calm washing over him as he gazed at the approaching Cloud Ninja. His line of sight drifting beyond the immediate threat, toward an unknown horizon. The Cloud Ninja's steps were slow, having long since exhausted his chakra. The brittle branches beneath his feet creaked, the dark clouds above completely shrouding his silhouette. He slowly raised a kunai, its sharp blade reflecting a chilling light that pierced Kakashi's eyes. A mix of indescribable relief and fear surged through Kakashi's mind. His gaze fixated on the kunai that would soon plunge into his flesh, ending his life. Die. The Cloud Ninja's desperate strike summoned all his remaining strength. The kunai aimed straight for Kakashi's throat. The air in the forest seemed to freeze in that moment, the clouds above and the water below coming to a standstill, all bearing witness to the impending loss of life. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. A streak of dark light, seemingly devouring all illumination, hurtled forth with astonishing speed. As if it faced no resistance, silent and devoid of chakra fluctuations. It pierced through the Cloud Ninja's head, vanishing into the horizon. In the final moments, unable to resist, Kakashi closed his eyes, his heart racing, yet he felt no anticipated pain. I'm not dead." Upon opening his eyes, Kakashi beheld the kunai. Mere centimeters from his head, its icy blade halted, motionless. The Cloud Ninja's face was frozen in a final grimace. His brain seemingly unable to grasp the reality of his demise, eyes still wild yet slowly dimming, collapsing like a ragged sack devoid of life. Kakashi lacked the strength to ponder who had saved him. His entire being felt as if it had deflated, trembling at the narrow escape from death. Beneath the somber sky, he slowly closed his eyes. "So, I fear death as well." His consciousness faded into obscurity, his body felt as if it were plummeting. The last flickers of light dissipating into an encroaching darkness that enveloped him entirely. "Kakashi, what has happened to you?" Rin quickly saved Kakashi. The last sound he could hear echoed, and Kakashi's consciousness sank completely into darkness. "I'm sorry, but I cannot see you for a while. The plan for the Cloud Ninja to attack the Sand Ninja is still in effect." Jiraiya remained stationed at the borders of Konoha. Having engaged in several skirmishes with the Cloud Ninja, he sensed something amiss. Large-scale battles are nearly non-existent, as all the Cloud Ninja teams seem to be playing a game of hide and seek with Konoha, seemingly only aiming to restrain a portion of Konoha's combat power. "Minato, Fugaku, we can no longer remain passive. We must take the initiative and force the Cloud Ninja into a decisive battle. We need to quell the Cloud Ninja's battlefield swiftly." The encampment hidden in the forest is not large. Within this wooded area lie 5 similar camps, each housing members of the mountain family as communication hubs, allowing commands from the battlefield to be relayed instantly to every command center. Inside one tent, which appeared no different from the others, Jiraiya, Minato, and Fugaku absorbed the information relayed from the front lines, falling into silence. Jiraiya furrowed his brow deeply. The more wars he participated in, the less he liked them. "Lord Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan has dispersed throughout the forest as per the original plan. Numerous traps have been secretly deployed on the high grounds of Sweeping Mountain, Takon Mountain, and Asano Mountain. As long as we can encircle and isolate the Cloud Ninjas teams, continually compressing their operational area and clearing away the peripheral Cloud Ninja squads, we can severely weaken their effective fighting force." Fugaku glanced at Minato and then at Jiraiya. He was aware that Konoha's higher-ups had been marginalizing the Uchiha clan. Yet these two before him held a degree of affinity towards them. Utilizing diplomatic ties, Fugaku had managed to connect with the newly esteemed Minato. Understanding that only by supporting Jiraiya and elevating him to the position of Hokage could the Uchiha clan gradually effect change in a time of peace. Though he had his ambitions for Hokage as well, he was acutely aware that these were merely hollow slogans to placate his clan. He had no real chance. "Master Jiraiya, I believe I can accomplish this." This was Minato's first experience in a command role, yet he learned swiftly, and Jiraiya was quite pleased with his apprentice. Observing Minato's humble and gentle demeanor, Jiraiya was suddenly struck by a bold thought. Perhaps Minato was more suited to be Hokage than he was. Competing with Orochimaru for the title of Hokage had never crossed Jiraiya's mind. He had never considered becoming Hokage at all. Yet, he vaguely perceived that Hiruzen-sensei did not wish to pass the mantle to Orochimaru, but was instead focusing on him. During this time, he had pondered how to handle the situation appropriately, and now, clarity washed over him as he regarded Minato with growing warmth. That rascal Orochimaru pretends to be indifferent, but he is quite petty. If Minato became Hokage, he would be your junior, and it would be amusing to see if Orochimaru could still hold a grudge against him. The more Jiraiya contemplated, the more he felt like a genius for devising such an excellent solution. Master Jiraiya? Huh. Oh, Minato, what did you just say? Seeing Jiraiya's expression shift from grave to playful, Minato couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Fugaku stood quietly to the side, appearing oblivious to everything around him. Master Jiraiya, I successfully developed the Spiral Flash Wind Cutter Explosive Ball. Have you finally succeeded in developing the Spiral Ball? Upon hearing Minato's voice, Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. He knew that Minato had long lacked a lethal, formless ninjutsu suitable for his combat style, yet he had not anticipated that after 3 years of development, it would triumph at such a critical moment. Master Jiraiya, it is the Spiral Flash Wind Cutter Explosive Ball. Minato, you truly are a genius in ninjutsu development. Show me the true form of the Spiral Ball. Master Jiraiya, here it is, the Spiral Ball. Jiraiya looked at Minato, inwardly lamenting. It seems even geniuses have their flaws. Well, alright then. The Spiral Ball. It feels as though something is missing. Minato scratched his head, yet in one hand a small, spiraling sphere emanating a brilliant blue glow gradually materialized, the furious and tightly bound chakra contained within a mere orb. Fugaku stood nearby, watching Minato with a hint of surprise, as if he was seeing him anew. The violent aura contained within this azure chakra sphere surpassed that of most high-level ninjutsu. However, that was not what surprised Fugaku. The Uchiha clan, with its centuries-old legacy, possessed countless commendable ninjutsu. Yet, among them, none required hand signs. Combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, I believe I can divide the Cloud Ninja's battlefield. A characteristic gentle smile spread across Minato's face, yet to Fugaku, it revealed an extraordinary brilliance beneath that warmth. For the first time, he elevated Minato from being Jiraiya's pupil, a promising newcomer favored by the third Hokage, to a level comparable to the legendary Sannin. Minato, you truly live up to being my disciple. Haha. Then let us proceed with our plan and swiftly conclude the Cloud Ninja's battlefield. Jiraiya clapped Minato on the shoulder, his spirits soaring, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. Yes, as Fugaku stepped out of the tent, he remained deep in thought. He had long heard of the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, and with this formless ninjutsu, he could envision that even the elite Uchiha with 3 Tomo would find it challenging to match Minato in combat. Fugaku wandered slowly through the night, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, gently touching his eyes, and sighing softly. The pure moonlight adorned the earth, filtering through the autumn night sky. In the dense expanse of stars, amidst the pitch-black night, they resemble mere flickering sparks, even if they glimmer with a hue of sanguine red. On the opposite side of the encampment, beneath the shroud of night, Kato sits quietly within his tent. His expression is devoid of emotion, wholly immersed in a realm of thought, as if transcending to another world, boundlessly vast. Kakashi lies gravely injured, leaving the Minato team without its leader for the time being. Obito and Rin have gone to visit the unconscious Kakashi, leaving him alone in the tent, awaiting the forthcoming mission. The cerulean radiance of the stars scatters across the pitch-black mental landscape, akin to scattered pearls of night, resting on dark satin, forming a tapestry of shimmering blue light against a backdrop of darkness. It resembles a river of inky fog, encircling an ethereal figure wielding a long blade. Flowing languidly as wisps of mist are gradually peeled away. Ethereal soul energy, akin to clouds and fog, emerges from the river, continuously infusing the spiritual entity standing at the center of this mental realm, causing it to emit a faint blue luminescence. The souls consumed by the blade of soul annihilation disintegrate here into pure soul energy, filling the towering figure that rises over 100 meters high. After absorbing a measure of mental energy, the obsidian blade of soul annihilation appears to solidify somewhat. Kato gradually withdraws from the mental space, a glimmer of eerie blue light flickering in his eyes. He turns his palm, and a swirl of dark radiance, tinged with a semblance of illusion, slowly manifests in the physical realm. Although only a thread as fine as a hair is solidified within it, it undeniably exists in reality. Yet, a more profound sealing technique is required. This is already the limit. The sealing technique that Orochimaru once imparted to him was merely the most rudimentary foundation, barely sufficient to allow the blade of soul annihilation, entirely comprised of soul energy, to materialize in the real world. Chakra is extracted from the synthesis of mental energy, or soul energy, and physical energy. If it is possible to manifest mental energy singularly, could it not also be possible for physical energy? Kato was at a loss as to what to do, yet he knew that a person ought to harbor some thoughts. he slowly emerged from the tent, gazing towards the direction of Konoha. The mountainous forest of night was imbued with tranquility and serenity, as ethereal mists began to rise from the ravines, enveloping the secluded valley, where light and shadow intertwined within the thickets. Orochimaru-sensei, will your immortality jutsu succeed? Standing in silence for a considerable time, Kato's gaze flickered. A peculiar wave of spiritual energy suddenly manifested in his perception, and a pair of blood-red eyes flashed briefly through the forest. The vigilant Uchiha clan merely cast a quiet glance, confirming Kato's identity as a Konoha ninja before swiftly concealing themselves from sight. It was the Sharingan that Obito had long yearned for. Kato's gaze lingered on the fleeting crimson light, and a spark of realization flickered in his mind. As if he had grasped something profound, it seemed to transcend mere bloodshed. This was a sublime amalgamation of spiritual energy and human organs. Upon waking the next day, Kato acutely sensed the heightened tension within the camp, as though some significant transformation was afoot. However, the absence of Kakashi did not appear to have a substantial impact. Kato, Obito, and Rin resumed their missions under Minato's guidance. Yet, when Minato first unleashed his prowess before Kato, it instantly illuminated the foresight of Danzo. Perhaps the one who understood Sarutobi Hiruzen best was this leader of the roots, hidden in the shadows of Konoha. The autumn wind whispered through the desolate trees, swirling with the fallen leaves, each taking a unique path, yet seemingly bound by a shared fate, as the lives of the cloud shinobi abruptly ceased like those leaves. The breeze caressed gently, and strands of golden hair danced lightly in the air, standing atop a massive stone. Minato was surrounded by the lifeless bodies of cloud shinobi, whether they were Jinin, Chunin, or even Jounin, upon laying eyes on him. It was as if they had been condemned to death. Surveying the scene strewn with corpses, the usually gentle and poised Minato furrowed his brow deeply, fixating on the remaining. Stupefied cloud shinobi, remaining silent. This was inconceivable. How could such a person exist? How could there be such jutsu? The trembling Jinin, merely a child of little more than a decade, stood as one among Kato and his companions, the only survivors on this battlefield. The pervasive aura of death emanating from the fallen bodies was suffocating. The young cloud shinobi at the forefront felt his kunai slip from his grasp, the sharp clatter resonating as if it shattered his very defenses. To infiltrate a cloud shinobi encampment with a small team and eradicate them completely, such an event would have been deemed impossible by any shinobi prior to this day. In that fleeting moment, he stared blankly at the figure atop the stone, his lips moving as if to utter something, yet no words emerged, ultimately resulting in the slow expulsion of two words: golden flash. It appeared like a flash of light, akin to the scythe of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of mortals. Leave, Minato sighed softly, aware of the considerable drain on his chakra. These Jinin had little utility in this war, and he could not bring himself to slaughter these already terrified young shinobi. Kato's mind continued to dwell on the moment when Minato made his move. It was the first time he had truly witnessed the legendary flying thunder god technique. Even his soul's perception could not clearly grasp the instantaneous disappearance of Minato. The instant the pale blue chakra orb materialized, it heralded the shattered remains of a cloud ninja. As if a fierce wind had sliced through a field of wheat, an unparalleled force. Had it been me, I too would have met my demise. Kato clenched his fists, gazing at the weary visage of Minato, and once again grasped the enormity of his own insignificance. Compared to these extraordinary ninjas, he felt as though he were but a child. Teacher Minato, your Rasengan has finally succeeded. It is the spiraling flash super beast Rasengan. Incredible, Teacher Minato. The Rasengan is so powerful. Obito and Rin slowly emerged from their shock, the carnage strewn across the ground shocking them as much as it had the lower-ranked cloud ninja. Although they still wore smiles, Kato inexplicably sensed a tinge of fear emanating from their emotions. Chapter 28. Soul Duet. Damn it. The entire camp has been obliterated? Do not jest with me. As the supreme commander of the battlefield against the cloud ninja, AI, the son of the third Raikage, possessed a temperament akin to that of his father. Observing the shattered remnants of the table, a cloud ninja advisor lowered his gaze, uncertain how to placate AI's fury. They could scarcely believe the events that had transpired, yet they had confirmed the veracity of the incident time and again. AI, it is true. The whole camp is abuzz with tales of a golden-haired man, akin to a flash of light, who can snuff out a ninja's life in an instant. Tell me, what is his name? AI's eyes bore into the advisor, radiating a terrifying aura, as if he were ready to devour anyone in his path. Standing nearby, Kurabi shrugged, his sunglasses concealing any emotion, yet he began to sing in an odd manner, accompanied by peculiar hand gestures, causing AI's expression to darken instantly. Yo, big brother's explosive. I'm scared, been waiting to outlast you for ages. The fury in AI's eyes seemed on the verge of eruption, chakra swirling around him, and in an instant, he vanished, crashing his iron-like arms directly into Kurabi's chest, sending him hurtling from the tent. Ow, ow, big brother is terrifying, Kurabi exclaimed, falling silent. The evidently restrained impact inflicted no harm upon him, and AI's rage appeared to have dissipated somewhat. Minato Namikaze, the advisor, had long since grown accustomed to this dynamic. Each day, Karabi would be sent flying from the tent multiple times, and this duo had been strengthening their bond in such a manner. I shall remember this name. AI's gaze pierced through the tent, envisioning the scene of the so-called Golden Flash being vanquished before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The battlefield seemed to operate along a predetermined trajectory, with no one anticipating such seamless progress. The operations against the Cloud Ninja appeared effective. In recent days, upon sighting Minato, the Cloud Ninja would swiftly retreat, their operational territory gradually compressed into 3 distinct segments. The moniker of the Golden Flash began to spread throughout the Leaf's encampment. As Minato basked daily in the reverent gazes of the Leaf ninjas, it felt almost too smooth. Jiraiya, confident in their ability to vanquish the Cloud forces, nevertheless sensed an oddity in the ease of their campaign. Having experienced countless battles, he seemed to detect the faint scent of conspiracy. Summon Jonin Minato and Jonin Fugaku. Yamanaka, relay to all camps to suspend all actions, Jiraiya commanded, frowning as he rapped the table lightly. The scouts waiting at the entrance swiftly conveyed the message to Minato and Fugaku. Meanwhile, a Chunin from the Yamanaka clan pressed his hands against his temples, shutting his eyes as he rapidly contacted various command posts. The orders had been dispatched. In less than a minute, Yamanaka had relayed the command to all camps. Reporting to Lord Jiraiya, Lord Fugaku is awaiting outside the tent, and Jonin Minato has gone to intercept the Cloud Ninja and is temporarily unreachable. Very well. Establish contact with Jonin Minato at once, and invite Jonin Fugaku inside. Jiraiya's eyes flickered, as if he comprehended something. A wave of concern rising within him before dissipating almost instantly. The Cloud Ninja appeared to be targeting Minato. It seemed they had yet to grasp the true meaning of the Golden Flash. The Golden Flash suits you well, Minato. Atop the peak of Mount Keiju, towering pine trees spread like enormous umbrellas, their branches casting dappled sunlight upon the forest floor. Yet within the verdant hills lay countless Cloud Ninja, their gazes fixated on the golden-haired figure beneath the treetops. Kato sensed the presence of the Cloud Ninjas surrounding them, within a kilometer radius. There were at least 200 Chunin and Jonin, while they themselves numbered merely 4. Let us strike together and eliminate him, one of the Cloud Ninjas commanded. Their mission was to infiltrate the jungle and encircle the Minato team, determined to capture Namikaze Minato at all costs. Despite Minato's recent surge in notoriety, this alone would not suffice to deter the hundreds of Cloud Ninjas. Zhou, Obito, Rin, take care of yourselves. Do not worry, if danger arises. Channel chakra into the flying thunder god seal on your arm, Minato instructed. In an instant, his figure flickered, and countless flying thunder god shurikens vanished into the foliage, distributed across every corner. A dazzling golden light began to weave through the forest, flickering incessantly, as figures fell one after another. These Cloud Ninjas, of Chunin and Jonin rank, had no time to react. Obito let out a fierce shout, leading the charge as he unleashed a massive fireball technique toward the Cloud Ninjas. Instantly, a raging inferno erupted within the woods. This technique could aptly be termed fire release, burning mountain. The wind in the forest fanned the flames, quickly transforming it into a sweeping blaze, with thick smoke billowing throughout the jungle. Water release, water dragon bullet. The concealed Cloud Ninjas, forced back by the intense flames and thick smoke, were compelled to reveal themselves one by one. The Cloud Ninja at the forefront swiftly hand-signaled, summoning water dragons that soared skyward, only to turn their heads and unleash torrents of water upon the fierce flames, extinguishing their threat. However, this also stirred a dense mist, obscuring everyone's vision. At the 7 o'clock position, 30 meters away, 2 figures. Suddenly, the voice of Kato resonated in the minds of Obito and Rin, accompanied by a vivid 3-dimensional image that seemed to be a fusion of infrared vision and radar, clearly transmitting the scene of the hidden Cloud Shinobi into their consciousness. Oh, your perception technique is truly remarkable, Obito thought, though this was not his first experience. Each time he beheld such imagery, he felt an extraordinary sense of wonder and envy, intensifying his yearning for the Sharingan. If he possessed the Sharingan, he was confident that he would undoubtedly surpass Kato. Obito, Rin, prepare to attack. In Kato's hand, the kunai shimmered with a subtle black light, as if something was affixed to it. With a swift motion of his foot, he appeared before a mid-ranking Cloud Ninja, as if propelled by a spear. Jinjutsu, Soul Duet. Before the Cloud Ninja could react, his gaze became vacant, ensnared by the illusion. A faint ripple of chakra emanated from his body, yet he remained oblivious to the means of dispelling the Jinjutsu. Bound to the black wooden stake, he endured an endless torment, each blade inflicting a searing agony that threatened to rend his very soul. The shuriken in Kato's hand plunged deeply into his forehead, causing the expression of the Cloud Village's Chunin to freeze in an instant. Simultaneously, a sphere of blue light manifested within Kato's mental realm. Obito and Rin were engaged in a fierce struggle against the Chunin, undeterred by the other Cloud Ninjas. Whenever an attack from the Cloud Ninjas approached them and evasion was impossible, a golden flash intertwined with blue radiance would swiftly sever the incoming threat. The second one, Ordinary Chunins posed little threat to Kato now. His strength was comparable to Kakashi's, barely qualifying him as an elite Jonin, despite still holding the title of a genin. Shadow Clone Technique. Kato swiftly formed seals in midair, conjuring 5 shadow clones that surrounded them. With their shared vision, they could nearly evade every attack from the Cloud Ninja, and Kato's soul-harvesting speed increased significantly. The 5th, the 10th. Although Minato's combat style appeared somewhat less ferocious due to his need to protect them, he still inflicted substantial casualties on the Cloud Ninja. Yet, the enemies seemed undeterred, fighting with the fervor of Deathseekers, and Kato sensed an unusual and eerie atmosphere. Something felt amiss. The eyes of the fallen Cloud Ninja were not merely filled with hatred, but also bore a hint of the ominous message. I await you on the road to the underworld, stirring a sense of unease within Kato. Despite having the Flying Thunder God technique as a final safeguard, relying on others left Kato with a lingering emptiness in his heart. Before he could issue a warning, an enormous shadow loomed overhead, shrouding the sky. What is this? A gigantic, scaled tentacle hung above Kato and his companions, blotting out the sun, adorned with numerous sticky suckers that resembled glimmering, dark eyes, watching everyone intently. Rin, move, Minato shouted, attempting to lead the three to safety, but was abruptly blocked by an individual who appeared before him, crackling with lightning, seemingly faster than his Flying Thunder God technique by a mere fraction. You are Namikaze, Minato. Today, you shall all perish here, he proclaimed in a grim voice. He had not anticipated that merely obstructing Minato's team would result in such heavy losses for the Cloud Ninja, witnessing the battlefield littered with the wounded ignited fury within him. But it also made him more vigilant of Minato. The air was torn as a deafening roar echoed, as the colossal tentacle descended from the heavens, akin to a mountain crashing down or a titanic whip bringing forth a thunderous strike that shook the earth, causing rocks to splinter. The enormous tentacle emanated a chilling chakra that instilled terror, as if an invisible will to kill sought to obliterate everything in its path. Rin, are you all right? The trio swiftly retreated, but a flying rock had carved a brutal wound into Obito's left arm, leaving blood and flesh in disarray. Enduring the pain, he turned to Rin, concerned. Obito, your arm, Rin exclaimed, her eyes pleading as she glanced at Kato, who, with a green glow enveloping his hand, pressed it against Obito's injured limb. Suddenly, a flying kunai was deflected by Kato, who stepped forward, shielding Obito and Rin from the vigilant Cloud Ninja surrounding them. Nevertheless, his attention was partially consumed by the colossal, ominous octopus looming in the distance. The immense creature, resembling a bull-headed monstrosity, towered ominously, radiating a fearsome aura. Its gigantic tentacles danced in the air, capable of pulverizing any ordinary ninja, exuding the presence of an ancient, terrifying deity. What manner of creature is this? Kato's thoughts were tumultuous, stirred by the sight of the giant octopus. Is this the Eight Tails? Minato and they exchanged wary glances from atop a nearby tree, their eyes filled with caution. From their brief skirmish, they grasped the formidable nature of their opponent. Obito and the others cannot escape. Minato's gaze remained fixed on the man before him. With this individual entangled in conflict, there was no way he could safely relocate the three under the enemy's watchful gaze. In an instant, he abandoned that thought. He was equally astonished by the sudden appearance of the Eight Tails, realizing that the Cloud Ninja had directly deployed it onto the battlefield to target him. I must call for assistance. Summoning technique. In an instant, Minato vanished before A's eyes. A's expression shifted, his body crackling with lightning as he dashed after Minato, determined to keep pace with him. This technique. A's eyes narrowed as he sensed something. Noticing the kunai on the ground, connecting the dots and regarding Minato with heightened suspicion. The Flying Thunder God technique. Rumored to be a forbidden jutsu mastered only by those who understood the mysteries of space, had manifested before him, a legendary ninjutsu he never expected to witness. No wonder he could decimate an entire camp single-handedly. Such a genius must perish here. His right hand subtly crackled with lightning chakra, the muscles in his arm bulging with a metallic hardness. Gamma Ken, Gamma Hero, Gamma Bunta, go and confront that behemoth. As the smoke from the summoning dissipated, three enormous figures emerged, encircling the Eight Tails, their size comparable to the creature itself, instilling despair in ordinary ninjas. The three toads, staring at the Eight Tails, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their foreheads, their eyes briefly glancing at Minato. Minato, you truly have faith in us, the Toad brothers, Gamma Bunta. The eldest of the trio bore a long sword on his back and assumed a serious demeanor. We are counting on you, Minato replied, patting his head, slightly embarrassed. The Toads of Mount Myaboku were well-known figures in the ninja world, their identities not concealed from the 5 great nations. They recognized them instantly. No wonder he is so talented. So you are Jiraiya's disciple. It seems I shall first defeat his student before facing him, he mused, his resolve intensifying at the mention of Jiraiya, eager to witness the prowess of one of the legendary Sannin. The violent chakra surged from his body. Lightning release, lightning punishment. A's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Minato, clad in a shimmering armor of lightning, his right hand resembling a bronze spear. lunging towards Minato's chest with ferocity. Flying Thunder God technique. A golden flash flickered, and Minato's figure vanished. The boulder behind him shattered as A's strike pulverized it into dust. Debris flying in every direction. Rasengan. The vanished Minato reappeared behind A blue sphere of energy cradled in his hand, seemingly ready to strike. But it narrowly evaded it in the nick of time. The clash of lightning and gold intertwined in the air as their figures once more vanished from sight. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot blade. With a sudden sound, A and Minato reappeared simultaneously. A's attack threatening to sever Minato's throat as if to rip his head from his shoulders. Boom. Yet, the figure transformed into smoke and vanished. Shadow clone? AI remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings as the thunderous echoes of battle reverberated through the field, yet Watergate's presence eluded him. With a forceful stomp, the earth beneath him shattered, but silence persisted. Suddenly, for specially crafted shuriken converged upon AI from every direction, prompting him to focus intently. The silhouette of Minato Namikaze emerged behind him, brandishing a Rasengan. Found you. The elusive golden mouse darted away, unleashing a devastating blow with unparalleled speed. Under the shimmering blue lightning, it seemed poised to annihilate everything in its path as it surged toward Minato. In a flash, Minato altered his trajectory mid-air as the shuriken approached. While his shadow clones restricted AI's movements, 3 Rasengans simultaneously surged from behind and the sides, launching an assault on AI. What? AI was taken aback by Minato's ability to reposition in mid-air, the encroaching figures threatening to envelop him entirely. Surrounded, it appeared that escape was futile, yet AI remained resolute. His feet seemingly rooted to the ground. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Lightning release, the strongest armor." In his youthful fervor, AI brimmed with confidence in his jutsu. Refusing to yield to anyone, fiery bolts of electricity erupted from his form, instantly dissolving the 2 shadow clones into wisps of smoke. Minato, enduring the final surge of the lightning armor, unleashed a powerful Rasengan upon AI's back. The clash of blue lightning and the Rasengan exuded an overwhelming force. Reverberating through the air, the very fabric of the world seemed to tremble under the intensity of the impact. The Rasengan broke through the chakra armor, striking AI and sending him hurtling into the depths of the jungle. Trees were obliterated in his wake as he disappeared into the swirling dust. Brother. Killer Bee sensed AI's defeat through the 8 tails and unleashed a relentless assault, the 8 tentacles whipping about with ferocious speed, ensnaring Gamekin and constricting him mercilessly. Tailbeast bomb. Accompanied by a terrifying gale, the 8 tails wreaked havoc across the battlefield, transforming it into a chaotic maelstrom. The uncollected corpses of fallen shinobi were pulverized into blood and bone, raining down upon the forest, painting the battleground crimson. Caught in the vortex, the gravely injured Gamekin dissipated into smoke, retreating to Mount Mayaboku. Gamekin Gamma leaped forward, delivering a heavy blow to the 8 tails tentacle, only to be repelled by a devastating strike, the sound echoing like a sonic boom as he was sent flying, enveloped in mist. Gamma 1 felt a heavy weight in his heart. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, narrowly evading the perilous strike. Standing atop the mountains, he gazed sternly at the whirling 8 tails, furrowing his brow in contemplation, seemingly at a loss. Suddenly, a peculiar chakra fluctuation gripped his attention, and his expression shifted from concern to shock. Damn, it's all because of you. The mangled remains of fallen Cloud shinobi splattered around, igniting a crimson fury in the eyes of the remaining Cloud ninjas. They could do nothing to intervene in the distant clash of monsters, their focus solely on Kato and his companions. Water release, Great Waterfall technique. Lightning release, Earth walk, mastering both lightning and water techniques. The ninjas transformed the battlefield into a vast swamp, their combined might formidable. Dozens of ninjas, their expressions twisted with malice, slowly encircled the trio, tightening the noose around them. Obito and Rin found themselves in a dire predicament. We must do something. Only by awaiting the rescue of Minato-sensei can we hope to escape and survive. Kato deftly deflected a shuriken hurled by a Cloud ninja and suddenly turned, his gaze fixated on the battered figures of Obito and Rin. After Rin's ministrations, Obito's left arm had barely begun to heal, yet his complexion appeared as pale as parchment, casting a shadow of dread over Kato's heart. Rin, I stake my life on this. What must you have me do? Rin remained silent, yet her resolute stare mirrored Obito's unwavering determination. Though their youthful faces bore remnants of innocence, at merely 12 or 13 years of age, they now exhibited a readiness to embrace death. Their eyes radiated a fervent willingness to sacrifice their lives for any cause, granting Kato a modicum of reassurance and solidifying his resolve. I shall employ a secret technique, and I will require your protection. Obito, Rin, can I place my trust in you? Unless I perish, none shall approach your body. Neither shall I. The trio pressed closely together, allowing Kato to sense the tremors coursing through Obito and Rin, a manifestation of their terror towards death and the madness that often accompanies the brink of demise. Their bodies involuntarily surged with adrenaline, as if ablaze with an inner fire. Very well. Kato gazed intently at Obito and Rin, clasping his hands fervently in prayer before unleashing a resounding cry. Spirit manifestation. Spirit body descends. A vast, pale blue apparition suddenly materialized from Kato-O's diminutive form, towering over 100 meters high, marking its unprecedented arrival in this realm of shinobi. Grasped firmly in his hand was a pitch-black long blade, standing amidst the heavens and the earth, casting a formidable gaze upon the world below. With two ethereal blue beams emanating from his eyes, a violent tremor radiated from Kato-O's being, unleashing a wave of soul-stirring ripples that enveloped the entire battlefield. As if confronted by an arch-nemesis, an indescribable dread surged within the hearts of all present, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end as they gazed up in terror at the ominous pale blue specter that obscured the sky. What is this? The entire contingent of cloud shinobi stood transfixed, awestruck by the sight of this colossal figure, reminiscent of a blue Ajura. Their minds shattered by the sheer impact of the scene. What sort of ninjutsu is this? In the face of such a staggering spectacle, the very foundations of their beliefs crumbled. Quick, everyone, unleash your ninjutsu. The cloud shinobi trembled as they formed hand seals, summoning torrents of thunder and flames, colossal waves, and dragons that surged towards the spirit body, only to pass through it as if it were not, erupting violently in the air. Why is it ineffective? One of the cloud shinobi realized the truth, shouting urgently, "Those three brats. If we eliminate them, this entity will vanish." Obito and Rin stood resolutely, blocking all incoming shurikens. While a cloud shinobi charged forth, Obito fought with a desperation that bordered on madness, his body already a tapestry of wounds, blood streaming down his arms. His vision clouded by crimson. Rin too bore a long gash upon her back, flesh laid bare, blood gushing forth like a spring. Kato's body was drenched in crimson. Yet all of it was the blood of Obito and Rin, while he remained unscathed. "Are you all right, Obito? I fear I may be nearing my end." Obito's voice had weakened, and having sustained injuries, he had already consumed all the food pills he carried. Now, he was but a shadow of his former self. "Obito, if Rin survives, we shall be friends." The voice of Kato echoed in the minds of Obito and Rin. In an instant, a spirit imbued with fervent battle intent and murderous energy surged with azure power, its presence as tumultuous as crashing waves, its gaze piercing like cold lightning. It turned its head, and an aura reminiscent of death swept over everyone, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. The terrifying essence of death surged like a tide, an unparalleled pressure rendering each individual breathless. The spirit, surveying the battlefield with disdain, moved. Its jet-black blade swept through the air like autumn winds gathering fallen leaves. The overwhelming force seemed capable of shattering mountains and cleaving the heavens, yet bore the compassion of a Buddha, causing no harm to any living thing. With a single sweep, it spared every blade of grass and twig, yet the surrounding cloud ninja, caught off guard, stood motionless as if consciousness had abandoned them. Thud, thud. In the next moment, the figures of the cloud ninja collapsed to the ground as though devoid of bones, plunging into the water or toppling from trees. What is happening to you? The few remaining cloud ninja gazed at their comrades continuously falling, an eerie and terrifying atmosphere enveloping them instantly. They raised their eyes towards the towering giant above, their throats constricting. Blue Ajura, a soul-snatching demon, one of the seasoned cloud ninja possessing secret techniques, managed to sense a flicker of the spiritual waves and, upon probing deeper, realized in an instant that their souls had been seized. A look of horror spread across his face as he beheld the spirit standing between heaven and earth, akin to the grim reaper of hell, when the divine intervenes. Mortals are but ants, powerless to alter their fate. Obito, Rin, now's the time, run. There will be no second chance. The encirclement of the cloud ninja had opened a gap. Of the dozens, only 7 or 8 remained. Yet those remaining were the finest among them, elite jonin, making it impossible for Obito and Rin to prevail. The voice of Kato-O echoed in Obito's ears, pulling him from his stupor. He hoisted Kato-O onto his back, struggling with his own injuries while supporting Rin, and swiftly retreated into the thicket. Kato-O urged him to flee, yet it seemed the shock had rendered Obito speechless. "I must reclaim my spirit." "You all must hide quickly." Kato's strike had completely unleashed the accumulated soul energy, leaving him with barely any chakra remaining. Although he had absorbed dozens of souls, the untransformed souls could not yet be converted into his own power. During this time, the transformed soul energy had reached the limit that his spiritual body could accommodate. Only recently did Kato faintly sense that his spiritual body could unleash an attack. He required more souls. Chapter 30. Jiraiya's appearance. Is that the blue giant Kato? Minato Namikaze gazed at the distant giant, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He was well aware of the strength of Obito and Rin. The only plausible explanation was the jutsu released by Kato. In his perception, the falling cloud shinobi seemed to be struck down instantly by an inexplicable invisible attack. Kato, Obito, Rin, hold on a little longer. The immense consumption required to unleash such a large-scale jutsu was undeniable, yet the Hidna continued to pursue him relentlessly, making escape impossible. Like a venomous serpent lurking in the jungle, waiting for the opportune moment, it would undoubtedly choose to immediately assault the three brothers, thus fully unleashing the power of the Eight Tails. If A and the Eight Tails joined forces, their chances of survival would diminish drastically. Minato took a deep breath. casting a subtle glance toward a corner of the jungle, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Damn it. The genius of Konoha's secret techniques. Hidden in the darkness of the jungle, a shoulder wound had begun to heal slowly. He suppressed his presence, fixating on Minato, silently observing the battlefield and searching for any flaw, refusing to believe that the flying thunder god technique was insurmountable. Despite Minato's speed surpassing his own, with entangled with him in the large-scale cloud shinobi disturbances, he was certain he could eliminate Minato. However, the sudden appearance of the blue giant seemed to shatter the delicate balance entirely. Gritting his fists in silent rage at the sight of the towering blue giant over 100 meters away, he realized the catastrophic failure of this ambush. Having lost so many cloud shinobi, we must be wary of that blue giant. Little 8, do you sense it too? In the space of the 8 tails, Killer B, rarely without his wrap, felt a unique essence, connecting with the 8 tails. This blue giant posed the greatest threat on the battlefield. It resembled a jutsu he had seen before. The Uchiha clan Susanoo, yet it was entirely different. The 8 tails chakra had carved a massive pit into the forest, resembling a meteor crater, with hundreds of meters devoid of any cover or trees. Thick smoke billowed, and the battlefield was starkly visible with 3 enormous, monstrous bodies. The air was heavy with an impending sense of crisis, causing everyone to tense up. Minato, you've certainly stirred up a hornet's nest. The still air was abruptly shattered by a deep, resounding voice that seemed to penetrate space, causing A's gaze to sharpen, while Minato displayed a hint of ease. Apologies for the trouble, Master Jiraiya. Countless gigantic tentacles descended upon the moment Jiraiya landed atop Bunta, an overwhelming force seemingly intent on shattering the earth itself. Bunta swiftly leaped aside as a thunderous sound echoed, the ground trembled, and thousands of stones fell like stars from the sky, the forest splintering into ruins. The 8 tails. Quite enthusiastic, but what is that? Jiraiya stood atop Bunta, his red cloak billowing in the wind, his gaze drawn to the blue giant, his brow furrowing deeply. Yet before he could observe closely, the blue giant began to dissipate, vanishing from sight. The genius of Konoha truly is remarkable, even evoking a sense of life-threatening danger in me. Bunta slowly drew his great sword, the sound of his pipe now imbued with seriousness. Oh, I must take a good look at Minato's subordinates. Once confirming that it was indeed a jutsu released by his allies, Jiraiya relaxed, shifting his focus back to the rampaging 8 tails. Engaging the 8 tails is genuinely exhilarating. Bunta, prepare for action. The great toad sage has long awaited this chaos. With narrowed eyes, Bunta, equipped with his massive sword, felt pent-up frustration yearning for release. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya's fire technique combined with Bunta's toad oil unleashed a raging sea of flames, surging like a tidal wave, engulfing the 8 tails. The blazing tongues of fire consumed the barren battlefield, painting the sky crimson, as if intent on igniting the heavens themselves. Little 8, quickly evade. This is no ordinary flame. Killer Bee sensed the urgency. The 8 tails expelled tons of dark ink, retreating under the relentless spray. The ink transformed into clones amidst the inferno, charging into the flames, exploding one after another. Ink clone technique. The pitch-black ink, thick as sludge, enveloped the fiery flames, gradually extinguishing the inferno within the black solution. Is this a sealing technique? A clever counter to seal the flames. Several ink clones broke through the flames, charging toward Jiraiya, while Bunta leaped lightly, his sword flashing, shattering the ink clones. Jiraiya's experimental attack yielded no results, but revealed the intricate coordination between the 8 tails and its Jinchuriki. This Jinchuriki is not as simple as I imagined. I've heard that the Cloud Village possesses perfected Jinchuriki techniques, yet witnessing it firsthand is truly enlightening. Lightning style, lightning flash dance. Just as Bunta landed, A, who had been lurking in the forest, suddenly pounced. Radiating violent lightning, A raised his arm high, resembling a lightning blade, striking toward Jiraiya atop Bunta. I've been watching you for a long time. Minato's figure flickered, golden light flashing faster than lightning, seemingly consuming no time as he abruptly appeared beside A. His azure Rasengan aimed at A's left side. Damn it, Minato Namikaze. A's long-planned lightning strike had to be abandoned. The earlier confrontation made her realize that his lightning armor could not withstand the impact of the Rasengan, and his shoulder wound throbbed painfully, barely evading Minato's Rasengan. A landed beside the 8 tails, his crimson eyes burning with fury, fixated on Minato. Since his training had progressed, he had never felt so constrained. Every ounce of his strength seemingly rendered useless, his once proud speed now overshadowed. Minato Namikaze, you are indeed formidable. Although it is quite frustrating, I must reluctantly acknowledge that the man before me, with golden hair, is the strongest adversary I have ever encountered. Yet, he is the disciple of the very opponent I have longed to challenge, intensifying the nameless fury within me. Truly a fearsome wielder of lightning. You must be A, the son of the third Raikage. Jiraiya observed A, the commander who had long been his counterpart on the battlefield of the Cloud Shinobi. He bore a striking resemblance to the third Raikage, not only in appearance but also in power. Had the third Raikage himself arrived today, It would have been a formidable challenge for Minato and his allies to endure until his arrival. Jiraiya had not anticipated encountering you here. A regarded Jiraiya and Minato with a gaze tinged with melancholy and complexity. The success of his plans had become utterly unattainable. And a lingering sense of defeat enveloped his heart. He yearned for battle, for the exhilarating clash of fists and the thrill of a fair fight, where he could emerge slightly victorious. Yet, it appeared that the advantage lay with his adversary this time. I never imagined you would send the Eight Tails to thwart Minato. It seems Minato has been quite a thorn in your side lately. Jiraiya scrutinized the battlefield. The heavy stench of blood and the scattered remnants of flesh revealed the brutal nature of the confrontation between the Cloud Shinobi and Minato. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us reveal our true capabilities. No longer contemplating alternatives, he was solely eager for one final, exhilarating battle, even though his chakra was running low. Once again, he enveloped himself in lightning, and in a flash, he struck at Minato with a swift knife hand. Minato suddenly leaned back, transforming into a golden flash that evaded the attack, only to reappear and deliver a flying kick aimed at A's face. A raised his arm to block, and at the moment of impact between his arm and Minato's foot, arcs of lightning erupted. Both combatants were low on chakra, opting for the most primal form of combat, fist and feet. It is time for us to take the stage. My eight. The Eight Tails' robust tentacles shot forth like a catapult, launching its massive form high into the sky, descending rapidly toward Bunta. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground seemed to sink further beneath the weight of its impact. 8 tentacles surged forth like raging waves, battering the earth into a quagmire. The ground heaved like a tumultuous sea, as the relentless onslaught of the Eight Tails' tentacles became increasingly difficult for Bunta to withstand. Truly remarkable, the perfect host of the Eight Tails. Hey, Jiraiya, think of something quickly. I can barely hold on. This is the Eight Tails we are dealing with. What can I possibly do? Jiraiya contemplated a countermeasure while observing the rampaging Eight Tails. Bunta, caught off guard, felt a stinging pain as a tentacle brushed against his arm. Jiraiya, when we meet again at Mount Myaboku, I will make sure you experience the old lady's insect feast. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Bunta exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped Jiraiya. Bunta, your heart is even more ruthless than your blade. Jiraiya shielded himself with his hair from the flying debris, swiftly forming hand seals to summon several toads carrying scrolls. Tadpole Taro, gather your brothers and prepare to confine this behemoth within a barrier. Hey Jiraiya, you want us 4 brothers to undertake such a perilous task upon our first meeting? Hurry up. Bunta's voice rang out, causing the toad's siblings to jolt in response. Yes. Bunta, since when did you become their leader? Bunta dodged a tentacle from the Eight Tails and landed a distance away, exhaling a puff of smoke. I am now the strongest of the younger generation of the Myaboku Toad clan, naturally attracting many toads to become my subordinates. The brawl between the 2 titans had transformed the surrounding jungle into a wasteland, with the earth fracturing and mountains crumbling, yet neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Truly. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sanni. Little 8. Use that technique. Alright. As Bunta and Jiraiya evaded the Eight Tails' assault, they suddenly noticed the creature retracting its tentacles and enveloping itself in a protective sphere. A torrent of turbulent black-blue chakra began to coalesce at the Eight Tails' mouth, sending powerful chakra waves rippling across the battlefield, casting a suffocating atmosphere that darkened the sky. It is the Tail Beast Bomb. Bunta, we must evade it. It is lethal. Jiraiya stood atop Bunta's head, his chakra surging as he heightened his perception to detect every movement of the Eight Tails. Fire release, ash accumulation burning. In an instant, he unleashed a vast cloud of smoke, obscuring the battlefield and attempting to shroud the Eight Tails' vision. As the day waned, the sky grew ever darker, blending heaven, earth, and mortals into an indistinct haze. Kato O, along with his companions, concealed themselves within a secluded tree hollow, distanced from the battlefield of the monstrous clash. His senses were fully attuned, evading the relentless pursuit of the Cloud Ninja's elite, while remaining vigilant to the shifting dynamics of the conflict. The few remaining elite ninjas from the Cloud pursued them with fervor, akin to crazed hounds on their trail. Time was of the essence. The trio had little opportunity to erase the traces of their passage and could only flee, evading capture. Fortunately, the significant casualties inflicted upon the Cloud Ninja instilled a sense of caution among the remaining pursuers, who maintained their distance, occasionally testing their resolve by hurling shuriken from afar. The tree hollow was shrouded in darkness, damp and oppressive, with the faintest glimmers of green light illuminating Kato-O's pale visage. Lin, you shall not perish. You absolutely must not, Obito murmured, his gaze fixated on the gaping wound on Lin's back, the sight sending a tremor through his spirit. He looked up to see Kato-O, his face as pale as parchment, yet unwavering in his efforts to tend to her injuries. Obito held his breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might extinguish the flickering flame of Lin's life. Kato concentrated the remnants of his chakra to temporarily staunch Lin's bleeding. The distant rumbling sound stirred a sense of unease within him. Don't worry, Obito, Kato-kun is quite formidable, Lin reassured, her pallid complexion devoid of any color. Having lost an excessive amount of blood, her voice was faint as she lay on the ground, yet her turned face continued to smile gently to comfort Obito. Obito could not bear to look at Lin any longer. Taking a deep breath, his eyes were devoid of any expression save for fury and hatred. Silently, he retrieved the few soldier pills from Lin's weapon pouch and swallowed them all at once. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he began to step toward the entrance of the hollow tree. Obito, you must save Lin. If you rush to confront the Cloud Shinobi now, even if I manage to rescue Lin, we will ultimately be ensnared by their encirclement. It is better not to attempt to rescue at all. Let us three perish together against the Cloud Shinobi. At least we can look out for one another on the road to the afterlife. Kato's voice was heavy, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm stood before Obito, his raised foot unable to descend. Chapter 31, Pursuit. I will not confront the Cloud Ninja head-on. Obito paused in the shadow of the tree hollow, his back turned to Kato. The light filtered through the hollow, casting his silhouette upon the ground, flickering and dim, bearing an almost tragic resonance. If you wish to lure the Cloud Ninja away to secure enough time for Rin's escape, I advise you to abandon the notion. The Cloud Ninja is not so foolish. While it is commendable to relinquish one's hope of survival for the sake of comrades, those who recklessly sacrifice their precious lives without grasping the full scope of the situation before the final moment are merely fools. Then tell me, please tell me, how can we ensure Rin's survival? Obito's voice was low and trembling, yet he still did not turn around. Suddenly, he took a decisive step forward, leaving behind only his silhouette. Obito! Kato let out a sudden, thunderous shout, causing Obito to halt momentarily in his tracks. When Obito turned back, he regarded Kato with a serious gaze and gave a slight nod before vanishing before the tree hollow. I'm sorry, Rin trembled. Prostrate on the ground, her tears soaking the earth beneath her, she clenched her teeth, merely repeating her apologies. It's all my fault. I am too weak. Far too weak. Rin, do not worry. We will not perish. We certainly will not. Kato gently peeled back Lin's shirt, revealing a smooth back marred by a gruesome 20-centimeter-long wound, grotesquely exposed, and even faintly revealing bone. Though the bleeding had been temporarily staunched through the use of palm healing techniques, the shattered wound could only begin to heal swiftly once it was properly sutured. Lin endured the pain. As Kata's hand grazed the wound, Rin's body involuntarily quivered, yet she gritted her teeth and endured, beads of sweat rapidly dotting her forehead. Kata-kun, rest assured, I can withstand it. Rin's voice, delicate as a whisper yet still gentle, emerged despite the evident agony etched upon her features. I know I cannot stop Obito, but I will never allow him to face this alone. I shall stand by his side. He has always been solitary. This time, I refuse to let him confront the Cloud Shinobi in solitude. Even if it costs me my life, I will remain by his side. Please, Kata-kun. As Rin bore the pain, each time Kata threaded the suturing needle through her flesh, her body trembled incessantly, her murmurs echoing her unwavering will to survive. After cleansing the wound of blood, Kata's palm emanated a profound green glow, a technique far more potent than Rin's healing arts. Yet, it merely hastened the healing process, for Kata's chakra was dwindling. Kata-kun, may I call you by your name? Feeling the warmth radiating from his back, Rin seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Turning her head to offer Katu a faint smile, infused with gratitude. You may. With a soft sigh, Kata pondered how such circumstances had unfolded. For the affairs of the world seldom adhere to any individual's will, often presenting unexpected occurrences that thrust strangers into one another's lives. Obito and Rin were no exceptions. Kata-kun, have you already mastered the palm healing technique? That's truly remarkable. If only I could wield such power. Rin's entire being was drenched from the agony of the suturing, yet she never uttered a cry of pain, persisting solely through sheer resolve. Her gaze remained fixated on the hollow of the tree, seemingly searching for a familiar figure. Survive, and I shall teach you. Kato has never realized that his tone had softened considerably. Okuen is truly gentle. Lin's complexion grew even paler as her wounds swiftly healed, having lost excessive blood. She found it increasingly arduous to bear such a physical burden. Before her voice could fade, her eyes began to dim, and her body faltered, succumbing to unconsciousness. This is certainly not the time for fainting. Kato took the last 2 military rations from the tool pouch, placing one into Rin's mouth. He channeled his mental energy into her body, forcibly stimulating her brain, causing her to awaken instantly. Rin's head throbbed with excruciating pain, though it was merely a fleeting sting. It felt like a profound agony emanating from the depths of her soul, causing her entire body to tremble. Kato retracted his earlier words, revealing that he was not gentle at all. Survival, he implied, justified any means necessary. Kato made no further utterance, slowly swallowing a soldier's food pill. We must seek out Obito. He is bound to perish alone. All right. Rin braced herself, stumbling slightly. The last remnants of chakra bestowed by the pill were nearly entirely expended on healing her wounds, leaving her body exceedingly frail. Let us proceed. Kato lightly grasped Rin's arm, and with a swift motion, she found herself securely perched upon his back. Without uttering many words, Kato exerted power beneath his feet and instantly leaped out of the tree hollow. Sensing the positions of Obito and the other Cloud Shinobi, Kato quickened his pace. Within his perception, two cloud shinobi were on the verge of making contact with Obito. Bang! Obito's figure crashed heavily to the ground. From the depths of the jungle, a cloud shinobi enveloped in crackling lightning emerged, the blue electric sparks flashing ominously, deterring any who dared to gaze upon him. Nearby, another cloud shinobi remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings. Great fireball technique. Drawing on the chakra that strained his body, Obito vanished amidst the swirling dust, a massive fireball suddenly materializing, sending waves of scorching heat that compelled the two in the jungle to retreat. Damn it, I finally caught you. After pursuing you for so long. It seems the thing 1T appear again. It was as if he referred to an unspeakable nightmare. The cloud shinobi who evaded the fireball wore an expression of unease. Yet a deeper rage seemed to simmer within him, one even more profound than Obito's. Haha, you've fallen for it. Obito's sudden laughter startled the cloud shinobi flanking him in the jungle. With a leap, he vanished into the foliage, his frantic retreat betraying the fear that gripped his heart. Now's my chance. Straining against the pain coursing through his body, Obito hurriedly plunged into the jungle as a deafening explosion rang out, erasing all traces of his presence. Damn, that brat is just putting on a show. That blue demon will not show up again. Although the deceived cloud shinobi fled like startled birds, they quickly regained their composure the instant the explosion sounded, turning back through the dust towards Obito. A little further, just a little further, and Rin and the others would be safe. As he ran desperately, Obito's sole conviction was to sacrifice himself to secure Rin's chance at survival. Brat, you'll soon meet your end. The two cloud shinobi bore only minor injuries and quickly tracked Obito's whereabouts. Kunai flew towards him with the speed of missiles, yet they refrained from attacking, remaining wary of potential enemies. Damn it, this cursed body. Move faster. Obito's hoarse cries yielded no miracles. A kunai grazed his thigh, tearing away flesh, and he collapsed to the ground. But as the dust settled, only a pool of blood remained. Where did that brat go? There's blood. It can't be a shadow clone. There's nothing underground. The temporary partner of the lightning release cloud shinobi, a master of earth release, lightly pressed his feet against the ground, discerning the absence of any unusual chakra fluctuations beneath. A familiar chakra surge flashed by, causing the two cloud shinobi's scalps to prickle with disbelief as they slowly raised their heads. The blue demon, the azure giant seemed to await them, a dark blade appearing before them in an instant. How is this possible? No, this isn't right. It's an illusion. The lightning release cloud shinobi reacted just as the giant's blade descended. But before he could dispel the illusion, a sharp glimmer pierced his throat, liberating him from this ephemeral realm. As he tumbled out of the illusion, he struggled briefly before collapsing, his breath fading swiftly. The harsh reality of the ninja world is that even shadow-level powers, if careless, can be eliminated by unremarkable lower shinobi. Rin, you're safe now. Obito sat on the ground, gazing at Rin behind Kato, lost in a daze, tears glistening in his eyes. He had believed his demise was certain. Yet Kato appeared so fortuitously, bringing Rin back unscathed. Just one left. The Earth Release Cloud shinobi reacted swiftly. The kunai merely pierced his shoulder. With a grimace, he vanished into the ground the moment the illusion broke. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. The spot where Obito lay collapsed transformed into a quagmire. Kato, holding Obito in one arm and carrying Rin on his back, leapt away rapidly. However, sharp rock pillars suddenly erupted from the mire, relentlessly pursuing them. As if time had frozen, Kato soared through the air, his hand deftly maneuvering to guide the rock pillars, which seemed to deliberately veer away from the three of them, scattering to either side. Kato's cloak billowed in the wind, dancing gracefully as if carried by the currents. Such a technique. The Earth Release Cloud shinobi, peering from the soil, narrowed his eyes. He had never encountered such a refined skill. Nonetheless, he recognized that this required immense finesse to manipulate chakra so precisely, directing the rock pillars with minimal effort. Furrowing his brow, the Earth Release Cloud shinobi sensed a grave seriousness lurking beneath the earth. Seizing the moment while Kato was airborne and vulnerable, he sprang forth, shattering the airborne rock pillars, resembling a streak of light. Kunai aimed directly at Obito's back. To attack the enemy is to save. Kakashi deftly cast off Obito, twisting his body midair, while Rin embraced his neck. Her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on the approaching Cloud Ninja. Utilizing the force of their rotation, she delivered a powerful kick, forcing the Cloud Ninja to retreat. However, as the Cloud Ninja began to descend from the air, a triumphant smile appeared on his face as he transformed into a puddle of mud, cascading down. A sense of foreboding struck. It was a Doton clone. In Chapter 31, as the narrative unfolds, Obito, despite being incapacitated by his leg injury, continued to play his part, his eyes scanning the movements of the Cloud Ninja like a radar. As Kato descended, the hidden body of Cloud Ninja in the shadows surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Lin. With a powerful strike, he propelled Obito towards Lin, who adeptly caught him mid-air, landing gracefully on the distant ground. A fierce whip kick descended from above, utilizing the momentum from striking Obito. Kato narrowly evaded the brunt of the attack, yet it still struck his left shoulder. Spirit armor. A fleeting thought flickered through Kato's mind, as a faint blue sigil, composed of weak luminescence, subtly materialized before vanishing into the recesses of his being. The earth release technique of the Cloud Ninja caused a sudden shift in the strength of his legs, as if an invisible slick membrane was deftly flowing and effortlessly deflecting his assault. What is this? A glimmer of confusion and disbelief shone in his eyes. For the figure cloaked in the hood before him always employed methods that transcended the ordinary. Kato O's enhanced spirit binding technique not only passively resists soul-sensing ninjutsu, but, when actively activated, allows the chakra sealed within his body's meridians to form a protective chakra layer. This technique, which he has renamed the spirit armor, although usable only once, possesses the potential to save his life in critical moments, such as now. A Cloud Ninja had his leg propped on Kato O's left shoulder before Kato could withdraw. A fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. His body spun rapidly, and his right fist, akin to a hammer, struck towards the Cloud Ninja's vital point from a diagonal angle. Damn it! The excruciating pain transformed the Cloud Ninja's face into a deep shade of purple. The agony from the vital strike surpassing even the torment of his shoulder being pierced. Lin gently laid Obito on the ground and swiftly produced bandages to staunch his bleeding. Although she was nearly devoid of chakra, she could still manage simple first aid and bandaging. This time, it's my turn to protect you, Obito. Lin. Obito remained silent, merely grinning and revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Lin, her face pale, rose to her feet, positioning herself defensively behind Obito. Her eyes filled with concern as she vigilantly observed Kato O from the periphery of the battlefield. Although Kato O's chakra was nearly depleted, the shoulder of the Cloud Ninja had already been pierced, blood incessantly dripping from his vital wounds, pushing the retreating Cloud Ninja to the brink of losing his sanity. You little brats, you will surely die? Absolutely. The enraged Cloud Ninja screamed hysterically as he charged towards Kato O. In that instant, as the distant roar reverberated, Kato O's form vanished once more. Time seemed to stand still, shadows danced in the air, and the splattered blood illustrated the ferocity of the battle. Yet, the more brilliant the light, the swifter its demise, the more intense the conflict, the quicker it reached its conclusion. All radiance and power surged forth in a fleeting moment, existing solely for this decisive instant. Kato O fell to the ground alongside Yunrun, kneeling in a half-crouch with his back turned to him. The relentless exchange of pure physical techniques had inflicted severe torment upon his already battered body. Thud. As the sky darkened, everything around him dimmed as well. Yunrin, slowly collapsing, couldn't fathom the reality before him. He was incredulous that his final strike had not claimed the life of the indifferent boy before him. A mere simple motion, a small kunai piercing through, had brought an end to his precious existence. Chapter 32. Tailed Beastball O. Are you alright? Kato's body was adorned with numerous delicate wounds, a testament to the impact of the Cloud Shinobi's relentless assault. Though he narrowly evaded a fatal strike, it nonetheless left his chest torn, fortunately sparing his vital organs, leaving only superficial injuries. Lin lifted Kato, in the tattered cloak, and hood allowed her for the first time to fully behold his visage. His lake blue eyes danced with the fading light of the sunset, resembling vibrant fireflies flitting about, their ethereal glow shrouded in a misty beauty reminiscent of a rain-kissed twilight. I am unscathed, Lin. I carry Toby on my back. We have been discovered, he stated grimly. The tremors of their battle had alerted the other Cloud Shinobi scattered throughout the jungle to their presence. Kato sensed their approach. They needed to vacate the area immediately. But you are injured, and Toby has lost his ability to move, she protested, her voice trembling with a hint of despair, enveloped in the darkness of seemingly hopeless circumstances. It was I who instructed Sensei Minato not to come to our rescue. Kato's words ignited a flicker of disbelief in Lin's eyes, causing her to widen them in astonishment as she fixed her gaze upon him. After letting out a gentle sigh, he elucidated. The esteemed Minato Namikaze is entangled by the enemy. Should he divert his support to us now? That monstrous octopus will join forces with the leader of the Cloud Shinobi to besiege Lord Jiraiya. Minato's chakra is also running low. He can only rescue us in the direst of moments. Neither Lord Jiraiya nor Minato can perpetually safeguard us. Once the three of us are ensnared in the battlefield of that creature, our chances of survival will be utterly extinguished. Kato O perceived the shifts on the distant battlefield, maneuvering skillfully around the area, never straying too far from it, while occasionally relaying the status of the three companions to Minato Namikaze. He understood that the key to victory in this conflict did not rest upon their trio. Only a decisive outcome from Jiraiya or Minato's side could ultimately rescue them. Truly, O was a pillar of dependability. Obito, battered and bruised, leaned gently against Rin's shoulder, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features, yet he maintained a broad smile. Perhaps it was this inexplicable joy amidst suffering that instilled in Kato O a sense of unprecedented exuberance and freedom as he struggled to keep his body moving. Seemingly uplifted by Obito's grin, above the twilight jungle, a massive fireball hung in the sky, revealing only half of its visage. Its orange-red light pierced through the gaps in the foliage, steadfastly spreading forth, while the remnants of battle scattered across the forest floor resembled a child's whimsical doodles strewn about. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the faces of the trio, enveloping them in a serene silence. Kato O smiled, gazing at Obito and Rin. When O smiles, she exudes a captivating charm. Rin glanced at Kato, a subtle smile appearing on her lips, and with a light step, she darted into the forest. Perhaps, indeed. Kato shook his head and followed behind Rin. The three of them, temporarily concealed behind a large rock, began to tend to their bodily injuries. Kato Oya found a rare moment of respite, leaning against a large stone while attuning himself to the movements of the Cloud Shinobi. The remaining Cloud Shinobi seemed to faintly harbor thoughts of retreat. Unlike before, they no longer pursued them with relentless fervor, but instead gathered together, cautiously advancing while maintaining a vigilant distance. They were granted a brief respite. However, the most perilous moment lay ahead, as the four remaining elite Cloud Shinobi congregated. While they themselves were utterly depleted, Rin examined Obito's wounds. Without the mastery of sage techniques or healing arts, Obito's condition showed little improvement and had even worsened slightly, with the kunai having torn through flesh that was difficult to stitch. Taking a deep breath, Rin's hand trembled as she grasped the kunai. "Don't be afraid. I believe in you," Obito said, his pale face breaking into a faint smile. Rin's trembling hand gradually steadied. She needed to excise some of the mangled flesh from Obito's leg in order to suture and staunch the bleeding. Obito bit down. Kato tore a fragment from his tattered cloak and fashioned it into a makeshift bundle, which he placed into Obito's mouth. As Obito's eyes widened in astonishment, Rin's hand swiftly glided over the mangled flesh. Veins throbbed on Obito's forehead, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Faster! Rin's fingers danced with urgency, resolutely avoiding a glance at Obito, concentrating all her energy on the wound on his leg. The gash was stitched together, and the flow of blood began to subside. Once she had securely bandaged the injury, Rin finally exhaled in relief, gently wiping the cold sweat from Obito's brow. "I'm so sorry, Obito, my technique is too clumsy." "Rin, it doesn't hurt at all, truly." Obito managed to force a smile, which caused Rin to burst into tears. Her heart ached as she gazed at Obito, and her tears flowed uncontrollably, the pent-up emotions within her erupting at that moment. Suddenly, a violent surge of chakra from the distant battlefield sent a jolt through Kato. He sensed, for reasons unknown, that the Cloud Ninja seemed to be retreating at a rapid pace, an unsettling and inexplicable feeling gripping him. Ignoring his bodily pain, he sprang to his feet. "Rin, quickly, carry Obito on your back. We must flee. Run." Rin, momentarily taken aback, chose to trust Kato, swiftly suppressing her emotions as she hoisted Obito onto her back and dashed away. Kato has never felt the threat of death as acutely as he does now. He senses the terrifying monster on the distant battlefield, abruptly locking onto him with murderous intent, the strike hurtling towards him. Shall we truly choose that little brat? Is it not somewhat wasteful? The danger posed by that child seems far more ominous than that of Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, is unlikely to be struck, while Jiraiya, though seemingly carefree, is profoundly inscrutable, certainly capable of blocking or evading the tailed beast bomb. That child's techniques are far too treacherous. He must not be allowed to mature smoothly, or he will undoubtedly become more troublesome and dangerous than Minato in the future. That blue giant possesses the capability to end my life. Killer Bee fell silent. The words of the Eight Tails astonished him. It was the first time he had witnessed the Eight Tails so wary of another, even more so than his father, who had once severed his horns. All right. Although he could sense some of the blue giant's threat through the Eight Tails, he did not possess the primal instinct for survival that a tailed beast has. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Gyuki, a testament to their long-standing tacit understanding. A terrifying aura began to amplify at an exaggerated speed. An immense chakra surged forth with a thunderous roar, and the overwhelming pressure escalated sharply, emitting tremors that sent shivers through the air. The earth quaked beneath the Eight Tails, fissures sprouting and spreading wildly. Within Minato's mind, the Flying Thunder God mark on Kato's arm was continuously activated, and thoughts of Kato flooded his consciousness, filled with frantic warnings and urgent pleas. Was it possible that the tailed beast bomb was their destination? Why? Minato was taken aback, estimating his chakra reserves as he prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the tailed beast bomb. However, Kato's plea was entirely unexpected. It seemed the tailed beast bomb would not head towards Jiraiya. "Teacher Jiraiya!" Minato bellowed, locking eyes with Jiraiya, instantly comprehending each other's intent. The emergence of the blue giant compelled Minato to trust Kato. He would not act without purpose. "You shall not escape." AI focused intently on Minato. Though he did not grasp Minato's intentions, he discerned that Minato aimed to leave this place. In the face of uncertainty, obstructing the enemy's actions was undoubtedly the right course. His body began to radiate intense electrical waves, like a lightning bolt, as he lunged toward Minato. "You cannot stop me." Minato did not linger, his form flickering into golden light before vanishing from sight. Cursed Flying Thunder God technique. AI's strike felt as if it had struck a cushion, igniting his fury. He pondered Minato's abrupt departure as he watched him disappear, casting a glance at the Eight Tails, who was gathering the tailed beast bomb, seemingly grasping the situation. Fool. In the moment Minato vanished, a dense, nearly tangible mass of terrifying chakra erupted from the Eight Tails' mouth. Wherever the tailed beast bomb touched, destruction ensued. The ground ahead split into a long chasm, countless shattered trees and stones reduced to dust. The ferocious-tailed beast bomb pierced through every barrier before it, any form of defense crumbling as if it were made of glass, shattering in an instant. It's here. In Kato's perception, an immense surge of chakra, accompanied by towering flames, rushed toward the colossal boulder where they had previously concealed themselves. Rin sprinted ahead of him. But her strength was nearly depleted from carrying Abido on her back, her body drenched in sweat. You must abandon me, otherwise, you too shall perish. The violent chakra fluctuations were now distinctly visible, and Abido could not help but voice his concern. How disheartening, he mused. At that moment, the esteemed Minato Namikaze finally arrived. And the ominous clouds looming above the trio dissipated in an instant. Sensei, Rin exclaimed with delight upon seeing the swift approach of Minato. While Kato breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have held out until his arrival. You have all proven yourselves remarkably capable, especially you, Kato. Minato had contemplated rescuing the trio on numerous occasions, yet Kato consistently surprised him, had they not restrained the majority of the Cloud Ninja. This battle would have likely ended in defeat long ago. Kato, you are truly reliable, Rin remarked. I am quite dependable as well, Abido retorted, his irritation overshadowed by the joy shimmering in his eyes. Hasn't he, Abido, always been reliable? Rin's gentle voice elicited a foolish grin from him. Let us depart, Minato said, squinting with a smile at the trio. Suddenly, his form flickered, connecting their chakras, and a golden light enveloped them before their figures vanished. Boom. The tailed beast ball finally reached its destination, unleashing a searing shockwave accompanied by a thunderous roar. Billowing smoke erupted like a sandstorm, and a brilliant scarlet radiance blossomed within the haze, as if to engulf the entire jungle. Vast swathes of forest vanished in an instant, while shattered stones rained down like meteors. The surroundings underwent a cataclysmic transformation. All that remained at the explosion's epicenter was desolation and charred remnants, rendering the landscape unrecognizable. Time seemed to freeze as the world gazed in stunned silence at the spectacle before them. The Cloud Ninja, hiding in the distance, sought refuge within an earthen fortress, bracing against the incoming shockwaves. Through tiny crevices, they trembled as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Though they had heard tales of the tailed beast's might, this was their first encounter. The relentless, inhuman assaults, the colossal blue figure, the gigantic summoning toad, the tailed beast ball, overwhelmed the elite jonin, who had long been immersed in taijutsu and ninjutsu, instilling in them a profound sense of helplessness. Their own attack seemed laughably insignificant by comparison. Chapter 33, Tentacles in the Cold Wind. Failure is inevitable. Minato must have saved them. It was astonishing that the Flying Thunder God technique could transport others. The Eight Tails, sensing Kato's sudden disappearance, flailed its tentacles, striking the ground as if expressing its frustration. Jiraiya furrowed his brow at the enraged Eight Tails. Why would the Eight Tails launch the tailed beast ball toward Minato's subordinates? He recalled Minato's earlier gaze, which hinted at foreknowledge of the tailed beast ball's trajectory, yet he understood that Minato did not possess such abilities. Doubt clouded his mind as Fukasaku, the toad, seemed to sense something and interjected. Jiraiya, you must be aware of Susanoo, right? What do you mean? Jiraiya replied, puzzled. Although the colossal blue figure bore a striking resemblance to Susanoo, he could distinguish that it was not. That giant energy entity, at the moment it gazed upon me, exuded a chilling aura of death. It felt as if my very soul were being drawn from my body. Could it be that Minato's subordinates possessed such power? Jiraiya recalled his brief encounter with Kato, the nephew of the late Dan, yet he had never heard of such a secret technique within the Kato family. He frowned, reminiscing about Dan's past capabilities, but found himself at a loss. Minato has gone to assist, they should be fine. The Eight Tails has delivered quite the gift. Now it is our turn. Fukasaku brandished his short blade, steadying himself as a cold light flickered in his eyes. Fukasaku Taro has reported that they are prepared. Excellent. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on the Eight Tails, his eyes gleaming with determination. Should the Cloud Ninja unleash such a tailed beast ball upon Konoha's encampment, the consequences would be dire. Ninjutsu, four-corner barrier. Silver light suddenly illuminated the four corners surrounding the Eight Tails, intertwining continuously. Countless symbols began to emerge from the scrolls laid upon the ground, while four toads, each the size of a human head, sat serenely at the scroll's center, exuding an aura of calm. The symbols flowed as if alive, moving toward their bodies. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The four toads croaked incessantly, their cacophonous sound waves engulfing the Eight Tails, momentarily disorienting it as the barrier rapidly expanded. This is bad. It's a barrier technique. With Minato's restraint absent, Ei charged toward Jiraiya, but the sudden emergence of the silver barrier transformed his expression, a heavy weight settling in his heart. Having recently become a perfect Jinchuriki, it should not be this early for me to engage. If this leads to capturing the Eight Tails, I shall bear the blame. Regret flickered within him. Damn it! Damn it! Bye, you fool! Wake up quickly! Enraged, Ei surged forward, crackling with lightning. Understanding that to rescue the Eight Tails trapped in the barrier, he must first contend with Jiraiya. Lightning release. Lightning puncture. His electrified armor enveloped him as he leapt high, resembling a thunderous strike, launching a ferocious blade hand directly at Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya, I will intercept him. Jiraiya leapt off Fukasaku's head, swiftly forming hand seals. Fukasaku swung his blade at Ei, yet the moment their weapons clashed, Fukasaku found himself retreating, taken aback by the ferocity of Ei's assault. A plume of smoke erupted from his nostrils, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fire release, fireball. In that instant, Jiraiya unleashed a blazing fireball, forcing Ei to retreat. Fukasaku, you are lacking. Enough chatter. The Eight Tails has awakened from its stupor, its 8 tentacles relentlessly assaulting the inner walls of the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Jiraiya realizes that capturing the Eight Tails today seems a formidable task, with Minato yet to arrive. It appears that he has exhausted his chakra and can no longer utilize the Flying Thunder God technique over such a distance. With only the 2 of them, defeating the third Raikage Sun while completely sealing the Eight Tails seems a daunting challenge. Bunta, seasoned from countless battles, remains acutely aware of the situation. The recent attack from A has clarified that the third Raikage Sun is not merely a simple muscle-bound brute. Regrettably, Jiraiya has yet to master the technique he has been training for. He muses that if he had perfected his sage technique, he would not fear facing 2 opponents simultaneously. He surmises that Minato's 3 subordinates must have sustained grievous injuries, prompting Minato to send them back to the camp, leaving him unable to join the fray. In light of this, continuing the battle seems futile. Bunta, you should return, he gently encourages, placing a hand on Bunta's webbed foot and bestowing a seal upon him. Even if I cannot seal the Eight Tails, I will ensure it suffers. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bunta takes one last glance at A, releasing a plume of smoke as he vanishes from the battlefield. Barrier. Seal it. Jiraiya roars, causing the silvery barrier to constrict instantaneously. Countless chains surge forth, intertwining as the Eight Tails attempts to evade them. However, the confined space makes it difficult to escape unscathed, and chains with sharp hooks pierce its body. These chains are inscribed with sealing incantations. They are draining my chakra. Little 8, the barrier seems to be weakening. These chains are exhausting its energy. He observes, keenly surveying the perimeter of the barrier until he spots a flaw. There. The Eight Tails' tentacles converge, spinning like an unbloomed lotus, their softness transforming into a steel-like strength. Break it. Not so easily, Jiraiya chuckles. The apparent gap in the barrier is a ruse, and the interwoven chains begin to tighten. In an instant, the silvery walls morph into countless wind blades, slicing through the Eight Tails' form. Its body, ensnared by chains, is torn asunder by the onslaught of wind blades. B. The barrier has vanished. These wind blades and chains are insufferable. Use a tentacle substitute. The Eight Tails' body contracts suddenly, and as the chains tighten, only a massive octopus tentacle remains. Karabi leaps into the air, transforming and retracting the Eight Tails back into his own body. Jiraiya truly lives up to his reputation, having pushed Little 8 to such extremes. Karabi lands and charges toward Jiraiya, one arm raised, his robust bicep resembling a gnarled tree, brimming with strength. The chains retract the Eight Tails' tentacles swiftly into a scroll, transforming from silvery to pitch-black runes, which coalesce into a colossal seal character within the scroll. The 4 toads hastily stow the scroll and leap away, a cloud of dust rising as they suddenly vanish from sight. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya feels a surge of satisfaction from sealing one of the Eight Tails' tentacles. Narrowing his eyes at Karabi and A, who are rushing toward him. With hands clasped together, his chakra connects to the seal hidden on Bunta. Eight Tails. Consider this a temporary reprieve. Just as his words resonate, A and Karabi collide with the force of iron, sending shockwaves through the desolate ground, which sinks further. Absolute bull thunder plow hot knife. Their impact seems to strike only air, as Jiraiya disappears into a cloud of smoke. It's reverse summoning technique. A curses. As a chilling wind sweeps in from the forest, rustling his clothing. As he utters this curse, the last rays of twilight fade, and night gradually envelopes the sky. The remaining 4 Jainin appear behind A, silently observing the nearly desolate jungle. The 6 stand together, braced against the biting wind, exchanging no words. Chapter 34. Snowfall in the winter of the 46th year of Konoha. The first snow blanketed the land of fire. On the fringes of this land, the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja concealed Konoha's encampment amid the snowy woods. The barriers constructed with earth-release techniques were laden with snow, rendering the camp an unremarkable white mound in the forest. The Cloud Ninja's final offensive came to a halt with the arrival of the snowfall. Kato O, lying on a sickbed in the camp, listened quietly to the sound of snow falling outside the tent. The fire in the hearth occasionally flickered, mirroring Kato's restless thoughts. Golden Flash. His gaze seemed to transcend the confines of the medical tent, focusing on the center of the camp, where Minato was strategizing the war efforts. Since the battle with the Eight Tails, Minato's reputation had spread throughout Konoha and the hidden Cloud Village. Rumors of the Golden Flash, who abandoned missions without fear of repercussions, echoed throughout the ninja world. The moniker of Golden Flash resounded across the entire shinobi realm, ensuring that no one would ever again view the man with golden hair as merely someone's apprentice or mouthpiece, but rather as a newly emerged powerhouse in the world of ninjas. Kato was unaware of the news from other ninja villages, yet it seemed that the information regarding Minato Namikaze lay meticulously arranged upon the desks of the various village leaders. However, This very realization only deepened Kato's unease. The growing renown of Minato served as a stark reminder of how Danzo's decision to place him in Minato's team was perhaps a spur-of-the-moment impulse or an astute premonition of its correctness. He could even foresee the nature of the orders Danzo would issue upon their next encounter. A loud snore erupted from the hospital room, and Kato, engulfed in his tumultuous thoughts, found his gaze drifting to the figure of Obito, who lay blissfully asleep nearby, occasionally scratching his ears or grinding his teeth. Bubbles forming at his lips, with his bandaged leg elevated high, he remained utterly undisturbed by the sweetness of his slumber. Kato's gaze was intricate at times. He found himself envious of Obito, who basked in the gentle spring breeze of Konoha. The vibrant green sprouts, concealing within them a fervent flame, seemed to radiate with light, compassion, devotion, and the passionate essence of the will of fire. Everything about it appeared to manifest in him. Rin, turning slightly, revealed that her back wound was nearing complete recovery. With wide eyes, she silently observed Kato, as if a girl's thoughts were always more delicate. She subtly sensed the turmoil and sorrow churning within him. Kato is quite remarkable, she mused, having already earned the title of Blue Azura among the Cloud Shinobi. Yet, there remained a considerable distance to traverse. The world was enveloped in a vast expanse of white. The entire camp lay submerged in a realm of snow. Kato responded in a muffled tone, then fell silent, gazing out the window. A few small sparrows alighted on the tree branches, causing the silver strands to tremble and cascade down. It seemed as though someone had passed by, prompting the birds to flutter their wings and vanish into the boundless whiteness of the world. Kato did not realize that Jiraiya had also mentioned him in the tent of Minato Namikaze. The nephew of Minato, Kato hails from the root, which might pose some complications. Jiraiya sat opposite Minato, steam rising from 2 cups of hot tea. He gazed intently at Minato, recalling what Bunta had told him. The image of that blue giant surfacing in his mind. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly investigated all available information on Kato. Aside from his classified experiences in the root, the rest of his background was astonishingly simplistic. Observing the dossier, which reeked of forgery, resting between the 2 teacups, he began to grasp Kato's identity as a spy for Danzo. He had even started to question Danzo's motives. Although he did not wish to meddle in the upper echelons of Konoha's power struggles, he could not afford to ignore these tactics. Understanding yet remaining uninvolved is clarity. Being oblivious yet remaining uninvolved is mere idleness. The greatest folly is being oblivious yet entangled, leading only to a tragic fate. He had never doubted Minato's strength but feared he might unwittingly become a victim of power struggles. Jiraiya-sensei, I understand, Minato remarked after perusing the documents brought by Jiraiya. Seemingly unconcerned, merely chuckling softly. There are things I have never shared with you, but now I wish to pose a question. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, his previously nonchalant demeanor evaporating. Regarding Konoha, his passion was unwavering and his seriousness profound. Jiraiya-sensei, it's rare to see you so earnest. Minato maintained his gentle and humble demeanor, yet the sparkle in his eyes signaled to Jiraiya that he too was serious. At times, I wish it were not so. Jiraiya silently chuckled before sighing, his brow furrowed. Minato, is your dream to become Hokage? Please tell me sincerely. Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Minato's eyes, which sparkled like a crystal-clear spring, suddenly glimmering with golden hues. Yes, becoming Hokage is not only my dream, but also Kushina's. I have been working tirelessly towards it. Why do you ask this, Jiraiya-sensei? Minato seemed to grasp something, though it felt elusive. Despite being exceptionally capable on the battlefield, he still lacked a certain political acuity. He regarded Jiraiya with a hint of confusion, sensing something was amiss with his mentor today. Minato, I have made a decision. I will nominate you for the position of the 4th Hokage. Jiraiya's sudden declaration startled Minato, who was just over 20 years old. Though he had always aspired to be Hokage, he had never considered running for the position at this moment. Do not jest, Jiraiya-sensei. There are many suitable candidates for the 4th Hokage. You, Orochimaru, Fugaku, Tsunade. Minato, I'm not joking. Do you think Danzo would send Kato to your side without a reason? Although I harbor a strong dislike for him, his methods are undeniably ruthless, especially regarding those he deems obstacles. Observing Minato lost in thought, Jiraiya chose not to elaborate further, subtly shifting the topic. It was still too early for Minato to be exposed to too much negativity. Minato, be cautious of your subordinate. Though he is Danzo's nephew, he is also a member of the root. You must comprehend what the root represents. Moreover, the blue giant birth from his spiritual transformation technique is exceedingly mysterious. I have scoured all records related to Konoha and found no information. If it is a technique he developed himself, then his aptitude for spiritual secret arts is terrifyingly unimaginable. Oh is a good child, I trust him. Minato lifted his gaze, meeting Jiraiya's eyes directly. If he truly intended to harm me, he would not easily reveal his secrets. Jiraiya-sensei, I believe O is a good child. Jiraiya exhaled softly, feeling a mix of relief and concern. He found solace in Minato's warmth and optimism, viewing him as the perfect child of destiny, brimming with love and hope. Yet, he remained apprehensive. With such a disposition, it would be challenging for Minato to navigate the turbulent waters of Konoha to ascend to the position of Hokage, even with his assistance. Perhaps this is why you are Minato Namikaze and not someone else. Jiraiya fell silent, taking a gentle sip of tea, as if pondering something deeply. Could this child become an asset to Minato? Chapter 35. Meeting Minato oblivious to the world, Obito awoke from slumber, drool staining the pillow. Noticing Kato, and Rin's gaze fixed on his face, Obito rubbed his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, perhaps a remnant of sleep. Rin. What was I going to say? Oh, right. Do you know what that giant octopus is? I feel like I've heard about it somewhere before. Someone vaguely mentioned it to me, but it's all a blur. As if struck by inspiration, Obito redirected the conversation, breaking the subtly awkward atmosphere while Rin contemplated. He quickly flipped his pillow over. Obito, sleeping in class again. The person who mentioned it to you is none other than Teacher Hitaki. He taught us about the history of the ninja world in Konoha for 3 years. Rin scoffed softly, a smile tugging at her lips. Obito's little antics had not escaped her notice, but she chose not to call him out, finding his demeanor endearing. Originally, the first Hokage captured the 9-tailed beasts and distributed them among various ninja villages. Now, among the 5 great nations, our Konoha possesses the 9 tails. The Cloud Village houses the 8 tails and 2 tails, the Rock Village has the 4 tails and 5 tails, the Mist Village contains the 3 tails and 6 tails, the Lake Village has the 7 tails, and the Sand Village claims the 1 tail. Each tailed beast is sealed within a chosen individual, known as a Jinchuriki, while using the beast as secret weapons. They also leverage their fearsome reputation to intimidate other villages, thus the selection of Jinchuriki remains an absolute secret, yet the beast's affiliations are widely known. How can you sleep in class and remember nothing? Rin recited fluently, prompting Kato to listen intently. It was only now, under Rin's enlightening explanation, that Kato learned about the existence of tailed beasts. I had no idea, Okuin, that you weren't paying attention in class. Rin caught Kato's gaze, a flicker of intrigue lighting her eyes as she stifled a laugh. Obito shot Kato a sidelong glance, wearing a knowing expression. Oh huh. You still want tea, admitted. Rin, see? I told you, this guy may seem somewhat strong now, but he was definitely at the bottom before. If I awaken my Sharingan, I'll surely surpass him. Indeed, Obito shall forever be the strongest. Were he not confined to a hospital bed at present? Perhaps someone would believe it. Rin, with pursed lips, jested with Obito, who lightly scoffed, flipping his hands to secure his goggles over his eyes. Gripping their sides as if they were binoculars, gazing intently at Rin. Activate the Sharingan. Lead me to the battlefield. Charge forth. Their laughter echoed in Kato's ears, yet inexplicably. He found no disturbance in their joviality. Instead, a warm sensation blossomed within his heart. Flakes of snow descended from the heavens, drifting like delicate butterflies with fluttering wings, landing softly upon the barren branches of the forest. The icy world exuded an elegance and tranquility that soothed his troubled soul. Amidst the sounds of laughter, Kato, who had been restless and nearly sleepless, felt an unexpected calm wash over him, fatigue enveloping him as he succumbed to slumber. You two even turned sleeping into a relay race, Obito remarked as he awoke to find Kato deep in sleep once more, prompting Rin to roll her eyes in exasperation. I wonder how Kakashi is faring, Obito mused, swinging his legs, lost in thought about his bedridden companion. The last time I visited, he didn't utter a single word of thanks. His injuries were severe, but he should be recovering now. Perhaps tomorrow, Kakashi will come to visit us. As Rin and Obito engaged in casual conversation, it was predominantly Obito who spoke, while Rin listened quietly, interjecting occasionally. The tranquil days drifted lazily by, marked by their unhurried chatter. The days spent together in the hospital seemed to draw Obito and Rin closer to Kato. Previously, they had merely been comrades who could rely on each other's backs in life-or-death situations. Yet now it felt as though they were evolving into confidants with whom they could share anything. Compared to the boisterous Obito, Rin seemed to embody this closeness even more profoundly. Obito's rough demeanor and Kakashi's icy temperament found a binding agent in Rin, who had always accommodated the two, and now welcomed Kato into their dynamic. Yet, Rin sensed that Kato appeared to contemplate matters that eluded their grasp. It was reminiscent of their time at the Ninja Academy, where while they were entangled in the trivialities of relationships and appearances, others were already pondering their futures. In Kato, this sensation was even more pronounced, instilling in Rin a curiosity to explore. Thus, the days were far from mundane. On the first morning after Kato's injuries had healed, he received a summons from Minato Namikaze. Without the slightest hint of surprise, Kato had already prepared himself to surrender his ninjutsu to the village, having faced such situations many times in the route. Although the scrolls he submitted were ultimately ineffective for cultivation, the initial steps posed no issues. Given the peculiar nature of the spirit transformation technique, no one in the route dared to attempt it. Fortunately, he had already prepared a scroll for the training of the colossal spirit, which was also destined to fail. However, to his astonishment, upon meeting Minato for the first time, the smiling and slightly squinting Minato did not inquire about any ninjutsu. Instead, he handed Kato a scroll. What could this be? From the esteemed Jonin. The tent of Minato was devoid of others, leaving only the two of them. Kato felt compelled to exercise caution. He gently grasped the scroll but refrained from opening it immediately. Go on, take a look. It's a little surprise, Minato said with a smile. his gentle and modest demeanor dispelling any sense of malice or ulterior motives. This allowed Kato to relax his guard slightly and slowly unfurl the scroll. Kato-o's vigilance did not escape the notice of Minato Namikaze, yet he appeared to overlook it entirely. At times, Minato found himself perplexed by this seemingly insignificant individual, who had entrusted his life to Obito and Rin, fighting until the very last moment, and even in the direst of circumstances, managed to maintain faith in himself. Why then? Had he become so cautious now? Was he attempting to signal me, to communicate something of import? Minato gazed intently at Kato-o, yet he could not discern any anomaly. Do you find this agreeable, Kato? You are indeed a remarkable case, having been directly promoted from a genin to a special jonin. Is this a joint recommendation from me and Lord Jiraiya? Kato-o felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Kato-o slowly bowed to Minato, expressing his gratitude. He now comprehended Minato's intentions and recognized his own identity, realizing that Minato sought to win him over. The 12-year-old special jonin, although not as prodigious as Kakashi, had already risen to the level of a genius in the eyes of Konoha, gaining attention from the higher echelons of the village. With his remarkable track record and the extraordinary promotion from a genin to a special jonin at such a young age, Kato's reputation could soar to at least Kakashi's level if the right support was garnered. However, while such achievements might seem like a monumental leap for an ordinary ninja, they held little significance for Kato, who understood from the outset that in this world, strength dictated everything. Chapter 36. The sorrow by the stream war always necessitates a justification. Whether for the acquisition of something or the pursuit of a goal, if that goal becomes unattainable, the war loses its purpose. In the forest near Konoha's third training ground lay a stream that barely qualified as a river. With the rain clouds having dissipated, the night sky was illuminated by brilliant starlight, casting shimmering reflections upon the gently flowing water, where silver halos mingled with colorful stones, creating a harmonious symphony of sound. Kushina cherished sitting by the stream, finding solace in the tranquil night that enveloped her heart, but since being with Minato, her visits had become infrequent. Minato, why haven't you returned yet? She mused, resting her chin on her hand, idly tossing small stones into the water, the tinkling sounds echoing in the stillness of the night. Though she often exhibited a fiery temperament, when alone, her expressions were seldom overt, concealing a profound understanding of the world akin to a mature woman, now tinged with melancholy. From the shadows of the forest, a member of the ANBU observed Kushina, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of familiarity and detachment. Their duty was to remain vigilant and protective, yet after all these years, they had become among the few, aside from Minato and a select few others, who truly understood Kushina and knew her real identity. Kushina-sama, Minato-sama should be returning shortly. A voice emerged from the forest, startling her momentarily, her expression shifting from surprise to curiosity as she regarded the massed ANBU. These figures had trailed her like shadows for years, rarely engaging with her except in Minato's presence, often making her forget their existence altogether. Is this true? Kushina's leaf-like eyes sparkled with an icy brilliance as she stared at the ANBU. But this was the extent of their exchange. The ninja vanished back into the forest without uttering another word. Will Konoha prevail? What has happened to Minato? Is he uninjured? Some information invariably reached the ANBU before ordinary ninjas, and understanding their protocols, Kushina refrained from pursuing them for answers. Instead, she paced nervously by the stream, her previously calm heart now a tangled mess of emotions. I must consult the third Hokage. As nightfall enveloped Konoha, Kushina hurriedly departed from the stream, heading towards the brightly lit Hokage Tower. The following day, news of Minato's victory over the Eight Tails and A was disseminated throughout Konoha, with Sarutobi Hiruzen even personally addressing the villagers at the academy, lauding Minato's achievements. Humph, that old fool Sarutobi. Kushina often found herself pondering whether Hiruzen acted with intent or by mere chance, as though he perpetually awaited her response. It seemed less about Minato's prowess and more about their relationship, yet at times, it appeared quite logical. Withholding information about the war was merely a means of safeguarding Minato, indicating a strong belief in his capabilities. Having awakened her Kyuubi's chakra, she grasped the duality of human nature, but found Hiruzen perpetually wandering between good and evil, leaving her unclear about his true intentions. As long as Minato is safe, that is all that matters. She sighed softly, reluctant to dwell too much on such thoughts. Those who perceive what others cannot often become ensnared by their insights. She had been such a person in the past, suffering greatly, and thus, unless it pertained to those close to her, she seldom employed her powers. Amidst the reports of the ongoing conflict with the Cloud Ninja, the situation at the Rock Ninja battlefield appeared increasingly tenuous. Any unfavorable news could be magnified exponentially. Kato-kun, it seems your mission is proceeding quite successfully. Orochimaru, situated far to the west in the Land of Fire, had acquired detailed intelligence from the Cloud battlefield through his channels, even more comprehensive than what Konoha had received. He had taken a particular interest in Kato's developments, as Kato was nominally his disciple. Thousands of Konoha ninjas had assembled at the western front, and under the Hyuga clan's long-range surveillance, casualties were minimal, though achievements were equally scarce. Following Sarutobi's defensive counterattack policies, Orochimaru had faced off against Inoki for an extended period without significant confrontation. Inoki, akin to an elusive trickster, adeptly maneuvered through the mountainous terrain. Whenever Konoha launched an offensive, he would retreat, and when Konoha defended, he would lead small teams to disrupt them, never engaging in direct combat with Orochimaru. While this suited Konoha's strategic preferences, Orochimaru grew increasingly frustrated, ultimately delegating command to Hinata Hisashi and retreating to his laboratory to further his research into immortality. As the proximity to the land of Earth increased, the rugged landscape became more pronounced, with veils of mist shrouding distant mountains, appearing both near and far amidst the ethereal clouds. Inoki's encampment was established amidst these towering peaks. However, at that moment, Inoki hovered in the air, his expression darkened. The third Raikage's son is truly a fool. News from the cloud battlefield ignited Inoki's fury. Despite their temporary alliance, the situation had deteriorated, and he could not comprehend how the war had only just begun, yet the cloud seemed to be retreating. The commander of the Sand Ninja is an imbecile. Why? Why does the cloud consistently produce such foolish leaders among their ranks? What enraged Inoki most was not the cloud's losses in Konoha, but the dismal performance of the sand battlefield. Given the proximity, intelligence gathering was relatively easier. Yet Inoki could not fathom how the overconfident cloud could not even contend with the long-weakened sand. Had the cloud secured an advantage over the sand and contained Konoha's forces, they might have leveraged their supremacy to pressure Konoha into submission. They could have even collaborated with the cloud to launch a decisive strike against Konoha's ninjas, rather than remaining in this stagnant state of indecision. The Rock Ninja appeared as mere jesters, engaging in a farcical game of war alongside Konoha's ninjas, as if playing a child's game. Foolish cloud, why not deploy the Eight Tails to the sand battlefield? Instead, they allow the sand's younglings to strike without resistance. Dayu understood that Cloud Shinobi could never deploy the Eight Tails to such a distant location, deep within enemy territory. Yet, he remained seething with anger. Had the command on both battlefields been reversed, the situation would undoubtedly be different. He struck the rocky wall of the encampment with a fierce punch, causing the earth to crack gradually, with fragments cascading down from the crevices. Bring me a message to the Raikage. Chapter 37. The gift just days ago, a new prodigy. Minato Namikaze emerged, and today, you tell me that besides Rasha, another talent, Yakura, has appeared among the Sand Shinobi. How many more geniuses will surface? Tell me. The third Raikage sees the ninja reporting the battle news, his violent chakra surging forth, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey, fixating intently on the young ninja before him. Lord Raikage, the young ninja stammered, his voice trembling, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his entire body rigid with apprehension. He was acutely aware of the Raikage's recent volatility due to the war's setbacks, yet duty compelled him to face the wrath. Speak. What further intelligence do you possess? The Raikage gradually regained his composure, releasing the ninja from his grasp. Though he had been momentarily enraged, he was not a mindless tyrant. It is a letter from the Tsuchikage. The young ninja quickly presented Naka's correspondence and stood respectfully to the side, silent as a statue, fearful that the Raikage might recall the presence of another in the office. Noki, how dare he? The Raikage's eyes blazed with fury as he swiftly perused the scroll's contents. His clenched fist shattered a hole in the office wall, the crackling lightning around him causing the young ninja to swallow hard. The Raikage's gaze suddenly fell upon the young ninja, his overwhelming presence prompting the latter to instinctively take a step back. Go. Relay a response to that scoundrel Noki. Tell those stone shinobi to leave at once. Yes. Only then did the young ninja fully comprehend the Raikage's command, turning back with uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Did you not hear what I said? But, Yes. The Raikage's furious temperament often led to bewildering decisions, a fact the young ninja had grown accustomed to. However, upon confirmation, it became clear that the Raikage was not jesting this time. Gently closing the door to the Raikage's office, the young ninja released a sigh of relief. Boom. The sudden thunderous sound from behind the door made his face twitch. He knew he would need to bring a new desk when he returned the following day. As time flowed slowly and the heavy snow began to melt, Kato was gradually acclimating to his new role as a newly appointed special jonin of Konoha. He could now participate in higher-level meetings and exchange his achievements for advanced ninjutsu. However, beyond these privileges, the gazes directed at him by others in the Konoha camp, as if he were some rare beast, were what truly made him feel out of place. These stares served as a constant reminder that, in the eyes of others, he had become an integral part of Minato's faction, a role he had no choice but to accept. Within the Konoha camp, the snow atop the elevated platform had begun to thaw, and the sunlight, illuminating the pristine landscape, transformed the entire scene into a golden spectacle. Kato stood alone beside a patch of ground adorned with remnants of snow, casting shurikens that struck the earth, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. His expression remained unchanged. Even as he let out a faint sigh, thoughts swirled in his mind, and his eyes sparkled with an unusual hue as he gradually approached the spot where the shurikens had fallen. It seemed they would soon return. The Cloud Ninja had ceased their attacks entirely, even the tentative ones had vanished. During this time, Kato had only encountered 3 small squads of Cloud Ninja. One squad recognized him and promptly retreated, while the other 2 merely tossed a few shurikens before disappearing into the forest. The tense atmosphere within the camp began to dissolve. Much like the heavy snowfall, the experienced ninjas understood that the Cloud Ninja were on the verge of withdrawal. Following the customary procedures, a ceasefire negotiation would ensue, addressing war reparations and re-establishing a non-aggression pact, which would eventually be violated by one side, though that might not occur for several years, perhaps even a decade. Here you are. I've been searching for you. Rin's voice echoed from a distance, her breath transforming into a silvery vapor in the air, adorned with a charming headpiece resembling rabbit ears. Seemingly a gift from Obito on a snowy day. What's the matter? Kato responded softly and continued walking towards the direction where the kunai had fallen. Oh. So you were practicing with kunai? Lin remarked, tilting her head. Perhaps it was the influence of her rabbit ear headband, but today Lin appeared particularly playful and charming. I conferred with Obito and expressed my desire to visit Kakashi. Is he still unwell? Kato walked slowly ahead, his footsteps crunching on the snow, while Rin trailed behind him, her breath visible in the chilly air. Unbeknownst to her, despite Obito's wounds having healed, Kakashi remained confined to the hospital room. A hint of worry flickered in Rin's eyes as she followed Kato, halting at the spot where the shuriken had fallen, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. She observed Kato, as he gradually knelt down to part the snow, a look of confusion crossing her face. Beneath the serene blanket of snow, nestled among the pine needles, lay a pristine white fox, its eyes filled with trepidation. It was ensnared by the shuriken, which formed a cage around it, binding it to the ground, rendering it immobile. Though the shuriken had not harmed it in the slightest, the creature dared not make a single move. How utterly adorable. Before Kato could utter a word, Lin hastily withdrew the kunai embedded in the ground, scooping up the white fox into her embrace. Casting a playful, reproachful glance at Kato, just what she needed was a fox for scarf. Kato's soft voice startled the little fox, which sprang to life, baring its teeth and claws as if to reproach Kato for his cruelty. Suddenly, it bit down hard on Lin's hand. The pain. Lin instinctively recoiled, and the little fox leaped from her embrace, vanishing into the forest like a flash of lightning. Left in a state of astonishment, Lin gazed at Kato with a hint of disappointment. Kato, it's all your fault. You scared it away. Next time, I'll gift you a white fox scarf. Kato chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as he walked ahead, leaving Rin behind, who glared indignantly at the direction the white fox had fled. After a moment, she hurried to catch up. Oh, you promised, do not forget. Chapter 38. A string of anticipated dumplings. Even a minute's delay could cost you your life. Kakashi lay on the bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the blank ceiling, lost in thought. Yet, the first words he uttered upon waking still echoed in his mind. A minute, indeed, feels interminable. In solitude, one often succumbs to silence. A silence he had grown accustomed to. Suddenly, the doorbell of the hospital room rang out, piercing through his reverie, like a piece of flesh devoid of bones. Kakashi turned his head slightly, numbly staring at the door, yet remained utterly motionless. Kakashi, open the door. Obito's persistent knocks resonated through the room, his face displaying a hint of anger. I know you're in there. Rin, and I have come to see you. Is here too. Seemingly stirred by something of significance, Kakashi snapped back to reality, slowly rising from the bed to open the door. He avoided looking directly at Obito and Rin, casting only a fleeting glance at Kato before returning silently to his bed. Kakashi, it's been a month. You need to pull yourself together, Obito exclaimed. It's not like you nearly got killed for the first time. Observing Kakashi's pallid complexion, Rin tugged at Obito's arm, prompting him to turn away, refusing to meet Kakashi's gaze. What a pity, Obito remarked. Some people have lain on the sickbed for so long, completely unaware of the trials we've endured these past few days. No one responded to Obito's words. Kakashi contemplated the recent news he had received, subtly shifting his gaze to the seemingly harmless young man before him, who bore the ominous title of Blue Azura and had recently risen to prominence, now hailed as a genius. Is it my fault that I saved you? Kato observed the despondent Kakashi and could not help but let out a derisive laugh. He began to fathom the nature of Kakashi's psyche. Understanding did not equate to agreement. In Kato's view, this was merely a form of evasion. He harbored a deep disdain for avoidance and those who resorted to it. Before he had encountered you, someone had spoken of you, Konoha's White Fang's son, the prodigious ninja Kakashi. The mention of White Fang's name seemed to irk Kakashi, causing him to grip the white sheets tightly, his gaze upon Kato growing increasingly sharp. Do not utter that name. Kakashi's glare at Kato turned even frostier. Why not? You are but a pitiful wretch, waiting to die in a corner, just like you. Oh, stop. You are going too far. Rin and Obito were taken aback by the immediate confrontation between the two, especially as Kato, who usually maintained a stoic silence, suddenly voiced such words. They were aware of the circumstances surrounding White Fang, yet Kato's remarks compelled them to furrow their brows in disapproval. Do not insult him. Before Rin could intervene to halt Kato's tirade, Kakashi's figure vanished from the hospital bed in an instant, his hand crackling with lightning now poised before Kato, the sharp roar reverberating through the room. The figure of Kato vanished, as the ferocious lightning-infused chakra struck the wall behind him, under the violent onslaught of the thunderstorm. The solid earthen wall constructed through Doton crumbled with a deafening roar. Do you know what the greatest ability of a coward is? To be submissive in the face of the outside world while unleashing a torrent of fury and dark emotions upon those closest to him. Are you seeking sympathy and pity from others? You stand still, awaiting your demise, yet hope for someone to come to your rescue? Are you not just a coward? Having evaded Kakashi's lightning cutter, Kato slowly emerged on the windowsill, his gaze cold and piercing, narrowing slightly as he fixed his eyes on Kakashi's hand, which crackled with lightning. Were it not for me, you would now be lying alongside your father, the white fang of Konoha, beneath the memorial stone. Kakashi gradually withdrew the electric energy from his hand, clenching his fist, his indifferent eyes exuding an eternal chill. I do not require your salvation, you conniving wretch. Oh. Cease your words. Rin glared at Kato with a hint of anger, but he paid her no heed, merely snorting in response, convinced that his words bore no fault. Each day in the ninja world, lives are lost, yet only the white fang has chosen to take his own life. Perhaps it is due to some so-called choice. Or the collapse of faith in the very village he defended throughout his life, which now appears so dark. Yet, as a powerful warrior, to possess such fragility within is truly laughable. What honor is there in crawling through darkness in a humble quest for light, devoid of the courage to face the abyss? Such a one is merely a coward blessed with talent, fortunate enough to rise to fame. There are only those who perish in battle. There are no warriors who commit suicide. Kakashi, with a lifeless demeanor, caught Kato's eye, revealing the profound scars left by White Fang upon his soul. Scars that surely inflicted a torment more agonizing than the mere act of survival. Even if White Fang had betrayed Konoha, or caused chaos, or bided his time in silence, none of these choices could evoke such despair within Kakashi, rendering him so morose. The notion of suicide as a form of defiance is, in truth, a folly that plays directly into Danzo's hands. The enemy would merely tread upon your lifeless body, mocking your progeny, and perhaps even reveling in laughter. Kato understood that all of this was part of Danzo's grand scheme. The so-called choices were mere puppetry in the hands of the elite. Yet, in this moment, Kakashi appeared to be nothing more than a rebellious youth, and should he become aware of these machinations, he might impulsively rush into the depths of Root to avenge his father. Ultimately, the world would only recognize the rogue ninja Kakashi, who was executed on the spot under the pretext of espionage, a mere excuse concocted on a whim. Perhaps it would still hold some utility. Kato contemplated in silence, ceasing all speech. However, standing before Kakashi, Obito displayed an expression of disbelief as the collapsed walls were charred, and the shock of thunder caused the entire room to begin to crack. He slowly raised his gaze from the rubble on the ground, looking at Kakashi with a bewildered shock. If Kato had not dodged in time, Chidori would have claimed his life. Kakashi, do you intend to kill Kato? Obito's voice was heavy, causing the atmosphere in the ward to feel as if it had frozen in an instant, with Rin's gaze also fixed upon Kakashi. Kakashi was unwilling to provide any explanations to Obito. His masked face revealed no discernible emotion, merely a detached gaze that conveyed his indifference. Kato's words were indeed excessive. I, too, wanted to strike him hard across the face. Yet, he is now our comrade and has even saved your life. Seeing Kakashi remain as gloomy and indifferent as ever, Obito's pent-up anger erupted. Kakashi, you scoundrel, it is always like this. Do you know that while Rin and I were in the ward, we anticipated your arrival every day, only to be met with disappointment when we realized you had not yet been discharged? Do you understand how anxious Rin and I were? I cannot even remember when it began. The thing we looked forward to most each day, the thing we wished for most, was for you to appear before us with a smile, bringing even a single skewer of dango, and gently greet us with, Obito, Rin, good morning. That alone would have made us happy for an entire day. But it has never happened. Never. You have always been this way, cold and unyielding. Like an unmelting block of ice. Even stones should warm up eventually. Yet, Rin and I feel as though our hearts are on the verge of freezing. Do you know that? Obito sighed deeply, his voice gradually lowering, laced with a tinge of sorrow, as he spoke in a rambling manner. We all understand that you are deeply wounded. Your father's death has dealt you a heavy blow. But what of us? Rin is also an orphan. Her parents perished on a mission. I have never even met my own parents. With his head bowed, a tear fell to the ground. And the once sunny and passionate Obito seemed to speak with a sorrowful tone for the first time. A flicker of complexity crossed Kakashi's eyes. You are talented. You are exceptional, and everyone admires you. But why should we endure pain while you demand our patience, Kakashi? Have you ever shown even a shred of concern for Rin and me? Obito fell silent, as if he had unleashed all his emotions in that moment. Rin gazed silently at Obito, wishing to say something, but ultimately remaining quiet. The cold wind continued to blow through the cracks and openings of the splitting room, brushing against the faces of the four, as the remnants of snowflakes danced in the air, landing on Obito's visage, the chill seeping through his skin and piercing to the marrow, causing him to ache. Chapter 39, The Spirit on the Snowtop. The defeat of the Cloud Shinobi on the battlefield in the Land of Wind caused an immediate shift in the war dynamics of the shinobi world. Transitioning from large-scale battles to isolated skirmishes, merely the occasional clash of small squads. It appeared as though the ominous clouds of war were on the verge of dissipating. The aggressive cloud shinobi began to retract their lines within mere months, and their rift with the rock shinobi hastened their retreat, as they gradually began to recall the remnants of their forces from the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Despite the heavy toll exacted to successfully repel the cloud shinobi from their borders, the sand shinobi experienced little joy in their victory. Compared to Konoha, which would actively seek peace following their defeats, the brutal conflict with the cloud shinobi had deeply wounded the morale of the sand shinobi. Fortunately, two exceptional figures emerged, rendering the brutal battles less devoid of significance. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the prodigious ninja, Shikuten Yakura, became the only top-tier powers in the Sand Shinobi. Aside from Chiyo and Ice, there was no possibility of collaboration between the Rock Shinobi and the Cloud Shinobi. You are absolutely correct, Minato, Jiraiya stated as he stood atop the snow-laden peak, gazing toward the direction of the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. The encirclement tactics initially devised had ceased to progress following Minato's sniper engagement, as the Cloud Shinobi had directly withdrawn their positions by 20 kilometers post-battle. Seemingly wary of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, the traps laid upon this mountain had lost all effectiveness. Do you have any updates regarding the Rock Shinobi battlefield, Jiraiya-sensei? Minato inquired, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. What you may not know, Minato, is that the Cloud Shinobi's incursion into the Sand Shinobi was initially facilitated through the Rock Shinobi's territory, thus avoiding the attention of the other great nations. However, just 2 days ago, when the remnants of the Cloud Shinobi retreated from the Sand Shinobi battlefield, they were ambushed by the Rock Shinobi. Surprisingly, the Cloud Shinobi incurred only minor losses while managing to retreat largely intact. Uchiha Fugaku stood quietly nearby, occasionally supplementing the conversation with insights from his own channels. Jiraiya had called him over after Minato to convey that neither he nor Minato harbored any animosity toward the Uchiha clan, but that was the extent of their intentions. Over the years, Fugaku had seen through the political intricacies of Konoha as a member of the Uchiha clan. He could forget about attaining that position unless a coup were to occur. Jiraiya was equally aware of this, and his overtures were also a way to gauge the Uchiha clan's stance. Naturally, they would not refuse such overtures. While the Uchiha clan would not publicly declare their full support for Jiraiya, they would do their utmost to dispatch elite forces. This indicated that even when the Cloud Shinobi were assaulting the Sand Shinobi, they remained alert to the Rock Shinobi, allowing them to retreat nearly unscathed even amidst the formidable strength of the Rock Shinobi. It was even suggested that the Cloud Shinobi sought to take advantage of the Sand Shinobi's plight, yet they gained little due to the Rock Shinobi's subtle interventions. Minato pondered, sensing the peculiar nature of the war's inception and its ongoing conduct. The main battlefields appeared to be primarily defensive, while the border skirmishes they were engaged in were exceedingly brutal. That Inoki fellow is always trying to gain an advantage, cunning as a fox. However, from what I understand, according to the Third Raikage's modus operandi, there shall undoubtedly be a confrontation between these two ninja villages. The Third Raikage is not one to be easily subdued without retaliation. The only uncertainty lies in when it will erupt. Jiraiya chuckled softly, handing over the intelligence scroll to Minato and Fugaku, encompassing all the recent developments and analyses from the Rock Shinobi battlefield. So, the worst-case scenario for us would be a truce between the Rock and Cloud Shinobi, a reconciliation between the Sand and Cloud Shinobi, and the Mist Village launching a surprise attack from the sea, uniting the 4 great ninja villages against Konoha. Fugaku perused the various conclusions presented by the analysis team, skimming over the lengthy rational deductions and probability forecasts, focusing solely on the potential conclusions. One glaringly absurd conclusion among the predictions made him chuckle in disbelief, wondering which young analyst had dared to submit such an outrageous assessment in a formal report. What? Jiraiya paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he unfurled a scroll in his hands. Minato chuckled softly, a touch of exasperation in his tone. The village always had a penchant for conducting these intelligence analyses. Not only did Jiraiya dislike reviewing them, but even he found them tiresome. It seemed Jiraiya had not examined the documents closely himself and had merely summoned them. Ha ha ha. I must meet the genius who authored this analysis report. This peerless talent from the Konoha analysis team could be the inspiration I need for my new novel. Jiraiya laughed heartily. With years of experience, he concluded that such occurrences were nearly impossible unless someone could directly manipulate the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages. The vigilance between the Cloud and Rock Ninja was already heightened, wary of being betrayed by allies. Thus, an alliance among the 4 great ninja villages was utterly unfeasible. At least not in the current shinobi world. Indeed, the content was somewhat outrageous. Minato swiftly skimmed through the scroll, although there seemed to be a semblance of logic. The conclusions were astonishingly far-fetched, leaving him momentarily incredulous. Let us go. It's almost time to return. Jiraiya tucked away the scroll, a smile gracing his face, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. From the snowy peak, gazing downward, the distant horizon unfolded like an endless canvas of white, where leaping ninjas and towering withered branches resembled delicate ink strokes. Such a pure watercolor scene, devoid of excessive embellishment, was a rare beauty in its simplicity. On the snow-capped summit, a gentle breeze swept through, and snowflakes softly fell from nearby branches. In a secluded corner of the earth, A white humanoid figure subtly stirred into existence. It resembled a person, yet was distinctly otherworldly, suddenly speaking in a voice that was indeterminate in gender. TSK, TSK. It seems I've heard something intriguing. The 4 great ninja villages besieging Konoha. I would love to experience that. However, what of Obito's mission? What was it again? Concealed within the snow-laden dead trees, a peculiar humanoid being, almost blending into the snowy backdrop, tilted its head as if pondering something significant it had forgotten just a minute prior. Test number 9 failed. Stealth and perception abilities are flawless, yet memory retention is lacking. And aspects of personality inheritance are missing. The sudden harsh voice from behind startled the humanoid, causing its mouth to open in shock, yet no words emerged. The being swiftly began to wither, consumed entirely by a mass of thick, black fluid, from which a new entity, half black and half white, was birthed in an instant. Aside from the alteration in color, the 2 entities appeared to be cut from the same cloth, and the half-black, half-white being slowly spoke, its voice unchanged. TSK, TSK. It seems I've heard something intriguing. The 4 great ninja villages besieging Konoha. I would love to experience that. Chapter 40. A little joke. The stream mirrored the dawn. As a kingfisher skimmed the surface, the wind rising, creating glimmering waves. Shadows danced along the sunlit trees, leaves falling and leaving behind circular ripples. The morning in Konoha was refreshing, with countless villagers gathering outside the towering walls, eagerly anticipating. In a corner of the crowd, a woman with red hair gazed with anticipation. Her body, brimming with latent power, seemed to have lost control of her chakra as she constantly rose on her toes, striving to see further. Kushina. Hasn't Team Minato already sent word? He returned with the main force. Those who arrived early are all injured. Beside her, a woman with black hair, gentle eyes, and softly arched brows exuded tranquility. Her long, dark hair elegantly pinned up, and her simple kimono radiated a dignified grace. Makoto, I know I shouldn't have rushed over. But if there's a sudden change and Minato returns early, I want to see him sooner. Kushina kept rising on her toes, her anxious demeanor eliciting a smile from Uchiha Makoto, who teased lightly. I've heard that many people choose to marry their beloved after the war. What if Minato proposes publicly? Propose? Kushina blinked in surprise, turning to stare at Makoto, her hands flailing as she struggled to find a place to rest them. Stammering, his words failed her. I'm getting married? Am I really getting married? Seemingly oblivious to shyness, Kushina suddenly flushed, and Makoto could only catch fragments of words like boy and name, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Little Itachi, will you play with your sister's child when they're born? Kushina's emotions flared swiftly, transforming her from Minato's girlfriend to his fiancée in an instant. Instinctively reaching out to pat the head of a small child beside her, a boy of 6 or 7 with dark hair, Makoto's child. Sure. The boy's face bore deep lines, akin to a peculiar birthmark, his voice clear and bright, yet he rarely spoke, merely nodding in response. Itachi. Not speaking 1T when you any girls, you know. Not necessary. Makoto chuckled, ruffling Itachi's hair, her brow slightly furrowed. Itachi had always been obedient and independent, rarely asking for her help. Such traits should have made her proud, yet they stripped away much of the joy of motherhood. Even his cold demeanor rarely allowed him to smile at his parents, leaving her puzzled about where she and Fugaku had gone wrong in nurturing him. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted from the crowd, all eyes turning toward the approaching ninja brigade. Itachi watched the advancing force with an inexplicable glimmer in his eyes. Shouts of joy mingled with cries of sorrow. The first arrivals often carried not just the thrill of victory but the news of losses among loved ones. Perhaps the lively atmosphere was something Itachi found unsettling, or perhaps he had never encountered such scenes before. His face flushed slightly, and his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Amidst the crowd, aside from Makoto, no one noticed Itachi's unusual expression, which appeared indistinguishable from those around him. Itachi. Is this excitement because you're about to see your father? Makoto's eyes lit up as she mused. So Itachi enjoys such lively atmospheres. Perhaps I should take him to more gatherings. It might alter his temperament. Mother, I want to join the war. I need an answer. Makoto failed to hear Itachi's quiet words. The moment he expressed his desire to participate in the war, a sudden pang of pain surged through her heart. Instantly, her mind conjured images of Itachi being harmed in battle. A flurry of distressing scenes flooded her thoughts, and she instinctively embraced him, as if preparing to lose him in the next moment. No, I absolutely forbid you to go. At this moment, it is imperative that she does not venture out. The innate instinct of motherhood is to protect her offspring. Anyone who dares to snatch her child from her grasp becomes her greatest adversary. I understand now that Itachi did not persist any further, yet he was aware that if he confided in his father, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. There were certain troubling questions that plagued him, and he felt compelled to seek clarity. With a glance filled with remorse towards his mother, Itachi managed a rare smile, though no one was there to witness it. Kushina, lost in her idyllic fantasies, paid no heed to the bustling crowd around her. Makoto's words stirred a tempest of thoughts within her, as if an avalanche of confessions yearned to be shared with Minato, whom she wished were by her side at that very moment. Oblivious to the return of Makoto and Itachi, she sat on the ground, scribbling and sketching, her lips moving in a soft murmur. The sky was adorned with an abundance of clouds, through which the sun's warm rays filtered, enveloping everything in a comforting embrace. Not far from Konoha, in the forest that lay on the path of the advance team, a youthful voice suddenly resonated. Rin, Kakashi, Obito, we are nearing Konoha. We are almost home. The exuberance of Obito was palpable, perhaps fueled by Kakashi's unprecedented gesture that morning of bringing sweet dumplings for him and Rin. It was as though blossoms were bursting forth from within him, radiating vibrant energy, making him even more enthusiastic than usual. Kakashi, though silent, responded softly the moment Obito's voice faded. The laughter that Obito had been suppressing erupted uncontrollably as he halted on a tree branch, clutching his belly, doubling over in mirth. Kakashi, I can't stop laughing. The fragmented exclamations turned Kakashi's face crimson, as he recalled the astonished expressions and the stifled laughter of Obito and Rin when he had stealthily produced 2 strings of dumplings. At that instant, he wished for a deep, hidden burrow where he could conceal himself, burying his flushed face in the earth, rolling about to alleviate the embarrassment that surged within him. Obito, do not mock Kakashi. Rin stifled a laugh behind her hand, reproaching Obito with little conviction. No more of that. Kakashi's voice held a hint of guilt as he leaped away, vanishing into the forest with remarkable speed, as if fleeing. Hey, Kakashi, I wanted to say. The dumplings were delightful. I truly enjoyed them. Obito called out, leaping into the thicket in pursuit of Kakashi, leaving only Rin and Kato-O in their original spot. Rin cast an apologetic glance at Kato-O, well aware of Kakashi's lingering hostility towards him, yet feeling powerless to alter the situation. Oh, don't mind Kakashi. He simply struggles to express himself. Kato-O broke into a gentle smile, interrupting Lin's words. He is correct. I am indeed a person with ulterior motives. I intend to eliminate both you and Obito, as well as Master Minato, and subsequently exploit Kakashi, subjecting him to a life of torment. Excuse me, oh, what nonsense are you speaking? Lin tilted her head slightly, perplexed by Kato-O's sudden declarations, completely forgetting what she had intended to say. In truth, I am a member of the Root, obeying the orders of a certain elder. I must beg your forgiveness for not disclosing his name. My mission is to gain the trust of Team Minato, then seize the opportunity to assassinate Minato Namikaze and sabotage his critical tasks. The faint light of the sky above, tinged with a grayish-blue hue, filtered through the clouds, sorrowfully penetrating the woods and illuminating the remaining snow on the forest floor. The somber jungle enveloped Kato-O in darkness as he slightly raised his head, a peculiar smile playing on his lips, causing Lin to shudder involuntarily. Oh, you must be joking. Gazing into the cerulean eyes hidden beneath the hood, which appeared so clear, Lin found it hard to believe that the person she fought alongside harbored such intentions. How naive you are. Kato-O chuckled softly from his concealed position among the trees before leaping down onto a snowdrift, the crunching sound echoing, as if the previous exchange had merely been a figment of Lin's imagination. Lin exhaled in relief, realizing that she had almost taken his words seriously, silently mocking her own foolishness, her lips pouting in discontent. Hey, oh, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. With a light huff, Lin's gaze shifted, and she leaped to Kato-O's side, stealthily gathering a handful of snow, forming it into a ball, and swiftly stuffing it down the nape of Kato-O's neck before darting away into the thicket, heading towards Konoha. Ha ha ha. Oh, you were such a fool. The icy sensation coursed down Kato-O's spine as he watched Lin, Obito, and Kakashi disappear into the distance. They were nearing Konoha, and he could even faintly see the peak of Hokage Rock. In an instant, an inexplicable chill gripped him, rendering him momentarily dazed, his gaze unfocused as he stared ahead, his figure seemingly merging with that of the distant Kato Yodo from years past, silently gazing at Hokage Rock in the distance. Was I merely jesting? His murmured words went unheard by anyone. Chapter 41. The secret tradition of Konoha village. Before Kato-O leaped from the forest, he was already enveloped by the deafening roar of cheers. Beyond the walls of Konoha surged waves upon waves of people. A tumult of emotions that could be neither wholly joyous nor entirely sorrowful, yet was undeniably fervent. Bathed in the radiant glory of Konoha, the denizens of this village, having been sanctified by the will of fire, felt a profound pride in their hearts, even amidst tears, for the sacrifices and contributions made. Kato-O never perceived any wrong in this. Any ideology that endures over time and is widely acknowledged by the masses must possess a unique spiritual essence, capable of resonating with the majority. It serves as a microcosm of the ideological framework of the small society of Konoha. The sentiments of defending one's homeland and the fury against foreign adversaries are emotions that can invariably be exploited anywhere. The spirit of Konoha, established amidst the turmoil of war, is a core that does not surprise Kato-O in the least. However, the more noble the belief, the more perilous it becomes when manipulated by those with ulterior motives. The profound sense of mission derived from their exalted convictions can render them blind, leading them to willingly sacrifice their lives for a cause they may not fully comprehend. Kato-O has never felt a sense of belonging to Konoha. Although he understands and admires such individuals, he is unable to reach their level, no matter the circumstances. In this world, he desires to live solely for himself. The jungle is dense and profound. At the moment he leaps forth, Kato finds the sunlight blindingly intense, and a gentle breeze stings his cheeks. Oh, over here. Kushina and Rin, scanning the surroundings, spot Kato trailing behind the advance party and cannot help but call out loudly. Behind them, Obito, donning goggles, engages in a debate with Kakashi, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Kato heard the sound of shouting and approached slowly. However, he could not help but glance towards the corners of the surrounding crowd, suddenly halting in his tracks and tightening his hood. I have other matters to attend to, he said, preparing to turn away. He was uncertain about the extent to which his mission had been accomplished, but it was highly likely that their next encounter would be as adversaries engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Hey, you little rascal, hurry up and come over here. Kato found it hard to fathom how such immense strength resided within the delicate arms of Kushina. In that fleeting moment, he experienced an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if he could do nothing but be forcefully drawn closer to Obito and the others by her. What could possibly bring more joy than a hearty meal? Obito raised his goggles, arching an eyebrow at Kato, who discerned that this was an invitation to partake in the feast. Rin gazed at Kato with eager anticipation, while Kakashi merely scoffed, though he did not display his usual overt hostility. Very well. Kato let out a gentle sigh, conceding to his task. He now felt assured that he had, albeit barely, gained the trust of the Watergate team. Yet, an inexplicable sense of guilt began to burgeon within him, despite having offered ample guidance. That's more like it, Kushina chuckled softly, patting Kato on the shoulder. She then enveloped his head in the embrace formed by her arm and side, and seized Kakashi, striding boldly through the gates of Konoha like a valiant warrior. Obito and Rin flanked them on either side, stifling their laughter behind their hands. Leaning against Kushina, Kato remained silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kakashi's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide and lifeless, betraying a blend of embarrassment and annoyance as he continued to fixate on Kato with an air of indifference. Kato disregarded Kakashi's gaze. So close to this woman with fiery red hair, he could even feel the warmth radiating from Kushina's body, a fervor akin to a volcanic eruption. She seemed to sense the coldness and darkness that enveloped Kakashi and herself, yet she continuously emanated warmth, striving to melt these two blocks of ice. As she slightly lifted her eyes, a flicker of curiosity towards Kushina ignited within him. He had once subtly perceived her spiritual fluctuations, only to have them instantly detected by her, and today she displayed such formidable power. Kato suddenly realized that this individual, whom he had previously overlooked and assumed to possess merely exceptional perceptive abilities, was far more than an ordinary special genin. As Kakashi was pursued by Obito, the latter murmured something inaudibly. Although Kato could not discern the words, he sensed a subtle shift in Obito's emotions, tinged with a hint of malice, reminiscent of a prank in the making. Casting a glance at Kakashi, who appeared utterly worn out, Kato chose to remain silent. 1,000 years of death, Obito declared, forming the tiger seal with his hands. In an instant, Kato perceived Kakashi's body freeze, his muscles contracting swiftly, breaking free from Kushina's embrace. Kakashi's eyes seemed to lose their luster, trembling as he turned his head, his gaze resembling that of a vengeful spirit, which made Kato involuntarily avert his eyes. Yet, his attention was drawn to the height at which Obito's hand had paused, then to Kakashi's back, where the center of his black trousers appeared to cave inwards. Obito, I shall end you. Kakashi gritted his teeth against the pain, launching a kick towards Obito. The latter, sensing his transgression, leapt away towards the buildings lining the street. Kakashi, you deceived me. The power of 1,000 years of death could never incapacitate a genin. Obito yelled as he distanced himself, while Kakashi, driven by fury, relentlessly pursued his friend's fading figure until they vanished from sight. Haha, Obito, why are you so mischievous? Kushina could no longer contain her laughter, clutching her stomach as she doubled over in mirth. Kato understood that she could undoubtedly perceive Obito's actions, yet she chose not to intervene, as if such playful antics were, in her mind, a means to strengthen their camaraderie. Rin, slightly taken aback, covered her face as if feeling embarrassed for Obito's behavior. But upon recalling Kakashi's expression, she could not help but chuckle softly. How juvenile. Kato let out a soft snort, yet a rare smile graced his lips. The whimsical daily life of a middle school boy seemed not to be devoid of charm. You brat, who are you calling childish? Kushina playfully seized Kato from behind, grabbing hold of his ears and twisting his head as if teasing a child. Ha ha ha. Rin could no longer contain herself. The stark contrast between Kato's demeanor at this moment and his usual self sent her into fits of laughter that made her stomach ache. Let us go. Kato's figure suddenly vanished from Kushina's grasp, leaping onto the high platform. He gently touched his ear before disappearing from sight. Hey, Minato is coming back tonight. We will celebrate your promotion to special jonin at home. You must come. The figure of Kato had vanished without a trace, leaving one to wonder if he had heard anything at all. With a light chuckle, Kushina wrapped her arms around Rin, and the two of them strolled through the market like close sisters, chatting and laughing as they gathered ingredients for the evening's meal. Chapter 42. A chance encounter at the dumpling shop. The blue glow illuminated the entire dark world, casting an aura of chill around them. Kato's figure sat amid a desolate expanse, resembling an abyssal wasteland where life was extinguished, encased in the eternal presence of glaciers that evoked an unending silence. The luminescence suspended above the ice field flickered and dissipated, while the softly radiant glow gradually transformed into pure soul energy, slowly merging with Kato's meditative form. The fragmented soul energy of dozens of cloud ninjas coalesced into a flowing river of azure energy that wholly entered his spiritual being. His ethereal body began to solidify, and the dark long blade, erect within the realm of his mind, gradually took on a complete semblance. As the last wisp of faint luminescence faded into oblivion, Kato suddenly opened his eyes, and a torrent of blue ethereal light surged forth from them. With a commanding shout, the long blade soared into his grasp, and the slowly swirling blade of annihilation unleashed a tempest in the mental expanse, its razor-sharp edge seemingly poised to cleave the very fabric of reality in twain. Yet this was not enough. His spiritual form resembled a towering sanctuary for souls, where pure essence entered his being but could not entirely transform into the corporeal substance of flesh and blood. Although the gradual solidification of his ethereal body enhanced his mental prowess and deepened his comprehension of illusions, the soul energy, which constituted his primary reliance, faced inevitable depletion with each use. Despite the potential for battle to sustain battle, an end would ultimately arrive. Regrettably, the profound intricacies of shadow manipulation remained elusive to Kato. The setting sun over the Hidden Leaf Village possessed a unique beauty. As the crimson sky contrasted with the verdant splendor of the forest, golden rays cascading through the foliage and illuminating every corner of the bamboo pavilion. Kato withdrew from the realm of consciousness and slowly rose to his feet, the fading light of the setting sun causing him to squint slightly. Before him, in the distance, stood the Hokage rock atop the mountains. In the twilight, it seemed to gaze back at him, both shimmering with a shared brilliance. This tranquil afternoon marked the last of its kind. Without the need for contemplation, Kato understood that tonight, Danzo would undoubtedly summon him. The renown of Minato Namikaze not only elevated his personal status, but also significantly bolstered the influence of Jiraiya's faction. Even though the two, positioned at the very heart of the maelstrom, exhibited no particular emotions, the community of interest surrounding them would certainly not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Public opinion, seemingly inconsequential, still held weight. While the selection of the Hokage would not solely rely on it, it would never be entirely disregarded. As he exited the bamboo house along the forest path, the clamor began to rise. Kato did not wish to ponder over these tangled matters any longer. Instead, he wandered silently through the bustling streets of Konoha. Amidst the surrounding clamor, he delicately perceived the subtle fluctuations emanating from the expansive barrier enveloping the village. The ordinarily inconspicuous barrier of Konoha was indeed exceptional. Even in his current state, he could only cautiously probe, refraining from any actions that might seem out of the ordinary. If given the choice, Kato would have preferred to be on the battlefield rather than in the village. With a soft sigh, a familiar figure suddenly materialized within his perception, prompting him to pause and gaze in that direction. It was a dango shop. Could it be Red Bean? It had been so long since he last encountered it. A flicker of thought crossed Kato's mind, and without further deliberation, he turned and entered the dango shop. The establishment was modest, featuring a few somewhat weathered tables and chairs, yet it was nearly filled to capacity. The proprietor, not yet of advanced age, busied himself in the kitchen, while two young girls, seemingly ungraduated ninja apprentices, served the patrons. Kato did not pay heed to the girl's welcoming call and proceeded directly towards the direction of Azuki, Kato's younger brother. Azuki sat in a side seat facing the ajar door, and upon raising her eyes, she caught sight of Kato approaching her, her gaze reflecting a hint of incredulous delight. It had been quite a while since they last met. Kato's voice was gentle, prompting the two individuals with their backs turned to him to instinctively glance over. The girl with ashen brown hair possessed eyes reminiscent of rubies, shimmering like a clear autumn spring shrouded in mist, yet possessing an air of indistinctness. She cast a puzzled look at Kato, her expression tinged with inquiry, before turning her gaze towards the Red Bean. Kato Koichi could discern at a glance that this young girl, much like himself, either excelled in illusionary arts or possessed a unique perceptual ability. Among the trio, her mental fluctuations were the most pronounced. The boy seated beside her appeared somewhat unruly, raising an eyebrow and squinting slightly, yet he refrained from speaking immediately. Hong, this is Asuma, my junior disciple and also my little brother, ha ha ha. With her hands placed on her hips, Hongdo beamed widely as a skewer of dumplings vanished from her grasp, leaving only a wooden stick behind. Hongdo is my junior sister. Kato Koichi had no intention of prolonging the conversation with them. He merely cast a subtle glance at the boy, who bore a faint scent of tobacco, before turning away with a neutral expression. This marked the second occasion he had encountered an individual under the protection of the Umbu. Hongdo, I have something to discuss with you. Kato Ashin extended his hand, gently adjusting his hood. The other ninjas surrounding him seemed to recognize him, their eyes reflecting a peculiar gaze that left him somewhat unsettled. The joint recommendation from Minato and Jiraiya had granted him a modicum of fame. Hey, with such a frosty demeanor, have you forgotten who delivers your meals daily, ensuring you don't starve? Hongdo called out, noticing Kato Ashin's utter lack of response. She huffed and seated herself, forcefully stuffing a skewer of dumplings into her mouth. "Red, Asuma, wait for me a moment," she said. Observing Kato-Ashin as he was about to exit the dumpling shop. Reluctantly, she rose and pursued him. "Asuma, do you know him?" Although Red also relished dumplings, she did not consume them with the same fervor as Hongdo, gently placing her untouched dumplings into Hongdo's bowl. "I think I've heard that old man mention him once." Asuma mused, glancing in the direction Kato-Ashin had departed. Despite his strained relationship with Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was, after all, the son of the Hokage, and thus privy to more information than most. "Asuma, how many times must I tell you not to refer to your father as that old man? It is quite disrespectful." Red was perplexed as to why Asuma's relationship with the third Hokage had deteriorated so drastically, and he rarely brought up his father in their presence. "All right, I understand," Asuma replied, his voice tinged with a semblance of silence. Red seemed dissatisfied with this muted response, letting out a heavy huff and falling silent, aggressively poking at her dumplings until they resembled a mushy mass. It appeared that Kakashi, now a Jonin, had been a teammate of Obito and Rin, and was likely aiming to join the Umbu after his promotion. Were it not for the war, Kakashi would have already distanced himself from Minato's team. Sensing that Red's mood was somewhat sour, Asuma felt compelled to break the inexplicable tension between them. Red often became inexplicably angry, leaving him bewildered. Chapter 43, The Revelation of 100,000 Ryo Hongdo. Can you get in touch with Lord Orochimaru? The streets were not overly crowded today. Many were gathered in various places, celebrating, while others were enveloped in sorrow. Kato lifted his gaze to Hongdo, who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and had not yet participated in the war, still retaining a hint of youthful innocence. "Hey, what did you call me? You should address me as Sister Hongdo." Kato merely gazed silently at Akadum, refraining from uttering a word. The atmosphere seemed to have grown somewhat desolate, perhaps due to the lingering chill of winter that had yet to retreat. Akadum, feeling the residual cold, tightened her garments and cast a glance at Kato, letting out a gentle hum, followed by a resigned sigh. It was still the same as before. He was no longer as endearing as he once was. "I understand. Follow me," she said. As they ventured deeper into the alley, the presence of pedestrians dwindled to nearly nothing. After scrutinizing the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, Akadum lightly bit her finger, her hands forming seals to summon a small serpent. "Kato, if you have any messages or items for Orochimaru-sensei, you may entrust them to it. You can converse with it," she remarked, leaning against the wall not far away, having produced a skewer of dumplings from seemingly nowhere. Savoring them while her gaze remained fixed upon Kato, "Deliver this scroll to Orochimaru-sensei," she instructed. In the eyes of the white serpent glimmered a hint of human-like awareness, its elevated head nodding slowly as it grasped the scroll Kato had thrown. Akadum's expression shifted slightly. The peculiar sealing scroll was something she had never encountered before. Pondering, she turned her eyes thoughtfully, a smile subtly gracing her lips. From the very first day, she became Orochimaru's apprentice and met Kato. Her teacher had been quietly engaged in secretive studies with this not-so-adorable individual, never including her in their endeavors. Though she yearned to inquire, Kato always responded with silence, intensifying her curiosity. Curiosity, they say, can lead one to peril. Kato, having consumed the scroll, transformed into a wisp of smoke. She turned around and cast a fleeting glance at Hongdo before leaping onto the high platform. Hongdo, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, stared up at Kato. During their time in Orochimaru's laboratory, she had eagerly prepared sumptuous meals for what she believed to be her newly acquired subordinate, but as days passed without seeing him, their communication gradually dwindled. To her dismay, this encounter revealed that he regarded her merely as a means to contact Orochimaru, treating her with an icy indifference as if they were strangers. Frustration welled within her. She couldn't help but loudly call out, "Hey, Kato, you scoundrel! Do you have nothing to say to me?" Yet, her words were met with silence as Kato vanished from sight. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! It infuriates me." Hongdo's face flushed with anger, and she pounded her fist against the wall, as if to unleash all her pent-up resentment. "Humph. I'll retrieve your scroll and toss it into the river. Let's see how you contact Orochimaru then." Upon returning to the dumpling shop, Hongdo remained in a foul mood, channeling her frustration into an insatiable appetite. She devoured skewer after skewer of dumplings, leaving Hong and Asuma speechless. Though they knew Hongdo had a penchant for dumplings, they had never witnessed her consume them with such fervor, as if she were tearing apart a foe. By the way, Kato is also a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, isn't he? Hong, noticing the towering stack of plates beside her and Hongdo, attempted to divert her attention. She worried that if this continued, their wallets would dwindle, and they might have to work off their debts here. "Don't even mention that scoundrel. If I see him again, I'll make sure he has left searching for his teeth." After devouring 2 more skewers, Hongdo finally paused, content as she sipped a warm bowl of red bean soup. Her mood seemed to settle, and she glanced at the hardly touched food of Hong and Asuma, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Kato was indeed a disciple of Orochimaru, yet he had always been preoccupied with research alongside his master. Hongdo realized with a start that she could not think of anything particularly special about Kato. He seemed almost transparent, a person of few words who preferred silence, as if his hooded cloak concealed him not only physically but also shrouded him in darkness. In that moment, Hongdo felt her anger dissipate, rendering her previous frustrations meaningless, as if it had all been one-sided. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Gently lifting the last skewer, she gazed out the now darkening window, which revealed an empty world, only the cold wind and the brittle branches dusted with snow. She appeared somewhat lost in thought. The vividly colored sweet dumplings, which she once believed she would never tire of, now seemed to lose their allure, becoming a source of distaste. Hong, noticing the complex emotions on Hongdo's face, felt a pang of worry. She had never seen her friend exhibit such a nuanced expression. The boisterous Hongdo harbored a delicate heart beneath her carefree exterior, a longing for friendship intertwined with a fear of loneliness. Gently patting Hongdo's shoulder, Hong experienced a surge of empathy. Ever since her mother's passing, her home had felt colder, even with her father still present. She understood the loneliness that came with losing parents, and how it made every relationship seem precious. Hongdo, when you see that person again, I'll join you in beating him to a pulp. How about adding me to that list? Asuma shrugged, puzzled as to why a joyful gathering had suddenly turned somber. As a rebellious youth, his concerns were always about defying his parents and keeping them out of his affairs. Humph, this is a matter for us girls. Hong and Hongdo chimed in unison, causing Asuma's face to darken slightly in embarrassment. He glanced at the towering stack of plates, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, seeking a way to lift their spirits. Boss, bring us 20 more servings of dumplings. However, his exclamation seemed to have the opposite effect, drawing the gaze of everyone in the shop to their table. These two girls can really eat. I've never seen such a voracious girl before. The whispers around them, though quiet, were clearly audible to the ninjas Hongdo and Hong, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Asuma, you scoundrel. Hong and Hongdo seethed, their faces reddening as they hastily left their seats to settle the bill, eager to escape before the label of gluttons spread further. Excuse me, esteemed ninjas. Your bill has already been settled. A ninja has deposited 100,000 ryo on your behalf, which can be fully redeemed when you visit. The cashier girl regarded Hongdo with a measure of respect. 100,000 ryo was a significant sum for such a small establishment. Me? Someone deposited 100,000 ryo for me. Hongdo was momentarily stunned, as she had expected to live a frugal life. Yet this unexpected turn filled her with delight. Did he leave a name? What did he look like? With a hint of curiosity, Hong also turned to Hongdo, her mind racing with possibilities. He looked about 12 or 13, wearing a hood. Oh, and he left a note, but didn't he provide a name? Upon hearing about the hood, Hongdo instantly surmised it was Kato Omi. She struggled to believe it, accepting the note from the cashier and gently unfolding it, revealing only a single line. Next time we meet, remember to call me senior brother. Hongdo's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile unable to be contained as she murmured, that scoundrel. Even Hong could discern the absence of anger in her words, replaced entirely by joy. It seems your senior brother isn't so bad after all. At least better than some others, Hong remarked, her eyes glimmering with newfound admiration for Kato Omi. Of course, how could the subordinates I accept be anything less? Hongdo declared, hands on her hips, bursting into laughter as she playfully patted Hong's shoulder. Seeing Hongdo return to her spirited self brought a smile to Hong's face. Asuma, contemplating, nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Hong with a tinge of envy. He resolved to appease his father first, hoping to secure 100,000 ryo thereafter. Chapter 44, The Spectre of Fire on Hokage Rock. As night fell, the view over Konoha appeared serene and tranquil. Kato stood atop the Hokage Rock, allowing the cool breeze to gently caress his cheeks. Silently, he removed the hood from his head and neatly folded his cloak, setting it aside. Perched at the edge of the precipice, he gazed at the sprawling city lights, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. A deep azure glow gradually welled up within him, resembling two ethereal blue flames in the darkness. The barrier concealed within the space loomed like an immense net, enveloping all anxiety and silence, merging joy and blessings into a profound stillness devoid of sorrow or joy. Every blade of grass and tree seemed to shimmer with an illusory hue, their details cloaked in enigmatic secrets. The silvery moonlight bathed him in its luminous glow. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Kato sighed softly, exerted a gentle push against the edge, and leapt from the cliff, his black cloak billowing and whispering through the air. The strands of Kato's hair danced in the air, revealing a visage tinged with youthful innocence, long concealed beneath the hood, now illuminated under the moonlight with exceptionally fair skin. He moved like a phantom, drifting into a shadowy alley. The entire passage lay in dimness, with only the faint glow from a distance casting blurred silhouettes. Kato's gaze settled upon a somewhat unfamiliar balcony. Though not far, it rendered him momentarily immobile. On the ledge below, he could vaguely discern a woman with red hair and a man with golden locks busily engaged in their tasks. The exuberant Kushina was animatedly shouting something at Minato, who merely patted his hair, smiling as he observed her. Meanwhile, the bruised Obito bore the consequences of his mischief. Slumped at the dining table, resting his chin on his hand while exchanging glances with the lifeless-eyed Kakashi, clad in casual attire and adorned with rabbit ear headgear. Rin radiated youthful vitality, cheerfully seated on the sofa while gazing at Obito and Kakashi from a distance. For reasons unknown, her brow was slightly furrowed, occasionally glancing towards the door as if anticipating someone's arrival. Minato, hurry. My tempura is about to burn. Oh no, I forgot to make sushi. The flustered Kushina darted back and forth between the kitchen and the living room, exuding a sense of chaos. Why has T. Kato arrived yet? Did I scare him off today? She surveyed the disarray of the kitchen, unable to suppress a frustrated sigh as she plopped down in the living room, leaving Minato alone in the kitchen, clad in an apron, to manage the mess. Kushina, while playfully tugging at Rin's rabbit ears, vented her frustrations, having resolved never to cook again. It's indeed possible, mumbled Obito, his speech slightly slurred as he nodded thoughtfully, only to suddenly wince in pain as a bump formed on his head. What did you say, Obito? Kushina stood behind him, her crimson hair seemingly rising in the absence of wind, her voice sharp enough to make him bury his face on the table, hastily reciting the lines he had memorized. Master, it's extraordinary, wise and graceful, the most reliable in Konoha, Obito shall never forget. After finishing his lines, Obito sneaked a glance at Kushina, who was stifling a laugh, and he exhaled in relief. Ha! Rin watched Obito, wanting to say something, but laughter consumed her, rendering her speechless, while the trace of worry on her brow seemed to dissipate in the face of Obito's antics. Fool, Kakashi's cold voice broke through, and though pain still lingered, the corner of his mouth, concealed beneath the mask, subtly lifted. Obito glanced at Kakashi, dismissively chuckling, and provocatively met his gaze once more. Kushina, gently resting her hand on Rin's shoulder, quieted her laughter. Amidst the merriment, she felt a familiar surge of chakra ripple through the air, prompting her to curiously peer out the window. The stars had vanished, leaving only a crescent moon hanging in the sky, partially obscured by clouds, casting a dim and hazy glow. Shadows danced amongst the balcony's edges, with faint fireflies flitting about, only to be swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving the deserted alley shrouded in silence beneath the somber moonlight. Is Kato not coming? A sudden realization dawned upon Kushina as she gazed at the scene outside, murmuring to herself. Without any forewarning, while atop Hokage Rock, Kato felt the chilling presence of root ninjas, their chakra emanating a menacing aura as they approached him slowly. Following in their wake, Kato experienced an impulse to eliminate them and flee the scene. However, his tightly clenched fists felt frozen by the coldness of the shadowy forest, loosening gradually as he pressed his lips together, a tingling sensation at the base of his tongue. Lord Danzo is waiting for you. The root ninja before Kato was unfamiliar, yet the name that escaped his lips, both known and alien, extinguished Kato's rising bloodlust, leaving behind a heart frozen by the biting cold. I understand. The root ninja's icy gaze pierced through his mask, and upon reaching a thicket, he halted, allowing Kato to pass while observing him with a hint of wariness. Kato swiftly formed hand seals, and the unique signs from the root revealed a concealed, pitch-black cavern in the desolate jungle corner. As Kato stepped cautiously into the darkness, the vigilant root ninjas seemed to exhale in relief, slowly turning to depart. Are you afraid? Afraid of me? In the obsidian jungle, where shadows danced, Kato's voice resonated eerily from all directions, causing the root ninjas to widen their eyes in disbelief. You are using genjutsu on me. Are you preparing to betray the organization? The root ninja hastily formed hand seals, attempting to manipulate their chakra to disrupt their own perception and dispel the illusion, only to find that their usual methods were rendered futile. I'm asking you, what are you afraid of? The voice of Kato resonated like a sonic explosion, reverberating in his ears. A colossal blade of light descended from the heavens, instantly cleaving the root ninja ensnared in Kato's illusion in twain from head to toe. The profound agony pierced the very depths of the soul, eliciting a wail from the root ninja akin to that of a lost beast. Though his body lay severed, not a single drop of blood was shed. The smooth, mirror-like surface of the division revealed vibrant crimson flesh, while his heart continued to beat with a steady rhythm. Kato Koichi pierced through the chest of the root ninja, who could even feel the indescribable sensation of his heart being touched. His forehead was unexpectedly drenched in a dense layer of cold sweat, and his trembling body had entirely lost its ability to move. How could such a genjutsu exist? His divided body seemed to possess two separate fields of vision, and the strange visual disorientation rendered him momentarily dazed. I am asking you, what are you afraid of? Kato exerted a forceful grip, and the root ninja felt as if his heart were a vibrant red tomato, mercilessly struck by countless tons of a violent hammer, instantly bursting into a crimson pulp. From the gaping hole in his chest surged a viscous mixture of blood and shredded flesh. Just kill me, he seemed to plead, his pain rendering him nearly numb. His eyes filled with shadows and malice, fixated intently on Kato. I despise pretentious individuals. The blade of annihilation gathered in Kato's hand, as if it had sensed the essence of its prey, exuding an insatiable greed and desire. The root ninja involuntarily experienced a primal fear, akin to beholding a natural enemy, an irresistible illusion of dread. No. The blade of annihilation crept closer to his body, its razor-sharp edge causing involuntary spasms. As the blade sliced through, it was reminiscent of rodents gnawing, relentlessly devouring the severed fragments. The body gradually faded away, elongating the torment of death, as the root ninja's psychological defenses crumbled completely. His gaze turned ashen, on the verge of losing consciousness in the realm of his mind. Truly difficult to consume, indeed. Kato waved gently, and the body of the root ninja abruptly regained its form, before he could savor the joy of having his body restored. The blade of annihilation stirred without a breeze, initiating its relentless cycle once more. You will die. You are certain to perish. The leader will show you no mercy. The piercing screams reverberated through the desolate illusion, the ceaseless torment seemingly eternal, torturing the very soul of the root ninja. I beg you. I will reveal everything I know. The blade gradually came to a halt, and the root ninja exhaled in relief, gazing at Kato, who floated forth from the mirage. In his eyes, the malice had vanished, leaving only an abyss of fear. It appeared that even the root ninja could succumb. Kato calmly approached before him. Yet his gaze did not settle upon the wretched root ninja. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, his murmurs sounding almost like solitary musings. However, his haunting words compelled the prostrate root ninja to bow his head. Betraying the organization meant death, yet such a fate could not compare to the agony he endured. No matter how resilient one's spirit, it could not withstand ceaseless suffering. At the very least, the root, burdened with pain and emotion, appeared devoid of such individuals. You have brought me a flicker of joy. In light of this, I wish you good fortune. In an instant, the blade of annihilation expanded exponentially, and with a mere delicate stroke, it engulfed the root ninja's soul, disintegrating it into pure spiritual energy. In the next life. Chapter 44, Supplementary Chapter. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wielded the flying thunder god technique amidst the blue Shura giant. Seated in the root base, Danzo remained as brooding as ever. Yet, the scrolls laid upon his desk elicited a deep furrow of concern upon his brow. Based on his understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would never engage in futile endeavors. Hiruzen, this ally-turned-adversary, had governed Konoha village for many years, his methods growing ever more cunning, to the point that Danzo sometimes found it impossible to discern the true intentions behind Hiruzen's actions. Were the candidates for the fourth Hokage limited to Orochimaru and Jiraiya? With a darkened expression, Danzo scrutinized the scroll of Minato, his eyes narrowing slightly. The dim light cast upon Danzo's face seemed unable to illuminate his features. In the past, he had perceived Hiruzen's regard for Minato, yet he had never connected the position of Hokage with this ordinary jonin of common birth. Despite knowing that he was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who was attempting to master the flying thunder god technique. However, the rapid rise of Minato had entirely surpassed Danzo's expectations. He had meticulously studied the intelligence scroll concerning the battlefield against the Cloud Ninja countless times. Although Danzo, possessing special channels of information, remained unaware of the specific details of the battles, he could deduce from first-hand intelligence that the key to the confrontation with the Eight Tails lay with Jiraiya, although Minato had also played a significant role. Yet, akin to the legendary Sannin's rise to fame, Minato garnered a status and reputation nearly akin to that of the Sannin themselves due to his battle against A of the Cloud and the Eight Tails, all under Hiruzen's sudden orchestration. It seemed, however, that he exerted himself excessively, as it became apparent that Minato, who was expected to be Jiraiya's right-hand man, had instead emerged as one of Orochimaru's rivals for the Hokage position. Hiruzen, what are you truly contemplating? A mere child. What right does he have to aspire to become Hokage? Danzo's office was modest, even bordering on the austere, a dimly lit underground chamber devoid of adornment. As if realizing a profound truth, Danzo struck the wall with vehement force, his wind attribute chakra slicing through the surface, creating countless fine fissures. The light seeping through these cracks flickered in Danzo's eyes, and as if struck by inspiration, he slowly rose, leaning upon his cane. It appears that the dark pawn I had once laid has become a pivotal piece. Yet, the blue Shura indeed presents a formidable spectacle. Emerging from his office, Danzo suppressed the turmoil of rage within, patiently awaiting the arrival of the boy, scarcely 13, who had subtly earned the title of Blue Shura. The flickering lights on the ground seemed entirely disconnected from the root, in this seemingly forgotten corner of the world, permeated by a pungent, decaying odor that had seeped into the hearts of every root ninja, intertwining with the decay and darkness to form the eternal abode of the root. Seated upon the elevated platform, Danzo found himself enveloped in the dim illumination, his expression unreadable. He slowly closed his eyes, as if attuning himself to something profound. The Symphony of Souls, Part 3, The Bone-Cleaving Blade. Disperse. Kato quietly stood amidst the jungle, his hands forming intricate seals as he gradually dispelled the illusion. Before him, the root ninja's eyes appeared utterly devoid of life, resembling a state of chaos. With a subtle lift of his gaze, a blue ethereal glow emerged, and wisps of soul energy transformed into azure lightning, surging into the mind of the root ninja. Do you also go by the name Kaizen? Enveloped by an enigmatic darkness within the jungle, Kato discerned a sense of uncertainty stemming from Kaizen's memories. He surmised that his actions on the battlefield had aroused a flicker of suspicion and vigilance in Danzo. The unfamiliar secret techniques and the extraordinary prowess of the ninja instilled in Danzo a vague feeling of losing control, despite the presence of the cursed seal. Find an opportune moment to meet your demise, do you understand? Indeed, it seemed that Kaizen was not entirely accustomed to his new body, as he slowly turned his neck. The indifference in his eyes, mirroring that of Kato, gradually morphed into the original ruthlessness and chilliness. The Kaizen who inherited Kaizen's complete memories was now indistinguishable from the former self. Amidst the shifting shadows of the forest, the winter bear branches glistened under the moonlight, shedding burdens as if roaring in the wind, reaching straight for the heavens. Kaizen leaped gracefully onto a withered branch, dislodging a cascade of remaining snow, and cast a fleeting glance back at Kato before vanishing from sight. Kato ventured deeper into the jungle. The entrance to the base's barrier, concealed within the thickets, appeared to him as an abyss radiating a sinister black glow, shimmering with a blue luminescence in his eyes. He comprehended that once he set foot in this place, there would be no turning back. Chapter 45. A non-fatal misstep. Darkness seemed to exist solely within this realm. The chilling echoes of dread reverberated through the profound abyss, entwining, enveloping, and devouring the last vestiges of will from every root ninja. Even the loudest cries seemed to elicit not a whisper of response, only to eternally plummet into the boundless void of blackness. The architect of all this lay before Kato Danzo, the shadowy figure of the hidden leaf village. Shrouded in obscurity, rooted in darkness, he could never reach the sunlit leaves above. When the roots, hidden deep within the earth, yearned to breach the surface, they would be met only by the relentless, searing sun. Kato knelt on the ground. Danzo, standing on the platform above, appeared just as he did the first time they met. His gaze was cold and imbued with a hint of profound meaning, seemingly more frigid than the darkest abyss. Merely scrutinizing the boy with his head bowed before him. Everything is for the sake of the foundation. Kato's tone was devoid of emotion, revealing not a hint of anomaly. His hands arched overhead, holding two scrolls aloft, as still as a sculpture without the slightest movement. It seems you still remember your identity, Danzo remarked with a soft scoff, his cane suddenly striking the ground. The dull thud seemed to startle the flickering candlelight in the base, casting a dance of shadows and illumination that blurred the line between darkness and light. A nearby root ninja took the scrolls from Kato's grasp, slowly unfurling them as if to verify something, then nodded towards Danzo. Once born of the root, one must inevitably perish by it. A life lived shall not betray the root. Kato's low murmurs seemed to carry a firmness that brought a faint satisfaction to Danzo. Perhaps merely a response to the root ninja. He nodded gently. Still with his head bowed, Kato, cloaked in shadows, resembled an inexplicable, dark stone protruding from the ground, remaining utterly still. Yet, at some unknown moment, the stone's eyes, bright as gemstones, appeared to emanate a faint, ethereal blue light. Danzo, having received the scroll from the root ninja, meticulously studied the task description and intelligence presented by Kato. The desolate root base lay in an eerie silence, as if frozen in ice, with nothing daring to break the stillness. A dismissive grunt from Danzo, devoid of any discernible emotion, caused a heaviness to settle in Kato's heart. As if contemplating and probing for something, Kato focused his perception to its utmost limit, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light. A subtle, silent wave of spiritual energy began to emanate slowly, gradually permeating the entire space. The ninja who had taken the scroll stood quietly beside Danzo, seemingly casting a casual glance at Kato. Through the mask, his gaze held a hint of peculiarity, yet he remained silent. Having thoroughly absorbed the souls of dozens of elite cloud ninjas, Kato's perceptive abilities seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis once more. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly realized that he could even sense Danzo's faint emotions, all without the latter's awareness. Kato's eyes narrowed slightly. Most often, those who are elusive are attributed with profound thoughts, evoking an inexplicable sense of vigilance and fear in those who confront them. Yet now, for the first time, he seemed to experience an illusion of equality. The elder Danzo, seated upon the high platform, shrouded in a thick veil of dark gloom, gradually revealed a more human aspect before him. And a human, when killed, shall perish. Indeed, you have done remarkably well, Danzo's voice rasped, akin to the sound of rusty sandpaper rubbing against itself. The comprehensive and detailed battlefield intelligence provided by Kato only solidified Danzo's suspicions that Minato was indeed the fourth Hokage chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He tapped his cane slowly, seemingly lost in thought, while his gaze occasionally swept over Kato, who knelt on the ground, faintly sensing a tinge of subdued delight. However, mingled with this fleeting joy was a profound sense of unease and an inexplicable anger. Transfer the Flying Thunder God seal from your arm to the research team. His cold voice resonated once more. Without his exceptional perceptive abilities, Kato would have been utterly unable to decipher the intricate emotions behind Danzo's words. A man like him would never reveal his inner thoughts through mere phrases. Kato gradually lifted his gaze, observing the root ninja approaching him, the very one who had just received the scroll. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet no discernible anomaly could be detected. The root ninja, with an oddly peculiar expression, silently imprinted the Flying Thunder God rune on Kato's arm. Only when they were in close proximity did a faint floral fragrance abruptly waft into Kato's nostrils, reminiscent of lilies. Danzo's hand lightly rested upon the scroll detailing the training methods of the Shura giant. The intricate and coherent principles of ninjutsu instilled in him a tentative belief in its authenticity, yet it bore the inevitable, fatal flaw common to ordinary spiritualization techniques, akin to a mere trifle. Observing the exceedingly compliant Kato, he could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Scrutinizing him with a gaze so frigid it seemed capable of penetrating Kato's entire being. The scroll indicated that all reckless endeavors were merely to obfuscate the disguise of the Minato team, leaving him momentarily unable to discern this almost archetypal root youth. Was he, too, ensconced in a fade? The depths of the root base fell into an inexplicable silence, as Danzo's gaze settled upon the root ninja, who had completed the imprint and was now advancing towards him, a flicker of inquiry crossing his eyes. Despite his tender years, he had already emerged as the most distinguished master of disguise within the root, having effortlessly infiltrated numerous ninja villages and acquired vast intelligence in just a few months. Earning a high bounty in the black market and the moniker of a wandering priestess, yeah sure now you, seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Kato's eyes, raised in disbelief, struggled to suppress his emotions to avoid revealing any cracks in his composure. It was only due to the familiar fragrance of lilies that he could recognize the identity of Nanoyu. Nanoyu shook her head slightly, the faint glimmer in her eyes bringing a sense of quiet reassurance to Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. You are quite impressive. In the darkness, silence reigned, interrupted only by a prolonged stillness. Even after Danzo's departure, Kato remained in disbelief, beads of cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. For the first time, his perception had faltered. Watching the silhouette of the girl who had inexplicably risked herself to save him twice fade into the shadows, Kato's gaze reflected a tangle of emotions. This girl, who had seemingly appeared as a friend rather than a foe, held secrets within her that he had never before discovered. His tightly clenched hand turned pale as he fixed his gaze on the direction Nanoyu had vanished, lost in thought for a considerable time. Chapter 46. The Experiment Subject Report to Lord Danzo. After analysis, the ninjutsu class has confirmed that the Blue Azura secret technique indeed shares a common origin with the spirit transformation technique. Furthermore, feasibility analysis has established that the ninjutsu scroll can be deemed authentic. However, due to the lack of Kato clan test subjects, we are unable to verify its authenticity concretely. The muffled voice of the root ninja, kneeling on the ground, echoed in Danzo's modest office. With his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought, Danzo picked up the scroll detailing the secrets of the blue giant and nodded slowly. Does the blood of the Kato clan contain traces of the Uchiha lineage? The blue giant inevitably reminded Danzo of the evil clan, a flicker of malice crossing his face at the mere mention of their name, as if it evoked profound distaste within him. The research team, upon tracing the bloodlines, found no evidence of Uchiha ancestry. They had meticulously examined all genealogies of the Kato family since the founding of Konoha, revealing only common ninja or intermarriages with no ties to the Uchiha clan. Danzo lightly tapped his cane, harboring the belief that the spirit transformation technique was merely a third-rate ninjutsu. Even the so-called Azura giant possessed fatal weaknesses, with his only uncertainty being its potential connection to Susanoo. The unparalleled Susanoo of Uchiha Madara was etched into his mind, a constant reminder of his deep-seated apprehension towards the Uchiha clan. Yet now, it seemed he had been overly cautious. Let the research team collaborate with Bairu to investigate methods to crack the Flying Thunder God technique, reducing the danger level associated with Nanoyu and lifting the surveillance on her. In the dim light of the basement, the masked root ninja could only discern the enigmatic expression on Danzo's face. Silently acknowledging with a yes, he vanished from sight. A shadow of gloom crossed Danzo's eyes as he turned, drawing forth the crimson scroll prominently displayed. The blood-red scroll seemed to encapsulate all of Danzo's ruthlessness, and as it unfurled, it unleashed his suppressed emotions. His gaze fixated upon the malevolent name of the evil clan emblazoned in bold letters within the scroll. In the now empty basement, free from the need to conceal his feelings, his voice resonated as though emerging from the depths of the underworld. Icy enough to pierce through to the clan's stronghold, intent on their complete annihilation. The evil clan, reduced to mere remnants. They are fit only to serve as nourishment for the roots of Konoha. After spending 3 days within the root base, Kato emerged from his confinement, met by the cold, watchful stares of numerous root ninjas. Before him stood a root ninja entirely enveloped in a white cloak and bandages, unlike the typical masked root operatives. Clad in white hair, a pale visage, and white garb, the only anomaly was the blood-red hue of their eyes, the cause of which remained uncertain. Are you Nanoyu? Follow me. The white-clad root ninja spoke in a detached tone. Kato drew his gaze away and silently followed behind him. The silhouette of black and white gradually faded into the deeper recesses of the root base amidst the flickering lights. You may call me Bairu. As the base's massive doors swung open, a frigid gust surged forth, overwhelming everything like a tempestuous sea. The icy air enveloped Kato, reminiscent of a person grasping for breath after being choked. As he savored the sweetness of the air once more, crystalline remnants of snow fell upon his face. And standing at the exit of the root base, Kato involuntarily shivered. Sensing no trace of pursuers or surveillance, he exhaled in relief, realizing that Danzo would likely not suspect him of betraying the roots in the near future. You seem to know me? Kato ventured, gazing at the ninja named Bairu. Unlike the typical root operatives, Bairu exuded a subtle disdain for the roots, yet there was also an undercurrent of hostility directed at Kato. A flicker of surprise crossed Bairu's eyes, revealing a newfound spark in his gaze as he regarded Kato. You are a disciple of Orochimaru, are you not? How audacious of you, not at all resembling him. Kato was unaware of the enmity between the individual before him and Orochimaru, and it appeared that the situation was unlikely to be favorable. I hear you are a prodigy? The figure, seemingly indifferent to Kato's silence, led him through the dense jungle, venturing further away from Konoha. Each research base of the root organization was known only to a select few. Once a site for the study of would-release fusion, Kato was oblivious to the current research being conducted there, and he had lost all means of entry unless he chose to obliterate the very ground of Konoha. Perhaps. Kato silently responded, immersed in contemplation regarding the identity of Bairuhu. This individual was undoubtedly not nurtured from a young age within the roots, though seemingly somewhat melancholic. His fluctuating emotions surged like tumultuous waves when compared to the ninjas of the roots. I despise geniuses, and I loathe renowned geniuses even more, Bairuhu snorted disdainfully. Yet this provoked a peculiar sensation within Kato. He could perceive that this was the man's authentic sentiment. Perhaps the title of being a disciple of Orochimaru had triggered certain reflections in Bairuhu, yet it was disconcerting how easily he exposed his nature and preferences. However, those who are easily discerned are often held in contempt. Kato's eyes narrowed slightly. Danzo would never entrust the critical research on countering the Flying Thunder God technique to an ordinary ninja. This fellow, known as Hiriko, appeared utterly devoid of cunning. Yet he undoubtedly possessed a unique ability that remained obscured for now. Orochimaru, indeed, was a genius, an intellect that transcended reason. I shall surpass him one day. As they neared the outskirts of Konoha, Hiriko gradually came to a halt, subtly manipulating a secret seal. An inconspicuous entrance slowly revealed itself amidst the rocks. Danzo's mission was to decipher the runes of the Flying Thunder God in order to develop a method to counter it, and you shall serve as my test subject. As Orochimaru's disciple, you are in for a remarkable experience. On this pitch-black night, an eerie silence enveloped the woods, while the chilling wind howled through the trees, casting shadows that seemed to dance ominously, as if seeking to devour everything in their path. Hiriko chuckled softly, standing between the stones, a sinister smile gracing his face. Your mere words are hardly sufficient. He sensed the barely concealed disdain Hiriko held for Danzo. Those who are arrogant often harbor deep-seated insecurities. Kato began to understand why this individual was so sensitive towards Orochimaru. The arrogant and foolish Hiriko, it appeared, had not been bound by Danzo's cursed seal. He was merely regarded as a disposable pawn, never to touch the deeper secrets that lay hidden. The day this research concludes will mark his demise. Yet he remains blissfully unaware of this truth. Kato let out a light chuckle as he stepped slowly into the pitch-black corridor. If these were merely ninjas of such limited caliber, foolish and arrogant, believing that their allegiance to Danzo would compel him to surrender like the other root ninjas, then within this dark, subterranean base, it remained uncertain who would become the experiment and who would preside over it. Coincidentally, he too required a complete laboratory to conduct some intriguing experiments. Chapter 47. The experimental base of Hiriko was not excessively large, yet it was equipped with all the necessary apparatus. Kato glanced around the chaotic laboratory, resembling a scene of disaster, and furrowed his brow slightly. On one of the experimental tables lay a subject that appeared to have completely lost vitality. Its contorted visage and curled, spasming limbs suggested immense suffering, though its slightly open eyes still revealed a lingering affection for the world it had departed from. You may leave now. The brightly lit underground laboratory was in stark contrast to the dimness of the root base. Kato turned his gaze towards Hiriko, his eyes shrouded in an inscrutable darkness. Who do you think you are? A presumptuous little brat, clearly a fool unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Hiriko chuckled dismissively, paying no heed to Kato. Despite his current strength being somewhat lacking, having perused some of Kato's data, Hiriko chose to step aside slowly. The sudden appearance of a figure behind him elicited a peculiar glint in Kato's eyes. Lord Juzan, Elder Danzo never mentioned that this experiment would be so audacious. I believe he will obediently lie on the experimental table if he wishes to avoid the stigma of treachery. Though Hiriko appeared to be addressing the root ninja beside him, his disdainful gaze remained fixed on Kato, seemingly anticipating the unfolding of an intriguing spectacle. Foolishness. In Kato's eyes, a sudden luminescence of deep azure flickered, nearly coalescing into a tangible blue glow that surged wildly from his being, akin to an endless glacier. In an instant, it enveloped the pitiful Bailuohu, the chilling chakra emanating a bone-numbing cold that rendered him immobile. Are you disappointed? Relying on the meager and wretched roots, you possess not an ounce of understanding regarding power. As Bailuohu awaited Jiasan's move, he abruptly turned and beheld an incredulous sight. Jiasan, whose eyes mirrored the same ethereal blue light, bore an almost identical sardonic smile as Kato. You? In that fleeting moment, an icy chill surged from the depths of his heart, causing his entire being to tremble. Although he harbored a subtle disdain for the so-called mediocre Danzo, devoid of any genius title, he could not help but submit to the overwhelming power of the roots, even relying upon them, for he understood the true meaning they represented. Yet now, the youth before him, with lake blue eyes, seemed to utterly subvert his understanding. The very person he had been in close proximity to, Jiasan, was a spy sent by Danzo, a notion he had never contemplated, that this individual had seemingly betrayed Danzo, while the roots remained blissfully unaware. When had this transpired? How many others were involved? The once impregnable roots, akin to a fortress, now appeared riddled with countless holes. The profound darkness lurking deeper within the shadows was entirely concealed within the form of this young man, instilling in Bei Liu a soul-stirring sense of terror that sent shivers down his spine. He was oblivious to the nature of this emotion, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Is this what it means to be a genius? To accomplish extraordinary feats regardless of the circumstances, while I remain a mere ant in their eyes, a pitiable wretch. A barely audible tremor in his voice betrayed the fragility of his spirit. What ensnared him was an impenetrable ninjutsu, an overwhelming sense of impotence rising within him. Reminiscent of times past, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, figures he felt he could never hope to reach, and now even their disciples had achieved such remarkable heights. I have striven for so long, yet nothing has changed, nothing has changed. How laughable, how utterly absurd. A profound sorrow emanated from within him. His gaze upon Kato slightly dazed, as if life and death had momentarily lost their significance. What purpose does my existence serve? The inability to accept his own mediocrity is the greatest tragedy for one who is unwilling to embrace the commonplace. Alas, nothing is more sorrowful than a heart grown cold. Kato was taken aback to see Harukawa in tears. The sorrowful sound, gradually transforming into a heart-wrenching wail, seemed to stem from an inability to accept his own mediocrity. This was a possibility Kato had never contemplated, yet he could distinctly perceive the profound sadness within Harukawa's heart, gaining a semblance of understanding regarding the man's thoughts. Before him stood a man, fond of the color white, with a hint of innocence, who for the first time was acutely aware of his own ordinariness. Entirely engulfed in despair and devoid of even the slightest pride. It was simply too weak, almost laughable. In comparison to those who excel, one is invariably left feeling mediocre. If we were to adhere to your perspective, perhaps in this world, only the legendary six-path sage would be deemed extraordinary. Kato paused momentarily, gradually retracting the chakra that enveloped Bairu. With a swift kick to Bairu's chest, he forcefully slammed him against the wall of the laboratory. Bairu offered no resistance, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. A sprawling village of Konoha, yet he was merely an ordinary Jainin. What significance do your joys and sorrows truly hold? Kato chuckled lightly, the corners of his mouth curling with an inexplicable mockery, leaving one to wonder whether he was deriding Obito or himself. The gentle breeze was far from biting, standing at the threshold of the laboratory. Kato silently cast a glance at Obito, a wisp of ethereal blue light silently darting into the space between his brows. It seemed that the village of Konoha was not lacking in its share of eccentrics. As for the research on the Flying Thunder God technique, he would manage it himself. The etched runes should suffice. During this time, he desired solitude. Like clearing away refuse, Kasan dragged Obito's body out of the laboratory, unceremoniously tossing him into a cluttered break room that resembled a storage space overflowing with junk. Obito lay there, blankly staring at the ceiling, his white cloak stained crimson. Yet he remained motionless. The meaning of life, he mused, lay solely in existence. As long as one lived, there existed infinite possibilities. Kasan's final words prompted Obito to turn his head slightly, but he could only see the retreating figure of the silent root ninja. A perspective he had never truly considered before. Living, was it? In the dark, damp underground, where decay, gloom, and stench reigned. Obito had long lost track of when he last faced death. He seemed to have grown accustomed to hiding in the laboratory all day, dreaming of developing jutsu that would allow him to surpass those once deemed extraordinary. Time passed, and eventually, a filthy, white mass of muck, covered in grime, staggered to its feet upon the frigid ground. The lifelessness in its eyes had vanished, replaced by an inexplicable somberness. As if a haunting melody from the depths of the abyss had seeped into the air, chilling the atmosphere further. One day, I shall make you tremble in awe. Gazing up at me, bowing in reverence. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and that little brat. I will defeat you all in my own way, utterly. I will ensure you experience the humiliation I have endured. It was a declaration of self-affirmation, a means to rediscover the will to live. Obito's voice was not loud, yet it stirred no ripples within the subterranean laboratory. Some departures felt as though they had never occurred, leaving no trace despite the relentless search. More than a month had passed since returning to Konoha, yet no matter how fervently Obito sought, he could find no sign of Kato. Not even a trace of his existence within the village. Why should I search for that guy? Who didn't he even bother to attend the dinner that the teacher specially prepared for him? As Obito walked along the street to Rin's house, the bustling morning of Konoha carried on, indifferent to the musings of a young boy. For reasons unknown, the figure of that slightly aloof youth, who had only briefly entered his life, lingered in his mind like an unshakable specter. Rin, are you there? In the empty room, no response came. Obito realized he was late but, for reasons unknown, slowly lowered his hand from the door, standing quietly at the entrance to Rin's room. Where on earth has that bastard gone? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Minato, who was heading to the battlefield to assist, should be returning today and would likely be waiting at the training ground. He refused to believe that even Minato-sensei was unaware of Kato's whereabouts. I'm late. Minato-sensei wouldn't he withhold information from me just because I'm tardy, would he? With newfound urgency, Obito quickened his pace. leaping onto the high platform and sprinting towards the training grounds. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the distant mountains of Konoha, draped in deep green. While the vibrant glow of early spring enveloped the forest, beneath a sky filled with soft, drifting clouds, all quietly observing the hurried passers-by. In this realm of shifting clouds and vibrant spring hues, the season began to grow tender. Chapter 48. The Secrets of the Flying Thunder God. Have you ever pondered why? Since Minato can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, doesn't he deploy it to send numerous specially crafted kunai directly into the enemy S-base for a devastating strike on their command system? After Obito's stubbornness led him to amicably negotiate with Kato and become the first to survive the triad of soul resonance, he ceased to mention the term experimental subject or challenge Kato again. Now, the phrase experimental subject had become a taboo for him, as in the illusion realm. He had experienced countless forms of torment under Kato's intriguing research. Even the transportation of numerous explosive tags, directly shifting the imminent release of techniques, was a means of constant harassment that led to victory without battle, leaving the enemy unable to grasp even the hem of his garment. Yet today, Obito was uncharacteristically bold, daring to trespass into Kato's laboratory and engage in conversation. If you do not present something of interest today, you will discover what the highest level of suffering truly entails. Obito hesitated for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the industrious Kato at the experiment table. Kasan had urged him repeatedly, and for the first time, he felt an inexplicable desire not to disappoint this root ninja, even though he was more inclined to avoid the boy before him. If you had the opportunity to dedicate countless days and nights to researching a single jutsu as I have, you would understand the profound secrets hidden within. It is no wonder that Danzo has already commenced his research on the Flying Thunder God technique. Kato halted his actions, contemplating quietly. He merely lifted his gaze to glance at Beilu who, a faint, inexplicable smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which inexplicably sent a chill down Beilu's spine. The Flying Thunder God technique, during its spatial leap, solely relied on specially crafted kunai for positional traversal. Within the chaotic realm, the process of linking these uniquely crafted kunai coordinates merely involved activating the sealing incantations using chakra to ascertain a definitive direction. Thus, what enveloped the handle of the specially designed trident kunai was indeed a strand of chakra, intended to activate the Flying Thunder God runes. Certainly, you must be aware that these runes are also a form of sealing technique, which necessitates time for activation. Only by adhering to a predetermined flow of chakra and sealing a specific amount of chakra within can one activate the Flying Thunder God runes in the blink of an eye, achieving near instantaneous speed. Beilu glanced at Kato, who appeared lost in thought, and relaxed his slightly furrowed brow. There exist two methods for activating the incantation. One utilizes the residual chakra from the individual, while the other involves the infusion of chakra from another person. For instance, during your encounter with Minato Namikaze on the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja, the Flying Thunder God runes on your arm could be activated through your own chakra, granting Minato a precise spatial coordinate. Are you implying, by sharing this information, that you have devised a method to counter the Flying Thunder God technique? Kato's indifferent gaze swept over Baru, prompting a faint snort as he averted his eyes from Kato's penetrating stare. There exists a general direction, yet its potential for success remains uncertain. Perhaps your cooperation is required. He spoke of a curse capable of eroding chakra, briefly lifting his gaze to Bairuhu. As the mere mention of the curse piqued Kato's interest, when utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, one as chakra must first establish a connection with the chakra embedded within the runes, whether sealed or infused by others. Should a curse that can corrode chakra be introduced during the communication of the Flying Thunder God runes by Minato Namikaze, it would infiltrate his body, akin to a relentless parasite, compelling him to expend greater chakra to eliminate this curse. Depending on the curse's various effects, there could be a multitude of options available. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, renowned as the master of forbidden techniques with unparalleled speed in the ninja world, surely must have contemplated such a flaw in the Flying Thunder God technique. Bairuhu, if you desire death, I can usher you along that path to spare you a more gruesome fate at the roots. Tobirama had indeed considered this and proposed a corresponding solution. However, to my knowledge, after each battle, Minato does not leave behind any of the Flying Thunder God kunai. Rather, the specially crafted kunai meant for prolonged use are exclusively bestowed upon his closest companions. Even if the roots were to acquire such a specially made kunai, the runes inscribed upon it would lose their efficacy, rendering it an ordinary kunai. Bairuhu's expression was one of unwavering certainty, leaving Kato momentarily unable to discern whether this method would indeed be effective, yet he sensed a scheme of considerable feasibility. You previously mentioned that each use of the Flying Thunder God necessitates an initial connection with the runes, followed by activation through chakra. What if, by some means, this connection could be disrupted? Kato's somber voice resonated slowly within the confines of the laboratory, and Bailuhu's gaze brightened with a glimmer of excitement, seemingly forgetting the anguish that Kato had inflicted upon him. Then Wave Wind Minato will be akin to a blind man, eternally exiled in the profound darkness of spatial turbulence. The notion of a technique he had long mastered suddenly surged in Kato's mind, as he grasped that this lethal maneuver aimed at Minato was gradually taking shape. By disrupting the connection between Wave Wind Minato and the Flying Thunder God technique, he sought to unravel the very essence of that jutsu. Did you not comprehend a single word? Bailuhu, once filled with exhilaration, was abruptly enveloped by a chilling, sinister chakra, dousing the fervor within him. Turning to Kato's icy gaze, he fell into a heavy silence. I can tell you now, the agony of level 12 is akin to the pain of childbirth. If you wish to experience it, I wouldn't mind wasting a little time. Bailuhu's eyes narrowed sharply, his hands clenched tightly, his throat constricting as he regarded Kato. No longer seeing a man but a monstrous entity cloaked in human skin, emanating an indescribable gloom. I understand now. Jasima stood quietly at the entrance of the laboratory, seemingly awaiting Bailuhu, yet also silently guarding the door. Emerging from the lab, Bailuhu still bore traces of anger in his eyes. Yet a large hand gently rested upon his shoulder. Do you not comprehend why the root leader did not bestow upon you the seal of utter ruin? The eyes behind the mask glimmered with a hint of concern. Upon hearing Jasima's words, Bailuhu's eyes widened in realization. If he could not grasp this, he would never have been entrusted with significant responsibilities by Danzo. You mean to say, Danzo is despicable? At the very least, he allows you to live. Jasima cast a glance at the tightly shut laboratory door, then seemed to revert to a statue, offering no further words. Bailuhu silently stared at the door, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. Turning to Jasima, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. I know you, and he may belong to the same organization that betrayed Danzo, and your actions might be merely to assist him, but I trust you. Gazing at the unresponsive Jasima, Bailuhu sighed softly, his figure quietly dissolving into the shadows. In the dark corner lay discarded instruments that Kato had deemed unnecessary, and Bailuhu's silhouette busied itself in silence. Chapter 49. A new beginning. The waters of the Konoha performance stage shimmered brilliantly, casting a serene glow in the tranquil morning, reminiscent of aged wine. Caressed by a gentle breeze that brushed against Obito's cheek, his eyes reflected disbelief as he beheld the weary, yet stoic figure of Wave Wind Minato. Teacher Minato, did you just say that Kato would be leaving our team? Obito seemed at a loss, never anticipating such an outcome. But why? Aren't we all well? Bowing his head, Obito drooped his shoulders, evoking a sense of sympathy in Minato. Among his three disciples, he held a particular fondness for the passionate Obito, though prone to mischief and lacking the innate genius of Kakashi. It was precisely the struggle of a solitary child rising from the mire of life that allowed him to channel his fervor into treating everyone with genuine kindness. Minato reached out, ruffling Obito's disheveled black hair, now damp with the warmth of perspiration. As Obito panted from his exertions, the weight of disappointment hung heavily on him. There are matters beyond our control that we cannot change, I'm afraid. Minato furrowed his brow, releasing a soft sigh. He too was taken aback by the suddenness of Kato's departure. Teacher Minato, this is not your fault. Kakashi, leaning against a tree with a furrowed brow, exuded a cold demeanor. As a Genin, he understood the situation more deeply, yet even he was uncertain whether he had misjudged Kato. Kato's seemingly unchanged demeanor rendered his vigilance feel like an exercise in futility. But where on earth has Kato gone? Is it true that if we are no longer in the same team, we may never meet again? He even promised to give me a gift. Rin, observing the silent Obito, gently placed her hand on his shoulder, her gaze shifting to Minato's face. This silence seemed to carry a weight more complex than mere team separation, stirring within her an uneasy intuition. Upon hearing Rin's words, Obito's head shot up, breaking free from Minato's grasp. His eyes, filled with inquiry, fixed intently on Kakashi as he stepped closer. Kakashi, do you know something? Tell me. I must confront him. How could he leave without a word? Is it so difficult to say goodbye? For reasons unknown, Obito felt an inexplicable trepidation towards Minato. Perhaps due to the haunting memories of the battlefield or an instinctive awe towards someone so formidable. Most of the time, while he recognized Minato as an exceptional teacher and a powerful ninja, a subtle barrier always seemed to exist between them, preventing him from interacting with Minato as freely as he did with Kakashi. Fool, there are things in this world beyond our control. Even if you were to grasp the truth, what then? Kakashi scoffed, watching as Obito approached, now merely a step away, yet remaining unmoving against the tree, his eyes betraying an inexplicable depth. One day, if you were to leave us, would Rin and I simply stand by idly? Obito's voice rose, laced with indignation. You have never regarded Kato as a true friend. But do not forget, though he may be taciturn and arrogant, provoking one to strike him, he once saved your life. Obito's eyes burned with frustration. He could not fathom Kakashi's persistent hostility towards Kato, despite Kato's irksome nature. What troubled him most was Kakashi's indifference. As if Kato's disappearance was of little consequence to him. The steadfast belief in a close friend and the pursuit of a long-held goal can often lead to profound disappointment. The ungrateful wretch, Obito, fixed his gaze intensely upon Kakashi, each word seeming to scrape through his teeth, yet his utterances pierced Kakashi like daggers. Their eyes, both infused with ire, interlocked. Perhaps a mere signal would suffice to transform camaraderie into enmity. Rin's eyes flickered with concern as she stretched her hand, as if to placate the agitated Obito, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, unable to comprehend why Kakashi treated Kato with such animosity, as though he were an adversary. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze appeared between the two, his form a blur, placing a hand atop the heads of both Obito and Kakashi. Attempting to quell their encroaching fury, a mere huff escaped Obito as he turned away, refusing to look at Kakashi, feeling an unprecedented disappointment in his friend. A soft sigh lingered in the silent breeze as Minato observed the tension between them, exuding a sense of helplessness. Obito, Rin, since your curiosity is so piqued, allow me to enlighten you. These matters will eventually come to light once you ascend to the rank of Jonin, and knowing a bit early is of no consequence. After all, you are both remarkably skilled, Minato said, his patience akin to the gentle embrace of a warm winter sun, as he guided them to sit beside him. Though they continued to huff in silence, they made no effort to resist. Rin's steps lightened, and she smiled at Obito, taking her place between them, gazing at Minato. Do not blame Kakashi, it is merely the village's regulations, and he fears your impulsiveness, Minato remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stole a thumbs up at Rin. Unnoticed by the two, you have likely never encountered O at the Ninja Academy, nor even heard his name before he joined your team. Have you pondered where this peer of yours, of similar age, acquired his ninjutsu? From a clan? A family akin to the Hyuga? No. There is no Kato clan within the village. Obito's emotions seemed to be stirred by Minato's words, a desire to unearth more about Kato flickering in his eyes. Oh, is a disciple of Orochimaru, isn't? No wonder he is so formidable, he mused, nodding thoughtfully. Yet, Akame is also a disciple of Orochimaru. Why does Kakashi not envy her? Fool, Kakashi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Obito without offering an explanation. Enough of your bickering. Rin's voice, though soft, silenced Obito, who had been on the verge of retorting. Minato sighed, surrendering the question and answer format. You are aware of the Umbu, the specialized assassination unit under the Hokage, tasked with high-level missions, an indispensable force in maintaining peace in Konoha. However, what you may not know is that independent of the Umbu, there exists an organization known as Root, ostensibly a training branch of the Umbu. Root? Obito and Rin echoed, hearing the name for the first time. As orphans, Rin and the unawakened Sharingan Obito had received no revelations of such secrets from anyone but Minato prior to their ascent to Jonin. And even those revelations were not truly clandestine. Root is an organization entrenched in darkness, designed to sever all human emotions, molding ninjas into mere weapons, existing solely to fulfill orders. Kakashi interjected, his gaze icy. The mere thought of the shadowy realm evoked a visceral chill within him, conjuring images of bleakness, cruelty, and desolation. Anonymous, nameless, devoid of emotion, with no future and no past, the ninjas raised in the darkness of Root resembled soulless serpents, cold and sinister, executing their tasks without a shred of compassion. Stripped of humanity, they were incapable of feeling. And Kato was one of them. Minato remained silent, not contesting Kakashi's words, which stirred a tumult of emotions within Obito, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Minato's silence. Those who traversed the shadows sustained a great tree of Konoha, their roots deeply embedded in the soil. A soft sigh escaped. Yet it elicited no response from the brooding Obito, who murmured something indistinctly, seemingly lost in thought. O has endured such hardship. An inexplicable emotion washed over Obito, compelling him to reflect on his own struggles, his clenched fists seemingly sinking into the earth, yearning to merge with the soil and comprehend the suffering that the boy in the darkness had experienced. He must be so lonely, he whispered, a sense of kinship blossoming within him, igniting an urgent desire to meet the boy enshrouded in shadows. He simply wished to offer him a warm embrace. Oh, you were so pitiful, Rin lamented, unable to fathom how she would fare in such an environment, bereft of any concern, enveloped in the endless darkness of day and night. As if devoid of any glimmer of light, Root ninjas would never engage in meaningless endeavors. Those devoid of compassion would harbor no feelings. Even if they had once saved you or fought alongside you, such acts could merely be fades. Do you not find it peculiar how Kato's sudden appearance and departure exudes an air of the uncanny? Kakashi's ill-timed comment seemed to resonate with the innermost vulnerabilities of Obito and Rin, even igniting a flicker of anger in Rin's usually gentle eyes. Kakashi, you are profoundly disappointing. Obito abruptly lifted his gaze, staring intently at Kakashi, the anger within him seemingly subdued. Yet his eyes glimmered with a haunting sorrow that momentarily unsettled Kakashi. He inexplicably felt that if he did not act, he might irrevocably lose this cherished friend. Kakashi. Rin's gaze bore a hint of unfamiliarity, silently questioning. Root is not as simplistic as you imagine. Shall we leave everything to our teacher? Naruto Uzumaki gazed at Obito and Rin, his brow slightly furrowed. The silent Kakashi had not spoken incorrectly. He could perceive the underlying truths as well. Yet, he had faith that Kato would prove to be a commendable junior and a good child. Obito responded with a low murmur, yet his gaze drifted towards an indistinct horizon, seemingly directed at the Hokage Rock. The battlefield of the Rock Ninja had not yet reached its conclusion, even though it appeared to be in a stalemate. It seemed that a mere concession from either side could bring an end to this senseless conflict. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, the ninja world seemed ensnared in a state of tension, with the ostensibly clear situation concealing deeper motives, silently propelling the entire realm towards an unclear destination. In the farthest reaches of the land of snow, at its northernmost expanse, lay a desolate expanse of white ice, where storms howled with fury. and only the snow frolicked amidst the chaos. The biting wind shrieked, turning droplets into crystal. The vast ice cap, seemingly eternal, encircled the entire plain, severing it from civilization. Even the towering peaks appeared to shatter and disperse in the frigid air, retreating from this inhospitable realm, while the endless snowy plains truly became a graveyard for mountains. At this moment, amidst the snowy wilderness, dimly illuminated, a rare white figure emerged, a humanoid form entirely shrouded in pallor, indistinguishable against the snow. It moved with a peculiar swaying motion, attempting to shake off the snow that clung to its body. "It's so cold, but I really need to go." A muted voice echoed through the endless snow, only to be met by the howling winds that rushed into its indistinct mouth. "I found a place. Finally, I can go." The white figure suddenly began to dance wildly in the snow, its bizarre postures twisting and contorting as if devoid of bones, merging into the snow's embrace. Home, home, home. Time to go. The white mass gradually liquefied, seeping into the icy expanse and dissipating into nothingness. Yet beneath the frozen surface, it was not as bitterly cold. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the white form reconstituted itself, rising to survey its surroundings, seemingly discerning something as it ventured deeper along the subterranean passage. Drip, drip. The depths of the passage echoed with the sound of dripping water. In the dim light, a flicker of brightness illuminated a pair of luminous eyes, radiating a ghostly glow within the underground realm. Before the immense, monstrous form, an elderly man with a wrinkled visage slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the approaching white figure. Is it finally beginning? An invisible pressure swept over the white figure, yet it appeared unaffected, gradually crouching down, baring its white teeth in a smile towards the elder on the platform. "Hello, Madara. I've done it." The storm seemed poised to erupt, and the entire subterranean space instantly turned as frigid as the ice plains above. Uchiha Madara remained silent, fixated on the white entity before him. "If there is a next time, do you know the consequences?" "I do. I will completely seal off certain aspects." A half-black, half-white silhouette slowly emerged from the ground, its chilling gaze causing the white figure to dissolve into a viscous mass. "I don't want that. I need to go." Chapter 50. The little white snake in the jungle. A gentle sun bathed the spring day, suffusing the world with warmth and dispelling all emptiness. Tender willows unfurled their new buds, dancing gracefully in the soft breeze. The earth's hardened exterior began to thaw, yielding to the burgeoning spirit of spring. Kato stood beneath the spring light, emerging for the first time from the subterranean research chamber. The slightly damp air and the muddy path beneath his feet spoke of the passage of time. He tread lightly, vanishing before the muck could splash upon him. Following the familiar vibration sensed in the air, he quickly approached a grand tree, coming to an abrupt halt. The tranquility of the foliage, nearly devoid of leaves, enveloped him, interrupted only by the gentle sound of melting snow trickling like a stream. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a slender white serpent coiling around the tree's branches. It had been a while since he had encountered Orochimaru. Kato's perception remained acutely sharp, unchanged by time. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his presence marked by a blend of sinister amusement and brooding intent. Yet, Kato increasingly felt that Orochimaru resembled a being far removed from normalcy, having once again flicked a tongue reminiscent of a snake before his eyes. "Are you afraid, Kato? Do you not find this a beauty of evolution?" Orochimaru inched closer, his pallid visage adorned with a disturbingly twisted smile, while his serpent-like eyes betrayed no trace of human emotion. In comparison to himself, Kato had always perceived Orochimaru as the true dweller of darkness, a figure struggling in the abyss beneath the roots. "Not at all. It seems I must congratulate you on the successful development of your soft body transformation technology. It is all thanks to you, Kato. Without your scroll, we might have squandered even more time. Such a genius as you. I truly hesitate to let you walk into danger." A shadow flickered in Orochimaru's gaze as he lightly rested a hand on Kato's shoulder, a chill emanating from his touch that left Kato feeling slightly unsettled. It appeared that Orochimaru had not visited the laboratory in the Dragon Cave for quite some time. "I wonder how the rebirth technique is progressing. Is that not the very reason you have come?" As if reading Kato's thoughts, Orochimaru pressed his lips together, his enigmatic smile widening as he flicked his serpent-like tongue. He resembled a serpent masquerading as a man. While there had been some progress in the study of corporeal energy, without a complete analysis of the Hashirama cells, only auxiliary benefits could be attained. The reanimation technique was intricately tied to both the soul and the body. Although I have established a general direction for the research concerning the soul, I believe we will soon overcome this challenge. However, determining how the spiritual energy governed by in-release chakra connects with the body remains a formidable uncertainty. Kato's gaze was fixed upon Orochimaru, his calm eyes seemingly devoid of any spark. The research on Hashirama cells was nearing its conclusion. Before the so-called sage chakra could intervene, no further gains were anticipated. Regarding the connection between spiritual energy and physical energy, he had already discovered a superior alternative. It was a delightfully thrilling surprise. A mysterious glimmer ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, his long tongue swirling restlessly in the air, and a barely concealed fervor flickered within his slightly narrowed gaze. "Perhaps in the realm of in-release and physical energy research, I might possess the materials that you, Kato-kun, require." For reasons unknown, Kato suddenly sensed a tinge of disdain emanating from Orochimaru towards Konoha. as if the burdensome tasks and inexplicable wars had intruded upon his scholarly pursuits. The Sharingan. I require the Sharingan. Kato's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an extraordinary certainty. His almost expressionless face betrayed a flicker of excitement. During this period of delving into the history and abilities of the Uchiha clan, he felt a tangible sense of discovering a key. The connection between mind and body, the intersection of yin and yang techniques, must surely be concealed within those blood-red eyes. As a ninja of the village, did he truly intend to conduct research using the eyes of fellow ninjas? The depths of Kato's gaze, imbued with an inscrutable emotion, scrutinized him, perhaps merely a figment of Kato's imagination, yet there seemed to be an added complexity in Orochimaru's eyes, tinged with excitement. Kato, this does not resemble the person you once were, who sought to save others. In the quiet forest, the air felt almost stagnant as Kato turned his head. Silent for a long while, he stared into the unknown with his lake blue eyes, revealing a hint of struggle. The newly sprouted shoots in the forest could not obscure his visage. Scattered, delicate strands of hair danced lightly in the still chilly breeze of early spring, while the sunlight appeared devoid of warmth, merely illuminating the surroundings in a routine manner. After a prolonged pause, Kato finally spoke. To strike at Minato Namikaze, I find it exceedingly difficult to survive. I am well aware of his power. Furthermore, I harbor no desire to assassinate him. I simply do not wish to perish due to the curse mark. I know that my teacher, Orochimaru, must have a solution. Kato turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, silently contemplating the visage that suddenly materialized before him. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether his struggle was to survive or intertwined with inexplicable emotions. To ensure the survival of Team Minato, was it due to the so-called bonds? Such a nauseating phrase. Orochimaru seemed unresponsive to Kato's entreaty, merely striding towards the horizon. However, witnessing O's anguished expression for the first time rendered those two words somewhat intriguing. Oh, do you comprehend the unspoken rules of this so-called Hokage election game in Konoha? Following closely behind Orochimaru, Kato could not discern his features, yet the disdain in Orochimaru's words evoked a sense of reluctance hidden beneath that contempt. The first Hokage established Konoha, the second Hokage was the first younger brother, and the third Hokage was the disciple of the second. I had assumed that the fourth Hokage would emerge solely from among the disciples of the third, yet I was taken aback to discover that my esteemed teacher, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, would cast his gaze upon a younger generation. Do you grasp the implications of this? It signifies that as my disciple, you too possess the qualifications to vie for the position of Hokage. Never had Orochimaru made Kato feel so genuinely like his disciple as he did today. Faced with Orochimaru's somewhat mocking gaze, Kato remained silent, for he understood that the prospect of becoming Hokage was utterly beyond his reach. Devoid of even the slightest glimmer of hope, it appears that possesses self-awareness, unlike certain rodents lurking in the shadows, lost in their daydreams. What Orochimaru intends is. Kato's gaze suddenly lifted to meet Orochimaru's, and the profound significance in his eyes illuminated everything for Kato. The relentless pursuit of assassinating Shimura Danzo, who posed a potential obstacle to Orochimaru's ascendance, was merely a means for Danzo to pave his own path to power. He would never permit another young, vibrant individual, devoid of any leverage in his grasp, to ascend as the fourth Hokage, the man who commands the root with the will of stone. Much like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who leads Konoha with the will of fire, employs similar yet distinct methods, both ultimately serving to placate Orochimaru. Do you truly believe that even if you were to eliminate Minato Namikaze, you could sustain your existence indefinitely? So, has Orochimaru-sensei already prepared to depart from Konoha? Kato's breath was deep and steady, his fists clenched tightly, yet a haunting voice drew Orochimaru's unwavering gaze upon him. The surging intent to kill enveloped Kato, as if he had been thrust into an icy abyss. Truly, he was worthy of being my disciple. Chapter 51. Bestowing light upon the world. Light is but a fleeting moment, while darkness is the epitome of eternity. Yet it is precisely this transient glimmer that gives rise to hope within the heart. Those who awaken from the shadows are destined to seek the light throughout their lives. The laboratory within the dragon's cave appeared largely unchanged. Kato could scarcely recall his last visit. Nevertheless, the familiar shadows and chill evoked an inexplicable comfort, as if only here did he truly feel safe. With the Sharingan activated, Orochimaru slowly emerged from the corner of the research table, retrieving a scroll. Kato accepted it, and upon unsealing, the scroll dissipated in a cloud of smoke, leaving behind several eyeballs immersed in a green liquid on the table. The crimson orbs resembled exquisite rubies, suspended in the nourishing fluid, continuously undulating. Veined with traces of blood, the eyes reflected Kato's figure, casting an unsettling aura within the dim confines of the dragon's cave. A chilling sensation arose within Kato's perception, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. 1 3-tomo, 2 double-tomo, and 5 single-tomo. This should suffice for you to conduct your research, I presume. Kato was perplexed by the vast number of Sharingan that Orochimaru possessed. In his understanding, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan had never been disseminated, and he had scarcely heard of anyone else having transplanted the Uchiha eyes. If memory serves, there seems to be a member of the Uchiha clan among O's team, perhaps named Uchiha Obito. Raising his gaze slightly, Kato was uncertain why Orochimaru would mention him at this juncture. Must not have left the laboratory in recent days. Perhaps there awaits a grand surprise for you. If this pertains to Danzo's mission, even I would have to commend O for his exceptional execution. This young lad is digging deep. Determined to uncover your whereabouts, foolish one. A flicker of complexity crossed Kato's eyes as he gazed at the Sharingan in his hand, lost in thought. He silently set the materials aside. Orochimaru-sensei, I need to return to Konoha. How intriguing, truly fascinating. It has been ages since I encountered something so captivating. Do not rush. Kato-kun, allow me to make a guess. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his interest piqued. Kato seemed to have transformed into a figure akin to Kakashi and the Minato team. Someone in need of rescue. It appeared that Kato was astute, possessing a keen understanding of the fervent fools of Konoha. To play the role of a damsel in distress would undoubtedly draw these simpletons, who would clamor about notions of salvation, should circumstances take a turn for the worse. He could adopt the guise of being moved by friendship or some other bond, thereby erasing his past transgressions amid the emotional tumult. Even in defeat, such a portrayal could elicit a measure of pity from them, perhaps sparing his life. One must admit, Kato was the most intelligent child I had ever encountered. Orochimaru's words seemed to stir the deepest secrets hidden within Kato's heart. He had indeed contemplated such thoughts, albeit fleetingly, as he looked into Orochimaru's cold, mocking gaze. Kato felt an unsettling realization. The true terror within Konoha did not stem from the Umbu, nor from Shimura Danzo, or even the will of fire embodied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rather, it emanated from the very figure before him, who seemed to grasp the entirety of his thoughts. Orochimaru's eyes remained as icy as ever. Yet Kato's incredulous expression suggested that he had struck a nerve, revealing an undercurrent of unspoken derision. Could it be that Kato, shrouded in darkness, was genuinely swayed by such bonds? I do not know, but I do not wish to kill them, if there exists another option. Humph, how laughable. Only those who sever all ties possess the right to attain immortality. Kato, do you comprehend this principle? It was as though he sought to convince Kato, as well as himself. Observing Kato's ongoing struggle, Orochimaru, half submerged in shadows, pressed his lips together in silence, his eyes glimmering with a ghostly light, seemingly awaiting Kato's response. The research chamber of the Dragon Cave felt as if it had descended into an endless abyss, deathly stillness pervading the space. The only sound was the distant drip of murky water, echoing as it fell from the stalactites. The night enveloped the land with its dark shroud, mercilessly crushing the vulnerable who stood without support. Kato's low voice resembled a mere whisper, yet it gradually overshadowed the sound of the water's descent. Orochimaru-sensei, do you know? I have long yearned for someone who could steadfastly grasp me amidst the relentless passage of time, preventing my descent into oblivion, refusing to let me drift aimlessly, forbidding me from succumbing to eternal slumber. Yet, I could find no such person. The only truly benevolent figure in my life, my distant uncle, withered away little by little on the path awaiting my return, aging gradually, and I never had the chance to bid him farewell before his passing. Thus, he departed quietly, laden with regret, aging alongside an unnamed winter in the entire season. At times, I find myself questioning the very essence of my existence, as though merely existing was my sole purpose. Consequently, during moments of leisure, I began to delve deeper into the contemplation of life's significance. Gradually, I came to grasp a profound truth. Kato's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if it could pierce the profound depths of the earth, overturning the entire cosmos. In this ninja realm, life is born and extinguished daily, yet from ancient times to the present and into the future, there exists but one Kato. I must survive, and I shall endure eternally. However, I refuse to merely exist. I shall thrive and reshape this world into the vision I desire. A true sovereign requires no salvation from others. His voice faltered momentarily as he regarded Orochimaru, whose peculiar gaze was fixed upon him, as if his sight transcended the obscure dragon's cave, leaping toward an enigmatic horizon. Yet, in the world I envision, there must be vibrant blossoms. Their presence would surely enhance its beauty. The echoes of Kato's voice resonated within the dragon's cave, seemingly penetrating the very core of the earth, reverberating throughout the expanse. Such a remarkable declaration. Orochimaru regarded Kato with an unprecedented seriousness, his eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity, as if he no longer viewed Kato merely as a child, but began to acknowledge him in earnest. Orochimaru, are you truly prepared to sever your ties completely? However, in comparison to me, it seems that Orochimaru is perhaps ensnared even more profoundly. Kato tightened his hood, feeling that only in front of Orochimaru could he speak freely. Before this man, who seemed to fully comprehend his thoughts, he had no intention of concealing anything, nor was there anything worth hiding. However, he had a rough understanding of the complex emotions that lay within Orochimaru. Truly, it is one of the qualities I admire most about you, Okuin, your remarkable intelligence. Compared to you, even my most exceptional subordinates pale in comparison. It is regrettable, though, that you, who consider yourself a king, seem to lack sufficient strength at this moment. Lost in thought, a peculiar expression crossed Orochimaru's face, tinged with a hint of mockery. He glanced at the now indifferent Kato, and merely chuckled, appearing entirely unfazed by Kato's words. Okuin, If you believe that such rhetoric will earn my assistance, you are indeed quite naive. If the curse mark of Danzo could be so easily unraveled, the root would have long ceased to exist. I can aid you in achieving the reanimation of the dead. However, my time may be limited. Kato looked intently at Orochimaru, recognizing that Minato was no ordinary figure. The Flying Thunder God technique was not easily subdued by mere ninjutsu, and it was not so simple for Danzo's subordinates to decipher it. That fellow, Obito, was far inferior in comparison. However, should that be the case, I would not mind offering a modicum of assistance after the technique is completed. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, falling silent. And the entire dragon cave seemed to plunge back into a profound stillness, broken only by the faint sounds of the two busy at the experiment table. As night deepened, the two returned quietly to Konoha. After casting a lingering glance at Orochimaru, Kato silently stepped into the forest. In the thick darkness of night, Kato moved slowly, resembling a black tulip, quietly revealing its brilliance for the first time, shimmering against the dark, reaching towards the skies. Yet, beneath the vast stars above Konoha, only Orochimaru was fortunate enough to witness it. Watching Kato's silhouette fade into the darkness, he suddenly snapped back to reality, his lowered eyebrows obscuring his expression. While an inexplicable sound resonated through the silent woods, the flowers that embellish the world are indeed a wonderful description. However, Kato, you are still somewhat too naive. Orochimaru slightly shook his head, seemingly amused by a thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Danzo, how utterly laughable. Light may sometimes falter in the face of the world's malice, yet true strength emerges from the darkness, bestowing light upon the world in its own unique manner. Chapter 52. The Secrets of the Sharingan. What secrets does the Sharingan conceal? Within the Dragon Cave, Kato locked eyes with the Sharingan contained within the glass test tube. The Crimson Eye, with its inky black tomo, appeared as if it sought to swallow all light, an embodiment of profound darkness. Beside him lay the experimental subject on the table, having fallen into an endless slumber due to soul deactivation treatment. Its robust physique and healthy form were materials that would captivate any researcher in the ninja realm. Kato was unaware of where Orochimaru acquired such an almost perfect specimen. Orochimaru had his own channels for obtaining experimental subjects, and Kato had never inquired. The receptor transplantation experiment was set to commence. A deep voice from another Kato at the research table drew the attention of the other four Katas in the Dragon Cave, all focusing intently on the experimental setup. Begin the transplantation. Standing before the massive screen, Kato gently placed the test tube down. A thought passing through his mind as the other five clones swiftly and methodically proceeded with their tasks. They rapidly connected all monitoring instruments to the experimental subject. And Kato's chakra scalpel suddenly traced along the subject's eye socket. For Kato, who had long mastered the intricacies of human anatomy, replacing a pair of eyes was not a formidable challenge with the aid of chakra. Simultaneously receiving images from the perspectives of the five clones, Kato's mind raced. His mental energy, vastly exceeding that of an ordinary J-nin, did not register any discomfort. As the ethereal green light of the Sage technique illuminated the Dragon Cave laboratory, Kato fixated on the various data on the display, observing them begin to fluctuate violently, connecting to the consciousness of the experimental subject. He summoned chakra into the Sharingan while simultaneously transmitting sensory information. One clone gently placed a finger on the subject's forehead. And the moment the soul perception entered the experimental body, Kato was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Despite being merely a double Tomo Sharingan, it felt like an endless abyss, draining the chakra from the entire body of the experimental subject. Was it impossible to deactivate the Sharingan? If so, this incessantly consuming organ would pose a considerable burden on the body, both mentally and physically. Excessive depletion of mental energy could lead to lethargy, even unconsciousness, while excessive physical energy consumption could drain vitality. Kato slowly closed his eyes, channeling all his sensory abilities through the soul link constructed by his clones. Focusing intently on the test subject, the in-release chakra continuously synthesized through the chakra network of his Sharingan. Yet, why was it that the synthesized physical organs were not comprised of yang-release chakra? The inexplicable contradictions left Kato perplexed. In contrast to the traditional notion that spiritual energy embodies the essence of yin, while physical energy encompasses yang, within the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the situation was precisely the opposite. Nevertheless, the Sharingan, a crimson treasure of Konoha, proved its might. Even a mere double Tomo Sharingan bestowed upon Kato an unprecedented experience. As the world around him unfolded like frames in a film, familiar with the combat of ninja taijutsu, Kato understood the formidable advantage such an ability would grant an ordinary ninja. He commenced the second comparative experiment, aiming to validate the fluctuations in in-release energy intensity between the double Tomo and triple Tomo Sharingan. 5 clones busied themselves, while Kato descended from the experimental platform. Placing his left hand upon the head of the test subject, all his mental power surged into the subject's cranium, though devoid of consciousness. The subject's face seemed to twitch instinctively, its crimson eyes bulging ominously. If the mental energy were merely amplified, would the intensity of yin release change? Tripling the energy. Kato supplied the mental force while the physical energy was entirely extracted from his own cells. The test subject began to convulse, foam emerging from its mouth. Seemingly unable to endure the strain of such chakra extraction, quintupled energy caused the entire experiment platform to creak under the subject's violent distortion. All clones ceased their actions. Their gazes fixed upon the test subject. The double Tomo Sharingan appeared to be saturated with an immense quantity of in-release chakra, the rate of extraction beginning to decelerate. As the intensity reached 8 and then 9 times, Kato sensed the extraction slowing further, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Yet, the test subject appeared to have entirely ceased movement. Its cells beginning to wither, quickly resembling a mere husk. At tenfold, the final mental surge seemed to shatter certain barriers. And Kato felt as though he were experiencing a rebound, a more ferocious pulling force assailing him, akin to a whale's voracious consumption. Before Kato could amplify the mental energy once more, every cell of the test subject seemed to perish instantaneously, leaving no physical energy to emerge. Only the blood-red Sharingan remained, growing from the flesh and bone, akin to a blood rose blooming in the shadowy realm of the dead, its crimson eyes radiating a haunting glow in the dimness. Extract the Sharingan, Kato sighed softly, his brow furrowing. The secrets of body and spirit seemed tantalizingly close, yet he felt utterly helpless. It appeared he required an unknown element to connect all the facets together. One critical step in the process of reanimation without death involves the separation of soul and body while preserving the latter's vitality. The second step entails re-establishing the connection between the separated soul and a new body. Through the refinement of the spiritization technique, it was now possible to isolate the will contained within the soul energy, ensuring that even if some energy were lost during the reincarnation process, consciousness would remain intact. However, how were the soul and the new body, yin release and yang release, interlinked, and how could the original soul be seamlessly integrated into a new corporeal form? In the laboratory within the Dragon Earth Cave, Kato was pacing back and forth, deeply contemplating the secrets contained within. The emergence of the yin release chakra from physical organs must surely conceal the mysteries of the transformation between yin and yang. Chapter 53. The so-called 3 feet below ground. The lush woodland of Konoha should be a sight of beauty in the springtime, or at least it once was. The stream flowed gently over the green stones, its soft murmur harmonizing with the caress of the breeze through tender willows, adorning the branches in vibrant green. Yet now, should one hover above, they would be startled to find that the training ground of Konoha lay in ruin, riddled with countless deep pits scattered throughout the forest. Since the roots are hidden underground, I shall dig 3 feet below to unearth you. Obito gripped a muddy iron shovel. Each scoop of earth flung from the pit surrounding him. In the heart of the forest, only the dirt hurled from an unknown place was visible. Suddenly, a sharp stone pierced the blister on his hand, causing his blood to mingle with the murky liquid that filled the shovel. He paused, his gaze lowered, a hint of despondency in his expression as he stared at the crimson fluid, brow furrowed. After an indeterminate time, he sighed softly, a trace of weariness evident, and slowly sank to a seated position within the pit. His clothes were soiled, chakra nearly depleted. He leaned against the cold, damp earth, eyes cast toward the sky. However, the view above, resembling a well, was filled with a brilliant blue, wispy clouds drifting lazily, soft, gentle, and serene, yet still beautiful. In the dark depths below, he felt the chill, yet yearned for the beauty above. Obito gradually closed his eyes. The light filtering through the cave's mouth was slanted, failing to illuminate his face. Obito? Is that you? The tranquility of the forest was shattered by a crisp voice of inquiry. Hinata and Hanabi crouched at the mouth of the cave, gazing curiously at the mud-covered Obito in the pit. Startled awake, Obito leaped from the pit, backlit and unable to discern the 2 small figures at the cave's entrance. Who are you? Regaining his composure, he jumped out of the hole. Covered in grime, he faced the slightly frowning Hinata and Hanabi, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. If they discovered the devastation he had wrought upon the training ground, he would be forced to refill the pits he had painstakingly dug over the past few days, just as he had done previously. What brings you here? Hey, that question should be directed at you. What on earth are you doing digging such a huge pit? Hanabi pinched her nose, wrinkling her face at the foul stench emanating from Obito, who was covered in unknown filth. We were practicing shuriken techniques in the training ground. But then we spotted a cute little dog that ran into this jungle, so we followed it here, Hinata replied, her brow slightly furrowed. But she refrained from pinching her nose as Hanabi did, considering it too impolite for a young lady. A dog? What dog? It was a very adorable dog, but you wouldn't know it if I told you. Obito attempted to inquire further, but was interrupted by Hanabi's voice. Observing her pinched nose, he sniffed himself lightly. The forest breeze suddenly clearing his nostrils, and he realized the repugnant odor he had been oblivious to until now. How can it smell so bad? Only just noticed? I thought you liked this scent. Certainly not. Who would enjoy such a stench? Obito jumped into the stream, drenched yet cleansed of the mud, though the season was not particularly warm, prompting him to stifle a sneeze. Obito, might you explain what you were doing here? Hinata had intended to leave with Hanabi, but was swayed by Hanabi's curiosity to follow Obito to the creek. I'm searching for someone. Are they buried here? Hanabi's eyes widened in surprise. What did you just call me? Obito seemed momentarily dazed, then suddenly recalled something. Obito, my disciple. Just admit it. Hanabi placed her hands on her hips, a stick resembling a dango skewer in her mouth, teasingly observing Obito. Obito's eyes widened in shock, as if he had been struck dumb, staring blankly at Hanabi. Obito? Uchiha Obito. Hanabi blinked, glancing back at Hinata. Their age difference did not lend them to be overly familiar, and if not for the occasional gatherings of the Sannin, she would not jest with such an unfamiliar ninja. Hinata shook her head. Her recollection of Obito did not align with his current peculiar demeanor. You are a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. He is also a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. You must know where he is. You must be able to find him. I'm so foolish. How did I not think of you? Obito, filled with excitement yet tinged with regret and self-mockery, regarded Hanabi with gleaming eyes, gripping her arm tightly, as if fearing she might vanish. Hey, you. First, let go of me. Foolish disciple. Shaking off Obito's grip, Hanabi recalled his earlier words about searching for someone. And if that someone were also a disciple of Orochimaru, she could surmise who Obito was seeking. Are you looking for Kato? Yes. Kato. But when did he become your subordinate? Obito's excitement surged. He had searched the entirety of Konoha for Kato's presence and had not anticipated such a breakthrough here. In the forest, a white shadow flickered past, unnoticed by any of the three. He has always been my subordinate. You just realized it now? Hanabi smirked with a hint of pride, yet observing Obito's fervor, she hesitated before adding, but I am not certain of his current whereabouts. Seeing Obito's expression shift in an instant, Hanabi felt compelled to add, Kato and Lord Orochimaru seem to be researching something. I haven't seen him in a while. Hesitating, Hanabi lightly pressed her lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. Do you know where he might be? I've been searching for him for quite some time. I wish to find him. Please. Obito appeared somewhat desperate, as if grasping at a lifeline, bowing earnestly to Hanabi. Observing Obito's solemn demeanor, Hanabi recalled hearing about Kato's departure from Minato's team, a thought lingering on her mind, yet she merely scratched her head in resignation. Is he the one you mentioned last time, your senior? Has he become so formidable that he is now conducting research with Lord Orochimaru? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Hinata's eyes as she teasingly regarded Hanabi, recalling a certain aloof yet gentle youth. He is my junior. The red beam tilted its head, as if stirred by curiosity, as though having made a certain resolve, silently contemplating. Surely, Master Orochimaru will not hold this against me. It glanced once more at the hunched figure of Obito, shook its head, paused momentarily, and then nodded vigorously, as if to dispel the last vestiges of doubt within. Very well, perhaps I have a notion of where they might be. If I fail to locate them, do not blame me. In the dimly lit laboratory of the Dragon Cave, Kato's ocular experiment had reached the final stage that could be temporarily achieved. All Sharingan had been transplanted onto various experimental subjects, accompanied by systematic analysis. Judging solely by the intensity of in-release chakra, a 3-tomo Sharingan exhibited a strength 5 to 10 times that of a 2-tomo Sharingan, while the latter was 2 to 5 times stronger than a 1-tomo Sharingan. Although the intensity varied across different subjects, it was unequivocal that within the Uchiha clan's bodies, the potency of in-release chakra would multiply compared to that in non-Uchiha individuals. Furthermore, it could be wielded as effortlessly as an arm, showing no signs of rejection whatsoever. Kato was deeply furrowed in thought as this phenomenon, which defied the principles of biological science, plunged him into a state of bewilderment. It was as if all the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan functioned akin to prosthetic limbs, capable of being replaced and exchanged at will, rather than being innate organs. Despite being composed of cells, there appeared to be no signs of foreign body rejection. What could possibly account for such an extraordinary manifestation? Kato's mind wandered incessantly, even venturing into realms of the fantastical. Could it be that these Sharingan do not genuinely belong to the Uchiha clan? Such behavior he had only witnessed in certain exceptional symbiotic organisms, where the symbiotes, detached from their host species, could continue to thrive among their kind without any anomaly. The Sharingan seemed akin to a symbiotic entity, residing within the Uchiha lineage. However, such a phenomenon could hardly be a product of nature. Perhaps the Sharingan is merely a manifestation cultivated parasitically by someone who truly possesses it, nurtured within the Uchiha clan. Kato gently tapped his own head, bewildered as to why such absurd thoughts had entered his mind. Disregarding all impossibilities, he pondered that, however implausible, this could indeed be the genuine truth. He felt that the bizarre scenarios he envisioned might surpass even the most imaginative tales crafted by the greatest storytellers of the ninja world. Yet he continued to entertain these speculations. If such a true master existed, what could be the rationale behind their actions? The reasons for breeding other creatures typically boiled down to two, either to expand their numbers or to enhance the quality of individuals. Whether the aim is to increase scale or elevate individual quality, both can yield extraordinary benefits. Thus, let us boldly hypothesize that if the objective were expansion, once numbers reached a certain threshold, a form of harvesting would ensue. Perhaps the history of the Uchiha clan could corroborate this outcome. Conversely, if the intent were quality, it would imply that the 3-tomo Sharingan is not what this potential master desires. The transition from 1 tomo to 2, and from 2 to 3, signifies evolution. Kato's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of an unknown brilliance flashing in his eyes. Could it be that the 3 Magatama were not the culmination? Suddenly, An inexplicable clamor erupted outside the laboratory, disrupting his thoughts. Kato felt a twinge of irritation as his senses expanded to their maximum, his gaze revealing a hint of astonishment. Why were they here? Chapter 54. Enchantment, the art of multiple darknesses. The obsidian stalactites glimmered with a cold light. The rhythmic sound of dripping water echoing through the desolate dragon's cave. Following behind Akadama, Obito exchanged a glance with Red, a chill creeping down his spine. A sudden, piercing wind swept through the empty valley, and the dim cavern revealed countless enigmatic eyes, cold, slitted pupils that radiated an unyielding light, fixated intently on the three of them. Obito shivered, his throat constricting as Red clutched Akadama's sleeve tightly, as if fearful of her sudden departure. Hey, you wretched serpents, clear the way for Akadama. Countless serpents emerged from the darkness, their deep-set eyes exuding an inexplicable chill as they circled the trio, hissing ominously. Yet, they seemed oblivious to Akadama's command. In the nearly lightless dragon's cave, beads of sweat formed on Akadama's forehead. She clenched her fists, realizing for the first time that these serpents had defied her orders as their contract holder. Akadama, leave this place. Lord Orochimaru forbids anyone's approach, including you. A slender white serpent, not particularly large but as thick as an arm, slithered out from the throng, its indifferent slitted pupils locking onto Akadama. The chilling aura seemed to unnerve Obito, who anxiously scanned the surroundings, searching for something. His gaze suddenly landed on a dark opening behind a massive serpent. He had an instinct that Kato must be within. You repugnant snakes. Make way for Akadama. Obito. Stop. Upon hearing Obito's outburst, Akadama broke into a cold sweat. Regretting her earlier bravado, the white serpent's eyes glinted with icy malice, its elongated tongue hissing louder than before. The rude little brat makes me want to swallow you whole. All the colossal serpents turned their attention to Obito, a wave of cold, lethal intent converging upon him, freezing him in place. Akadama realized that Obito's words had provoked their wrath. We're leaving now? Blocking Obito's path and obstructing the white serpent's gaze, Akadama suddenly regretted venturing into this dragon's cave. A place she had scarcely visited before. I won't leave. He is right there. How could I possibly yield? Obito bellowed, his pent-up fury and indignation erupting at that moment. He braced against the overwhelming pressure, stomping forward towards the cavernous depths. Then go to your death. The white serpent vanished into the throng, and its tail lashed out like a whip, glistening scales reflecting a cold, harsh light as it struck Obito. He barely managed to evade it, but the impact carved a deep trench into the ground, leaving him stunned. Obito's body seemed to be treated as a canvas by the serpent, the chasm before the trio signaling that crossing it would mean certain death. Cough. Slowly rising from the ground, Obito felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even a mere scrape left him in agony. I will never give up. Obito. As Obito prepared to leap across the chasm representing death, Red and Akadama shouted in alarm. Rushing to catch up, the serpents raised their heads, an overwhelming wave of terror surging forth like a tide. The enormous serpents encircled them, filling their vision and creating an illusion of no escape, causing Red to tremble slightly. For the first time, she felt death was so close. Stop. A soft voice suddenly resonated throughout the dragon's cave, and the serpent's terrifying presence seemed to crumble in an instant. Obito froze, turning abruptly to see a youth emerging from the serpent throng. The dimly lit cave emanated an icy chill, the very stones appearing to shift hue under the oppressive atmosphere. Cloaked in an ominous, desolate darkness, the hooded boy, slightly slender in form, had delicate strands of hair fluttering in the breeze, his cerulean eyes shimmering like the only beacon of light within the abyss. He moved forward, albeit slowly. It was as if light seeped from the earth, illuminating the boy's gradual approach, leaving the trio with nothing but him in their sight. I am so weak. Red collapsed to the ground, gazing at Kato, who stepped from the shadows towards them. An indescribable feeling surged within her heart as she beheld this boy, who seemed to carry the weight of darkness while striding toward them with an unmatchable aura that made her tremble involuntarily. Kato. A whirlwind of emotions flooded Obito, rendering him momentarily speechless as he called out Kato's name. Observing Kato, half concealed in darkness yet maintaining his composed demeanor, a sense of relief washed over him, prompting a smile. The gentle breeze caressed Obito's hair as he stood silently before Kato, wearing a warm smile. I have come to rescue you. Kato, his expression impassive, regarded Obito and the others quietly, but his sudden words caused their faces to drain of color. You may leave. His piercing gaze felt like a blade, thrusting straight into the fiery core of Obito's heart, rendering all his sacrifices for Kato's sake as mere self-indulgence. Obito's face flushed crimson, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, seething with unrestrained fury, his body trembling with indignation as he stared in disbelief at Kato's indifferent expression. In that instant, anger surged within him, and he clenched his fists, launching a fierce punch toward Kato's face. Kato, you bastard. We risked our lives to find you. Kato effortlessly sidestepped the blow, remaining silent. What did you say? Obito's attacks were devoid of technique, driven solely by instinct as he swung his fist at Kato. Yet he failed to grasp even a corner of his garment. I said, you may leave. Like fire poured onto boiling oil, Obito suddenly bowed his head in defeat, breathless. An inexplicable silence enveloped the dragon's cave, as if all were caught in a biting cold wind. Yet, everyone understood that Obito now resembled a super bomb, compressed and on the brink of detonation. "You complete bastard." Obito's voice dropped to a low growl, devoid of warmth. Yet his bloodshot eyes betrayed his simmering rage beneath the surface. "I will give you a good beating." Kato's figure flickered, deftly evading Obito's onslaught of fists, which now resembled a mindless barrage devoid of rhythm or reason. Obito, consumed by his wrath, relentlessly swung his fists, merely venting his pent-up fury. A swift kick sent him crashing to the ground, and Kato's foot pressed down upon his chest, causing Obito to spit forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Yet, he bore the agony in silence, gritting his teeth in a seething glare directed at Kato. The hood obscured Kato's face entirely, leaving no one able to discern his features. "You, weak, insignificant, and foolish, what do you believe you can achieve?" Obito lay prostrate, Kato's foot upon his chest evoking a sense of déjà vu that rendered his expression somewhat dazed. After a few casual conversations, he had mistaken camaraderie for profound understanding. Having fought side by side, he believed their lives could be entrusted to one another. A mere utterance of friend led him to assume it was for a lifetime. "No wonder your resentment runs deep, your sorrow so abundant. Merely the price of naivety. Uchiha Obito, whom do you wish to save now?" Kato's voice was haunting, as if the endless glaciers were collapsing, extinguishing the flame within Obito's heart. Obito struggled to articulate his thoughts, taking a deep breath, yet he remained enveloped in silence. Kato let out a soft huff, gently removing her foot from Obito's body, and turned towards the laboratory in the dragon cave, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Hong and Red Bean nearby. The eccentric behaviors exhibited by most individuals ultimately stem from a lack of love. Should you wish to seek a substitute for such an essential emotion, I would recommend approaching Kakashi instead of foolishly coming here to find me. Kato stood at the tightly shut door of the laboratory, shrouded in darkness, his expression obscured, yet a faint blue light flickered in his eyes. Magical technique of multiple shadows, the dark path. An endless expanse of overlapping darkness enveloped the three individuals, ensnaring both their physical forms and their spiritual realms in impenetrable gloom. Their souls seemed to drift endlessly in this profound darkness, shattering one layer only to be ensnared by another, an infinite cycle extending into eternity. "White Yuki, return them to Konoha." A sinuous white serpent emerged from the shadows, its presence unknown until now. Named by Kato, it appeared to be imbued with inexplicable emotions. Nearly flicking its tongue, "I thought you would allow me to consume them. Are the test subjects still insufficient? Truly, as Master Orochimaru has stated, you are insatiably greedy. The remaining two, aside from that little contract holder, are far more delectable than those broken remnants. Humph, remember my command. Return them to Konoha." Kato let out a cold snort, turning away and no longer acknowledging the white serpent. As he wished, the white serpent vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Kato cast one final glance at the three individuals sprawled on the ground before he slowly stepped into the abyss, the laboratory door slamming shut behind him. Chapter 55 would release in Sharingan in early spring. The air is often shrouded in mist, yet it gradually dissipates even in the deep of night. The night sky, resembling a deep indigo curtain, is adorned with twinkling stars, while the stillness of the night envelopes Konoha in a deathly tranquility. Only the moonlight filters through the window, flooding the hospital room with its silvery glow. Obito lies quietly upon the hospital bed, having been guided out of a genjutsu by Konoha's illusion master, Yakumo Kurama. He remains in a deep slumber, seemingly worn out from the excessive consumption of mental energy. However, an eerie atmosphere pervades the room. Beneath Obito's skin, something appears to writhe. A viscous, pale white mass, more ghastly than the moonlight, begins to surge forth from his side, and a completely white head emerges, resembling a parasitic entity. What a marvelous adventure this is. In the tranquil night, it seems no one has noticed this anomaly. Through the eyes of the white head, a flicker of dangerous light glimmers. It nearly escaped the notice of the white snake sage in the Richi cave. Yet, it seems something extraordinarily intriguing is unfolding. If Madara were to witness this, he would surely be exhilarated. "Oh, how I wish to dance with him." A white Zetsu completely detached itself from Obito, forming a white humanoid figure. The ground rippled, and the silhouette of the white Zetsu vanished within the waves, as if it had seamlessly melded into the very earth of Konoha, never to be found again. "Father, am I weak?" Yakumo Kurama, hailed as the pinnacle of illusion mastery in Konoha, had always felt a sense of pride, but today a peculiar melancholy enveloped her. The boy who emerged from the throng of serpents had shattered all her pride, even utilizing the very illusion she once cherished. Another nightmare, perhaps? Yakumo furrowed her brow slightly. In recent days, she had remained taciturn, occasionally waking in the night, haunted by the effects of that genjutsu. She realized it was influencing her more than she had anticipated. Red gently clutched her father's arm, as if seeking solace in that simple act. "That genjutsu I have never seen before, father. Could you teach me?" The technique of shadow walking is already classified as an A-rank high-level genjutsu, and when enhanced with mental assault and layered illusions, it could be deemed an S-rank forbidden technique. Orochimaru's disciple, that boy named Kato, truly is an unexpectedly gifted genius. Yakumo slowly nodded. Having devoted his life to the study of illusion principles, he could infer some of their workings simply from the effects of the technique. This was the reason he was revered as Konoha's illusion master. Although his Jinjutsu might not rival the strongest of the Uchiha clan, his understanding of illusions was unmatched in all of Konoha. He comprehended how remarkable it was for someone so young to develop such complex Jinjutsu skills. Red, your mental energy is still insufficient. It will be quite challenging for you to master such a composite ninjutsu. However, I can teach you the shadow walking technique. You may manage to learn it. Yes, father. A cloud lifted from Red's face, and she eagerly pulled Yakumo Kurama to begin at once. Yakumo affectionately ruffled Red's hair. He had never seen her so enthusiastic about learning illusions. Konoha remained lively, and the attack in the Riichi cave seemed to have stirred no ripples. Kato continued his diligent work at the experiment table, as if the events of the past few days had left no mark on him. Oi, Kato. It seems a few little mice have stealthily invaded this place a few days ago. Orochimaru, preoccupied with his tasks, bore a hint of fatigue upon his face. It appeared he was fully aware of the happenings in the Riichi cave, as he meticulously reviewed the experimental data over the past few days. His inquiry casual as if it were merely a passing thought. Red Bean had entered the Riichi cave through reverse summoning, accompanied by 2 others. Kato's hands moved ceaselessly as he gradually dissected a Sharingan, responding to Orochimaru with a low, measured tone. Within this, I lay the essence of Uchiha Ibito. What splendid events might unfold if he were to discover that O was conducting peculiar experiments with the very Sharingan he so fervently desired. Orochimaru's gaze seemed to carry a hint of mockery, observing him intently. Kato could not decipher the meaning behind Orochimaru's eyes. Yet a sudden wave of irritation washed over him. Was it not Orochimaru-sensei's own misstep? Surely, he should be more aware than I that Akamami could enter the dragon cave. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his eyes fixating on the dissected Sharingan in Kato's hands. Oh, are you implying that I have been neglectful of my research in recent days? Indeed. I believe no one is more invested in this technique than Orochimaru-sensei himself. Kato once again dissected a commonplace eye, meticulously comparing the differences between the two. His emotionless voice betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. It appeared that Okuin was somewhat anxious to extricate himself from Danzo's control due to the arrival of certain individuals. Paying no heed to Orochimaru, Kato seemed oblivious to his words, engrossed in his own experiments, methodically recording all experimental data at a leisurely pace. Look, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Seemingly unfazed by Kato's minor grievances, he simply retrieved a scroll from within his robes and tossed it to him. This contains the experimental records on the fusion of Hashirama's cells with the Sharingan. I believe this information should help alleviate some of Okuin's uncertainties. Kato placed his notebook aside and cast a gentle glance at Orochimaru before slowly unrolling the scroll. In comparison to the wealth of data it contained, the experimental data from the Dragon Cave could be deemed rather rudimentary. One aspect had already been confirmed. The unique in-release chakra within the Sharingan could subtly diminish the special fluctuations inherent in certain Hashirama cells. This implies that, even without employing Sage Chakra, it might be feasible to transplant Hashirama cells into the host's body through the suppression of the Sharingan. At least theoretically, it is entirely plausible. Kato swiftly perused the experimental records, comprehending the purpose and conclusions of the investigation. Thus, it can be inferred that the unique soul fluctuations within the cells of the are indeed a manifestation of in-release chakra. This in-release chakra, in conjunction with the yang-release chakra within the cells, can seemingly proliferate out of thin air, endowing it with boundless vitality. Consequently, this indicates that the cells in the Sharingan are fundamentally akin, as both can generate in-release chakra solely through corporeal cells. Kato only furrowed his brow slightly, as a bold conjecture suddenly dawned upon him. Such a similar manifestation led him to inadvertently associate the bloodlines of the two clans. Could it be that the Shinja clan and the Uchiha clan share some extraordinary bloodline connection? If only the cells of Hashirama could be perfectly fused with the Sharingan. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Orochimaru's voice. A commendable notion, yet one that cannot be realized. In comparison to the pure, original cells of Hashirama, even the three-tomo Sharingan cannot entirely eliminate the in-release chakra. Perhaps only the legendary Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara could achieve such a feat. Manjiki Sharingan? Upon hearing this term for the first time, Kato's eyes sparkled with realization, as if a certain conjecture from the past had been validated. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, also known as the Eye of the Mind's Reflection, awakens in response to extreme stimuli, such as the death of a loved one. The pinnacle of the Sharingan is the Manjiki Sharingan, an evolution derived from the three-tomo Sharingan. According to the records of Konoha, only Uchiha Madara and his brother Uchiha Izuna have ever possessed this extraordinary eye. A profound testament to the emotional trauma of losing a family member. A flicker of doubt passed through Kato's eyes. He understood that intense emotional fluctuations could exert a certain impact on spiritual energy, potentially leading to breakthroughs akin to a desperate search. However, he pondered whether the essence of the Sharingan, merely a corporeal organ, could truly be altered instantaneously by the tides of the mind. Kato took a deep breath, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Orochimaru. Some truths must be uncovered by oneself. Chapter 56. A sudden change in the winds of Fate Islands, far from the mainland. In the eastern sea of Konoha, countless islands stretch across the horizon, forming the sole archipelago of the 5 great nations, the Land of Water. Here, a perpetual mist blankets the sky, casting an ethereal veil over the Land of Water, as if shrouded in a thick fog. This land possesses a culture and customs starkly different from those of the ninja world, remaining almost entirely secluded. The ravages of ninja warfare have scarcely touched it. Yet geographical advantages have not afforded its people the comfort of tranquility. Coldness, betrayal, vigilance, cunning, cruelty, and tyranny seem to be the stereotypes of every ninja from the hidden mist village. Even the bloodline limits revered as treasures in the ninja world are perceived here as demonic bloodlines, having emerged from the depths of hell. Though these rumors have only recently begun to circulate, they have fundamentally altered the fate of the Land of Water. Amidst the shimmering waves, blood-red flowers of despair bloom, weeping crimson tears. The very air feels saturated with this sanguine mist. At the entrance of the hidden mist village, from within the dense fog, figures of the Umbu emerge, their footsteps splashing in the water, only to vanish before the drops can settle, leaving behind but a vague silhouette racing towards the water shadow building, glowing faintly in the murk. Diverging sharply from Konoha's architectural style, the structures of the hidden mist village are circular, seemingly designed to withstand the tempests of the sea. Cloaked in somber shades of gray and black, these buildings rise no more than a few stories, their surfaces slick with moisture, glistening under the mist that clings to them as if they have been reborn from the depths of the ocean. Beneath a small wooden bridge hidden in the distant fog, a stream flows gently. The once blood-soaked land is now learning to change, and Zabuza Momochi slowly materializes upon it. The hidden mist forehead protector rests at a slant upon his brow, and his gaze pierces through the fog, following the shadowy figures of the Umbu as they dart towards the water shadow building. His lifelong conviction is to put an end to the blood-soaked policies that have gripped the land. He places all his hopes upon the newly appointed 4th Mizukage. He can sense the slow yet unwavering transformation taking place within the mist. Gently caressing the long blade in his hand, his eyes shine with determination. The sanguine hues enveloping him seem to dissipate gradually, and he believes that one day the people here will overcome their prejudices, allowing the elegant flowers of water mist to bloom anew amidst the glimmering waves. A whisper of a tranquil breeze flows by, and Zabuza's figure fades from view, leaving only the water shadow building, still radiating light in the dimness. The 4th Mizukage, Kuratsuchi Yagura, youthful yet solemn, sits in the top office of the water shadow building, furrowing his brow as he studies a scroll. A half-kneeling Umbu, donning a specially crafted mask, with its elongated eye slits and blood-red patterns, makes Yagura's frown deepen. Leave, he commands. Yes. The Umbu vanishes, leaving Yagura alone in the office. Growing up amidst the mists, he possesses a youthful visage, yet an unsettling silence now envelopes him. With a soft sigh, he rises and gazes towards the windowsill. Through the glass, his gaze seems to transcend mountains and rivers, casting itself upon the turbulent ninja world. Lost in thought, his grip on the scroll tightening. Time passes, and a gentle knock at the door pulls Yagura from his reverie. The aging Mizukage, leaning on a cane, enters the office with steady steps, his bright eyes fixed upon Yagura, though a frown lingers on his brow. Iwa seeks an alliance to attack Konoha. The Cloud Nin have also sent word, intending to assault Iwa. The ninja world is on the brink of chaos. The Mizukage's voice is grave, studying Yagura's expressionless face, pausing momentarily. Yagura, the hidden mist village must participate in this war. The Mizukage's gaze remains steady on Yagura, and the implication of his words is clear. Yagura understands he lacks the stature to rival the 1st Mizukage, who established the foundation of the hidden mist, nor does he possess the illustrious achievements of the 2nd Mizukage. And even the 3rd, who has followed the Mizukage for many years, eclipses him in experience. Currently, he is the weakest among the Mizukage. He was chosen by the great clans merely as a puppet to alter the 3rd's blood-soaked policies. However, in the past, he did not grasp the reasons behind these policies and sought to overthrow them, but now he feels a different understanding dawning. The hidden mist, aside from Konoha, houses the most bloodline clans, yet it lacks the strength and number of capable common ninja to maintain balance. The Mizukage, constrained by the bloodline clans, possesses little authority in the hidden mist, and even the current Mizukage, who nearly shares equal standing, feels similarly restrained. He begins to comprehend the original reasons behind the blood-soaked policies. Perhaps the 7 ninja swordsmen were born out of necessity. Yagura gazes at the Mizukage. His thoughts a tumultuous blend. The blood-soaked policies should be abolished, yet the bloodline clans cannot lose their checks, regardless of their intentions. The 7 ninja swordsmen, while beneficial, still lack sufficient common ninja representation. To wholly transform this situation, he would need strength comparable to that of a god in the ninja world. The cunning Inoki of Iwa is untrustworthy. He is too sly and has been capricious in dealings with the Cloud. The 3rd Raikage, lacks the capacity to lead the Cloud, merely a foolish brute destined to perish on the battlefield. We must engage in this war. Perhaps we could even unite to attack Konoha, but we must not align completely with either side. Yagura's voice remains calm, yet firm, thoughtful. The Mizukage nods slowly in agreement. As for the assassination plan against Namikaze Minato proposed by the Cloud, let the 7 ninja swordsmen handle it. A glimmer of determination flashes in Yagura's eyes. Upon hearing his words, the Mizukage looks up suddenly, confusion and gravity etched across his features. The youthful visage of the 4th Mizukage, once viewed as the man to end the blood-soaked era, now eludes him, leaving the Mizukage pondering the depths of Yagura's thoughts. What a pity. Ringo Yuri met his end too soon. The heavy twilight gradually envelopes the verdant oasis upon the sea. The water shadow building is ablaze with lights, appointing various positions, seemingly stirring the temporarily tranquil ninja world once more. When seemingly inconsequential choices present themselves, they may appear to be just another monotonous day, yet standing at a crossroads. Witnessing the shifting tides, one cannot foresee that even the slightest decision made in this moment may herald a profound change in fate. A rather ordinary day in the life of Kato began within the confines of the Dragon Cave Laboratory. What more is required for the inner columnar cells and the Sharingan? Standing at the experimental station, Kato, who had dedicated countless days and nights to the research of inner columnar cells and the Sharingan, found himself plagued by severe sleep deprivation. Even though his mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, he could not entirely disregard the innate needs of his biology. It appeared that Orochimaru was also engaged in some form of research, albeit not in this location, perhaps entangled in certain unavoidable tasks. Kato could only communicate with Orochimaru through scrolls. However, it had been over a month since the last scroll from Orochimaru arrived, and the progress regarding the experiments on Yin release and Yang release remained utterly elusive. The inability to conquer the pivotal steps of the reanimation technique led Kato to harbor an inexplicable self-doubt about whether he had chosen the wrong path. Gently placing down the dissected Sharingan in his hands, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Struggling to keep his eyelids open, he summoned the White Serpent. Take me back to the underground laboratory in Konoha. With a hissing sound, the White Serpent coiled around Kato's body, emitting a soft hiss. And in a swirl of smoke, both Kato and the White Serpent vanished from the Dragon Cave Laboratory. The sky over Konoha was shrouded in gloom, as if heavy rains were imminent. As Kato succumbed to slumber, he remained oblivious to the fact that the Hidden Leaf Village was once again engulfed in the flames of war, with the conflict already igniting at the borders. Utilizing summoning beasts and the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan to relay intelligence, the Hidden Leaf received a multitude of messages the moment battle commenced. This night was destined to be restless for countless souls. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not fathom that the 3 great ninja villages, Cloud, Rock, and Mist, had seemingly allied, choosing to launch their assaults on the Hidden Leaf simultaneously. The ability of the Cloud Village to endure the betrayal of the Rock Village truly underestimated the cunning of the 3rd Raikage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly perused the intelligence reports, he grasped his pipe and took a deep draw, the smoke swirling into the inky night, shrouding the brightly lit Hokage building in an eerie silence. If the 3rd Raikage had become as cunning and tenacious as Inoki, then the Hidden Leaf would indeed have to fight for its very survival. Gazing at the myriad lights of the village, a flicker of compassion crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. He promptly summoned the elite Jonin and dispatched the copied scrolls to the 3 elders without delay. The Umbu, concealed in the shadows, vanished from sight. Racing from the Hokage building to various locations, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone atop the building, silently puffing on his pipe, the smoke veiling his features, rendering his expression indistinguishable. The mountain winds howled through the forest, with dry branches streaking across the night sky, as the hidden currents beneath the fleeting tranquility of the ninja world finally erupted. Perhaps this was anticipated by some, while it astonished others. Yet, it bore no relation to Kato, who remained undisturbed underground, engaged in the study of perception fluctuations, awaiting the return of Bayuji. The door to the underground laboratory was securely shut, and he was unaware of Bairu's whereabouts. Kato could vaguely sense Bairu's location, for the soul energy seed he had implanted within him allowed him to perceive his position clearly, even capturing fragments of the images that graced Bairu's vision. A faint blue glow flickered in his eyes as Kato suddenly widened them. He sensed that Bairu was no longer in the Hidden Leaf. The images transmitted to him compelled Kato to regard this seemingly frail individual with newfound respect. Had Bairu indeed defected? Kato could undoubtedly confirm that he had not misjudged. The lifeless body of the rogue ninja sprawled before Byaku was unmistakably that of a member of Konoha's Umbu. Severing his perception to prevent Byaku from noticing, Kato hesitated, pausing his actions as he slowly rose from the research table. A hint of complexity flickered in his eyes. This was the first time he had truly encountered a defector. It was as if an entirely new path had unfurled before him. What had transpired? It seemed that something significant had occurred, yet he remained oblivious. Attempting to connect with Kaizen's spirit, Kato's confusion deepened. For reasons unknown, Kaizen appeared to have vanished, leaving only an expanse of white in his perception. Everything seemed to have evaporated. There was no sight, no sensation, not even the faintest ripple of emotion. As if his soul were linked to a stone. Had Danzo discovered something? Yet he had never encountered such a situation before. An unprecedented bewilderment enveloped Kato, as if some unknown entity were slowly approaching him, lurking in the shadows, poised to consume him entirely the moment he let down his guard. Commander summons. The sudden call from the corridor of the laboratory jolted Kato back to reality, flooding his mind with a torrent of troubling thoughts, instilling a profound sense of unease. Gazing at the root ninja standing before him, he could no longer contain the murderous intent that radiated from him. What do you intend to do? The four root ninjas instantly grew vigilant. While defections among root ninjas were rare, they had already experienced one that day, rendering them cautious. Even if they were unaware, Kato, marked with the curse of the tongue, was not one to tread such a perilous path. A pitiful lot, lead the way. The leading root ninja seemed poised to utter more, but Kato's piercing glare rendered him utterly speechless, a chill creeping over him, swallowing his words. Yes. Observing the mixture of confusion and gravity in the eyes of the root ninjas, Kato surmised that the issue did not originate from Danzo. Danzo, who could not even detect the fluctuations of Kato's soul, lacked the power to completely obliterate his essence. Trailing quietly behind the root ninjas, Kato pondered deeply, leaving no subtle clue unexamined. Byakuya must have seized the opportunity to escape while Kaizen was at the root base completing the research. Otherwise, Kaizen would have certainly reached out to him. Yet he was left pondering what had befallen Kaizen, resulting in such a silent disappearance. The night grew increasingly tranquil. Without the moon, darkness enveloped him entirely, and Kato let out a soft sigh, raising his gaze to the heavens, where only the faintest glimmers of stars could be discerned. Had the research truly concluded? He had underestimated Byakuya. Was this the day he had long anticipated? Chapter 57. The great ninja villages assault Konoha in the quiet moonlit night. Seasons changed, and time moved on. As Kato made his way back to the root base, he felt as though, after all these years, nothing had altered within its walls. Withered branches clawed at the night sky, disturbing the nightingale's song. The cold depths of the pond mirrored a dark abyss, freezing life itself. Deep within the forest of Konoha, the root base remained as frigid as ever. As he drew closer, a flicker of movement caught Kato's eye. He sensed a palpable difference. The number of hidden root ninjas had multiplied severfold compared to before. In the shadows of night, countless sharp gazes scrutinized their surroundings. And an atmosphere of deadly vigilance permeated the air. Kato could feel their unwavering stares fixed upon him and his companions. One root ninja cautiously emerged from the darkness, and the leading ninja immediately formed a secret seal with him. Seemingly unaware of any anomaly, he nodded subtly in an unknown direction, his sharp gaze gradually fading back into the obscurity of night. It appeared that the defection of Byakuya was merely the tip of the iceberg. In Kato's perception, there were dozens of root ninjas surrounding him, nearly constituting a quarter of all the ninjas from the root. Such a level of vigilance caused a slight heaviness in his heart. The leading root ninja waved a secret seal in his hand, and the concealed barrier gradually unfurled. On the seemingly unremarkable earth mound, the root barrier emanated a dim glow, resembling the entrance to an abyss. Kato trailed behind the four, stepping cautiously into the depths of the base, where several vigilant teams awaited him. Without the leader's permission, entry was permitted for all, yet no one was allowed to leave. Countless pairs of eyes flickered to life in the dimly lit compound, their indifferent gazes sweeping over the four before settling upon Kato. Kato's entire being tensed. His gaze cast downward, enveloped in silence without uttering a single word. His faintly illuminated blue eyes gradually emanated a boundless aura of murderous intent. As he walked past the root ninjas one by one, instantly heightening their vigilance, their eyes fixated on his deliberate stride, awaiting the leader's summons. You should be well aware of the protocols of root. Upon arriving at the root base, the guiding ninja, seemingly exhaling a sigh of relief, regarded Kato with a flicker of uncertainty in his masked gaze, subtly swallowing hard before turning to observe him. Kato had not anticipated a confrontation with them. He merely sought to test the waters, which confirmed his suspicions. The large-scale movements of the root organization bore no relation to him, suggesting that events had transpired that even Danzo had not foreseen. Was it war? Lost in contemplation, Kato found himself alone in a dim chamber, reminiscent in size of the small room he had occupied upon his first arrival at the Umbu. The footsteps outside the door grew fainter, the remaining root ninjas retreating further away, leaving only one guard stationed at the entrance. Danzo was not present. Gradually, Kato closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual energy to emanate and blend seamlessly into the ambience of the base, undetected by any ninja within. Since his last encounter, where he had subtly gleaned the emotions of Danzo and Orochimaru, his perceptive abilities had sharpened. Yet, he could not locate Danzo's presence. Danzo's absence from the root organization seemed to indicate a heightened state of vigilance, concealing something significant. His gaze pierced through the rock wall, resting upon the guard outside. As a faint cerulean glow flickered in Kato's eyes, perhaps they ought to be privy to certain knowledge. Remaining utterly still within the pitch-black confines of the chamber, Kato appeared to be seated, surrounded by a shimmering blue aura that flickered like flames. The Hokage building in Konoha stood resolutely at the heart of the city, illuminating the dark night. as if it were the sole beacon of light in the vast expanse. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upon the high platform, observing the assembly below. A fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his face, reminiscent of past urgent moments. How long had it been since then? After a brief silence, the cacophony within the conference room gradually faded into nothingness, all eyes converging upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, tinged with a hint of a sigh. Before speaking, the Wagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure have simultaneously invaded the Land of Fire. Just hours ago, the front line was breached, and our border ninjas are now trapped within the territory of the Fire Country, awaiting reinforcements. His gaze sharpened as he narrated the unfolding conflict. Sweeping over the three elders, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, before finally resting upon Minato Namikaze. We can no longer afford to waste a single moment. He slammed his palm upon the desk. In times of crisis, it is imperative that decisive action be taken, regardless of imperfections, rather than allowing discussions to meander. Appointment: Minato Namikaze as the commander for the battlefield against the Mist Ninjas, to repel their incursion into the Land of Fire and intercept them beyond the coastline. Appointment: Jiraiya as the commander for the battlefield against the Cloud Ninjas, to counter their assaults. Appointment: Orochimaru as the commander for the battlefield against the Rock Ninjas, to annihilate any Rock Ninjas daring to enter the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze slowly withdrew, falling into silence once more. Leaning back in his chair and observing the expressions of those present, Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, his attention fixed upon Orochimaru. Foreseeing that the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly follow Orochimaru into the most brutal battlefield against the Rock Ninjas, while there would be opportunities for glory, it would also entail immense losses. His face bore a complex mixture of emotions. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slowly at Minato, though his brow furrowed with concern. The Mist Village had been in turmoil for years, its strength deemed the weakest among the three great ninja villages. If the third Hokage intended to support Minato, it would likely be by sending him to the battlefield against the Rock Ninjas. It appeared that the third Hokage, in his authoritative tone, still harbored indecision and hesitation beneath the surface. Casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face, shrouded in smoke, bore signs of age, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to comprehend the underlying sentiment. Stability was paramount. After all, even a significant loss was preferable to an ordinary victory. The assembled members at the conference table remained silent, lost in thought, the atmosphere thick with contemplation. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the stillness, interrupting their musings. Hokage-sama. Minato Namikaze may be more suited to the battlefield against the Rock Ninjas than I. Orochimaru's emotionless voice echoed in the conference room, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Glancing up with confusion and disbelief. Yet, with a faint smile, Orochimaru offered no further explanations, his gaze cool and composed as it locked with Sarutobi Hiruzen's. The eyes of the master and apprentice seemed to have not met in such a direct manner for quite some time, an unspoken tension enveloping the room, rendering everyone present as silent statues, except for the cold, rigid elder leaning on his cane. Bang! Danzo's cane struck the ground forcefully, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, his voice remained steady, seemingly unfazed by Orochimaru's remarks. My root will also partake in this war. His inscrutable gaze shifted towards Minato, seated beside Jiraiya, before falling into silence once more, his eyes closing slowly, obscuring his thoughts. Minato was quite exceptional, is he not? A flicker of something enigmatic gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes as he uttered the words Sarutobi-sensei, softening the hardened expression on the third Hokage's face. Very well, Minato. You shall lead the Uchiha clan and the assembled forces of the village to the rock battlefield for rescue operations. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, the third Hokage nodded, his complex gaze sweeping over Orochimaru and Minato, lost in his thoughts. Yes, Minato displayed no concern over his assigned battlefield. Despite the worry etched on his features, his voice remained clear, as if the mere act of contributing to Konoha was enough to fulfill him. With a gentle smile directed at Jiraiya, who was frowning at Orochimaru, Minato offered a slight nod to Sarutobi Hiruzen before vanishing from the conference room in an instant. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed remarkable, Orochimaru mused, his serpent-like gaze fixed upon the direction in which Minato had disappeared, indifferent to Jiraiya's astonished and perplexed expression. Everyone else, prepared to depart swiftly. Yes. With a gentle admonition from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the crowd clasped their fists in acknowledgement and swiftly departed from the Hokage building. A bastion of Konoha's utmost authority, as if engulfed by an unavoidable sense of urgency. Observing Orochimaru's retreating figure, Jiraiya felt an impulse to call out. Yet he abruptly halted, his mouth opening but only releasing a heavy sigh. Torn between his most esteemed disciple and a longtime friend, Jiraiya found himself ensnared in an unprecedented turmoil. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to gaze at the third Hokage, shrouded in smoke. Gaining a newfound understanding of his mentor, who had faced much criticism regarding his position, the conference room, cloaked in the night's stillness, became a sanctuary of silence, leaving only Jiraiya and Hiruzen amidst the swirling haze. The moonlight streamed through the night as crevices, casting myriad stars before the Hokage building's windows. The cool silvery glow intertwined with flickering lights, creating an ethereal realm, where a vague, indistinct radiance enveloped the two men, evoking an ineffable sense of disorientation. They exchanged expressionless glances, as if countless words lingered on the tip of their tongues, yet neither knew how to articulate them. Their complex gazes rendered their emotions inscrutable to outsiders. Time, an unyielding constant, bore witness to a protracted struggle each individual endured, and while time could transform a person, it required no weapons, only relentless distortion. For they discerned the same profound silence in each other's eyes. An apology, Orochimaru. Chapter 58, The Golden Scroll. The light of Konoha illuminated nearly all, yet it overlooked a mere few who once yearned for that brightness. These forsaken souls, forgotten by the light, could only wrestle in darkness, striving for survival in solitude. Kato gently leaned against the rocky wall of the shadowy chamber, as if he had come to a profound understanding. It was no wonder that the root was so vigilant amidst the siege of the three great ninja villages upon Konoha. Hiruzen had indeed chosen a most opportune moment. The root ninja stationed at the entrance exhibited a flicker of ethereal blue light in his eyes, softly uttering words that seemed foreign to him. Perhaps Hiruzen had completed his research on the cursed seal some time ago, and the betrayal had long been in the making. Yet, this war seemed to have arrived with alarming promptness. In the dimly lit chamber, Kato sat quietly in the corner, suddenly shifting his gaze as he sensed the approaching presence of Danzo. However, within the increasingly near aura of Shimura Danzo, there simmered a profound rage. "The leader summons you," announced a root ninja named Shaku as he slowly opened the door to the chamber. The eerie blue light met Kato's gaze, revealing a similarly elusive expression. Following Shaku, he entered a familiar subterranean space where, much like other areas of the root, the atmosphere remained shrouded in darkness, with flickering candlelight casting a dim glow. Kato had lost count of how many times he had encountered Danzo, yet each meeting seemed to unveil a new sentiment concealed beneath Danzo's tranquil facade. At that moment, Danzo was seething with rage, searching for an outlet for his fury. "Where is Jay-san? Where were you when Hiruzen defected?" The ninjas lurking behind Danzo, obscured by masks and cloaks, rendered their features indecipherable, yet the chilling tone of their voice betrayed no emotion. Seated imperiously on his elevated platform, Danzo remained silent, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he coldly regarded Kato. Naturally suspicious and merciless, Danzo would not allow any traitor to escape his wrath. The oppressive atmosphere was laden with a bone-chilling threat, suggesting that should Kato dare utter another word, he would be utterly obliterated. Orochimaru had taken his subordinates to the Riichi cave, and by the time they returned, Hiruzen and Jay-san had vanished without a trace. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Danzo's eyes as he observed the scroll Kato held, subtly signaling the root ninjas beside him. This scroll contained the research conducted by Orochimaru in the Riichi cave. His subordinates had hastily recorded only a fraction of the experimental data. Danzo scrutinized the kneeling Kato, who bore the same eerie silence as the other root ninjas, devoid of any abnormality, which temporarily assuaged Danzo's suspicions. His attention shifted to the scroll, and as he meticulously studied the experimental data inscribed upon it, a flicker of anger ignited within his gaze, causing him to crush the armrests of his stone seat to shards. Damn it! The fusion experiment of wood release and Sharingan has been disrupted by the sudden outbreak of war. Orochimaru has led this experiment for so long without yielding any results. Initially presumed to be due to the violent clash of these two bloodlines, yet it appears there is indeed a potential for successful transplantation. "Orochimaru, you have concealed critical data from me." Gripping the scroll as if to crumple it, the veins in Danzo's withered hands pulsed visibly. His gaze gradually shifted back to Kato, his fury dissipating somewhat, replaced by a vague sense of appreciation. It seemed that his initial suspicion of Orochimaru's concealment, leading him to place Kato under his command, had proven to be a sagacious decision. "You have performed admirably. The disappearance of Jay-san is likely also tied to Orochimaru." Danzo's frigid voice reverberated throughout the subterranean space, as if it sought to freeze everything within. Kato remained silent, merely stating the facts, all was but conjecture from Danzo. Lost in thought, Danzo tapped his cane, the root base enveloped in a profound stillness. Why would Orochimaru willingly choose the battlefield of the hidden mist? Was it possible that Orochimaru intended to offset his transgressions by bolstering the ascent of Minato Namikaze? The nature of one's thoughts often reflects one's character, and they invariably trust the conclusions they reach. Perhaps certain intricate emotions have never graced their minds, rendering them forever incomprehensible. Danzo seemed to have an epiphany, a deeper malice flickering in his eyes. It was no wonder Orochimaru appeared to oscillate around the position of the fourth Hokage, seemingly indifferent. Orochimaru, it won't be that easy." Danzo's gaze abruptly shifted to Kato, who resembled a withered stone, kneeling on the ground. A peculiar glint sparkled in his eyes, perhaps a final test. "A few younglings were grievously injured by your genjutsu, and even Karina Yui took considerable time to unravel your illusions." Danzo's voice was low and somber, devoid of any murderous intent detectable by Kato, yet he understood this was no ordinary conversation. His subordinate had merely developed a technique of multiple shadows. In the face of Minato Namikaze's actions, the cursed seal might prove insufficient. If one could envelop Minato's line of sight within a certain barrier, Even his flying thunder god technique would hold little efficacy. This is but a preliminary notion of mine. Kato understood the thoughts swirling in Danzo's mind. Minato Namikaze remained the foremost adversary. A commendable notion, Danzo nodded slowly, seemingly dispelling any doubts regarding Kato, and suddenly tossed him a golden scroll. Refine the details for an ambush against Minato and return to me. However, during this tumultuous period in the shinobi world, for your safety, I advise you to remain at the root. With that, Danzo's figure gradually vanished into the night, leaving behind a faint breeze that whispered into the depths of one's soul. The night, though interminable, was heralded by the last bright morning star before dawn, signaling the arrival of the blazing sun. Unperturbed by any fog or shadow until the clear azure sky graced the earth once more. Chapter 59. The battlefield of rock shinobi in the sweltering summer. The flames of war ignited, and the cycle of life and death unfolded. A tipsy breeze stirred dark red leaves, resembling bursts of flames that fled in panic across the desolate gray battlefield. The colors of green and red trembled beneath the dim sky, embodying boundless resentment. Falling to the ground, yet refusing to extinguish, merely staining the earth crimson. Piles of corpses lay intertwined, the land transformed into a soil soaked in blood. It seemed that only in the still of the night could the victims sighed, quietly lick their wounds. The loathsome, great nation, the youth adorned with the grass, shinobi forehead protector clenched his fists, his eyes glowing red, concealed in the shadows. Akin to a rat scurrying through the sewers, furtively searching among the fallen shinobi for something. The battle between Konoha and the rock shinobi was fiercely brutal. Large-scale earth techniques resembled landslides, as fierce winds and boulders hurled countless Konoha shinobi into the depths of the forest. Nevertheless, the youth, who had ventured out during the day to scavenge for potential spoils, had only unearthed 3 bodies, most of which yielded merely a handful of shuriken and soldier pills. Is this a scroll? The cold touch of the corpse did not quell the fervor in the youth's heart. His hands trembled slightly as he deftly extracted a scroll from the bloodied tool pouch of a fallen shinobi, skillfully unfurling it while evading the shuriken that shot forth from the pouch. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly opened the scroll. A sealing scroll? The blood-soaked parchment, still emanating an aura of coldness and darkness amidst the summer jungle, was difficult to decipher. The youth strained under the moonlight, desperately trying to discern the writing upon it. Sharingan. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Only the trembling youth and the sealing scroll locked eyes. Suddenly, the rustling of insects and rodents broke the stillness, jolting him back to reality. He glanced around, his gaze filled with disbelief, exhilaration, and an indescribable shudder. In the silent jungle, only the moonlight filtering through the foliage illuminated the growing brightness in his eyes. This is the Sharingan, the legendary Sharingan. His heavy breaths echoed as if they were the loudest sound in the jungle. The youth quickly inhaled deeply, striving to steady his racing heart. Yet his gaze fell upon the indistinguishable face of the mutilated shinobi. But why would Konoha's Sharingan be here? After the initial thrill came an inexplicable fear, surging from the depths of his being. He vaguely understood that he had become entangled in a matter beyond his comprehension. A covert mission that would regard someone like him, a mere shinobi from a small nation, even a Nin, as nothing more than disposable trash. Was he not a shinobi of Konoha? The scroll in his hand felt increasingly hot, the bloodstains transforming in his eyes into a raging inferno that threatened to reduce him and his village to ashes. No, it cannot be. As a lowly shinobi from the land of grass, Orochimaru never imagined he would confront a choice that could determine the fate of his village. Albeit a mere hypothetical scenario. Perhaps today, on an ordinary summer's day, the decision he made could irrevocably alter the destiny of the entire grass shinobi village. He had already begun to grasp this reality. Yet, the scroll felt as if it were glued to his palm, refusing to be relinquished. Perhaps at times, when personal interests clash with collective welfare, we might bravely strive to maintain composure before others, while internally grappling with our own tears and blood, resolutely sacrificing ourselves. In such fleeting moments, it becomes difficult to discern who holds greater importance. But in solitude, such choices seem to grow increasingly arduous, perhaps inviting the wrath of Konoha and the rock shinobi. Orochimaru steadied himself, gripping the scroll tighter, bloodshot veins surfacing in his eyes, which now mirrored the Sharingan. One must look after oneself. The world is merciless. In the shadows of obscurity, even a humble weed may dare to exceed all expectations. Orochimaru hastily tucked the scroll into his cloak, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his mind raced faster than ever, meticulously erasing any trace of his presence. Standing amidst the foliage, he cast one final glance at the darkened jungle, a fleeting moment of reluctance, before he hurriedly vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving no trace behind. The jungle remained tranquil. Only the falling stars and the wind bore witness to the tumultuous heart of a young boy on this night. Konoha's encampment nestled among the mountains, the land of fire growing increasingly rugged as one ventured westward, with bizarre stones strewn like stars across the landscape. The camp, enveloped in earthy tones, blended seamlessly with the majestic yet desolate mountains, barely noticeable. The night within the encampment was serene, gently allowing starlight to grace everyone's heads without bias. Yet, different individuals reaped varied forms of beauty. From the nearby peaks, one could seemingly gaze upon the entire battlefield, standing quietly upon the jagged stones. Minato Namikaze slightly raised his head, yet the vast expanse of stars seemed to agitate his heart even further. Lord Minato, the offensive from the rock shinobi is exceedingly fierce. Fayake Uchiha approached slowly, letting out a soft sigh, his brow furrowed tightly. The battles of recent days had been too brutal. Despite Minato's formidable presence, Konoha was engaged in multiple fronts, and relying solely on him could not entirely bridge the gap in military strength. Even among the elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan, more than 10 had already perished in combat. He sensed that the rock shinobi were seemingly targeting the Uchiha clan deliberately. Although he could not comprehend why Inoki harbored such animosity towards them, the number of lost Sharingan had already exceeded a handful. I am aware that requests for reinforcements have been sent back to Konoha, but the battlefields in the mist and the cloud have also become intensely heated. It will be challenging for the village to allocate additional forces, he lamented. Even if we achieve a final victory, the cost in lives will be staggering. Fayake Uchiha was reluctant to utter the word defeat, for he could not accept that the Uchiha clan would pay such a dire price only to become scapegoats for the higher-ups of Konoha. His brow remained knitted, and a crimson hue flickered in his eyes as if he were wrestling with some inner turmoil. The potential deployment of his Manjiki Sharingan and the manifestation of Susanoo could completely turn the tide on the rock battlefield. Yet employing such power would likely provoke greater trepidation from Konoha's elite than the prospect of failure in battle. Rest assured, clan leader Fayake, victory shall be ours. Minato turned to regard Fayake, offering a nod and a faint smile, his mind already formulating a perilous scheme. I harbor no doubts about that, Fayake replied, observing Minato and gradually easing the tension in his brow. If Minato truly ascends to the position of Hokage, the Uchiha clan should fare much better. It's been a long time since I last updated. I've nearly forgotten what I had previously written. Additionally, I've secured a position as a programmer. So my free time will be limited, but I will endeavor to update whenever possible, as long as I don't collapse from exhaustion. The plot will accelerate from here. Side stories will be cut, but fear not, the main storyline will remain intact. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 60. Reinforcements from the roots. There exist two exquisite things in the world, that which has yet to arrive, and that which has long departed. In a corner of the underground research facility of the roots, for reasons unknown, a small blade of grass emerged from a crevice, struggling to grow. When Kato first noticed it, a slender tender green tip had merely emerged, yet now it sways gently in the caress of the breeze. Perhaps it is a legacy left by the art of wood release. In the shadowy depths below, where light and water are scarce, such a vibrant green has manifested, akin to a miraculous testament to life. However, in his own existence, it seems miracles are absent, for Orochimaru has yet to make an appearance. He is left with no choice but to dedicate himself entirely to the assassination of Minato Namikaze. The cursed seal left by Hiruzen is indeed intriguing. In recent days, he has grasped its function entirely. Yet, relying solely on the seal to eliminate Minato appears a formidable challenge. Unexpectedly, a fleeting thought shared with Hiruzen has now become pivotal. Minato also senses the fluctuations of chakra emanating from the kunai, allowing him to pinpoint its location. If he could disrupt this chakra fluctuation, the vast laboratory lies desolate, and Kato, in a fit of frustration, clutched his hair tightly. 3 sleepless days have passed, and this dilemma has plagued him incessantly. He is oblivious to how much time remains for him to complete his research. With a pale complexion and bloodshot eyes, his lips cracked from prolonged dryness and his hair disheveled, Kato's inner turmoil is palpable as he cannot contain his agitation, striking his fist against the wall. Damn it! What must I do? Perhaps there lingers a subtle reluctance within him to carry out the assassination of Minato. He finds himself wishing for his research to falter. Yet, time has become an unforgiving adversary, and he can sense the atmosphere tightening around him with each passing moment. Kato leaned slowly against the cold floor of the research room. Before him lay tender green grass, which had forcefully emerged from the ground. Perhaps it once harbored dreams and aspirations, enduring beneath the earth until it could break free. Yet, it still failed to behold the sun, instead finding companionship in the dimness of the laboratory. The sky above Konoha was shrouded in a somber twilight, heavy with dark clouds, as biting winds swept through, engulfing the village in utter darkness. Beneath the surface, silence reigned supreme. No sound was to be heard. Kato's hair obscured his face, rendering his expression increasingly desolate. All external matters seemed to fade into insignificance, leaving only an endless chill that solidified his soul into a hard stone. He felt as though his entire being was plummeting. His spirit, his flesh, everything, succumbing to an abyss of unending darkness. Apologies to Minato Namikaze, apologies to Obito, Rin, Kakashi, apologies to Kushina Uzumaki. Time passed unmeasured. And Kato slowly rose, still with his head bowed, as if he had reached a decision. Silently, he activated the laboratory instruments, gently infusing a portion of his chakra into them. I have always known what to do. I have always known. Yet, I do not wish to. I truly do not wish to. His hands trembled slightly as the data on the instruments flickered, reflecting a brilliant light in Kado's eyes. But I must survive as well. In the dark underground laboratory, no sound emerged, save for the rustling of data being recorded and the cries of struggling flora. People of various hues lived their lives, yet all sought to escape. If all things in this world were perfect, there would be no regrets or sorrow. After waiting endlessly for Orochimaru, all Kado received was profound silence. The stillness of Konoha did not affect the battlefield of Iwa Shinobi in the land of grass. At times, the agony of flesh and the torment of the soul could not be weighed against one another. Destruction, slaughter, the crimson flames of chaos, roaring and raging. Electric blue-white flashes flickering amidst the tumult, mountains trembled and shifted in an unending cycle. The war between Konoha and Iwa Shinobi seemed like divine retribution upon the land of grass, as the very earth crumbled beneath the weight of conflict. Human life held little value amidst war, with scrolls detailing casualties flowing like water from the battlefield back to Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat sleeplessly in the Hokage's office. Each message received felt like a dagger etching another wrinkle into his brow. Enveloped in smoke, Sarutobi remained silent, already contemplating his own involvement on the front lines. Knock, knock. The door to the office creaked open, and fresh air swept in, clearing the smoke and breaking the oppressive silence. Even the young Chunin, delivering information, let out a quiet sigh of relief, eager to express gratitude to whoever entered. Lord Hokage, reinforcements are needed on the Iwa battlefield. Danzo Shimura, leaning on his cane, stepped in, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the smoky office, his gaze landing on Sarutobi, who was engrossed in the scrolls before him. The sound of Danzo's cane striking the ground resonated like a heavy hammer, making the Chunin aware of his improper presence. Lord Hokage, my subordinate takes his leave. The door closed softly behind him. Sarutobi finally lifted his gaze to Danzo, narrowing his eyes, obscured either by the smoke or perhaps something else. The route is not suited for direct combat. I will allocate ninjas from other battlefields for support. Sarutobi rose slowly, gazing out the window. Taking a contemplative puff from his pipe, the dense fog shrouding his visage. Are you not aware of Konoha's situation, Sarutobi? Almost all of the Umbu have been deployed. All 3 battlefields are suffering losses. We must quickly conclude one of these wars. Danzo's words were blunt, his cane thudding against the ground. Sarutobi turned slowly, brow furrowed. He knew this old friend better than anyone in Konoha, yet he could not quite grasp the intent behind Danzo's visit today. While the Iwa battlefield was the most brutal, Minato could hold out for a while longer. If the route were to aid the Mist battlefield, there would be no hesitation. Orochimaru's dealings with Danzo were clear to him. The Mist, weakened over the years, would likely fall quickly to Orochimaru. It was best for the route to go there. The Mist is coastal, and Konoha ninjas are more accustomed to inland battles. Engaging at sea would be challenging and has led to significant losses. The route's involvement in the Mist would yield little effect. Only the Iwa Shinobi are pivotal to this war. Danzo paused, locking eyes with Sarutobi, his gaze losing some of its chill and shadows before he spoke slowly. Sarutobi, while you may not be my ideal Hokage, I, too, am a member of Konoha. I love this land dearly. The air seemed to still, and the sounds on the streets of Konoha faded into near silence. The Hokage's office was enveloped in a white mist, like gossamer drifting softly in the air. Sarutobi, who had intended to say more, suddenly lifted his gaze to this old friend, wrapped in bandages, having lost an eye, his right arm nearly crippled beneath his cloak. A pang of nostalgia struck him, reminding him of their youthful vows. You are the leaf basking in sunlight. I am the root in darkness. In those days, Konoha was vibrant and lively, and they had shared a bond on Hokage Rock that had never been replicated. Years had passed, and he seemed to have forgotten that promise made long ago. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi sighed softly, lost in the beauty of the past, casting a glance at Danzo and nodding slowly. Danzo, return alive. As Danzo prepared to leave, his footsteps faltered slightly upon hearing Sarutobi's words. He gently tightened his grip on his cane, yet did not turn back. Responding in a low voice, understood. As he approached the door, it closed slowly behind him, but the sound that slipped through the crack fell upon Sarutobi's ears, bringing a hint of wistful smile to his weathered face. Try to smoke less. Chapter 61. The Divine Bridge of Kamui. The morning breeze carried dew. As starlight shimmered upon the water, a long rainbow sweeping across the misty mountains, the world turning white. Kato stood amidst a multitude of root ninjas, his black hood enveloping his form, rendering him indistinguishable from the others beside him. Their objective, the land of grass. The team was to infiltrate the battlefield of the Rock Ninja, and all were to act according to the mission scrolls. Before the root base, nearly all root ninjas congregated, their gazes fixated upon the figure of Kasa on the high platform. Depart. The ninja issuing commands from the platform. Kato had long lost track of which generation Kasa was, but such matters no longer stirred his interest. He merely observed the departing root teams, beginning to take note of his own team, which remained still and silent. For elite Jonin, the C'Armée de la C'Armée of the root, each radiated a standard aura of chilling severity. Kato sensed that beneath their calm fade lay a subtle undercurrent of excitement. Thud. Apart from their small team, All other root ninjas had vanished, and Kato maintained his silence until the anticipated sound of a staff echoed. Let us set forth. Danzo's voice was deep, resonating from within the root base, and yet it seemed to invigorate the four jonin, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Yet they dared not meet the brilliance of their leader's gaze, suppressing their slightly trembling forms. Yes, leader. Some thoughts remained inscrutable to others. And Kato had always struggled to comprehend why someone like Danzo could inspire such loyalty from his subordinates. As they advanced at a measured pace, Danzo cast a fleeting glance at Kato but refrained from further comment, the four root ninjas trailing closely behind. Kato kept his head bowed, subtly ensconced in their midst. He understood the critical nature of this mission, yet he was taken aback by Danzo's evident vigilance. Yours is a well-crafted plan that I have reviewed, Danzo stated, his tone frigid yet tinged with scrutiny. First, poison, then, ensnare the flow of chakra with cursed seals, rendering him incapable of detecting the flying thunder god technique. Seal his movements with barriers, obscure his vision with multiple layers of darkness, disrupt his mind with illusions, and finally, eliminate him using grand techniques of lightning and fire. To be so calculated by someone close, it truly was laughable for Minato Namikaze. Danzo's voice was cold yet bore an undertone of scrutiny. Suddenly, Kato comprehended why Danzo harbored a sense of watchfulness towards him. He had showcased his abilities too prominently. In this plan, he would become the absolute linchpin of the mission, and any deviation on his part would spell utter failure. I acknowledge my error. Alone, I fear I may struggle to contain Minato Namikaze. Please, leader, revise the plan. A momentary lapse had nearly jeopardized the entire operation. And Kato humbly implored for Danzo's reprimand. Kato half kneeling on the ground, watched as four elite genin slowly drew their kunai from the corners of the surroundings. Should Danzo issue a command, they would undoubtedly charge forward without hesitation. Your loyalty is not in question, but do not forget. Hundreds of elite ninjas from the root are also present. Danzo merely cast a glance at Kato before falling silent, leaping gracefully into the forest and vanishing from sight. The four genin exchanged disdainful smirks as they trailed behind Danzo, unconcerned about any potential actions from Kato. The forests of Konoha were beginning to take on the hues of autumn. A cool breeze swept through the trees, stirring a sense of melancholy within Kato. His eyes seemed devoid of light, lost in a vacant stare towards a distant point. In that direction, not far away, he was about to personally bring an end to all that was beautiful. News of the support from Konoha's route soon reached the camp of Minato Namikaze, who held a scroll in one hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Beside him, the small-toed eyes darted about, echoing the voice of Jiraiya. Minato, be wary of Danzo and the route. This man is not to be underestimated. If any insurmountable troubles arise, have Gamakichi notify me at once. Gamakichi snapped back to attention, croaking twice before continuing. Lord Minato, that is all of Jiraiya-sama's message, I assure you. Not a word missed. Gamakichi's mimicking talent grows ever more impressive. Inform Jiraiya-sensei that I will remain vigilant. Minato smiled as he gently ruffled Gamakichi's head, lowering the scroll in his hand. His encounters with Danzo had been few, yet he had heard tales of his deeds. While he believed that every Konoha ninja held a deep affection for the village, he was aware that power struggles existed within. However, with external enemies invading, he did not sense that Danzo would make any overt moves at this time. Yes, Lord Minato. As the fog thickened, Gamakichi disappeared from the tent. Minato placed Jiraiya's scroll aside and resumed scrutinizing the terrain map of the IWA ninja battlefield, gradually refining his strategies. The points he had circled on the map represented critical logistical routes for the IWA ninjas, based on intelligence from scouts. He was nearing an accurate analysis of the true paths. The autumn days had begun to shorten considerably. Minato was so engrossed in his work that he hardly noticed the passage of time until darkness enveloped the camp and lights flickered to life. A faint crescent moon pierced through the clouds, casting a dim glow. Suddenly, Minato struck the table, murmuring a place name. The Kamikaze Bridge. He held a 90% certainty that the strategic transport route of the IWA ninjas passed through here, needing only to validate it further the next day. Lord Minato, urgent news ahead. A voice from the entrance of the tent caused Minato's previously relaxed brow to furrow once more. The IWA ninjas had been unusually active lately, yet rarely operated at night. What pressing matter could this be? Enter. Report, Lord Minato. Our reconnaissance team has discovered that Elder Danzo and the route support forces have already entered the land of grass. The forward reconnaissance unit should have already made contact with Elder Danzo. The young genin, seemingly familiar with the reputation of the route, cautiously leaned forward, observing Minato's reaction. Understood. Seemingly oblivious to the genin's unusual demeanor, Minato swiftly vanished from the tent. Yet, his brow remained tightly knit. Although they were allies from the same village, the presence of Elder Danzo instilled a sense of foreboding within him, as if a struggle for command might ensue. He hoped such a scenario would not come to pass. Chapter 62. Entering the land of grass. Beneath every absurd and bizarre appearance often lies a profound secret. Minato, however, remained oblivious to any anomalies. It was deep into the night, yet outside Konoha's camp, countless figures flickered through the shadowy woods. Everyone was aware of the arrival of Konoha's support, yet none felt invigorated. This was due to the leader of the support being Danzo, and the troops being from the root. The terrain of the Land of Grass lay nestled between the westernmost edge of Konoha and the IWA ninja territory. Unlike the mountainous expanse of the Land of Earth, it did not boast the flat plains of the Land of Fire. The vast world encompassed azure seas and rolling hills. Without the scourge of war, this diverse landscape might have become a haven for travelers. Uchiha Fugaku stood atop the hills of the Land of Grass, gazing at the twinkling stars and the faint moonlight. The core members of the Uchiha clan gathered behind him, their crimson eyes glowing with an eerie luminescence in the darkness. Elder Shimura, we might Uchiha Itachi observed Danzo in the distance, engaged in conversation with Minato, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Imbued with a hint of ruthlessness and resolve, the other clan members exhibited various expressions, yet most carried a sense of restlessness. Seemingly understanding Itachi's intent to eliminate Danzo on the IWA battlefield. Silence. Uchiha Fugaku slowly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto the members behind him. He understood their growing resentment towards Konoha's exclusionary practices. The ongoing sacrifices of their kin had stoked their bloodlust. He strived to maintain peace within the clan. Yet some matters were not as straightforward as they perceived. The plight of the Uchiha clan was not something that could be determined solely by Danzo. The fundamental issue lay with the third Hokage. Without the third Hokage's tacit approval, how could Danzo act with such impunity against the Uchiha clan? Such words could be spoken by anyone, but they could never originate from the mouth of the Uchiha clan leader. During wartime, all focus must remain on external foes. Looking into Fugaku's eyes, Itachi felt a surge of disbelief. Did Fugaku imply that after the war, they could act? Despite his keen observations, Uchiha Fugaku's tranquil expression revealed no signs of disturbance. Danzo and the root gradually merged into the camp, while Fugaku furrowed his brow, silently watching them without uttering a word. As if sensing something, Shimura Danzo abruptly turned around, his emotionless gaze locking with Uchiha Fugaku's. The night was enveloped in a gentle darkness, a canopy of stars twinkling above, peering down at the secrets of the world below. The cold wind howled ominously, yet within the intensity of their shared gaze, an eerie silence prevailed. As crimson eyes met obsidian pupils, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the darkness of the universe threatened to engulf all. Danzo snorted disdainfully and averted his gaze. Konoha will staunchly support the battlefield against the IWA shinobi. As your commander, I shall align with all your actions. With his vast experience in warfare, it would indeed be more prudent for Elder Danzo to take command. Minato Namikaze's discreet glance swept over Kato, though his face retained a disarming smile, a facade of harmlessness as he appealed to Danzo. The elder nodded slightly, yet his eyes held a newfound respect for Minato, recognizing that this strategy of retreating to advance was still somewhat immature. The third has appointed you as commander, which makes you the supreme leader of the battlefield. Do you lack the capability to manage this? Should I step in to tidy up the remnants? If Danzo were to assume command from Minato, it would surely incite discontent among the Konoha ninjas on the IWA battlefield. Danzo was not blind to this reality, however, should Minato prove incapable. That would be an entirely different matter. Minato, of course, was determined not to disappoint the third's expectations. With Inoki aging, the IWA ninjas would likely falter under prolonged strain. Danzo had encountered Inoki before and hoped that Danzo would generously share his insights to swiftly repel the IWA forces. My eloquence tires me. Root will commence battlefield assignments starting tomorrow. Let us see if the IWA ninjas are as feeble as you claim. Danzo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Few ninjas from his generation remained alive, and to be labeled as aged while tirelessly pursuing the path of Hokage only solidified his resolve to eliminate Minato. Minato maintained his smile, refraining from further comments as he observed Danzo's retreating figure. There were matters he understood all too well. However, he had always been reluctant to engage in confrontations with the elders of his village. His gaze fell upon Kato's gradually departing silhouette, and Minato's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, it has indeed been a long time. Kato concealed himself beneath a cloak, his visage obscured, trailing closely behind Shimura Danzo. He could acutely sense the gaze of Minato Namikaze upon him. However, in this moment, he was powerless to act. If one desires to attain something, maintaining composure, pragmatism, and discretion often allows for the achievement of one's goals with ease and stealth. Much like Danzo. Today Minato would remain oblivious to the imminent fatal strike from this elder of his own village, completely unaware of any anomaly. Danzo was inherently such a man. Yet, Kato was no different. The night fell into a hushed stillness, indistinguishable from before. The Konoha encampment remained hidden amidst the mountains. Yet the tents glowed brightly under the moonlight, each individual lost in their own thoughts, constructing secrets of their own on this night. Tomorrow, I trust you will allow me to witness the blue azure described in the scroll, Danzo proclaimed from his elevated position, still bearing remnants of unspent fury. His piercing gaze sweeping over Kato and the root ninjas below. You shall not disappoint the leader's expectations. Prepare the protective barrier for the body of the blue azure tomorrow. Yes, replied Kato, who was instructed to entrap Minato Namikaze in a perilous situation, seeking his aid without employing any seals. You understand my intentions, do you not? Danzo remarked with a low grunt, his eyes fixated on Kato, as if he could see beyond the tent and into the eyes of the audacious blonde boy who dared to mock him. Understood. Utilizing the trust previously gained. We shall gradually lower Minato's guard until the moment of decisive action. Excellent. You are commendable, Kato. Danzo's gaze reflected appreciation and trust, while Kato's eyes shone with the fervor befitting a root ninja. However, his heart grew increasingly despondent. An ordinary root ninja might genuinely believe Danzo held unwavering trust and reliance upon him. Yet Kato could perceive the concealed malicious intent lurking within Danzo's heart. Aimed not at Minato, but at him. Danzo would never permit him to escape his grasp, nor would he allow him to survive beyond this mission. Kato comprehended fully that even should he successfully eliminate Minato, he would be branded a traitor, a pawn sacrificed by Root, a scapegoat. The figure before him, emerging from the shadows, not only sought to deceive the enemy, but also to ensnare his own subordinates. Proceed, Danzo commanded. Yes. As Kato exited the tent, he remained under the watchful eyes of 4 guards, ignoring their presence as he strolled beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars. Approaching the tent, the moonlight cast an enchanting reflection upon the water, where earth met stone, devoid of any greenery. Kato slowly settled upon a mound of earth, a gentle breeze caressing his hair, the cool moonlight draping him in its silvery glow. For reasons unknown, sleep eluded Kato entirely. Leaning against a nearby tree, he delicately retrieved a handful of soil, sprouting with tender green shoots, and buried it beside the tent. To live in this precious world, under the resplendent stars and gentle moonlight, if only there were a touch more sunlight. My time is limited, yet you shall surely see the sun, as I have foretold. Chapter 63. The crimson sun, the autumn rain, and the land of grass appeared a pale blue. Yet, no rock ninja wished to recall the events of that day. The sky was shrouded in darkness. Ominous clouds surged above like a stampede of wild horses, thickening and lowering with each passing moment. A tempestuous wind swept through, scattering chaotic raindrops, resembling myriad silver chains that mercilessly lashed against the earth. Rain trickled down the faces of the rock ninjas, who trembled as they gazed upon the towering blue giant that pierced the clouds. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupted in the dim heavens, and the solitary blue giant atop the mountain radiated in even more dazzling brilliance. Konoha's blue azure. The azure and white luminescence flickered across the face of Noki, who squinted against the torrential downpour, clenching his fists. In a moment of reverie, memories surged forth, reminiscent of countless years ago, when he stood before a similarly formidable blue giant, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Yet this time, he was no longer the nameless, ordinary ninja of yesteryears. This is not Susanoo. The azure giant glimmered like a sapphire, emanating countless streams of blue light that illuminated the darkened sky in an ethereal hue. Yet, Noki discerned that the azure's ethereal form possessed an air of illusion when compared to the nearly corporeal manifestation of Susanoo. Let us test it with ninjutsu, Noki commanded, as countless rock ninjas suppressed their primal fear of the colossal entity and surged toward the mountaintop. Dragons and serpents coiled, mountains trembled, and boulders cascaded from above. Yet they merely glided through the azure's ethereal form as if passing through air. The blue luminescence enveloping the azure intensified, and a powerful shockwave erupted from its very essence, radiating an insatiable aura of malice and death that none could ignore. Retreat. Quickly, the rock ninja forces, sensing the impending doom, began to withdraw. Yet they could not escape the onslaught of blue radiance that swept across the battlefield. Within this spectral glow, blades shrouded in black veils accompanied piercing blue raindrops, commencing a ruthless sweep across the entire field of combat. Within the woods and on the hills, the rock ninja army, bearing banners as they charged towards Konoha, seemed to have their souls reaped by death itself, collapsing one after another as an unknown terror enveloped the battlefield. In the realm of ninja combat, intelligence often reigns supreme. Though the ethereal transformation technique bore critical vulnerabilities, the rock ninjas found themselves powerless as they could not locate Kato's true form. Search. I demand an immediate investigation. I wish to see all available information on Konoha's blue azure. Observing the rock ninja warriors fall one after another without any significant achievements, Naki's heart bled as his crimson gaze fixated on the towering blue giant, his hands beginning to emanate a pearlescent glow. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A conical white light cone materialized between Naki's palms, shimmering like countless stars. The light cone suddenly shot forth from his hands, weaving through the blue rain, racing toward the azure's ethereal form. Explode. Noki commanded softly, and the white sphere erupted instantaneously, enveloping the azure's ethereal body. The mountains faded into nothingness. The entire mountaintop seemingly cleaved away, vanishing from sight, and the smoke from the explosion remained undisturbed beneath the relentless rain. Yet, when the haze dissipated, the blue azure still stood tall, having withstood the assault without a trace of damage. How is this possible? Naki's eyes widened in disbelief. He had meticulously studied blood traces for decades and had never encountered an object impervious to his techniques, not even the mighty Susanoo. This blue giant appeared to be something other than a mere physical entity. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gazed at the blue giant with a newfound incredulity. For Inoki, who had navigated the ninja world for many years, there were scarcely any secret ninjutsu among the 5 great nations that he did not recognize. During the Second Great Ninja War, there had been similar intelligence, but at that time, he had yet to rise to power and lacked comprehensive understanding, causing him to be momentarily taken aback. The spirit transformation technique of Konoha. His eyes narrowed. Although he could not fathom how this technique could manifest as such a colossal being, he was acutely aware of its fatal flaw. The caster was rendered immobile during the incantation. Iwanin, heed my command. Scatter into the forest immediately and seek the true form of the blue Azura. Inoki bellowed. Though the Iwanin were initially struck with terror by the might of the blue Azura, they had not completely lost their fighting spirit. Upon hearing Naka's order, they swiftly comprehended the urgency of the situation and, fueled by righteous fury, dispersed rapidly. Alas, it seemed their intentions had been anticipated. Kato Oka transformed into a spiritual entity, and all his senses seemed to have been released and amplified manifold. He could even hear the commands issued by Inoki. Yet, this should suffice, shouldn't it? Within the mental realm, nearly 100 pure soul orbs suddenly appeared, and a rare smile graced Kato Oka's lips. Disperse. Ultimately, the blue spiritual entity released hundreds of dark blades, returning only a scant few soul orbs before gradually transforming into azure mist that spread in all directions, ascending like clouds into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Thunder roared, leaving behind a field strewn with the corpses of rock shinobi. Damn it, you will not escape. Lord Suchikage. Inoki paid no heed to the cries of the ninja beside him. With a flick of his robe, his body instantly morphed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the direction where the spirit had vanished. Cunning rat, I will personally reduce you to dust. The rain began to lessen. Yet the relentless pace of Inoki was still painful. His twisted face grimaced with gritted teeth. Never before had he felt such fury as today. This scene reminded him once again of the time he was regarded as an ant by Uchiha Madara. As the rain subsided, a crimson sun slowly rose on the horizon, golden rays scattering across the earth as the ethereal blue mist spread throughout the sky, disappearing into the vast curtain of rain. Little did he expect that his first strike would attract such a significant trouble. Kato rose slowly from the concealed corner of the jungle, the root ninjas beside him fixating their gazes upon him, filled with trepidation and an underlying sense of estrangement. A deafening roar reverberated from the far side of the battlefield. It was at the moment when the Azura spirit materialized upon the mountaintop that they truly comprehended the significance of the orders entrusted to them by Danzo. Withdraw immediately. Proceed as planned. The 4 root ninjas, their bodies taut with tension, stared intently at Kato, yet he merely lifted his gaze lightly, disregarding their scrutiny. Drawing in a deep breath of the fresh air that followed the rain, he felt as if his entire being had been invigorated. The crimson sun cast a sanguine hue upon his visage, while a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, causing his hood to gradually slip away from the delicate strands of his hair. Kato squinted against the sun, savoring the warmth of its rays. And gradually a smile graced his lips. Well, I told you that you would see the sun, didn't I? Chapter 64. Inoki damn brat, where do you think you're running? The piercing sound of air was filled with fury as Inoki suddenly appeared in the sky, his hands grasping a square of dust release, seemingly poised to unleash it. At that moment, Kato seemed to witness something utterly unbelievable, his eyes wide as he stared at Inoki above. You, cruelly slaughtering so many rock shinobi, think you can escape? How naive. A satisfied expression spread across Inoki's face as he reveled in Kato's stunned demeanor. You shall pay for your deeds. The square of dust release shot forth from Inoki's grasp, darting like a streak of light toward the fleeing 5 below. A brilliant white radiance swiftly enveloped the area, transforming the jungle into a luminous square of devastation, reduced to mere ashes. Indeed, the dust release of Lord Suchikage is as formidable as rumored. As the dust began to swirl and disperse throughout the forest, a serene voice suddenly resonated in the air. Minato. Upon witnessing the untouched figures beneath the dust release, Inoki's eyes twitched slightly. In a distant area, the golden-haired Minato Namikaze appeared, accompanied by several root ninjas clad in black cloaks. Is this your bait? This is your plan? Yet, do you truly believe you stand a chance? The appetite of Konoha seems rather insatiable. Inoki snorted disdainfully. He had never feared anything. Even the barriers could not hinder him. Minato regarded Kato and the nearby root ninjas with a slight frown, perplexed by the absence of any command he had issued. What exactly does Danzo intend to accomplish? Brother Minato, we did not anticipate Inoki's presence among the rock shinobi's assault team. Kato discerned the bewilderment in Minato Namikaze's eyes. Despite Danzo's audacious arrogance, he could not possibly believe that the Roots personnel could encircle and annihilate Inoki. Brother. Minato heard Kato's voice, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Turning to Kato, he smiled and playfully winked, gently patting his shoulder. You have become increasingly formidable. Although specific intelligence had yet to be acquired, it was evident that whatever had incensed Inoki to such a furious degree must have severely wounded the rock shinobi. Let us see how many you can protect. Inoki's gaze suddenly sharpened, his right hand lifting slowly. Countless stone pillars surged forth as if the earth were retaliating against the heavens, rising up and hurtling toward the group. Quick, take cover. Minato's grin vanished as he beheld the frenzied onslaught of stone pillars. With a flurry of hand signs, he unleashed a multitude of kunai. His right foot lightly tapping the ground before launching himself skyward like a cannonball, golden flashes flickering as he charged towards Inoki, closing the distance. Humph, this isn't over yet. The stone pillars abruptly began to disintegrate mid-flight, transforming into a myriad of sharp stone spikes, striking at Minato with serpentine ferocity, aiming directly for his vital points. Spiral Sphere. Sensing that evasion was futile, a ghostly blue luminescence enveloped Minato's hand. The azure sphere surged forth with unstoppable momentum, obliterating all the encroaching stone spikes into mere dust. A cacophony of thunderous explosions resonated through the air, as clouds of debris swirled around Minato, obscuring the vicinity for several meters. Truly, he was the Tsuchikage, a master of formidable earth-based techniques. Kato gazed at the motionless figure in the sky, his eyes filled with vigilance. The transformation and nature of the earth release technique had been pushed to its limits by Inoki. What appeared to be mere stone spikes could barely be countered by the spiraling sphere, which managed to fend off only a few. How much longer can you withstand this? The sky behind Inoki was completely obscured by a dense array of stone spikes, casting a shadow over the world below. In their earlier confrontation, Inoki swiftly discerned a weakness in Namikaze Minato. The renowned Namikaze Minato possessed assassination skills that ranked among the highest in the ninja world. Yet in terms of raw power and ninjutsu clashes, he still fell short by a margin. Minato-senpai. Kato gazed into the cold glint of Naka's eyes. Feeling a heaviness settle in his heart, he cast a glance at his companions, A, B, C, and D, who appeared equally eager for action. If Minato were to sustain serious injuries here, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. However, he was not yet prepared for such a confrontation. Ha! Noki chuckled. Observing the grave expression on Namikaze Minato's face, his eyes glinting with mockery. Oh, yellow-haired brat, do you also know fear? Yet, before Noki could finish his taunt, an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from the ground, causing the already tumultuous clouds above to churn violently. What is this? Naka's pupils constricted to pinpoints as his gaze fixated on Kato, a profound sense of danger rising within him. Is it that brat? How could this be possible? In Kato's eyes glimmered a profound chill, as his arm slowly rose, an endless aura of coldness emanating from him. It was as though a pitch-black blade, drawn from another dimension, hovered ominously in the air, while an overwhelming, frigid presence surged forth like a tide, threatening to engulf Ohayaki. The very essence of that blade instilled a sense of mortal peril within me. Ohayaki narrowed his gaze, fixated intently on the long knife wielded by Kato. An expression of grave concern etched across his face. A crisp autumn breeze brushed past Kato's ear, tousling his hair, yet he remained steadfastly locked onto Ohayaki. Suspended in the sky, Ohayaki was accompanied by an array of jagged stone spires behind him, while Kato, shrouded in a veil of darkness, faced him defiantly. As if the very heavens had been cleaved in twain. Was this yet another aberration of the spiritualization technique? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Reminiscent of the eerie moment when the rock ninja's soul had been extinguished, flashing incessantly before his eyes. Ohayaki, for reasons unknown, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, a rare occurrence when it came to defenses against the soul. Minato Namikaze also furrowed his brow. Feeling a strange discomfort akin to a piercing pain within his very essence, such an assault was foreign to him. It seemed as though something had stirred within him. Yet he had no time to ponder, a singular thought flickering momentarily before vanishing. In such a critical moment, it was prudent to seek an opportunity to escape. Minato cast a discreet glance around, exchanging a knowing look with Kato, both understanding the unspoken intent. Ohayaki. In Kato's hand, a black light erupted, hurtling towards Ohyuki's body. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato vanished from the sky, only to reappear behind Ohyuki in the next instant, his hands firmly gripping the Rasengan, poised to strike down upon Ohyuki's head. Curse those two brats. Having evaded the black blade, Ohyuki collided violently with the Rasengan, unleashing a flurry of stone spikes that shot forth into the air. It seemed as if heaven and earth had simultaneously erupted in a tremendous roar, a powerful shockwave sweeping through the entire forest, leveling the surrounding trees to the ground in an instant. I truly underestimated you. Ohyuki's form was sent flying, but his shattered body quietly transformed into earth midair, landing on the ground, while his true self had already vanished without a trace. Kato Oya did not dare to slacken his efforts. The moment the stone spikes shot forth, he activated the runes on his arm, the golden light guiding him away from the now shattered battlefield. Oya, that was too reckless. Unfortunately, there's no saving them now. Upon hearing the voice of Minato Namikaze, Kato Oya felt a slight sigh of relief. Such encounters were perilously dangerous, where even a moment's distraction could cost one their life. The root ninjas had suffered some losses, which Elder Danzo would surely understand. Chapter 65. The tortoise and the hare. The support from the roots achieved a tremendous victory on the very next day of its arrival. With the collaboration of Minato Namikaze and Kato Oya, the entire IWA ninja battlefield seemed to undergo a significant reversal, with the previously demoralized Konoha side suddenly invigorated. In Konoha's camp, a young Chunin hurried towards the intelligence room, bearing a scroll, his face alight with joy. Recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. He felt a deep excitement for Konoha's triumph. Yamashiro Chunin, classified mission, ordered by Lord Minato, returned to Konoha immediately. Understood. Yamashiro's brow furrowed slightly. But seeing the sunlit youth before him, he refrained from reprimanding him. Irika, slow down. Got it, Grandpa Yamashiro. The tent may not have been large. Yet it housed over 10 members of the Yamashiro clan, each face etched with fatigue, but their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Yamashiro set down the scroll, wiped the sweat from his brow, but as he picked it up again, his hand trembled slightly, and he momentarily felt dizzy. For reasons unknown. He had been feeling unusually drained lately. Rubbing his head, he sighed, attributing it to age. My lord, you haven't rested in 3 days. Let me take over this time. A young ninja, not much older but exuding a sense of composure and coolness, suddenly opened his eyes and approached. Yamashiro hesitated briefly but nodded. Indeed. The intelligence department was somewhat understaffed, and this young ninja often assisted him in relaying information, showing consideration for elders. Although this mission was classified, there should be no significant issues. Very well. The young Chunin slowly unfurled the scroll, appearing as though he were merely going through the motions, without any peculiar behavior. Yet, in a hidden corner, his eyes narrowed, and a flicker of joy crossed his face. Is it due in 3 days? At least the effort was not in vain. After delivering the information, the young ninja casually exited the intelligence tent, only to turn back and step into the shadows. In the theater of war, every participant seemed like a cog within a vast machine, each performing their duties while ready to replace any damaged parts. Konoha's camp, though not excessively large, was rife with heroic tales emerging daily. Yet, the news of the Blue Shure's emergence swept through the camp like a tempest, laughter and praise resonating from every corner. Obito. Oi is back. Oi is back. Shall we go see him? He's become a hero of Konoha. Lin was unaware of the tasks that awaited them next. But she was content to have a few days of respite amid the chaos of war. Upon hearing Lin's voice, Obito's eyes briefly brightened, only to dim again as he lowered his goggles, seemingly attempting to conceal something. The newly erected barracks bore the marks of war, while the white clouds drifted high above the hills, casting light through the smoky haze, making it difficult for Lin to discern Obito's expression. He merely chuckled softly, his voice faintly echoing. No, I won't go. For reasons unknown, Lin felt an inexplicable sadness at Obito's response. She hesitated, unsure of what to say. The silent atmosphere tinged with a hint of melancholy. Lin, would you like to take a walk with me? Is that all right? Without further words, Obito appeared to awaken from a long reverie, suddenly turning to her. His gentle smile suggested that nothing had transpired, yet it evoked a mature air reminiscent of her father. A fleeting moment that struck her. Perhaps, human existence is merely a fall from paradise into a cage, with the only escape surrounded by thorns. The urgency of fate compels us to endure pain, shedding flesh from layers of thorns, only to liberate our souls from their bindings. Obito, you seem to have grown. Just a little. Lin suddenly found Obito's radiance blinding, and she instinctively turned her head away. So, Lin, would you like to take a walk with me? Obito continued to smile gently, his gaze fixed on Lin. In that moment, Lin's heart began to race. For reasons unclear, the boy she once viewed as a mere child now seemed to elicit a feeling of unworthiness to confront. Her voice, as soft as a whisper, reached Obito's ears. Lin's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, yet she still turned her head aside, an unfamiliar shyness enveloping her as her agreement reached a peak, her neck blushing deeply. Lin, don't say a word. A gentle breeze tousled Lin's hair, and Obito's face was alight with uncontrolled laughter. He was not foolish, merely a tad slow to catch on. Shall we find Kakashi? Sure, as long as I'm with Lin, I don't mind where we go. As Lin hurriedly made her escape, she couldn't resist glancing back at Obito. In his dark pupils, she saw her own reflection, startled like a deer drinking from a stream, before she dashed into the forest, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that etched itself upon Obito's heart. Lin, wait for me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, in a secluded grove, Kato Oya lay on the grass, the slightly yellowed blade still damp and chilly, yet he seemed oblivious to it all. What is the essence of chakra? This rare moment of freedom was not solely theirs. Although Kato Oya remained under the watchful eye of the roots, no one could confine his thoughts. He sensed that he was on the verge of completing the final piece of his new jutsu after these days of collaboration with Minato. Chakra is merely a form of energy. In Kato's hands, a faint blue glow emerged, yet this azure radiance gradually diluted, becoming increasingly subtle. Had he not experienced a surge in his mental fortitude, he would never have been able to perceive such profound depths. Had he reached his limit? The brilliance in his grasp had entirely vanished, yet the surging meridians indicated that matters were far from simple. Each distinct chakra energy was composed of these chakra units, from which mental energy flowed forth. The blue light in Kato's hands began to take on a somber hue as he extracted mental energy. When his physical energy merged with it, the blue glow grew ever brighter. These chakra units represent a synthesis of mental and physical energies, meticulously blended in a specific ratio. Therefore, under such circumstances, it is impossible for every individual chakra to be dissimilar. There must exist those with identical energies. And it is even conceivable to artificially create matching chakras. Kato delicately perceived the chakra unit, which had been meticulously divided to its utmost extent. Slowly, he lifted his head as sunlight cascaded past his ears, enveloping him in an exquisite warmth. Sunlight is indeed a form of energy, while light itself is an electromagnetic wave. Could chakra also be a unique kind of wave? The rustling sounds surged into Kato-O's ears, prompting him to spring to his feet. The concealed root ninjas, too, emerged from their stupor, their expressions etched with confusion yet still casting him fierce, menacing glances. It appeared as though someone was approaching. Kato's gaze pierced through the dense foliage. Sensing vibrations that extended far beyond his reach, yet suddenly a flicker of inexplicable brilliance flashed in his eyes. Obito, hurry up. Lin, wait for me. Lin, seemingly restored to her usual self, moved with a lightness in her step as she trod upon the grass, occasionally turning back to giggle at Obito, who could hardly conceal the smile adorning his face as he trailed behind her. Where on earth is Kakashi? In such a vast forest, how can I possibly find him? This is utterly unreliable. Idiot, who are you calling unreliable? Accompanied by the breeze, Kakashi appeared in a flash, perched atop a great tree, casting a sidelong glance at Obito. A ninja of his caliber always seemed destined to make such an entrance. Humph, you jerk Kakashi, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Idiot Kakashi, don't push your luck. Obito, no fighting. Oh Kakashi, you're no better. Humph. Standing at a distance, Kato merely observed the interplay among Kakashi, Obito, and Lin, harboring no intention of interrupting their camaraderie. It appeared they were still thriving in their own world. Perhaps it was time for me to depart. Kato gently blinked, a faint smile gracing his face, yet he sighed softly. The fallen leaves crackled beneath his feet as he slowly turned, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Obito, what are you gazing at? Uchiha Obito, sensing something amiss, suddenly turned around, only to catch sight of a few larks flitting by like startled swans. It's nothing. Just a sudden emptiness in my heart. For reasons unknown, Obito always felt as though someone was watching him, his slightly dazed eyes sparking a flicker of confusion and Rin. Obito, what are you up to? Haha, nothing much, just spotted 2 little rabbits. Rin, let me catch them for you. Hey, Obito, chasing after him. The three frolicked through the woods, and such days seemed as though they could stretch into eternity, filled with joy. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, twinkling like stars in the sky, somewhat dazzling yet exquisitely beautiful, exuding an elusive tranquility, even as it appeared to melt the ancient trees, causing 2 blobs of white sap to slide down from the branches. Have you been discovered? You've been discovered. It must be you. It's you. I shall tell Lord Madara. I will too. I can run faster than you. I want you to run even faster. Chapter 66. A glimmer of hope. The night curled tightly, embracing the earth. The mountains loomed vast, the surroundings shrouded in gloom, a moonless and starless night. The twilight heavy as black velvet. The wind rustled the withered branches, sweeping through the hidden recesses of the mountains, revealing a gaping maw like a black hole that had appeared amidst the hills of the land of grass. Ah, the beauty of love and bonds is truly wondrous. Yet, merely sitting felt as if all strength had been exhausted, akin to a frail old man, withered like branches in the autumn breeze. Yet possessing a gaze so sharp that it could pierce through the very fabric of the earth, his eyes seemed to reach far beyond the horizon. Perhaps having endured for too long, at this moment, the darkness and confinement of the underground evoked a profound loathing within him, as if each fleeting moment reminded him of his decaying body. Zetsu, I must escape. With an inexplicable conduit embedded in his back, Uchiha Madara's voice, though deep, resonated with unwavering strength. Is it? His steps were slow, as the conduit behind him continuously extended, replenishing the life force that was dissipating within him. Losing love. Severing bonds, the light of the Sharingan would once again illuminate the shinobi world. No one could fathom the depth of Uchiha's affection. Leaning against a massive fan, Madara stood at the mountainous entrance, appearing to merge completely with the black night. A gentle breeze flowed through the mountains, his silver hair dancing as he quietly embraced the beauty of this earthly realm. And what of the other child? The boy who also coveted the Uchiha bloodline. Possessing a unique transformation technique, he appeared to be quite fitting. Half black, half white, Zetsu's head opened and closed like a pitcher plant, his face devoid of expression. Yet one side bore a peculiar smile. A boy who understands love. If only he were of the Uchiha clan, he would have been even more fitting than Obito. Konoha, huh? What a laughable village. Lost in thought, Madara's gaze suddenly lifted, a hint of amusement directed towards Konoha. Zetsu, proceed as planned. As for the other child, the boy who has witnessed darkness will surely become our ally in transforming this decaying world. Just a little attention will suffice. Understood, Lord Madara. The mountain winds howled, carrying the impending roar, rustling through the streams outside the Konoha camp. No one knew how many undisclosed secrets lay within this dissipating breeze. Amidst the dense forest, the stream sparkled crystal clear, its rippling waves shimmering even at night, seemingly infused with mist, the sound of water echoing in Kato's mind. The autumn waters always bore a hint of chill. Kato-Oka cherished this chill before certain events were about to unfold. He always preferred to linger alone by the water's edge. Okakuen, you truly found a splendid spot. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. At last, you have arrived. Kato did not turn around, His gaze lingered softly upon the scattered droplets of water, flowing and drifting away. In the distance, the root ninja remained vigilant, their icy stares scrutinizing Kato-o, as if oblivious to his presence. It appeared that Okuin was indeed angered. Did you exchange all your research findings merely to see me, only to discuss such matters? Orochimaru's face bore signs of fatigue, yet he continued to smile lightly. His voluminous robe rustled in the wind as he strolled leisurely along the water's edge, seemingly indifferent to Kato-o's emotions, continuing his discourse. The experiment in the Dragon Cave can come to an end. Your research findings hold significant value, yet they have little relevance to the art of reincarnation. Perhaps, Master Orochimaru should consider a career as a merchant. Even before engaging in trade, one instinctively learns to diminish the perceived value of another's possessions. Kato-o's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly rose to meet Orochimaru's gaze, his eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. From a state of wariness to a gradual trust akin to that of a close companion, and then to a relationship marked by an elusive distance. He felt as though he had never truly understood the enigmatic figure before him. His mentor, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Oh, Kato, you who struggle on the precipice of fate, will forever remain oblivious to the vastness of this world. I have discovered a more promising resource. Orochimaru remarked with a light chuckle, producing a scroll from his cloak. Upon unsealing it, a colossal glass vessel materialized before them, seemingly devoid of content save for a verdant nutrient solution. This world is perpetually wondrous. With a mere infusion of chakra, a formidable power, vaguely familiar yet immensely potent, emerged from the vessel as tiny fragments of flesh began to swell like balloons within the test tube. Is this sage chakra? It seems you still recall this power. Having concealed all his possessions, Orochimaru observed the increasingly pensive Kato-o, uncertain of his thoughts, yet a cryptic smile graced his lips. Kiri, truly an extraordinary place. Is this the reason you chose the battlefield of mist? Indeed, Kato. Sometimes, we must discern what we genuinely desire, do we not? The night breeze whispered softly between the two silent figures, as Kato-o clenched his fists, his gaze heavy upon Orochimaru's eyes. He had waited so long, only to be met with abandonment. The once cherished lifeline now dissipated like smoke. Kato, do you wish to engage in combat with me here? I have long anticipated this moment, Orochimaru replied, his lips pursed slightly, his elongated tongue emitting an inexplicable chill. Kato-o understood that today would likely yield no resolution. One day it will come, Orochimaru mused, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Kato-o with an odd expression that conveyed a peculiar longing. However, I shall share with you what I promised, considering the relevance of my research. Should you wish to learn sealing techniques capable of restraining Danzo's cursed seal, seek out Kushina. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement as he envisioned a long-awaited scenario. Kato-o's eyes widened with fury and indignation, a sensation akin to that of a mere laboratory subject, which seemed to bring Orochimaru a modicum of satisfaction as his laughter grew louder. Haha, Kato, perhaps you have never realized that the sole sealing master of Konoha, the inheritor of the Uzumaki clan's supreme sealing arts, the one who could save you, has always been within your reach, and yet you remain blissfully unaware. Soon to become her greatest adversary. Fate is truly fascinating, Kato. What will you do now? How delightful it is to anticipate. Orochimaru's laughter only fueled Kato-o's anger, prompting him to consider striking the man before him, regardless of the commotion it would cause. Gradually, he bowed his head, suppressing his wrath, his voice low and simmering. Why? Why did you not tell me sooner? You have always known. Humph. Why should I inform you? Who do you think you are? As your teacher, allow me to impart one final lesson. This world is governed by the strong. You, as insignificant as dust, are in no position to demand anything of a powerful being. If you remain a weakling, it is best to learn to crawl beneath the feet of the mighty, yearning for their charity. Such laughable bonds. Do you think your thoughts are imperceptible to others? How naive. With a soft chuckle, Orochimaru ceased to speak. Standing silently by the stream as autumn's hues deepened and the night wind grew chillingly sharp. After a lengthy silence, Orochimaru's figure gradually melted into the darkness. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the stationary Kato-o. Perhaps a faint sigh escaped him, or perhaps it was merely Kato-o's imagination. But as he lifted his eyes, a vial of pale purple liquid drifted gently from the air. This uncompleted task can temporarily shield you from the perception of the cursed seal. Though Danzo's seal is formidable, do not forget, I am also a master of seals. With that, Orochimaru's presence vanished, leaving only the lingering echoes of his voice, still vividly resonating in Kato-o's ears. If you wish to cling to such absurd bonds, forever remaining a weakling, Minato is a commendable crutch. The haunting tone in the vial in his hand caused Kato-o to remain transfixed, staring into the void where Orochimaru had disappeared. For reasons unknown, as he tightly grasped the test tube, the fury within him evaporated entirely. He understood the immense toll such endeavors would exact. Orochimaru-sensei. Kato-o had not genuinely called out to his teacher, Orochimaru, in such a long time. Yet the figure of Orochimaru had long since vanished, as though his world receded further from Kato-o's grasp. Be cautious of that person. His diminishing voice gradually dissipated into the wind. The shadowy mountains appeared draped in a gossamer veil akin to cicada wings, gently caressing his face. As he exchanged glances with Kato, both lost in contemplative silence. Chapter 67. The final night. The mountains of the land of grass, though not towering, exuded a serene charm. Amidst the rugged peaks, streams occasionally murmured over the greenstones, while the autumn afternoon sunlight, imbued with its unique gentleness, enveloped both figures atop the mountain. Konoha's blue azure, your renown continues to grow, remarked Minato Namikaze, as he and Kato stood upon the summit. The grass and the ninjas raised their gazes, the gentle breeze carrying whispers of mortal life, brushing against their faces. The reverence of Konoha's ninjas shone like sunlight, rendering Kato momentarily blinded. He tightened his head slightly and took a few steps back, leaning gently against a large tree, remaining silent throughout one's life. Myriad challenges arise, yet sometimes, even when the heart is tumultuously upheaved, to others, one may merely appear a tad more reticent than usual. And no one would find it peculiar. Kato never believed he had erred in any way. He had, in fact, endeavored to convey to them the impending challenges he was about to face. Yet, it seemed that not a single soul genuinely wished to delve into the depths of his experience. Master Mizumoto, do you assert that the essence of existence is merely to exist? Kato's gaze seemed ethereal, as if devoid of focus, his slender frame leaning against the great tree, swaying gently in harmony with the mountain breeze. For reasons unknown, Namikaze Minato felt an insurmountable barrier separating him from the youth before him. Standing silently nearby, Minato gazed intently at Kato's hair dancing in the wind, a flicker of unspoken words lingering in his eyes. He furrowed his brow and turned away, mirroring Kato's silence as he too gazed upwards at the endless expanse of the sky. Oh, you ponder too much. Kato turned his head abruptly, gazing somewhat dazedly at Minato Namikaze. That gentle smile, at this very moment, felt utterly unacceptable to Kato, as if nothing could penetrate the veil of that smile. It seemed that even if he were to perish before Minato, the latter would merely smile gently and insist that it was nothing of consequence. Merely a misunderstanding on Kato's part. Perhaps it was a form of relief. A fleeting glimmer of piercing intensity vanished from Kato's eyes as he ceased to speak. A hint of nonchalance gracing the corners of his mouth with a carefree smile. Perhaps I should have known this all along. Certain questions that Kato had never contemplated before now seemed to illuminate his mind with clarity. Didn't he understand what he truly needed? Given Minato's esteemed position and his understanding of Kushina, everything was merely a matter of weighing priorities. He simply wasn't deemed significant enough. The distant mountains loomed high, shrouded in mist and chill, and a sudden gust of cold wind sent a shiver through Minato, who slowly turned to face the boy, perpetually cast in shadows, who unexpectedly revealed a smile, yet that icy smile bore an unspoken distance. Kato gently waved his sleeve, the broad robe rustling in the wind, rendering all voices inaudible. He paid no heed to Minato's calls. His steps into the forest felt unusually light today, as if he had shed all psychological burdens. I'm sorry. Observing Kato's retreating figure, Minato found himself at a loss for words, the complexity in his gaze palpable, even to Kato, who turned his back. Yet, despite this, what did it matter? He continued to choose self-abandonment. Is this what the world of ninjas entails? Truly, it is a harsh reality. Kato's body trembled gently, a mysterious and eerie laughter resonating throughout the forest, causing the falling leaves to quiver as if they dared not approach him. For 2 consecutive days, the battlefield of the land of grass seemed to have fallen into a profound silence. The rock shinobi were conspiring, and although Minato Namikaze was unaware of their schemes, he bore a furrowed brow. In the Leaf Village's camp, Minato delicately set down the scrolls of intelligence from various factions. He had meticulously finalized the details of the operational plan concerning the Kamizukabashi. Although this mission was shrouded in secrecy, cooperation from all sides was essential, and it fell solely upon him to mobilize the Leaf's ninjas. Yet, the encounter with Kato from 2 days prior lingered in his mind, causing him to hesitate, uncertain if he had erred. Despite the battle situation becoming somewhat clearer, a sense of distraction nagged at him. With a soft sigh, Minato lifted his gaze, stretching his sore shoulders while his eyes drifted toward the window. He reviewed all the battlefield intelligence, but there seemed to be no news regarding the blue azure of the Leaf. An inexplicable worry settled in his heart. Reporting, Lord Minato, Elder Danzo's scroll. Irika, come in. With eyes sparkling like stars, Irika hurried into Minato's tent, all attention focused on the golden-haired commander, who shone like the sun on this battlefield. Lord Minato, Irika panted, somewhat out of breath. I understand. This is Elder Danzo's scroll, Minato replied, gently patting Irika's head with a smile. It was in these moments, watching the spirited young leaves of the Leaf, that he felt a profound sense of ease. In that moment, Irika seemed to transcend. His face flushed as he dashed off to deliver the next scroll. This is truly wonderful, Minato thought, watching Irika's vibrant smile fade from view. He then slowly returned his gaze to the scroll in his hands, yet his brow furrowed once more. Has the rock shinobi discovered the root space? How curious. Gently placing the scroll on the table, a flicker of confusion crossed Minato's eyes, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the tent to the root's base. The root's location in the land of grass was not particularly concealed, As a support unit on this battlefield, it theoretically fell under Minato's command and could not act recklessly. However, Kato understood that, compared to the visible encampment, this location, rife with barriers and sealing runes, represented the true hidden base of Danzo. Though somewhat rudimentary, it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, and within this rune-filled space, Kato felt an unprecedented sense of lethal danger. All task details had been confirmed. Tomorrow must not allow for any failures. Kato had not seen Danzo for several days, yet with a mere lift of her gaze, she could discern his seemingly composed demeanor. Especially when she let out a soft hum, Danzo cast a cold glance at Kato. Though he appeared indifferent to the loss of his subordinates' morale, Kato had yet to respond when, from the shadows behind Danzo, four ninjas cloaked in black emerged slowly. In an instant, Kato sensed a putrid aura emanating from them. Their strides were markedly different from those of youthful ninjas. However, the intense chakra fluctuations radiating from these four elderly figures momentarily startled Kato. Tomorrow, you know what you must do. These individuals will cooperate with your actions. Yes, leader. The four pairs of still bright eyes narrowed slightly, quietly observing Kato. Their silence weighed heavily on his heart. These individuals were undoubtedly not ordinary ninjas. They were likely esteemed elders from other clans opposing the ascent of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze must die. Danzo's voice echoed through the empty underground base. But Kato merely closed his eyes gently, and upon reopening them, he was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Yes. Chapter 68. The fate that is about to begin. The leaves bid farewell to their branches, carrying away the last warmth of summer. The land of grass seemed to suddenly grow chillier. The land, marred and desolate, appeared to have lost all vitality, blooming only with the blood-red and withered flowers of sorrow. Both mournful and tragic, the conflict between the rock and leaf villages had persisted for several months, and almost everyone could foresee that the war was nearing its end. However, which side would emerge victorious and how the conclusion would unfold remained pivotal to the fate of the entire ninja world. The winds roared, sweeping across the vast plains. And as one ventured westward, the territory of the land of grass became increasingly mountainous. Within the rock ninja encampment, bustling activity and shouts filled the air. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere lay an undercurrent of gloom. There were no victors in war, only profound exhaustion felt by all. The leaf should be preparing to act soon. Anoki hovered quietly in midair atop a nearby mountain, affording him a clear view of the entire rock ninja camp. Yet, his gaze drifted elsewhere. As a chilling wind brushed against his cheek, that was the direction of the leaf camp. However, the skies over the land of grass appeared far from clear today. Dark clouds loomed over the infinite expanse, resembling a heavy curtain pressing down on everyone's heads. This oppressive atmosphere clouded Anoki's heart as he hesitated, repeatedly unfolding the scroll from his robes. The rock ninjas had deployed their full combat strength for this war. Although it had not yet reached the point of shaking the very foundations of the ninja villages, a hasty retreat was out of the question. Even after years of leadership, such an outcome would be a significant blow to Anoki's reputation. That bastard, the Rakage. The lack of progress from the Mist and Cloud villages frustrated Anoki. The Alliance relied on the Mist as a binding agent. He had anticipated that even if the other two villages merely feigned attacks to distract the Leaf forces, the Rock could still maintain a significant advantage. Yet, he had not expected the Leaf's combat strength to be so formidable. Anoki regretted not being better prepared and not bringing the Sand Ninja into this endeavor. Lus immediately mobilized the elite Jonin from our ranks to form a special operations team to target Minato Namikaze and that so-called Blue Shura, for the Rock to secure victory. At least one of those two must perish. Yes. Clad in a somewhat tattered rock ninja vest, Lus bore a look of concern, seemingly hesitant to speak further. Father. Regarding the Cloud Ninja, do not expect anything from those Cloud Ninja bastards. They've been frightened into hiding and Haven T even dared to set foot near the Fire Country. No, Father. I mean, if we and the Leaf were to suffer mutual losses, the Cloud Ninja would never let it rest. The last time we intercepted the Cloud forces, they have yet to respond, which likely means they are plotting something. The Cloud? What kind of plan could a muscle-headed fool like the Third Rakage devise? Anoki's tone was laced with disdain for the Cloud, yet a flicker of doubt danced in his eyes. This situation certainly bore an air of peculiarity. Caution was warranted. After a lengthy pause, Anoki finally spoke. Lus, keep an eye on the movements of the Cloud Ninja during this time. Yes, Father. Anoki could sense what was transpiring, just as Minato Namikaze could. However, Minato understood more profoundly that the decisive turning point of this war lay at the Divine Bridge. Should they succeed in destroying the rock supply lines, the frontline troops would find themselves in a dire predicament, leaving Anoki with only two outcomes, surrender or fight to the death. Based on his knowledge of Anoki, the latter was not a choice he would entertain. Yet, such a crucial location would undoubtedly be under heavy guard, requiring small units to carry out operations behind enemy lines. While all Leaf ninjas would only be able to stage feigned assaults to support this small team. Looking at the three individuals before him, he felt a twinge of worry. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, you should comprehend the gravity of this mission. Whether the autumn leaves were serene or not, Minato Namikaze did not know. But the swirling leaves in the cold wind only deepened his apprehension. Yes, Kakashi, with a solemn gaze. cast a brief glance at the spirited Obito and the still somewhat innocent Rin, his brow slightly furrowed. If O were still here, he sighed softly. And Minato solemnly handed the mission scroll, along with a specially crafted kunai, to Kakashi. When the teacher is absent, you must ensure your safety. Rest assured, Sensei. I will take good care of Rin. Obito adjusted his goggles, adopting a serious demeanor. He understood the dangers inherent in such a mission, but was eager to prove himself through it. Make sure you look after yourself first. Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at Obito, seemingly able to see through his thoughts, and paid no heed to Obito's disgruntled expression as he walked away with the mission scroll. Kakashi, you are the captain now. I will follow your orders, but I will never let you surpass me. Idiot. The gentle breeze whistled past Obito's ears, and he vaguely heard someone reprimanding him. With a determined leap, he caught up with Kakashi. Hey, you. Did you hear what I said? Observing the seemingly unfazed demeanor of Obito and Kakashi, Rin felt an inexplicable wave of unease wash over her. She could not shake the feeling that something ominous was on the horizon. She understood the dangers of this mission and had a faint inkling of the purpose behind their recent days of rest. Pursing her lips, she turned her gaze toward Minato, who had yet to depart. Sensei, may I ask you a question? Rin, when did you become so polite? Minato chuckled, ruffling Rin's hair and playfully flicking her forehead. Sensei, be a bit gentler with the girls. Rin pouted slightly, but there was no trace of discontent. Minato's warm smile eased her worries, reminding her that, as always, in times of crisis, Sensei would come to their rescue. Ha ha ha, Rin has grown up. Rin gazed at Minato, her eyes reflecting an uncertainty about how to voice her thoughts. Sensei, what about Okuin? How is he faring now? Though Toby appeared indifferent, I was aware that he harbored deep concern for Suki-kun. While Minato Namikaze seemed somewhat oblivious to the subtle emotions among his apprentices, he nonetheless grasped certain truths in this moment, casting a gentle glance at Toby, a smile gracing his lips. Rin, everything is well, he will be just fine. The sunlight filtering through the canopy illuminated Minato's face, radiating warmth and reliability, prompting a smile from Naira Rin, who shone like a vibrant orchid amidst the slightly desolate forest. Chapter 69. Kings and Kings in the Midst of War. Few ponder the necessity of kings clashing with kings, generals with generals, allowing the lesser soldiers to engage freely in battle. Those who have tread the battlefield understand that should the kings engage with mere foot soldiers, both sides would face utter annihilation, a loss no faction would willingly endure. In this conflict, Minato Namikaze and Noki stood as the undeniable kings, and Noki would never permit Minato to vanish from his sight, should such an event transpire. The shinobi of Konoha would confront another formidable king from the enemy, an unstoppable onslaught. Kato-O, too, comprehended this logic. Despite knowing that Danzo had misled Minato with false intelligence regarding the discovery of the root base, he remained uncertain whether Minato would heed Danzo's counsel and abandon a crucial mission to effect a rescue. Has the urgent intelligence reached him? Report to the leader. It should have arrived in Minato's hands by now. The resting place Danzo had prepared for Minato was devoid of the grandeur and tragic beauty Kato had envisioned. It was merely a secluded clearing, distant from the battlefield of the land of grass, separated by mountains. It seemed Danzo had never fully acknowledged this young prodigy, who was already being subtly touted as the fourth Hokage. Yamanaka, you know what to do. Yes, leader. Whether it was Kato's imagination or not. He sensed Danzo's gaze flicker over him, while the shinobi emerging from behind Danzo appeared markedly different, addressing him by name in a manner rarely seen within the root. Yamanaka. He clenched his fists, feeling a ripple of anxiety as the impending battle loomed. The Yamanaka, wearing a distorted mask of chaos, stood distantly beside Danzo, his keen eyes scanning the crowd, invoking a sense of discomfort in Kato, as if he were being scrutinized. How cautious, Danzo, having withdrawn his gaze. Kato felt devoid of emotion as Danzo's figure gradually faded into the shadowy darkness. The root's watchful eyes flickered like ghostly flames scattered among the distant shadows of trees, casting a somber ambience beneath the dim sky, where leaves rustled ominously, and the forest bore an air of foreboding. Countless root shinobi in Danzo's eyes, Yamanaka, stood like hardened stones, awaiting the arrival of a pivotal figure. Meanwhile, Minato had commenced providing cover for his three apprentices. Konoha's forces launched a monumental assault on the rock shinobi, a display so grand that it instilled in Noki the illusion that this battle was indeed the final confrontation. Standing silently amidst the peaks, the mountain wind brushed past Minato's ears as he gazed into the unknown distance, seemingly troubled by some concern while observing the Konoha shinobi rushing below. Fugaku. I may need to step away for a while. You shall assume command of the battlefield in my stead. Understood, Lord Minato. Behind Uchiha Fugaku stood the elite of the Uchiha clan, their hatred for the rock shinobi intensifying, having never anticipated that their Sharingan would be so relentlessly targeted. During this time, over 10 Sharingan had been lost and could not be recovered. Fugaku, this operation will focus on feigned attacks. We must engage in tactical maneuvers. But we must avoid desperate battles, prioritizing the preservation of our fighting force. Observing the eager Uchiha behind Fugaku, Minato furrowed his brow slightly. Although the assistance from the Uchiha alleviated some pressure on the battlefield, their unruly nature posed challenges. Few Uchiha could integrate seamlessly with members of other clans. Most operated in small groups of 2 or 3, hindering their ability to maximize their collective strength. Rest assured, Lord Minato, the Uchiha clan will not falter. Fugaku turned, casting a fierce glare at the members of his clan before returning his focus. In recent days, every Uchiha had witnessed Minato's reliance on Fugaku, and the rumors of Minato becoming the 4th Hokage had ceased to be mere secrets. For a clan leader so favored by the Hokage, every Uchiha seemed to glimpse the revival of their family's glory, and even the clan elders placed their utmost hopes upon Fugaku, his authority within the clan growing steadily. However, such a leader capable of unifying the Uchiha was not a prospect any family in Konoha appeared eager to embrace, save for Minato's rise from humble beginnings. That is good. Fugaku, you have always been a trustworthy individual. Minato smiled slightly, his gaze suddenly shifting to the battlefield, where Konoha's vanguard had already engaged the rock shinobi. The cacophony of battle drew everyone's attention to the fray. Be cautious. Do not let those 3 youngsters spot you. Understood. The hastily assembled rock shinobi seemed oblivious to the Konoha ninjas who had quietly infiltrated their ranks. 3 Nin, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, lay hidden in the underbrush, eerily silent, their eyes seemingly fixated on the distant trio of Kakashi. Lord Minato truly cares for his 3 disciples, remarked a somewhat youthful Nin, tinged with envy. He had always felt that he had never encountered such a mentor in his youth, resulting in his remaining a mere Nin until his 20s. Had it not been for this war, he might still have been an experienced Nin. Waita. Do not let me hear such sentiments again. The leading Nin cast a sideways glance at the man nearing 30 beside him, snorting softly. Had they not been in the same team for months, he would have been disinclined to engage with such an indiscreet individual. This mission is exceedingly arduous. We must deploy both overt and covert teams. Lord Minato does not hesitate to use his apprentices as bait. This is the will of fire of Konoha. Do you understand? Yoshio's icy gaze bore into Waita, rendering him momentarily speechless. Though he grasped that his team's primary task was to protect Kakashi's trio, he finally recognized the pivotal reason behind his struggles for advancement. Yes, Lord Yoshio, with a hint of bewilderment. Chengtai suddenly turned his head to gaze at the 2 individuals speaking in hushed tones. His eyes brightened with urgency as he inhaled deeply, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, only to reconsider the necessity of discretion regarding their mission. Hastily, he raised a hand to silence himself. Captain, rest assured, I shall remain vigilant. In such a critical moment, it was the embodiment of our fiery will. Chapter 70, The Rending Voice. The 2 companions, hearing Chengtai's deliberately subdued voice, exchanged glances, momentarily pondering, yet understanding each other's thoughts in an instant. Indeed, our splendid fiery will. Yuda and Yoshino echoed in unison, adorned with an inexplicable smile that slightly puzzled Chengtai. Nevertheless, he held unwavering faith in his comrades, in his heart. They were all exceptional ninjas imbued with the spirit of fiery determination. Radiant sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, casting mottled beams of bright white light upon the trio, which seemed to quiver slightly in response to their words. This is truly amusing. A voice, almost inhuman, suddenly pierced the air among them, startling the 3. They had sensed no approaching enemy, yet the increasingly palpable chakra fluctuations caused beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. What a hassle. I shall never engage in such dirty work again. Concealing a flying thunder god rune is exceedingly taxing, and I nearly got detected. The disembodied voice appeared to ignore their presence, resonating from all directions. No matter how they searched, they could not ascertain the location of the foe. Who? Show yourself. Dame. Dame, do not raise your voice so. It might frighten the dear little one, and then one might get hurt. The bizarre. A feminine timbre compelled Yoshino and his companions to huddle closer together. In their silent exchange, Yoshino discreetly attempted to activate the flying thunder god seal on his arm. Yet it yielded no response. The trio stared at one another, their throats constricted. They had never encountered such a peculiar adversary, leaving even the seasoned Yoshino with a newfound gravity. Learned this method from another formidable little one, and it is indeed quite effective. Cunning vermin, what is your true objective? The silhouettes of Kakashi and his companions had already vanished, their mission seemingly declared a failure at that moment. Yet now, the trio bore no concern for their task. The inexplicable enemy had replaced their worries with an ominous gravity etched across their faces. Back to back, they formed a protective formation, their eyes scanning the foliage for any hidden threats. Yet no trace of an enemy could be found. The uncanny scene and the elusive foe rendered the atmosphere around them seemingly stagnant, with only their heartbeats and breaths intensifying. The sound of sweat oozing from their pores ringing clear. Are you searching for me? The sudden voice emanated from behind them, and countless strands of white viscous substance surged forth from between their bodies and skin, as if their chakra were gushing forth uncontrollably. What is this monster? Yuda and Chengtai relentlessly wielded their kunai to sever the tentacles and heads emerging from their bodies, yet they appeared to be caught in an unending cycle, swiftly enveloping them entirely. Water style, water barrier. Yoshino struggled to reclaim the dissipating chakra, encasing himself in swirling water that seemed ineffective against the relentless tide of white slime, gradually forming a humanoid entity. Truly terrifying. White Zetsu's chilling laughter extinguished the last glimmer of hope within Yoshino. as the three J-nin stood as mere lambs ready for slaughter, deprived of crucial intelligence. What style? Cutting technique? The white humanoid form suddenly transformed into countless sharp wooden spikes, piercing through the trio's bodies. As their chakra continued to drain, they felt like tattered rags, their forms swiftly disintegrating. Severed limbs remained tethered by the wooden spikes, blood gushing from numerous wounds, as they hung like hedgehogs suspended in midair, a pool of crimson accumulating beneath them. In their final moments, as Yuda and Chung Tai gradually succumbed to silence, Yoshino remained wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at the white humanoid before him. How could it be with style? How curious. Why could it not be with style? White Zetsu leaned in closer to Yoshino, whose eyes remained unblinking. Bloody wooden spikes pierced through his chest. Yet White Zetsu's form appeared weightless as he leapt between the jagged branches, gradually descending. I remember. It is here. It must be here. There's a hole. His body plunged downwards, the sharp spikes penetrating his lower half, emerging from White Zetsu's abdomen. Damn, it hurts, it hurts. Wow. There's a hole. A hole. Time to relieve myself. Yoshino fixed his gaze on the white mass before him, his bloodshot eyes brimming with rage as torrents of blood erupted from his mouth. The sky gradually dimmed, the last breath fading into the uncharted depths of the forest. Hey, why can't I relieve myself? Oh well. Let us go see the dear little one. Have you ever heard the sound of chakra being torn asunder? Beside Kato, elite root ninjas stood poised for action. Yet upon hearing his voice, they turned their gazes. In their eyes, there was neither wonder nor curiosity, only an inexhaustible chill and scrutiny. A frigid atmosphere that seemed to freeze the very essence of the space around them. Kato let out a light chuckle, his hand shimmering with a subtle blue glow, as he concentrated all his mental energy into the chakra that he held. Act immediately. The figure of Yamashiro Ryo, who had been sitting with his eyes closed at a distance, suddenly rose, seemingly receiving an order from Danzo. He shouted loudly, causing all the root ninjas to instantly open their eyes, which glimmered with a chilling, ghostly light, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. They cared not for the identity of their adversary. Even if it were Sarutobi Hiruzen who approached, they would show no mercy. Those who stood here were undoubtedly Danzo's elite confidants, dozens of jonin and a multitude of chunin. Such a large-scale operation was solely aimed at one individual. Had it not been for Danzo's caution, gradually eliminating some fallen ninjas, the sheer scale of this disappearance would have already raised alarms among all. Yes, taking a deep breath, Kato retracted his chakra, his gaze inexplicably lifting to the sky, where the dense clouds lingered, seemingly impervious to dispersal, as if awaiting a cataclysmic thunderstorm to cleanse the heavens and the earth. Chapter 71. Absurdity with a subtle movement of his hand. The specially crafted ceiling symbols flowed like strands of pitch-black chains, slowly infusing into the flying thunder god technique. Layer upon layer embedded within, as Kato's chakra coursed through. The dark radiance flickered and ultimately vanished within its depths. Has it arrived? As Kato's chakra infused the rune, he felt a prompt response from Minato Namikaze. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, a tremor coursed through his fingers, and a flicker of hesitation danced in his eyes. Could it be that Minato was truly so foolish? Tightening the cloak around him, the purple elixir of Orochimaru lay quietly at his side, granting Kato a modicum of reassurance. His gaze fixated on the direction from which the chakra fluctuations emanated, yet he found himself gradually retreating, seeking refuge in the shadows. It seemed that Danzo's scheme unfolded with an almost surreal success, as if an invisible hand were propelling the entire operation forward. It was only now that Kato abruptly realized that everything appeared somewhat illogical. Is it you, the future fourth Hokage? Gently rotating his neck. A hint of melancholy surfaced in Kato's eyes. No wonder Minato seemed perpetually concerned for him, yet never took any tangible action, as if subtly guiding him along a preordained path with a fade of gentleness. If he could erase all transgressions simply by appearing moved by friendship or some other bond, then indeed, Orochimaru-sensei, you are a genius. A slight smile graced his lips, and for reasons unclear, Kato recalled Orochimaru's past words, casting an introspective glance at Minato, who had suddenly materialized in midair. Chakra. The moment Minato appeared, he keenly sensed the obstruction in the chakra flow. More crucially, the connection to the flying thunder god technique felt tenuous, completely altered from its usual state. An inexplicable rune coursed along the chakra into his body, as the cursed seal seemingly ensnared a specific meridian point, rendering his connection to space exceedingly frail. So, this is how it is? With clarity regarding the cursed seal's mechanism targeting the flying thunder god, Minato understood instantaneously, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he gazed at Kato, who stood motionless on the ground. Kato, indeed a genius. From the air, Minato swiftly spotted Kato amidst the crowd, yet Kato, with his head bowed, concealed his features, deliberately averting his gaze from Minato, seemingly unable to confront the battlefield commander whom he had betrayed and who now found himself ensnared. Immediately established the barrier. Root ninjas. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Minato's voice boomed. Assassinating our commander during wartime, you have betrayed Konoha, evading the shuriken hurled by the root ninjas. Minato gracefully descended to the ground. Yet, His vehement reprimand seemed to bear no weight. The encroaching root ninjas displayed no intent to engage in dialogue. Rise. A crimson wave surged from the ground as four elderly figures, cloaked in black, sat poised in the cardinal directions, their bodies radiating intense chakra fluctuations. In an instant, a barrier materialized, enclosing all the root ninjas and Minato within its confines. Kato merely observed as the barrier gradually formed, the figure ensconced within it remaining still, quietly watching the evasive movements of Namikaze Minato amidst the crowd, a sense of absurdity bubbling within his heart. Renowned as the Yellow Flash, Minato's speed now seemed as lethargic as that of a tortoise. He had never witnessed such a disheveled version of the famed ninja. This sight appeared to ignite the fighting spirit of all root ninjas, as they recklessly surged forward, only to be sent flying one after another. Watching Minato maneuver through the throng, Kato's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, as if the next moment would herald his demise, yet it perpetually fell just short, causing Kato to tremble with barely suppressed laughter, tears of mirth welling in the corners of his eyes. Danzo's laughter echoed. How amusing, truly laughable. The four purple flames formation, which enveloped such a vast area with swiftness, now cast a shadow of gravity upon Minato's countenance. Initially, he believed this assassination attempt was solely Danzo's scheme. However, it appeared that other clans were conspiring as well. He was aware that beneath the grand tree of Konoha lay hidden truths, yet he hadn't anticipated the number of clans colluding with Danzo. The searing purple barrier, akin to a sealed furnace, enveloped a radius of several dozen meters entirely. Such mastery of barrier techniques was certainly beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Only a select few in Konoha could specialize in barrier arts to such an extent. With a thud, kunai clashed, and it seemed Minato had exhausted some chakra, stumbling slightly. The root jounin beside Kato, who had merely watched in silence, felt a flicker of hope. They had never anticipated that these Chunin could eliminate the illustrious Namikaze Minato. Their purpose was solely to deplete his chakra, nothing more. Die. The first root jounin leaped forth like a dragon, launching into the air. Dual blades slicing through the air like iron threads. With a fierce shout, the blade's radiance surged forth like a thunderous serpent. The double-edged lightning blade. A secret technique of the Raikage family that had migrated from the land of lightning during Konoha's early days had been lost for over a decade. To their surprise, the last heir had joined the root. Minato's voice seemed to awaken a long-buried memory within the root jounin, whose gaze flickered momentarily before settling into a steely determination as he wielded his long blade with the ferocity of a tempest, charging towards Minato. The dual blades shimmered with crackling lightning as he advanced, the ground beneath him fracturing with thunderous roars, unleashing a torrent of radiant lightning that illuminated the entire area. Rasengan. A colossal orb of blue energy sent the attacking Chunin flying, Minato deftly sidestepping the thunderous blade's onslaught. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, beads of sweat seemed to glisten on his forehead, though it was a fleeting moment. The root jounin still standing in the vicinity felt a glimmer of hope ignite in their eyes. With a flurry of movements, figures ascended into the air, charging relentlessly at Minato, who appeared momentarily overwhelmed by the onslaught, sustaining several deep cuts upon his body. Earth release, rising earth. Minato hastily emerged from the crowd, forming hand seals, and struck the ground with force, causing it to tremble as sturdy earth walls erupted, while he quietly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze brushing past Kato. Even he understood that without the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, it was impossible to confront so many jounin at once. He needed to isolate them to have a chance of defeating them individually. Earth release, iron prison, water release, great waterfall technique. The root jounin watched Minato's every move with keen eyes, as if his strategy had been entirely laid bare. Chapter 72. The offensive giant earth walls rose from all sides, completely encasing the chaotic terrain created by Minato. The combined water release technique from three jounin surged forth like a vast ocean, flooding every corner, raising the battlefield above the water's surface like a colossal earth and water platform. Kill. Beneath the water platform, outside the barrier, the howling northern winds swept through, scattering leaves and causing fallen branches to rustle in the desolate wilderness. Boom. The murderous intent of several root jounin coalesced, as if attempting to freeze the water platform entirely. Waves erupting sporadically from the vast expanse. Even for jounin, the typical combat style of ordinary ninjas relied primarily on physical techniques. Ninjutsu, particularly large-scale techniques, seemed excessively extravagant for ordinary ninjas, often serving merely as auxiliary means in combat, determining the final outcome in the end. Kato's demeanor remained utterly tranquil, his hands aglow with a pale blue luminescence that intensified with each ninjutsu unleashed by the root ninjas. Behind him, a senior root ninja could not help but harbor a tinge of doubt, squinting slightly as an inexplicable aura of menace emanated from his gaze, honing in on Kato. What are you doing? Unfazed by the root ninja's inquiry, Kato's voice remained composed, his own murderous intent unabashedly apparent. Attend to your own affairs and do not seek your demise. What did you say? The three remaining senior root ninjas, ever vigilant against the threat of his betrayal, swiftly encircled him upon hearing Kato's words, their eyes reflecting a chilling malice and unmasked hostility. Are you not a tad too eager? No wonder you are a bunch of failures. Kato's gaze remained fixed on the unmoving figure of Yamanaka, who was scanning the battlefield with an unwavering focus. An elusive mental wave, almost imperceptible, had long been igniting throughout the entire space. Having been a mere observer for so long, Kato was certainly not one to sit idly by. Magical technique, as I perceive. With a slight movement of his lips, a faint blue light flickered momentarily in Yamanaka's eyes. After a brief hesitation, he turned his attention elsewhere, and the intense scenes of battle he anticipated began to materialize vividly before him. Ah. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. We would be more than willing to expedite your journey. The three elite ninjas exchanged glances, a hint of savagery glimmering in their eyes as they glanced at the beleaguered Minato. Slowly, they drew out their kunai, attacking Kato with reckless abandon. Water release, water blade slash, water release, water bullets, water release, wave strike. The two ninjas on either side, one wielding a kunai imbued with water chakra, emanated a potent chakra aura, while the other glided swiftly across the water surface, concealing a powerful lightning strike in hand. Countless water bullets rained down from a distance. And despite their seemingly gentle nature, they struck with the force of cannonballs at such high speeds. The water surface provided an unparalleled environment for executing water ninjutsu. Short-sighted as a rat dwelling in the shadows, you will never ascend to the position of Hokage in this lifetime. You shall perish. Kato's words rendered the gazes of the three jonin as piercing and predatory as if they were poised to strike, transforming into invisible blades intent on turning him into a mere scythe. Kato let out a soft grunt, slowly retrieving a vial of pale purple liquid from his bosom. He tilted his head back and drank it in one swift motion. In that case, you and Shimura Danzo shall perish together. Magical technique. Multiple dark arts. An endless void of darkness seemed to descend from the heavens, enveloping everyone within its grasp. In this profound obscurity, the root ninjas lost all sight and sense, their anguish screams echoing through the silence. Quick! Inform Lord Danzo. The root has betrayed us. Shan Zhongling's piercing cries seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, while countless chunin, defeated by Minato Namikaze, vanished silently from existence under Kato's unseen onslaught. Oh, you have finally made your move, Minato thought, sensing the encroaching darkness. His figure suddenly vanished from the barrier, a faint smile gracing his lips as he appeared outside the confines of the barrier, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. It was merely superficial wounds he bore. What? The elder at the barrier's corners locked eyes with Minato, panic evident in their gaze as their chakra began to dissipate. The vast barrier trembled violently before swiftly fading into nothingness. Minato's gaze turned icy as he focused on the elders still seated within the barrier. It seemed he was more concerned with their identities than the assassination attempt from the roots. Now, show me your true selves. Minato Namikaze. How could you be here? Did you? The war-weary elders, though stripped of their former strength, quickly grasped the situation, their eyes reflecting their despair. They had anticipated such a result, but were astonished to find themselves manipulated by a young man in his 20s. Before questioning others, one must first reveal their own identity. No? Elder Ama-Ching's gaze, deep and penetrating, pierced through Minato's eyes. The cloaked elder trembled slightly, pausing for a moment before bursting into laughter. Minato Namikaze. You are still too inexperienced. Unaware of any chakra fluctuations, a fierce blaze erupted from the four elders, their movements synchronized as they endured the searing flames, lowering their heads once their faces turned to ash. To avoid implicating your families? Standing quietly aside, Minato showed no intention of probing further, letting out a soft sigh as complex emotions flickered in his eyes. Perhaps for the clans of Konoha, there is only home and no nation. At that moment, the elders' identities seemed to lose their significance. The chasm between commoners and clans, the conflict of interests between the village and the clans, lay starkly before Minato's eyes. Die. The battle atop the high platform raged on, violent impact shaking the very fabric of space. The sudden dissolution of the barrier allowed the remaining root jonin to react instantly, leaping from the heights to escape the darkened realm. Minato regarded Kato, who continued to wield his dark blade impassively, a perplexing expression on his face. Chapter 73. Feigned attack, not good. The root has already conspired with Minato, betraying us. Mission failed. Block them. By time for the leader. The destructive force generated by the collaboration of Minato and Kato weighed heavily on every root ninja's heart. In a matter of moments, their emotions twisted. Watching Kato approach with an ominous presence, uncertainty and gravity clouding their previously confident faces. Tell me, where is Danzo? As Kato stepped closer, gazing at Shan Zhongling, who was slowly rising from the ground, he unleashed his entire murderous intent without hesitation. Fear flickered in Shan Zhongling's eyes, as he found himself engulfed in overwhelming terror after being awakened from the Jinjutsu by other root ninjas. Having transmitted false information, he could already foresee his grim fate. Yet the battlefield circumstances seemed unable to reach Danzo in the distance. Minato, you will surely die? With a sinister expression, Shan Zhongling uttered an eerie incantation. Kato felt a violent surge from the curse mark within him, a sharp pain piercing through his skull. Had it not been for Orochimaru's potion suppressing it, the curse would have swiftly obliterated his mind. Kato was uncertain how long Orochimaru's potion would last, but he sensed the curse mark beginning to rebel against the suppression. At last, he saw it, a glimmer. Enduring the pain in his head, Kato O summoned all his mental energy, tracing Shan Zhongling's psychic link, where he perceived a unique ripple. As I suspected, the chakra in this world propagated in a wave-like manner. Why? The curse mark has failed. In disbelief, Shan Zhongling's eyes widened as he stared at Kato O, who remained unscathed, eyes closed as if in deep contemplation. Attack. Now strike. Water release. Water bullet. Lightning release. Earth walk. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Countless ninjutsu surged toward Kato O, yet he remained still, merely absorbing the sensations around him. Waves, waves, still waves. Oi! Minato shouted at Kato O, who stood motionless. But before he could act, Kato O suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, it felt as if everyone could sense an inexplicable shockwave surging forth, sending shivers down their spines. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the clear sky as a colossal, mysterious disc-like rune flickered ominously, swirling around Kato O's form, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, bathing the area in radiant light. He was like a deity, commanding the sun and moon. As the runes descended, the fireballs, water streams, and thunderbolts hurtled through the air, twisting grotesquely as if painted upon a canvas, gradually disintegrating and fading into nothingness. Secret technique, wave impact. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Even Minato lost all connection with his flying thunder god Kunai in that fleeting moment, not merely cut off from perception as before, but utterly obliterated at its very core. Danzo, I have found you. Kato made no explanation, nor did he cast even a fleeting glance at Minato Namikaze. He merely stepped lightly, following the spiritual link towards the mountainous region, where he had located Danzo's hiding place. If, moments ago, Minato had still harbored a semblance of control, now he was consumed by profound anxiety. Danzo must not perish, not yet, at least, not in such a manner. Devoid of any sensory connection to the flying thunder god technique, Minato could only pursue in the direction pointed by Kato O. Do not act foolishly. Hidden deep within the mountains, Shimura Danzo had also received the final message from the mountain region. To obscure his location and atone for his own mistakes, the mountain's guardian had committed suicide. Damn it. Minato must have known all along, perhaps even prepared for the cursed seal. Cursed. Cursed. It had been an eternity since Danzo had been this enraged. The perpetually cold facade he maintained shattered as he erupted in fury. His remaining arm clenched into a fist. He struck a nearby tree with such force that it splintered into dust, sending wood shavings swirling around him, lending a fierce glint to his eyes. Humph. Does he believe that with his newfound strength, he can escape my control? I shall see what he is truly capable of. Chang, you know how to counter Genjutsu. Yes. Leader. Genjutsu? Even a mere clown dares to show off before me. Onma Chang unfurled a blank scroll from behind him, and with a few strokes, Kato O's figure materialized upon the parchment. Secret technique. Genjutsu reality. A scarlet brush of blood suddenly descended upon Kato O's chest, as a wound that seemed all too real pierced through him. From the scroll, a torrent of blood erupted, staining the entire canvas crimson. As Kato O rushed towards Danzo, he suddenly sensed a surge of chakra waves crashing forth from the forest, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, pulsating with violent chakra, coalescing directly before his chest. Get lost. He bellowed, and in an instant, a space of rippling waves manifested around him, spanning several meters. Within this domain, all chakra fluctuations were under his dominion. Any chakra energy entering it would be disrupted, rendering all such energies utterly dissipated. It resembled the waves of Genjutsu, yet bore the characteristics of tangible chakra. Indeed, exceptional talents abound. Kato O's calm voice resonated, his gaze seemingly piercing through the flow of chakra, resting upon Danzo. So you have come, Danzo muttered, his eyes locking onto Kato, who perched on the tree. In that moment, the fury that had erupted from the depths of his heart was unleashed in its entirety. This wretched brat had somehow conspired with Minato Namikaze, completely betraying his plans. You truly have hidden yourself well. How infuriating. I should have crushed you like a rat from the very beginning. Kato O, Shimura Danzo, I shall say this only once. My name is Kato O. Remember it. Kato O merely fixed a cold gaze upon Danzo, contemplating countless scenarios of betrayal from the very roots, yet none bore any resemblance to the scene unfolding today. Chapter 74. Despicable. Before Danzo could utter another word, the root ninja lurking in the shadows immediately launched an assault. Humph. Do you really think that possessing a few ninjutsu makes you remarkable? It has indeed been a long time since I encountered such audacity in a young one. A conflagration erupted as the concealed root ninja unleashed a torrent of flames. 9 fire dragons ascended into the sky, swelling ferociously, emitting a cacophony of roars while spewing forth vast sheets of fire, hurtling towards Kato O. Like a blazing sun suspended in the heavens, it radiated waves of annihilation. Kato O clasped his hands together with a sudden force, unleashing ripples that surged forth like thunder sweeping across fallen leaves, extinguishing the raging inferno in an instant. A shadowy blade appeared in the blink of an eye, piercing the chest of the root ninja. Could it be that the substitution technique had failed? In disbelief at not being able to evade the prowess of this youth, the root ninja, with a hint of reluctance, plummeted from the air like a lifeless mass. Astonishingly, even the cursed seal had proven ineffective. Kato O turned his head, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he were intent on unleashing the humiliation he had endured over the years in this very moment. Danzo, do not waste your efforts. Once I have ended your life, you will comprehend the reason behind the failure of your cursed seal. Illusion technique, Soul Trio. Chief, be cautious. As Arima Masashi rushed to shield Danzo, a mere fleeting connection of their gazes caused a torrent of blood to surge from his mouth. Hailing from a family of illusionists, he had managed to extricate himself from the illusion at a cost, yet he wore a deep frown. He could not fathom why all his illusions seemed utterly ineffective against Kato-o. Why do my illusions appear to have no effect on you? Have you ever heard the sound of chakra being torn asunder? Kato-o disregarded Onma's show, kicking him away effortlessly. He could sense that, apart from his formidable illusion techniques, Onma's strength barely amounted to that of a mid-level ninja. His gaze shifted to the remaining Danzo, a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, as a pitch-black long blade hurtled toward Shimura Danzo. Truly capable. If only you were willing to return under my command, you could become the 5th Hokage. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Having observed for quite some time, he was beginning to grasp the peculiar effects of Kato-o's strange techniques, though further verification was still needed. I have declared. I am Kato-o. Disperse. The dark blade of annihilation suddenly seemed to dissipate into mist, its dense, razor-sharp shards raining down upon Danzo like droplets. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Secret technique. Ripple impact. Danzo, possessing considerable mastery in wind release, still could not escape the fundamental constraints of chakra. It was as if an object were collapsing at the atomic level. Whether it was a colossal spaceship or a mere scrap of iron, in Kato-o's eyes, there was no distinction whatsoever. What an enigmatic ninjutsu. The dissipating wind seemed to transform into something intangible in the air, rendering the youth before Danzo seemingly impervious, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. The great breakthrough could only reach about 8 meters in proximity. Then, wind release, vacuum wave. Evading the blade of annihilation, Danzo unleashed a multitude of wind scythes, yet they too vanished into nothingness. 5 meters. You are doomed, brat. Danzo suddenly created 3 shadow clones, unleashing a relentless barrage of wind techniques aimed at Kato-o. Danzo, you are the one who is doomed. The blade of annihilation swiftly returned to Kato-o's grasp, as countless pure soul energies surged into it, intensifying the black radiance of the blade. Its looming presence, akin to a giant blade piercing the heavens, cleaved directly toward Danzo. Bang! A shadow abruptly manifested in the sky, akin to a colossal weight crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Yet it descended straight between Kato-o and Danzo. A shroud of smoke enveloped the scene, casting everything into an eerie silence, save for Kato-o, who leapt toward the thicket, a strange smile flickering across his face. At last it has arrived. Countless flying thunder god Kanai descended swiftly from the sky, blanketing the earth. The tardy Minato Namikaze stood atop Gamabunta's head, observing the confrontation between Danzo and Kato-o. Elder Danzo. Oh, this ends here. Humph. Minato, a traitor to Konoha. Shall you simply stand by and watch? Haha, truly despicable, Danzo. Kato's lips curled into a sardonic smile, and his sinister gaze seemed capable of reducing Danzo to countless fragments. Such a man, he wished nothing more than to strike him down at this very moment. I shall report this matter to the Hokage without embellishment. Humph, Minato Namikaze. You shall come to regret this. A fleeting glint of ruthless determination flickered in Danzo's eyes. Having faced failure today, he chose to utter no further words, merely turning to depart. Danzo, you must perish today. As Kato-o lightly stepped forward, he intended to advance. Yet the ever-watchful Bo Feng Shui Min seemed to materialize before him, blocking his path with an air of complexity in his gaze, resolutely denying him passage. Must you impede my way? You shall be regarded as a traitor, Kato retorted. I am indifferent to that notion, yet I find myself reluctant. Kato-o understood that it was impossible for him to defeat the combined forces of Namikaze, Minato, and Gamabunta. Furthermore, the effect of the cursed seal potion was nearing its end. He could only watch helplessly as Danzo's figure gradually faded from view, as if mocking his own arrogance. Kato-o tightly clenched his fists, slowly lowering his head. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely directed his gaze towards Minato Namikaze. So, you knew from the very beginning. Did you? A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, tousled Kato-o's hair, yet it was anything but gentle, stirring a sense of agitation within him. The anger he harbored was nearing its boiling point. I apologize. Oh, to truly eradicate Danzo, I require some evidence of his crimes. A sardonic laugh escaped him. So, each of you regards me as a mere puppet, a test subject to manipulate at will, Danzo, Orochimaru, and you, Minato Namikaze. Kato raised his hand abruptly and struck Minato Namikaze squarely in the face. I once endeavored to place my faith in you. Minato did not flinch, enduring Kato's blow without resistance. Kato, you are a good child. I have always known that. However, those who have grown from the very roots, who once were like you, also had the opportunity to become true warriors imbued with the will of fire. Danzo, if we join forces to eliminate him today, what then? The great tree of Konoha will continue to nourish new roots. This system has been flawed from the very beginning. I aspire to become Hokage. I wish for everyone to bask in the sunlight. I yearn to transform this village, to fundamentally change the home we have cherished since childhood. Kato exclaimed. Do you understand? Kato chuckled softly, unsure whether it was fervor or naivety that stirred within him. Yet, he seemed to comprehend how someone like Obito could become such a passionate fool. But so what? What gave him the audacity to believe he could achieve anything? He was just as foolish as that Uchiha Obito. Nevertheless, this world always requires a few such fools. They are willing to endure excruciating pain for their country and fellow beings, to withstand the torment of fate, to bear the solitude of the soul, and to selflessly devote their lives without regret. The voice of Minato Namikaze faltered and gradually deepened. One yawned softly, dissipating into a cloud of smoke that vanished into the forest. Oh, did you not once ask me if living was merely for survival? Now I can tell you. It is not. Absolutely not. I wish to leisurely spend my afternoons with family, to create exquisite jutsu. I yearn to love, to run freely, to savor the fragrance of nature in the pouring rain. I long to understand more, to grasp the diverse and wondrous jutsu, to aid my nation, to support my village. I desire to burn brightly like a blazing fire, bringing warmth to those I cherish. I want to pursue my love when I can, to make every moment of my life uniquely mine. I do not wish to look back on my life and see nothing but shadows, nor to find myself engulfed in despair. Even if I have a long life ahead, I have only just realized I have become a stranger to myself. Oh, question your own heart. Reason is ultimately reason, but the path is life itself, and the meaning of existence is to have no regrets. I only hope that one day, as you stroll alone under the moonlight, reminiscing about the unwavering resolve of years gone by, you will smile foolishly at the moon, cherishing that sincerity and fervor. Rather than treading cautiously, step by step, making deductions that lead to a total loss, missing out on the beauty that life should offer, and being left with nothing but regrets. In this world, many are regarded as fools. Adding a few more makes little difference, do you not agree? The clouds drifted lazily across the horizon, the gentle breeze caressing his face. Kato knew that the fourth Hokage would undoubtedly be him. It was somewhat regrettable. With a soft sigh, a glimmer of deep blue light flickered in his gaze, and his heart gradually found solace, though his expression remained inscrutable. Everything seemed to unfold as he had envisioned, yet compared to a scientist, Orochimaru felt more like a philosopher in Kato's mind. I will eliminate Danzo. Gazing up at the sky, clusters of white clouds frolicked past the crimson horizon, the blood-red sunset casting a golden glow that illuminated his face. But not just yet. Minato Namikaze observed Kato, who was silent yet gradually retracting his murderous intent, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips as he tossed a scroll to Kato. Although it seems you may not need this now, consider it a gift I have prepared for you. What? Kato casually accepted the scroll, tucking it into his cloak, which concealed his face yet seemed to hint at a secret smile. You give this to me now? Minato-sensei, you truly are cunning. Huh. It's quite bothersome to be constantly ambushed, he chuckled lightly. Kato then abruptly tore off his cloak, raising it high and tossing it into the air. You are just as despicable, Minato-sensei. The howling wind whisked away the swirling dust, seemingly carrying away the darkness that weighed upon him, drifting toward the unseen distance. Chapter 75. A new world. The collapse of a world is never marked by a deafening crash, but rather by a quiet sigh. The autumn of the land of grass carried a hint of moisture from the leaves of Konoha, mingled with the winds of the rock, quietly stirring the dust. It appeared no different from usual, yet some would forever remain trapped in yesterday. Leaves twirled and fell, fine sand was lifted like stars. And Kato stood upon the pavilion amidst the howling wind, watching the bustling crowd not far away. The hero of Konoha, Uchiha Obito. He sacrificed his life to secure this victory. On the platform, Uchiha Fugaku's voice, tinged with sorrow, failed to elicit any response. Among the ninjas below, some even bore an air of disdain. Had it not been for Minato Namikaze standing alongside him, they would not have looked so reminiscent. He embodies the will of fire, the true heir. Minato, weary and with a hint of confusion in his eyes, stepped forward, his loud voice laced with a touch of anger. No one cared what kind of boy Obito had been or what bright future he might have had. Yet, upon hearing the words will of fire, it seemed everyone revived, donning masks of admiration and emotion, mourning for their hero. Heroes? Konoha has plenty. War had long numbed the lower-tier ninjas. They had long lost count of how many former companions had come and gone, with life and death no longer a sharply defined divide, but merely an encounter that could happen at any moment. It was even less intense than a frenzied revelry on a deep night. Obito. Kakashi's left eye was bandaged, and the disbelief in his exposed right eye reflected a soul lost, merely sustained by instinct. Perhaps, when the heavens crafted souls, they meticulously shaped only a select few, those with a pure heart, whose emotions burned fiercely and were unwavering until death. The majority, however, would fade into oblivion with the passage of time. Is this an illusion? Kakashi dazedly raised his hand, gently pressing against his left eye. Perhaps only this slight pain could remind him of the reality of his existence and the traces he had left behind. Kakashi. Obito. Unable to speak further, Rin, crouched on the ground, seemed utterly spent, tears streaming down her arms into the earth. Mist and wind in the mountains. Morning dew glistening like raindrops. Yet, this day remained oppressive, even unwilling to shed a single tear. From afar, Kato silently observed from the high platform. His hands nestled within his sleeves, gently rubbing them together. His gaze lifted, peering toward the distant horizon, where the sky met the jungle, once a lifeline for the rock ninja. Now reduced to mere ruins. Obito, if it weren't for me. His hands clenched tightly, suddenly slamming against the wall beside him, blood slowly trickling through his fingers. Kato's teeth ground together, his eyes ablaze with uncontrollable rage. Is this what it means to live? Gently closing his eyes. A faint glimmer seemed to flicker in his mind. The scroll of the Flying Thunder God softly slipped from his bosom into his palm, and Kato gently caressed it. If only this moment could have arrived sooner, even by a day. With a slight exertion, Kato's eyes suddenly widened, as if a stream of light had passed through them. In this peculiar moment, seemingly extraordinary for only a select few, the boy, trapped within the realm of ninjas, finally harbored a dream beyond mere survival. Teacher Orochimaru, perhaps you were right. I must become powerful enough to create a new world. The torn fragments of paper scattered like snow, the scroll now unrecognizable, drifting and falling. The remnants, carried by the wind, encircled the boy atop the high platform, mirroring his gaze as it traversed the land of grass and reached Konoha. Then, he sprinted wildly towards the entire ninja world. The conclusion of the battle at the IWA Ninja front in the land of grass caught everyone off guard. The severely diminished IWA Ninja had failed to gain any advantage against the Flying Thunder God of Konoha, prompting the ninja world to reassess Konoha's profound strength. How laughable. The IWA Ninja, the third Raikage, situated at the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning, scoffed as he held the latest intelligence regarding the battlefield. Witnessing the retreat of the IWA Ninja, the third Raikage felt no concern for the failures of his allies. Instead, he harbored a slight glee, tempered by a surge of anger. How dare the IWA Ninja insult his Cloud Ninjas? He regretted heeding his advisor's counsel to endure the IWA Ninja's ambush during the Sand Ninja conflict. With a rip, he tore the scroll to shreds, seemingly venting his frustrations from the battlefield. The third Raikage slammed his fist onto the table, causing the entire tent to tremble as if echoing the shattering of the table. Immediately assemble the Jonin class. After all this time, we haven't even glimpsed the borders of the land of fire. Have them come here at once. Yes. The messenger ninja at the door fled the third Raikage's office as if escaping a storm. Though he was unaware of the contents of the scroll that had so agitated the third Raikage, he sensed that chaos in the ninja world was about to intensify. The conflict between the Cloud Ninja and Konoha puzzled every ninja involved. Konoha had insufficient forces, merely engaging in guerrilla tactics, while the Cloud Ninja, despite their numerical superiority, oddly refrained from a full-scale assault. Each day, the battlefield echoed with the sounds of various jutsu, yet strangely, there were few casualties. As if the Cloud Ninja were performing a grand play titled War. The Cloud Ninja must have ulterior motives. Jiraiya, the commander at the Cloud Ninja front, meticulously examined the battle maps and scrutinized every piece of intelligence, never having been so diligent, not even during his studies of sage arts. Yet, he could not decipher the intentions behind the Cloud Ninja's actions. Fortunately, Minato had concluded his battle with the IWA Ninja. This was the best news he had heard in a long time. Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya slowly set down the battle map and smiled reassuringly towards the land of grass. Minato's achievements today increasingly validated his earlier decisions. However, what were the Cloud Ninja truly planning? Report. Lord Jiraiya. The Cloud Ninja are withdrawing their forces. Multiple sources indicate that elite Jonin and key commanders have vanished from the battlefield. Oh, as he observed the messenger ninja rush in with the scroll, Jiraiya's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, almost feeling a sense of relief. Is the Cloud Ninja finally about to make their move? Relay the order. Immediately recall all squads and prepare for a possible ambush. Having held back for so long, that third Raikage must surely be planning something significant. Quickly perusing the scroll, a spark of battle intent ignited in Jiraiya's eyes. The game of war was about to conclude. Minato, it seems you have no time to rest once more. Haha. But it's about time for the third Raikage to witness the prowess of our master-disciple duo. Jiraiya lightly bit his finger, summoning a toad before him. Tiadaoi. Swiftly deliver this scroll to Minato. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Upon my return, I shall convey your regards to Shima and Fukasaku. Yes. Chapter 76. Wishing you happiness by hand. The Flying Thunder God, Minato, was ever the one to come and go in haste. Kato occasionally finds himself perplexed by the remarkable capabilities of the man with golden hair. At the forefront of their quartet, the figure of Minato Namikaze flickers into view. Bearing an air of fatigue, having just dealt with some final harassments, Minato has gained a newfound understanding of Inoki's unscrupulousness. Disguised as a wandering ninja, the rock shinobi persistently harass those returning to Konoha, resorting to immediate suicide upon capture, even if they are taken alive. They seem as obstinate as the boulders scattered across the mountains of the Earth Country, resistant to both persuasion and force. Although both Konoha and the Rock Ninja are acutely aware of the underlying truths, they lack any concrete evidence, and Inoki appears to have deftly gauged Konoha's limits, continually maneuvering within them. Minato shakes his head lightly, unable to comprehend the futility of the rock ninja's actions, which seem nothing more than a lamentation of the vanquished. Very well, let us hasten back to Konoha. Fugaku Uchiha has already arrived at the rear, and it is they who have volunteered for the rearguard duty. Since these are not rock shinobi, they feel no need for restraint. Unaccustomed to the weighty silence that envelopes them, Minato glances at Kakashi and Rin, who remain shrouded in sorrow and grief, devoid of any words. Minato wishes to offer some words of comfort, but merely exhales a heavy sigh, knowing that only personal pain can etch itself so deeply into one's soul, fostering growth. Let us depart. There are more pressing matters at hand. Yes, comes a muted response. Yet there is no movement, as if still lost in a world of their own. Kakashi harbors an even deeper aversion to war at this moment. His left eye continues to throb painfully, while his remaining right eye has dulled further, as if drained of all radiance. Let us go. Kato gazed at the two individuals before him, their expressions tinged with a semblance of numbness, as he slowly approached. His voice softened, shattering the almost palpable silence that enveloped the trio. Okuin, you remain as indifferent as ever. Naruto Uzumaki had refrained from divulging the details of his ambush to anyone. Yet those who survived the brutalities of war were far from foolish. Even the subtlest shifts in demeanor, a fleeting exchange of glances, betrayed countless unspoken truths. Rin had always possessed a keen perception. Perhaps Rin could no longer recall how she had journeyed from the land of grass to this very place. Her memory seemed shrouded in an eerie void. With a hint of distraction, she regarded the two figures before her, one, her devoted teacher, and the other, a comrade with whom she had once fought side by side, to whom she had entrusted her life. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to confront them as she once had. When one forges an intimate bond with another, there arises an unconscious tendency to fill certain voids in the soul with the emotions of the other. However, when that individual meets their demise or the relationship reaches its conclusion, the once intertwined parts abruptly vanish, leaving one with the sensation of losing a fragment of oneself. The heart that had been so abundantly filled now lay riddled with gaping voids. With her head bowed slightly, tears cascaded down Rin's cheeks, resembling an outpouring from countless empty chasms. Her heart, once whole, now bore the weight of fractures that could never be mended. The galaxy burns fiercely, searing earthly ideals. In losing you, I am left with a multitude of wounds. Her eyes held a suppressed coldness, tinged with a hint of concealed rage, yet words remained unspoken. Did she harbor resentment towards Naruto for his failure to render aid? Did she blame Kato for only appearing after Obito's death? Or perhaps her ire was directed at the Hidden Leaf Village for sending them into battle. Which of these grievances could she voice? All that remained was a loathing for her own frailty, a disdain for becoming a burden to them. Though she understood these truths, maintaining her composure proved impossible. In moments when logic should prevail, she succumbed to emotion. Had any one of them offered even the slightest assistance, perhaps Obito would still be alive. Let us proceed, Rin. The village awaits our service. Kakashi's indifferent voice broke through, prompting Kato to cast a glance in his direction. For the first time, such words compelled him to regard Kakashi with newfound seriousness. Kakashi's right eye remained partially obscured, his gaze cast downward as he sidled past Kato, his expression devoid of emotion. Weakness is a sin. The echo of those words resonated in Kato's ears, causing him to turn his head slightly, squinting as he observed Kakashi and Rin weaving through the trees. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the more he looked at Kakashi, the more he saw a reflection of his former self. The clouds of the land of grass mingled with the rain of the hidden leaf, cascading down upon the somewhat desolate autumn landscape. The forest was adorned with swirling mists and hues of twilight. Yet the path ahead remained obscured by the dewdrops clinging to their garments. The wind and fallen leaves drifted together, upon encountering the autumn rain. They succumbed once more to silence. Perhaps everyone emerges from the depths of hell, striving with all their might to ascend towards heaven. Yet, along this earthly journey, we are fortunate to encounter fellow travelers. We ought to extend our blessings to all those who have departed. As they approached the forest bordering the land of fire, the branches grew more abundant, imbued with a touch of warmth, while a few leaves still clung tenaciously to their last vestiges of green, defiantly struggling at the tips of their final branches. Kato slowly lifted his gaze to the vast expanse of the sky, where winds and clouds from the boundless wilderness mingled with a gentle, fragrant mist. These elements coalesced in the heavens, forming the world of his dreams. His soul wandered amidst this ethereal landscape, causing the corners of Kato's mouth to subtly rise in a smile. Perhaps it was time to draw a conclusion to the life of a ninja rooted in the past. Kato's gaze was fixed upon the direction of Konoha, his azure eyes radiating an unprecedented brilliance under the sunlight, yet concealing a certain indescribable ferocity. The Konoha Intelligence Division stood in a somewhat secluded area of the town, its surface appearance indistinguishable from other interrogation and police departments. However, the hidden underground level exuded a lingering chill, as if it were shunned by the sun. The bodies of foreign ninjas and those of the homeland who perished under extraordinary circumstances, their blood stained with secrets, were transported here, serving as a final contribution to Konoha. This was a department that every village was reluctant to acknowledge, yet undeniably existed. The causes of death for the esteemed Jonin, Yuta and Yoshino, had been determined. Yet the young Chunin standing before Mori no Yashiro seemed hesitant, unsure of how to voice his suspicions. Initially thought to be a routine task, it now appeared to harbor certain peculiarities. With a sudden snap, he closed the notebook in his hand, directing his gaze towards the young Chunin. All intelligence was documented in the report he held, and he could vaguely sense that the young Chunin's reluctance to speak might involve some dark secrets lurking beneath. Let us begin with your observations. The three Jonin were impaled by sharp wooden stakes, resulting in multiple organ failures and ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. However, these are merely superficial wounds. The wooden weapons penetrated their palms and soles. Furthermore, an autopsy of the connection between the wooden weapons and their flesh revealed an intricate entanglement, with some branches resembling fragile roots. It is difficult to fathom how such a feat was accomplished. The young Chunin hesitated, as if pondering something, while Mori no Yashiro's unwavering gaze urged him to articulate the unspoken words. It seems as if the wood-release technique was growing within their bodies. Is it possible that the leader possesses such abilities? Regardless of its plausibility, this is the current reality. Immediately seal laboratory number 28 and prohibit any access. All intelligence must be classified as top secret. Understood. As Mori no Yashiro exited the laboratory, he gently caressed the scroll in his hand, a sense of bewilderment clouding his eyes. He was acutely aware of the turmoil this intelligence would stir, yet he could not comprehend how, beyond Konoha, there could exist wood-release ninjas. As a mid-level operative within the shadowy Konoha intelligence division, he had access to some clandestine sources of information, having heard rumors beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. The scroll in his hand felt like a ticking time bomb. His loyalty to Konoha was beyond question, yet after years of navigating its complexities, he was no longer the fervent youth he once was. He had to consider not only the village but also his own family. Despite being a significant figure within the intelligence division, he was merely a small ant, easily crushed beneath the weight of higher-level intrigues. These three Jonin's bodies were sent from the IWA ninja battlefield, correct? Yes. There's no need for further elaboration. You have worked in the intelligence division for several years now. Confidentiality is our paramount principle. Mori no Yashiro regarded Higashitai with a stoic expression, causing a shiver to run down Higashitai's spine. Yes, Lord Morino, though young. The ninja named Higashitai had been employed here long enough to understand the implications of such news. While he may not grasp the deeper secrets, he recognized that for matters like this, it was best to feign ignorance. Now, return to your duties. Mori no Yashiro gently shook his head, letting out a soft sigh as he observed Higashitai's startled demeanor. I hope I am merely overthinking this. Chapter 77 in the Interlude of Waiting. Time carries away beauty while soothing all sorrow, tirelessly balancing our lives until each individual, adrift in their finite existence, transforms into a numb lamb awaiting the inevitable slaughter. The day after returning to Konoha, Minato Namikaze sought out Kato. Although slightly embarrassed, he felt he had no choice. Sitting beside Kato's bamboo pavilion, he sipped his tea, hesitating before finally speaking. Kato, I had intended to undertake something significant, but as you know, the war is pressing, and certain matters must be postponed. More importantly, we cannot afford chaos within Konoha. I will seek justice for the actions of Root and Danzo, but it cannot happen at this moment. Kato, I must ask you to endure a little longer. The courtyard of Kato-o has become somewhat desolate. He has only just learned of Tsunade's departure. And while the specific reasons remain unclear to him, he is aware that Shizune, who occasionally came to tidy up, has also left. As Kato-o meticulously cleans the yard with his tools, he hears the voice of Minato Namikaze but does not react significantly. He has never relied on such matters to be entrusted to others. He prefers to pursue his own desires, albeit needing a little more to fulfill them. Minato, there is no need for haste. For me, having survived all these years, it is already a blessing to have distanced myself from my roots. I harbor no further extravagant hopes, only wishing to learn more skills from Lord Orochimaru. Mentioning Orochimaru causes a slight furrow in Minato's brow. Orochimaru has been virtually ineffective on the battlefield of the mist, even indirectly leading to the disappearance of a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. His situation in Konoha is also far from favorable. Oh, do you not wish to accompany me to the battlefield of the Cloud Shinobi? Casting a brief glance at Kato-o, Minato contemplates, cautiously inquiring about Kato's intentions. Lord Orochimaru's recent reputation is rather poor. The battlefield of the mist, which should have been the weakest, has yet to yield any significant achievements, and has even resulted in major blunders. Kato-o placed his work aside and stood up. Although he was merely 14 or 15 years of age, he was nearly as tall as Minato Namikaze, gazing steadily into his eyes. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that compelled me to venture towards the battlefield of hidden mist, for he is my mentor. Minato observed Kato's clear gaze, a gentle smile gradually gracing his face. Kato had not succumbed to cold-heartedness despite his experiences at the root. A person who understands gratitude cannot stray too far from the path of righteousness. His thoughts for Kato were not in vain. Indeed, I have not misjudged my junior, Kato. Minato slowly rose, aimlessly wandering about Kato's small courtyard, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the weather vane swaying gently beneath the eaves, as if he were pondering something profound. I can permit you to go to the hidden mist, but you must agree to one condition. Can do. Oh, aren't you curious about the condition? No need. I may not always be a man of my word, but what I intend to do, I shall certainly accomplish. Ah, you children, each more challenging than the last. Minato sighed in resignation. One troublesome child, Kakashi, was already enough for him, and now he had to contend with Kato and half of Rin. Then I shall assume you have acquiesced. You are a jonin now. Take good care of these children. Kato contemplated various possibilities. Yet he never anticipated that Minato Namikaze would employ such a means to retain him. He involuntarily lifted his gaze to meet the smiling face of Minato. Was this what they referred to as a bond? I will do my utmost to ensure their safety, but I am not a bodyguard. You are their teacher. These children will regard you with the same respect and trust they have for Lord Orochimaru. Minato gently patted Kato's shoulder, his expression a blend of seriousness and earnestness as he gazed into Kato's azure eyes. You will become an excellent teacher embodying the will of fire. As Kato stared into Minato's earnest eyes, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within him. He nodded silently, releasing a gentle sigh. If only I had met you all sooner. How wonderful that would have been. With his head bowed, Kato concealed his features, knowing that Danzo would not let him escape easily. He raised his eyes slightly, taking a sip of tea, and sat alongside Minato on the small bamboo pavilion steps. Despite the freshly brewed tea being somewhat hot to the touch, the warm sensation flowing down his throat into his heart was one of the few instances he could truly feel warmth. The gentle sunlight filtered through the dense trees, illuminating his face, rendering the visage that had never known sunlight somewhat hazy. Strangely, for the first time, he felt an urge to embrace this light and bask in its brilliance. Very well, I shall endeavor to be a leading jonin. Minato departed from Kato's bamboo dwelling with a sense of satisfaction. Kato remained uncertain whether he had acted rightly. He had no one to confide in, and thus his gaze gradually settled upon the eaves above. Even now, he felt a lingering sense of disorientation. He had severed his roots, embraced a life of freedom, and seemingly possessed boundless possibilities. Yet he found himself increasingly silent. The brook meandered through the forest, moistening the surrounding air. Although it was already late autumn, the chill was hardly severe, a significant geographical advantage of the Land of Fire compared to other nations. At the Konoha training ground, Kato made his debut as a leading jonin. Though merely a remote training area, it was already vastly superior to the sandy deserts of the Sand Village, the towering cliffs of the Rock Village, the Cloud Village, and the misty lands of the Land of Water. Fertile lands naturally supported larger populations, thus birthing more prodigies. The three individuals standing before Kato appeared to be exceptional talents born of this very land, their youth imbued with the resolve forged through blood and fire. Please introduce yourselves. Hi. Teacher. My name is Irika Umino. I am 9 years old. I love ramen, and I detest green peppers. My dream is to become a dependable ninja like Lord Minato. Teacher, I have heard of your reputation on the battlefield against the Rock Village. I will definitely strive to live up to it. Irika's enthusiasm was palpable as a civilian ninja. His greatest possibility after graduating from the Ninja Academy was to undertake menial tasks, amassing achievements to exchange for a few jutsu. As time slipped away, his opportunities for learning dwindled, leading to a lifetime of mediocrity. Now, having encountered a jonin as his leading instructor, he felt extraordinarily fortunate among his peers. Yukari Yuzuki, 8 years old, skilled in swordsmanship and taijutsu. The purple-haired Yukari, with a long sword strapped to her back, exuded a sense of grace yet spoke little. Her demeanor a mixture of respect and curiosity directed at Kato. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi spoke softly, his gaze fixated on Kato. Were it not for Fugaku Uchiha's request, he would not have come here. He understood his position, merely serving as a card for the Uchiha clan to tentatively extend their goodwill towards Minato. However, the proud Uchiha clan would not allow mediocrity to tarnish their reputation, which compelled him to be present. Very well, I am Kato, and I shall be your leading jonin from this day forth. Kato nodded gently, feeling no need for their intervention. His perception had already afforded him a rough estimation of their capabilities. Apart from Uchiha Itachi, Irika and Yuzuki Yugao were merely freshly graduated genin. He gazed at Uchiha Itachi with a hint of astonishment. Despite being the youngest, he was the strongest among the trio. According to the documents in his hand, at just over 6 years of age, he had already graduated while other children were just entering the Ninja Academy. He had even accompanied Uchiha Fugaku in the recently concluded war against the Rock Village, having already witnessed the blood of the enemy. It was no wonder he appeared a touch more formidable. We shall undertake a mission. Assemble here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Our objective is to provide support at the Mist Village battlefield. Kato did not utter another word. He turned to leave. Yet, he could distinctly perceive their prowess. However, for certain provocateurs, there always exists a desire to challenge authority. Kato Jonin, I wish to challenge you. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Kato slowly turned around, quietly observing the Navi little creature before him. There are no eternal victors, nor are there perpetual vanquished. When a transient weakling comprehends the chasm that separates him from a fleeting strongman, he is then capable of swiftly closing the gap. How profound this notion is, thus. I wish you a swift ascendance beyond my temporary prowess. Kato stood motionless, while Uchiha Itachi swiftly approached with a light step. The youthful tactics of the Uchiha clan. One can only hope they awaken their eyes soon. Illusion technique. This is not the place. Given Kato's current level of mental strength, he dared not employ overly potent genjutsu against these children. Yet, even the slightest enhancement of illusionary effects was enough to halt Uchiha Itachi's onslaught. In an instant, his running form collapsed to the ground, transforming into smoke, while the true body, perched atop a great tree, suddenly plummeted to the earth, crashing heavily, yet remaining ensnared within the illusion. Uchiha Itachi. As Yuzuki Yugao prepared to intervene, Iruka surged ahead, charging forth. Remember to take him home. Kato cast a fleeting glance at Iruka. The child inexplicably bore a resemblance to Obito. Indeed, Minato Namikaze had chosen an excellent subordinate for himself. With a light step, his figure vanished from the training ground, leaving only Yuzuki Yakaina and Iruka anxiously slapping Itachi Uchiha's cheeks, attempting to rouse him from the genjutsu. How reckless. After all, he was a formidable figure known as the Blue Shura on the battlefield of Iwagakure. Oh, Yuzuki Yakaina, evidently unfamiliar with this title, looked at Iruka with a hint of curiosity. Just wait and see. The ninjas from the Iwagakure battlefield returned just yesterday, in a few days. The name of Sensei will surely resonate throughout Konoha. Iruka felt a thrill at having such a powerful teacher, casting a somewhat mysterious glance at Yuzuki Yakaina. Humph. Boys are truly insufferable. Chapter 78. The Journey of the Mist. If every type of capital develops solely for its own maximum benefit, disregarding others, such a free market's total value will invariably surpass that of a market developed according to a predetermined plan. In the realm of economic theory, this is merely a fundamental concept. Of course, when one fails to fully consider that humans are beings that require survival, this theory is bestowed with a distinguished name, the invisible hand. It is as if an unseen force is propelling the entire market towards the maximization of benefits. Kato is not a historian. He lacks a profound understanding of why the hero-centric view of history is flawed. In his perception, history is shaped solely by heroes. Yet, inexplicably, he is often beset by an unsettling illusion, as if invisible hands are orchestrating events from behind the scenes, perhaps humans, perhaps divine entities, or possibly a manifestation of his long-lost sense of security that has given rise to a paranoid delusion. These so-called heroes are merely playthings in their grasp. As for wood release, it cannot be the work of Danzo. Kato, who once conducted experiments with wood release, harbored doubts upon seeing the scroll sent by Minato Namikaze, suspecting it might be the handiwork of Danzo. However, he understood that survival from that experiment was nearly impossible, even if someone had survived. Achieving such a level in such a short span of time was inconceivable. This marks the second occurrence. Kato gently closed the scroll, pondering deeply whether he had overlooked any details. For a thinker, even a single coincidence carries with it a unique underlying cause. There are no true coincidences. For all happenstance is but a manifestation of inevitability. Were he to consider the perspective of the puppet master, Kato would never so brazenly expose himself. The only conceivable scenario, aside from a penchant for malicious amusement, would be that the puppet master has grown so powerful that there is no longer any need to conceal his actions. However, if this were the case, there would be no necessity to operate from the shadows. In this world, absolute power inherently commands absolute authority. Kato's mind raced with thoughts of all possibilities as darkness gradually enveloped the village of Konoha. The silvery starlight scattered across the earth, yet it failed to illuminate the secrets concealed within the night. He paced slowly, his gaze fixed as if peering through the ethereal bamboo structure into a hidden corner of the shinobi world, where a mysterious figure lurked. There were only two potential scenarios. Either the figure behind the scenes was formidable, yet not so powerful as to be unperturbed by any threat. He did not mind leaving behind traces, but would never fully expose himself to the scrutiny of the world. Alternatively, he might be waiting for something, a specific opportunity that could arise in the not-too-distant future. Furrowing his brow deeply, Kato felt an unsettling sense of having overlooked something. The scattered events seemed to lack a crucial piece of information that would weave them together. Did the wood release conceal some undiscovered secret? Having possessed the wood release cells for several years now, Kato's understanding of wood release may only be surpassed by Orochimaru within the entirety of Konoha. As for sage techniques, aside from the aspects that require such abilities, he remains unclear. However, he is well versed in every nuanced detail. The only element that eludes his comprehension seems to be the natural energy that is often referred to as sage techniques. It appears that this journey to the land of mist has become an endeavor of significant importance. Kato finds himself filled with unprecedented anticipation for this trip, lightly clenching his fists, for he feels he has attained a degree of merit worthy of Orochimaru's acknowledgement. A glimmer of eagerness flashes in his eyes as he ceases to speak and instead settles onto the ground to continue his training. Within his mental space, intricate sealing technique characters flicker into existence, coalescing into chains of ethereal blue light, interwoven and sprawling. Countless runic chains seem to disintegrate and reconstitute with each passing second, each rune imbued with an enigmatic essence. The sealing techniques documented in the scrolls of Minato Namikaze have imparted to him a profound understanding of the formidable nature of sealing arts. In contrast to basic sealing techniques, higher-level seals resemble a chaotic amalgamation of numerous entanglements, without the expertise of a sealing master who has meticulously studied the foundational runes. Even elite shinobi would be relegated to merely imitating previously validated seals, as any slight modification could lead to utter failure. Even the most powerful sealing technique, the four-symbol seal, consists of merely 32 interlaced rune chains, yet Kato can distinctly sense that the potential of sealing arts extends far beyond this. As night falls, Kato, engrossed in his training, remains oblivious to the anxiety that Irika and Yuzuki Yugao experience due to the trouble he has caused. Although the Uchiha clan's territory is situated in a remote area of Konoha, it spans a vast and intricate expanse befitting the foremost clan. For ordinary villagers, this might not pose a significant issue, as other clans like Sarutobi, Hyuga, and Inazuka also occupy extensive territories. However, unlike them, the Uchiha clan's land is rarely traversed by outsiders, with even visitors being a rare occurrence. From the moment Irika steps into the Uchiha territory, he senses an unusual atmosphere in the air, making him feel anxious and almost compelled to flee. Yet, with Itachi Uchiha unconscious on his back, he musters the courage to venture deeper. He finds some solace in the presence of Yuzuki Yugao beside him. Yugao, do you feel anything? Please call me by my full name. Thank you. Yugao glances at Irika, walking ahead as if oblivious to the discomfort, causing Irika to swallow the words that nearly escaped his lips. All right, fine. Yugao, wait for me. Finding Uchiha Fugaku's residence is not particularly challenging. But by the time they approach the Uchiha clan's estate, eyes have already been drawn to the unconscious Itachi on Irika's back. The pair follows their guide into Fugaku's home, where they find Uchiha Makoto waiting at the entrance, her expression revealing concern and urgency, yet she maintains a composed demeanor, avoiding any overt display of emotion. You must be Itachi's teammates. Thank you so much for bringing him home. Uchiha Makoto smiles gratefully at Irika and Yugo before gently taking Itachi into her arms. After a brief examination, she channels chakra to gently tap Itachi's forehead. Please. The maid at the entrance bows slightly, welcoming them inside, leaving Irika slightly taken aback. No. We don't need. Irika begins, but Yugao interrupts with a slight frown, silencing him. Feeling awkward, Irika follows Yugao into the Uchiha clan leader's home. The wooden halls are infused with a faint scent of sandalwood, and the intricately carved windows allow the golden-red hues of the setting sun to filter through. Lush greenery adorns the entrance, with vines gracefully cascading down, intertwining along the bookshelves, creating an elegant and tasteful ambience. Itachi, reclining on a nearby sofa, slowly opens his eyes. Recalling that he had fallen victim to Kato's genjutsu, he furrows his brow slightly, yet he feels no lingering headache from the illusion, instead feeling as if he has merely enjoyed a restful slumber. Itachi, it seems your teacher has given you quite the lesson, Uchiha Makoto observes. Relieved that the genjutsu posed no harm, and she instructs the servants to bring out some snacks. Irika sits dazed on a carved chair, seemingly hesitant to fully settle in. As Itachi awakens, he appears to want to say something, but merely opens his mouth before slowly closing it again. He is well, and quite strong, Itachi remarks. Glancing at Yugao, who looks at him with curiosity, and the somewhat restless Irika, nodding in acknowledgement as if to express gratitude. Be sure to get along with your teammates. Itachi, I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing Itachi finally making friends lifts Uchiha Makoto's spirits, prompting her to smile gently at the two before exiting the room, leaving the three in silence. Irika scratches his head, attempting to break the silence, yet at a loss for words, he awkwardly smiles. It's getting late. Since you're okay, we'll take our leave, Yugao suddenly interjects, alleviating some of Irika's discomfort. The notion of leaving brings Irika an inexplicable sense of relief. The snacks. Thank you for today. Though taciturn and perhaps preoccupied with thoughts, Itachi does not neglect the customary courtesies expected of him as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader. No, we didn't do anything, Irika insists bashfully, hastily rising from his seat. Thanks. Let us go, Irika. Before Irika can finish his sentence, Yugao picks up the snacks meant as a parting gift, including Irika's share, casting a quick glance at him before turning to leave the room. Uchiha Itachi, see you tomorrow. The alleyways of the Uchiha clan stretch long and desolate, the sky gradually darkening as the sun sets. The street lamps of Konoha flicker to life, casting a dim glow that feels particularly muted this evening. Following Yugao, Irika walks in silence, his head bowed low, gazing at the Uchiha Itachi's residence and observing the composed figure of Yuzuki Yugao before him. He gently pressed his lips together, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over him. You missed dinner, Yuzuki Yugao remarked as she offered Irika a portion of her snacks. The sudden interruption caused Irika to pause, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features, leaving him at a loss for words. If I don't want it, I'll consume it all myself. It appears rather delightful, she said with a light huff, attempting to reclaim the treats. Irika instinctively grasped the gift box. Hey, I haven't had dinner either. A subtle smile graced Yuzuki Yugao's lips, but the dimming light obscured Irika's view of her expression. Never mind, you can have it all. But you must treat me to ramen. Such snacks cannot compare to the delight of ramen. Is that so? I feel the same way, he replied, his stomach growling at the mere thought of ramen. Yet, as he glanced at the exquisite delicacies in his hand, he hesitated. Could they truly be inferior to ramen? Let us go. I want the largest serving of tonkatsu ramen along with a special char siu. Hey, that's the most expensive set. The constraints of the humble lower class instill a profound timidity within a person. They tread carefully, acutely aware of the emotions of those around them. Too afraid to act out of line, often feeling unworthy of stepping into any refined gathering due to their lack of confidence. The greatest regret lies in the fact that such character flaws often become a lifelong burden for those from the lower strata. Chapter 79, Genius? The support from Konoha for the Mist Village was multifaceted. Intelligence, logistics, and medical departments, nearly half of their personnel were dispatched to the battlefield of Mist, aiming to swiftly conclude the landing operations, especially as it appeared that the Sand Shinobi were subtly beginning to stir. The ideal scenario would be to maintain the current situation while rapidly concluding the Mist battlefield according to established strategies, shifting the focus of the war toward the battlefield against the Cloud Village. Let us depart. Kato stood at the entrance of Konoha, urging the three behind him to move away as swiftly as possible, for nearly all eyes were upon him. Nothing captures public attention more than a living hero. For those who survive usually possess genuine skill. I told you, Teachero's name will surely echo throughout Konoha. Kato's surprise was evident as he glanced at Irika, who possessed a remarkable sensitivity to the subtle emotional shifts among the three of them. In just a day, Irika had clearly fostered a deeper connection with Yuzuki Yugogo, yet there lingered a faint, almost imperceptible estrangement towards Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Uchiha Itachi, Irika, and Yuzuki Yugogo, along with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, seemed to be bound by a predetermined fate. It was not difficult to envision the emotions that might arise under such circumstances as senior members of Konoha. They were undoubtedly aware of these dynamics, perhaps even orchestrating them intentionally. When one steps out of the confines of academia and into the realm of society, the individuals encountered in youth significantly shape the trajectory of one's future. There is no need for extensive investigation. A considerable number of couples in Konoha were once teammates. Let us proceed. Kato was reluctant to ponder the tedious games of the elderly. He merely glanced back at the towering gates of Konoha village, which were nearly fading from view. A sense of uncertainty washed over him. Was this truly the last time he would depart from this place in such tranquility? Teachero, I shall scout ahead, Irika exclaimed, seemingly brimming with enthusiasm, charging forward even before Kato could respond. Is there truly a need for scouting here, you fool? Yuzuki Yugao cast a sidelong glance at Irika's retreating figure, letting out a soft scoff, yet her gaze lingered on Kato, who ambled forward as if taking a leisurely stroll, a hint of perplexity in her expression. Are you also eager to rush towards your demise? Kato glanced at Yuzuki Yuka, noticing the faint, dense scars on the web of her right hand. Despite her tender age, it seemed she had been training in swordsmanship for a considerable duration. Nevertheless, within Kato's recollection, such prowess would only suffice to survive the second round in the rigorous training at the base. He found it difficult to remember clearly. Perhaps it had been quite some time since he encountered someone so feeble. Yuzuki Yuka never anticipated that her dashing, youthful teacher would utter such words as his first statement to her, momentarily taken aback before realizing that Kato was referring to her. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in his words. That fellow was indeed a fool. Kato glanced at Irika without a hint of concern, casually tossing a shuriken that pierced through Irika's windbreaker, pinning him against a grand tree as he was about to step into the jungle. Go inform that fool. If he lacks the prowess of Minato Namikaze, he should refrain from imitating others by donning a white windbreaker. He would be the first to perish on the battlefield. Izuki Yuin pursed her lips slightly, her impression of Kato plummeting, feeling a twinge of grievance as she simultaneously fumed and rushed to the bewildered Irika's side. Teachero. Why? Irika stared blankly at Kato, the image he had fantasized of a kind older brother akin to Minato Namikaze shattering completely under the weight of the shuriken. Humph, he is nothing but a crude barbarian. Izuki Yuin huffed, rescuing Irika from the tree. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, unable to suppress herself from delivering a sharp kick to Irika's foot. Hey, why did you kick me? It's all your fault, you idiot. Kato did not heed the hushed whispers of Yuzuki Yuka, instead turning his gaze towards the expressionless Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, has your father ever disclosed to you the reasons for your inclusion in this squad? For some inexplicable reason, every time he beheld this child, he was reminded of the roots of Danzo, as if it were not he who emerged from the foundation, but rather Itachi himself. It was clear that while learning from Jonin Kato, one could further bridge the gap between the Uchiha clan and Lord Minato Namikaze. For you are favored by Lord Namikaze and may potentially achieve greater accomplishments in the future. Uchiha Itachi fixated his gaze upon Kato, still contemplating how he had faltered yesterday and why Kato could discern his true position in an instant. Indeed, the clan head Fugaku has truly nurtured you as a prospective leader, At such a tender age, he has confided all this in you. This was not merely the words of his father. It was Itachi's own sentiment. Oh, in Kato-o's eyes, there was a hint of astonishment. Yet, upon gazing at Uchiha Itachi's serene expression and unruffled demeanor, he understood that the boy spoke the truth. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Uchiha Itachi with a measure of discernment. The last time he encountered a child with such mature thoughts was during his reflection in a small bamboo house. Although he recognized the improbability of the situation, Kato-o felt compelled to utter a perplexing phrase, while simultaneously heightening his senses to closely observe any subtle emotional shifts in Uchiha Itachi. The king covers the tiger. Huh. Uchiha Itachi regarded Kato-o with a look of confusion, completely unable to comprehend the peculiar statement. There's no need to call the two of them over. Kato gently nodded, his gaze shifting away from Itachi. It appeared that in every world, there are always individuals whose thoughts transcend those of their peers. Such individuals are either geniuses or madmen. Itachi Uchiha also nodded slightly, remaining silent. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dozen shurikens flew towards Iruka and Yuzuki Yugao. How intriguing. Kato-o chuckled softly, quietly observing the shurikens that collided in midair, ultimately embedding themselves into the large tree beside Iruka, forming a colossal character resembling Return. The Uchiha clan's throwing technique possessed a certain brilliance. Quick, take cover. Yuzuki Yuin and Iruka widened their eyes, watching the countless shurikens hurtling towards them. Swiftly retreating behind the tree, their expressions tinged with disbelief. More. Yuzuki Yuin shot a furious glare at Uchiha Itachi. While she dared not express her ire towards Kato-o, it did not imply that she was devoid of any temper. Uchiha Itachi, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 80. The first battle. The mountains and forests towered high, occasionally inhabited by travelers. The winding, rugged woodland never posed an obstacle to ninjas. The only true hindrance lay in the concealed enemies lurking within. As they moved eastward, they ventured further from the land of fire. Kato-o, bringing up the rear of the group, gradually sensed something unusual. His gaze flickered, scanning the 3 o'clock direction, and his brow furrowed slightly. They had only just departed from Konoha village a day's journey prior, still 1,000 miles away from the battlefield of the mist. Yet his senses suddenly detected several unfamiliar presences. Stop, he commanded softly, expanding his perception to its maximum. The faint, elusive unfamiliar aura seemed to be concealing something. Observing the puzzled expressions of the 3 before him, Kato-o's brow knitted tighter. In most instances, he preferred not to elaborate. Experienced ninjas understood that sudden orders from superiors during a march usually indicated the imminent occurrence of a skirmish, though he seemed slightly unaccustomed to the shift in his role. After a brief contemplation, he explained, we must be cautious. There are enemies nearby. What Kato-o did not anticipate was the unfazed demeanor of the 3. Their expressions not marked by fear or trepidation but rather a subtle thrill. Is my path to fame commencing now? Iruka's eyes sparkled as he swiftly drew a kunai, stealthily taking cover behind the tree. His hands trembled slightly, yet his gaze vigilantly scanned the surroundings, alert to any movement in the foliage. This was the genuine ninja battle he had long awaited. The air grew still, seemingly awaiting the clash of steel. The intensity in Iruka's eyes igniting as he envisioned a protracted and exhilarating conflict within his mind. A gentle breeze brushed against Yuzuki Yuin's hair as she slowly turned her head, glancing at Iruka, who was anxiously peering around, and at Kato-o, whose eyes were slightly closed in concentration. The passage of time seemed to ease the tension in the atmosphere, concealed among the dense foliage. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered with confusion as he observed Yuzuki Yuin and Iruka, who were on high alert, watchfully guarding each other's backs. He could not comprehend why enemies would appear in this location, his senses failing to detect anything amiss, and his gaze inevitably fell upon Kato-o. Enemies? Where? Yet before he could finish speaking, a massive blade hurtled towards them with alarming speed, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Yuzuki Yuin's neck. Dodge. Uchiha Itachi reacted almost instantaneously. His small figure leapt swiftly down from the tree, pressing his hands firmly on the heads of Yuzuki Yuin and Iruka, forcefully pushing them down to the ground. Kato-o let out a soft snort, swiftly appearing beside the 3 individuals. As he regarded the swiftly approaching beheading blade, he seemed to make no move at all. In that fleeting moment of contact, he deftly flicked the kunai in his hand, causing the deadly blade to veer off course and soar into the depths of the forest. Are you not hiding? Awaiting your doom? Standing before the trio, Kato-o merely cast a fleeting glance at the stunned Iruka and Yuzuki Yuki. The colossal blade roared as it struck, slicing through the trees as if they were warm butter, causing them to tilt and collapse slowly to the ground. Mist hidden, beheading blade. In Kato-o's eyes, a flicker of blue light danced as countless shimmering points, visible only to him, were scattered into the air from his hands. The attack from Mist's shadow was utterly futile, and the forest resumed its tranquil silence, only to be interrupted moments later by the slow, echoing laughter that drifted from the shadows of the trees. Unfazed by the gazes of the onlookers, 3 figures emerged from the woods, exuding an air of confidence, their steps neither hurried nor slow, each wielding a large, menacing blade. Their faces contorted in grim expressions as they regarded Kato-o and his companions. Ah, a half-grown imp accompanied by 3 even smaller ones. It seems that Konoha truly has no one left to rely upon. The decapitating blade had reappeared in the hands of Kiba Taizang, his gaze sweeping over the weapon, which now appeared even more formidable, the sharp edge glinting with a diamond-shaped notch, coldly fixated on the kunai in Kaido's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. The blood of these 4 little imps should suffice. Kiba Taizang, it is quite disgraceful to have the decapitating blade in your possession, remarked the green-haired Hikuro Reiha with a hint of disdain, casting a brief glance at Kiba Taizang. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, no one had ever submitted to another. Humph. Your Reiha is hardly impressive either. You two should cease your prattle. Have you forgotten our mission? Kiba Taizang urged. Hurry up and deal with these nuisances. The robust figure of Suigetsu Hashigaki was burdened by a similarly hefty, yet unidentifiable sword, entirely wrapped in bandages, leaving Kaido unable to discern any distinguishing features. Humph. Being slain by a mere imp would be the best outcome. Do not rush. Allow me to eliminate them first before we engage in a more meaningful discussion, he retorted. Observing the continued banter between the two as if they were oblivious to his presence, causing Kaido to chuckle lightly. He gestured towards Uchiha Itachi, Yuzuki Yuin, and Irika, who were conversing as if the unfolding events did not concern them. How amusing. Today, I will impart upon you the first lesson. It is best to refrain from excessive chatter before taking a life. Hikuro Reia's eyes narrowed, and even Suigetsu Hashigaki found himself kneading his fingers, a sinister grin forming as he regarded Kaido. Ah, you've become a cautionary tale, he mocked. Kiba Taizang, you had best hurry, otherwise, I too might feel the urge to act. Give me 3 minutes. Afterward, we shall have a proper discussion about life, Kiba Taizang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Hikuro Reiha, completely disregarding Kaido and his companions. Casting a fleeting glance at the impassive Kaido. The decapitating blade whistled through the air with a chilling breeze. You, little imp, are the first. Kaido gazed intently at the menacing Shikais, his demeanor calm yet resolute. With a subtle twist of his foot, he gracefully shifted his body, allowing the great blade to sweep past him. The most formidable weapon of the human body is the elbow strike. Even a common individual, devoid of chakra, can penetrate the strongest of defenses, the skull. How much more devastating, then, is the elbow strike imbued with Kaido's fierce chakra? In that fleeting moment of evasion, his slightly bent elbow transformed into a spear, aiming directly at Shikai's ribs. Caught off guard, Shikai's was astonished by Kaido's swiftness. Reacting instinctively, his body swayed to the sides, narrowly avoiding the incoming assault. The massive sword twirled in the air, angling sharply towards Kaido's waist. Kaido's cold snort resonated as he spun his body, the kunai in his hand clashing with the beheading blade, igniting a cascade of sparks. Simultaneously, his left leg shot upward, the force generated by his rotation akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. The whip-like kick descended like a shadow, landing squarely upon the crown of Loquatch's head. In the instant his jaw dropped, the ground trembled as if it were quaking, rapidly fracturing beneath him, yet his form swiftly transformed into a puddle of water, vanishing before Kaido's eyes. This individual's martial prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Kaido's series of movements rendered Sugimiyama Fugu no Oni increasingly solemn. He recognized that Kaido's martial prowess far surpassed that of Pipa Shirzong, exhibiting a seamless and succinct coordination that could only be honed through a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Such an individual was certainly no ordinary Konoha ninja. How could that be? Hikuro Reiga's expression mirrored astonishment. Were he in Kaido's position, he would likely have no time even to perform the substitution technique. Impressive. Yuzuki Yuin's face, still smeared with mud, reflected no lingering desire to contest with Uchiha Itachi. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, her expertise lay in swordsmanship. Yet, regardless of the weapon employed, martial arts remained the bedrock of her foundation. Even so, she had been unable to discern Kaido's actions just moments prior. Her instincts suggested that such velocity would be challenging for even her family's elders to match. Her gaze remained fixed upon Kaido, revealing a complex array of emotions. Coughing and the incessant dripping of water betrayed Pipa Shirzong's position, yet he no longer exuded the arrogance of before. His jaw was fractured, and the bandages around it were soaked in blood, although he had exerted every effort to utilize the substitution technique at the moment of attack. He could not evade all harm. Can you all come at me together? The soul firebugs had dispersed throughout the entire forest, and not a single movement escaped his notice. Pipa Shirzong's martial skills were not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary J-nin would struggle against him. Alas, Kaido could see through all his actions. Brat, you seek death. Sugimiyama Fugu no Oni, bearing the immense weight of his shark-skin physique, leaped high into the air like a robust balloon. Yet, when he landed, the impact was akin to thunder without the rain, merely stirring the surrounding water vapor. Hidden mist technique. The sky darkened as the gray mist melded with the earth, enveloping the entire forest in a thick shroud. The 3 from the Mist clan exchanged glances and promptly vanished into the fog. Kaido-sensei, Yuzuki Yuin and her companions stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. However, she seemed hesitant to speak, and just as she began, Kaido interrupted her. Protect yourselves. The sound of countless shuriken shooting through the mist rendered their locations indistinguishable, seemingly emanating from all directions. Uchiha Itachi swiftly maneuvered, sending dozens of shuriken from his hands to intercept the airborne projectiles. Kato-sensei has disappeared. Yuzuki Yuin drew her longsword, alert. And upon hearing Irika's frantic cries, she glanced around for Kato-o, who had vanished without a trace. He is near. Sensing Yuzuki Yuin's unease, Uchiha Itachi calmly reassured her. Feeling Kato-o's presence not far away, yet unable to discern his form. Lightning release. Raiga. The thunderous crack of lightning erupted from the mist, accompanied by blinding flashes of light, surging toward Kato-o. Secret technique. Ripple impact. An array of intricate patterns began to materialize. Dark chains of black and azure converging along layers of runes, shimmering with an ethereal glow. In the instant they took shape, they vanished into the void. Kato-o stood still, quietly observing the thunderous dragon as it surged, and then faded away. With a swift utterance, gathering return, rebound. The residual chakra particles. Remnants of the chakra fluctuations in the air became conspicuous like a beacon in the night once Kato-o opened the ripple domain. With a light exclamation, he reassembled the dissipated chakra of the thunder dragon, infusing it with his mental will, akin to the formidable charge of an ancient, untamed beast. Resonating like the profound toll of a sacred bell within the mind of Black Ho Thunderfang. Grasping the shark skin. The swiftly advancing Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost heard the voice of Black Ho Thunderfang and abruptly halted. Though Black Ho Thunderfang was not feeble in strength, he never anticipated that this young ghost would not withstand even a single strike, his brow furrowing deeply as he began to retreat swiftly. The misconcealment technique he employed allowed him to sense the enemy's position. However, he sensed no movement from the stationary Kato-o. Yet, out of caution, he chose to forego this opportunity to attack. What has befallen Black Ho Thunderfang? Hearing the anguished voice of Black Ho Thunderfang, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's mind raced. In his eyes, Kato-o's threat escalated another level, not due to his strength, but owing to the deviousness of his tactics. Are you fleeing? The voice penetrated the mist, echoing directly in the mind of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, as chakra surged from the shark's skin behind him, he quickly regained his composure. The pitch-black domain seemed to descend upon him in an instant, threatening to strip Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost of his 5 senses within moments. Realizing the peril, he secretly admonished himself and began to retreat at high speed. Illusion, multiple dark path technique. Kato-o propelled the dark expanse to expand incessantly, forcing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost to retreat, landing beside Black Ho Leia. Observing the astonished expression on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's face, Kato-o gently revealed a smile. This is impossible. It is an illusionary mental assault. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gazed in horror at the blood streaming from Black Ho Leia's 7 orifices, utterly bewildered. Such a potent illusion was unheard of. Even the 3 Tomo Sharingan's Genjutsu would not incapacitate a Jonin-level combatant upon first glance. Turning to look at Kato-o, who was shrouded in mist and advancing towards them step by step, an absurd thought suddenly surfaced in his mind: escape. Yet, upon glancing at the fallen Black Ho Leia, his eyes flickered as if he had made a decision, and he began to urgently tend to Black Ho Leia's wounds. His methods were peculiar, unlike any ordinary genjutsu. Under the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's hasty assistance, Black Ho Leia staggered to his feet, leaning on Leia, though a hint of confusion and dizziness lingered in his eyes. I remember now, he is the Blue Azura of Konoha. The bleeding from Pai Pa Shirzang's jaw was temporarily staunched, yet his speech remained somewhat halting. The Blue Azura, you say? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the sword of the shark skin in his hand, and then at his 2 teammates, lost in thought, before finally speaking again after a pause. Indeed, a renowned figure does not earn their title without merit. You should make haste to leave. What are you saying? Black Ho Leia was taken aback, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Seeing the expressionless visage of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost instilled within him a sense of being underestimated. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost spoke once more. I have seen information about the Blue Azura in the underground black market. I simply did not know his appearance. I initially thought he was merely a bounty worth 5 million Rio, but it seems he has been underestimated by all. Even so, I do not believe he can contend against 3 while dragging along 3 burdens. I was merely careless before. Next, he shall truly experience the might of Leia. Black Ho Leia's face bore a hint of indignation as he coldly swept a glance at the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He had never feared anyone. Very well. Since you insist on fighting, there must be a method to it. Target the weak points, strike at his vulnerabilities. Those 3 children are his Achilles heel. With Leia and I in tandem, and with the sword of the shark's skin, we need not worry about entangling him. Shirzong, you shall capture those 3 little brats. Can we kill 1 or 2? Pai Pa Shirzang's face darkened as he suppressed the pain in his jaw. He merely sought to kill and vent his frustrations. Do as you wish. The 3 conferred for a brief moment, then nodded to one another and once more vanished into the mist. Is that so? Kato-o stood silently, a fleeting blue light shimmering in his eyes. The shark skin. Suka, the pufferfish demon, lightly struck the shark skin, causing an apparently endless flow of chakra to surge into his body. With swift hand seals, the jungle became akin to a celestial river cascading downwards, unleashing towering waves that filled the ravines between the mountains. Water release, great waterfall technique. Lightning release, lightning feast. Black Ho Thunder Fong raised his lightning blade high, and in an instant, the sky erupted with thunder and rain. Two surging torrents of lightning were drawn down by the blade, seemingly intent on devouring every drop of water in their path with ferocious electricity. Mountains swayed, thunderclouds gathered densely. And in the flickering shadows, the two combatants unleashed their most formidable assaults upon the land. Children, they are my favorite. Seizing the moment while his teammate attacked Kato, Pippa Shirzong concealed himself within the mist, silently approaching Itachi Uchiha and his companions, wielding a beheading sword that arrived in an instant. Irika dodge. In what felt like a moment between life and death, Yuzuki Yuin matured in an instant, reacting swiftly to push Irika aside, drawing her long blade from behind. She valiantly attempted to block the beheading sword, but the instant metal clashed, her blade shattered into two. Yuin. Irika's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the beheading sword, accompanied by fragments of the broken blade, poised to cleave Yuzuki Yuin in two, yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. Clang. Itachi Uchiha, with a kunai in hand, seemed to replicate Kato's movements. With a mere flick, he deflected the beheading sword from its deadly trajectory, though he did not send it flying. He saved Yuzuki Yuin's life. He grasped her by the waist and forcefully hurled her back, propelling her out of the sword's path, landing her in the muddy earth soaked by the flowing water. The water's saturation rendered the soil exceedingly soft, and Yuin, crawling in the mire, appeared merely as a struggling silhouette, unharmed. You all shall die. Absolutely. After having his attacks thwarted twice with such apparent ease, a flicker of rage surged in Pippa Shirzong's eyes. If Kato was indeed not his match, then Itachi Uchiha's actions felt like mockery. Die. It should be you. Itachi Uchiha regarded Pippa Shirzong with an expressionless demeanor, seemingly indifferent, yet his eyes subtly glanced in a particular direction, causing Pippa Shirzong's assault to falter. Cautiously, Pippa Shirzong observed the direction of Itachi's gaze, yet it seemed he discovered nothing amiss, merely guiding the battlefield away from that point with calculated intention. Boom. Hearing the distant sounds of battle, a glimmer of confusion crossed Pippa Shirzong's eyes as he scrutinized Itachi Uchiha, attempting to discern whether he was merely posturing or leading him into a trap. Do you know why I'm called the Blue Azura? Gazing at the roaring lightning dragon, Kato flickered, leaping from the water's surface. With a gentle clasp of his hands in the air, as if extracting a blade from the void, the dark and malevolent spirit-extinguishing blade appeared in his grasp, enveloped in eerie blue flames. Countless runes flowed through it, solidifying it as though it were a true sword. Both warriors directed their gaze towards Kato, who had transformed into a distant black speck in the sky. The lightning dragon altered its course, opening its massive maw, preparing to engulf Kato entirely. If there is a next life, you will undoubtedly witness this. With hands joined, disregarding the approaching lightning dragon, Kato's gaze intensified, locking eyes with the two. Soul capture. The already ensnared Black Ho Thunder Fong offered no resistance, as if entrapped within an illusion, while Suka, the pufferfish demon, appeared to momentarily lose focus, sensing an overwhelming danger. Retreating swiftly. Channeling chakra through his hands, the spirit-extinguishing blade seemed to be unsealed in an instant, and from 100-meter distance. The massive blade descended with the force of a divine thunderbolt, cleaving the lightning dragon in two, the residual electric sparks cascading down towards Black Ho Thunder Fong. The sky seemed to split in twain, one half clear and the other accompanied by thunder. Suka beheld the colossal shadow of the blade overhead. His throat constricting with primal fear, his only thought was to flee. Flee. The body of Black Ho Thunder Fong slowly crashed to the ground, devoid of any sound. Observing from a distance, Suka could no longer suppress the urge to escape, desperately drawing chakra from the shark's skin, darting through the jungle like a bolt of lightning. Too late. In Kato's eyes, a fleeting blue luminescence flickered as the soul fireflies, previously dispersed, began to swarm towards the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon. In but a moment, they encircled him entirely. Kato's mind wandered, yet he did not witness the eruption of the soul fireflies. Instead, he felt the connection between the soul fireflies and his chakra continuously severing. The already scarce chakra within him was vanishing, as if it were being absorbed by some unseen force. Was it that blade? His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the long sword behind the pufferfish demon of Sukawashin. Kato leaped into action, taking only a couple of steps before hesitating and turning his gaze towards the direction of Itachi Uchiha and his companions. A momentary daze overtook him, followed by a self-deprecating chuckle. It seemed he had forgotten something. Chapter 81. Summoning Beasts. Every grand battle leaves behind remnants. Whether it be the transformation of mountains or the collapse of forests, yet these memories are often obscured by time. The brewing enmity, however, tends to linger far longer, sometimes stretching across centuries. Water, fire, wind, earth, thunder, rain, grass, torrents, iron, fields. The 5 great nations, alongside the 5 smaller ones entwined within, have endured the relentless trials of war, yet they remain undeterred. Each individual and nation harbors its own ambitions, relentlessly pursuing their respective interests. However, for Kato in this moment, such matters felt distant. He was merely a humble jonin concealed within the forests of the Land of Fire, yet his existence, in a certain sense, divided all ninjas of the shinobi world into two tiers. When the intensity of a ninja's jutsu did not exceed a certain threshold, all their techniques became futile against him, provided he maintained sufficient chakra. The same applied to the strength of mental energy. Ninjas beneath this level, regardless of their strength, lacked the power to breach Kato's wave secret technique. Among them, even the strongest posed little more than a difference of a few strikes to Kato. Conversely, he had yet to engage with any other ninja of equal caliber, save for Danzo. Gazing at the fallen Shikaka Baiko, Kato's attention shifted to Itachi Uchiha, his keen eyes capturing every nuance of the battlefield. Itachi's typically stoic demeanor seemed to betray a hint of emotion under Kato's scrutinizing gaze. Itachi had engaged with Shikaku, marking Kato's first encounter with such a formidable ninja. Yet this man, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, appeared to toy with them effortlessly, as if they were mere pawns in his game. What perplexed Kato further was the enigmatic nature of Itachi's jutsu. Aside from basic taijutsu, he gleaned scant information. For one who had grown under the accolades of genius since childhood, Kato felt an inexplicable sense of loss, even as he found himself valuing this man's prowess more deeply. Itachi Uchiha, you are impressive. Without uttering much more, Kato recognized the child's genius was not merely superficial. His capacity for learning and observation truly warranted the title of genius. And you too. Kato was not one to engage in idle chatter. However, as he gazed upon the mud-streaked figure of Yuzuki Yuin and the dejected Irika, his heart was filled with an inexplicable uncertainty about how to initiate a conversation. Their heads hung low, their faces etched with guilt, as if any harsh word from him could provoke an outpouring of tears. Within Kato, an unfamiliar sensation arose. A realization of what it meant to be a teacher. He regarded the soiled Yuin with a gaze tinged with peculiarity, casting a glance at Uchiha Itachi. Yet he merely allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Itachi's eyes silently scrutinized Kato, perceiving that smile as a fleeting illusion, ephemeral in nature. Perhaps you require some specialized training. Kato's gentle voice seemed to sweep away their previous ineptitude. At his words, Yuin and Irika abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes betraying a sense of relief, though disbelief lingered as they glanced at Kato, who had turned his attention to the figure of Piwa Shizuku. It was as if they were hearing Kato's soft voice for the first time, igniting an inexplicable spark in their eyes, which also piqued Itachi's curiosity. Yes, Teacher O. From the memories of Kirakura Reiga, Kato had acquired the plans of the Hidden Mist, which involved the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen stealthily approaching Konoha to assassinate Namikaze Minato. Kato was utterly perplexed by the events surrounding Kirigakure, particularly by the audacity displayed by its Mizukichi. If the 7 individuals shared a similar level of prowess, what led them to believe they could orchestrate an assassination of the famed Minato Namikaze? Perhaps, on some level, sheer numbers could indeed overwhelm. A multitude of ants can vanquish an elephant. Yet, beyond a certain threshold, quantity ceases to dictate the outcome of a confrontation. However, such musings were not what occupied Kato's thoughts at present. He was deliberating whether to relay this information back to Konoha. Itachi, Yugao, Irika. Do you know who these individuals are? Gazing at the lifeless forms of the fallen Akatsuki members, Kato noticed a flicker of confusion in Irika's eyes, while Itachi and Yugao appeared contemplative. The peculiar weaponry and formidable strength they exhibited seemed characteristic of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Upon hearing Yugao's voice, Itachi nodded slightly, recognizing their identities, while Irika remained bewildered. There are lessons that a ninja academy would not impart, especially within the confines of a hastily assembled curriculum during wartime. All educational endeavors aim to ensure that these low-ranking shinobi could survive a tad longer amidst the chaos. Indeed, these 3 were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and their objective was clear. They sought to intercept Minato Namikaze. Wait, Itachi and Yugao exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Kato's true strength, yet they surmised it could not surpass that of Minato. Even Kato appeared to have dispatched these 3 with relative ease, casting doubt on their chances of survival against Minato. What? Teacher O, we must inform Lord Minato immediately. Irika's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 2 fallen figures, his steps becoming frantic as he paced, seemingly calculating their next moves. A day's journey back to Konoha should suffice, but the whereabouts of those individuals remained unclear. What should be done? Suddenly, lifting his gaze, he noticed the 3 regarding him with expressions of astonishment, leaving Irika momentarily speechless. He yearned to inquire why they were so unperturbed, yet found himself at a loss for words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Fool! If Teacher O could easily dispatch them, how could Lord Minato possibly fall to such individuals? Upon hearing Yugao's words, Irika seemed to have an epiphany, smacking his forehead in realization. Ah, how foolish of me. So, do we need to return to Konoha and convey this news swiftly? What are your thoughts? Kato cast a gentle glance over several individuals, awaiting their remarks. He has never considered the ninja's duty to be merely obedience to commands. One must at least learn to think independently, even when executing orders. It is imperative to comprehend the purpose for which one fights. I will not return, spoke Yuki first, though Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment before adding. But the information must be conveyed back. Oh, the summoning technique. Uchiha Itachi said nothing further, merely tapping the ground lightly. A raven materialized upon his arm, its piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings, lingering momentarily on Kato before it turned away. Teacher O, it seems the summoning raven is a bit afraid of you, Uchiha Itachi remarked, casting a curious glance at Kato, as this was a scenario he had never encountered before. How ugly, Yuki murmured. Stepping back a couple of paces, ravens were her least favorite creatures. Kato cast a brief glance at Irika, who did not retreat but rather edged closer. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the summoning beast that resided with Uchiha Itachi. Then it shall be you, Itachi. Please convey the message back to Konoha. Kato Omi gave a slight nod, preparing to depart, when suddenly a furrow of concern creased his brow as he sensed an unprecedented surge of chakra emanating from afar. Such a level of chakra was unfathomable. Dear friends, I have endeavored to the best of my abilities. My schedule is often quite hectic, with late hours at work, leaving only the weekends for writing, and even then, weekends are not guaranteed. I can only express my gratitude for your support, and I shall strive to complete this book without faltering. If there are several days without updates, please do not assume it is abandoned. This book will indeed be finished. Chapter 82, Mist Ninja Wuzan. The fierce aura of chakra surged skyward, distorting the very air around it. Kato had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of dread. He hurried toward the source of the chakra eruption, feeling the palpable energy brush against his skin like a tangible force. Who could it be? As he sensed the human-shaped chakra source drawing nearer, Kato instinctively slowed his pace, concealing himself within the foliage. After a brief moment of anticipation, his three companions arrived. Panting heavily, even the usually composed Uchiha Itachi wore a grave expression. Stay alert, Kato instructed, his gaze fixed ahead as he gently closed his eyes. Extending his senses, the fierce chakra fluctuations compelled Kato to exercise caution. He directed his mental energy to the soul fire insects scattered throughout the forest, manipulating them to explore ahead. Despite the fact that the soul fire insects were seldom detected, he boldly utilized the violent chakra waves in the air to obscure their presence. The tranquil dusk spread across the land, suffusing it with a silvery luminescence tinged with a hint of chill. Amidst the cracked earth stood a man clad in a green bodysuit, his lips stained with blood. It seemed he had just risen from the ground. His dark green outfit was tattered, and his muddy arms slowly wiped the blood from his mouth as he straightened his posture. Had he truly reached this point? His head hung low, obscuring his expression, and he muttered softly to himself. Before him, the sinister figure of Uchiha Shursui turned his neck slightly, glancing at his comrades with a smirk of amusement. I expected more from you. It appears you are merely a Leaf Village failure. It's astonishing that trash like you has survived this long. The Leaf truly knows how to nurture uselessness. Upon hearing his words, the other three men, burdened with heavy blades, erupted into laughter. However, Guy, who remained with his head bowed, suddenly clenched his fists, glancing at the young man behind him, a mirror of his own image. Fear and terror shimmered in the boy's eyes. Witnessing the frightened gaze of his son, a torrent of emotion surged within Guy's mind. His son was afraid. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over him, and his eyes softened briefly as he glanced at Mike Guy, unable to contain the tears that welled up. Guy, listen to me. You once asked when youth would come to an end, and I told you it never does. Now, I must tell you that the moment a man protects what he holds dearest is when his youth reaches its pinnacle. Mike Guy's head jerked upward, his eyes blazing with unrestrained killing intent as he fixed his gaze on the one-eyed man before him. 8 gates. 7th gate, the gate of shock. Open. 8 gates. 8th gate, the gate of death. Open. An invisible pressure surged through the forest as Mike Guy's chakra erupted around him, the dazzling crimson energy causing the ground to tremble violently. It even evaporated his final tears. Open. The terrifying crimson steam enveloped him, leaving only blood-red eyes beneath his tousled hair, coldly observing the figures before him. Father, this technique. It will kill you. Mike Guy staggered to his feet, his gaze locked onto his father shrouded in red steam, tears streaming down his face. Bathed in the glow of red chakra, Mike Guy unleashed a power exponentially greater than before, reminiscent of an awakening ancient beast. The rising crimson chakra seemed to siphon away all brilliance, drowning out any words in the rush of wind. Sensing the chakra's presence, Kato edged closer. The corners of the forest twinkling with faint bioluminescence, unnoticed by anyone. Leaf Village ninjas, it seems I have never encountered them before. The soul fire insects transmitted the scene back to Kato, who furrowed his brow. He had never seen nor heard of the Mike Guy adorned with the Leaf Village headband. Certainly, he was not among the elite jonin of the Leaf. Stronger than before, Uchiha Shursui, wielding a massive blade, merely pressed his lips together, a flicker of apprehension gleaming in his eyes. The secret techniques of the Leaf Village are indeed limitless. Before he could react, a colossal Shu soul appeared before him. Without time to move, it fell upon his cheek. What? The expression in Tsukasa Yaburi's eyes shifted to disbelief. He had been acutely aware of Mike Guy's potential threat, but he never anticipated such speed. Impossible. The other three missed ninjas gaped. As if they had just grasped the concept of true power, fixated on the fallen Shursui, forgetting any thoughts of retaliation. Puff. Shursui's head was smashed into the ground. Buried deep, while his body twisted grotesquely under the force of a single kick, collapsing and convulsing. Blood gushed forth and bones cracked, protruding from his mangled form. Thankfully, his suffering would not last long. He muttered incoherently, leaving no final words. Might Guy gradually turned to face the stunned trio, his crimson aura now even more pronounced. Mingled with blood. Dead. Just like that. Tsukasa Yaburi swallowed hard, despite Shursui's earlier arrogance. To be defeated in a single strike was a notion that had never crossed his mind before this day. Not good. Run. Buzz. The air seemed to tremble as Might Guy, with his mane of red hair dancing wildly, vanished in an instant, reappearing before Tsukasa Yaburi and his companions. Puff. A flash of blood. Tsukasa Yaburi's arm was shattered by a single punch, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his heart. Quick. Capture those kids, or we'll all perish. Tsukasa Yaburi gritted his teeth against the pain, his massive blades swinging as his severed arm fell to the ground, revealing a wound that looked as if it had been scorched by chakra. Sweat dripped from his brow. Might Guy furrowed his brow slightly, yet his assault did not relent. Shouting once more as he charged at Tsukasa Yaburi. Dull blade, Digari. The chains connected to the scythe shot forth like a meteor hammer, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh aimed at Might Guy. Yet, the attack of the injured T.S. Yabe was feeble, allowing Might Guy to merely sway his body and evade effortlessly. The heart of the second T.S. Yabe seemed to sink to the depths, as if he had entirely lost hope for survival. His gaze sharpened with a fierce determination as he faced the oncoming fist of Might Guy. Bracing himself to withstand the blow with his chest, blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto Might Guy's tight-fitting attire, yet the latter wore a grim smile upon his face. You shall pay the price. Return. The retracting chains of the scythe ensnared Might Guy's arm deep within the chest of T.S. Yabe, and with a vigorous pull, flesh and fragmented organs fell to the ground. Blood erupted once more, and as darkness began to encroach upon T.S. Yabe's vision, he mustered the strength to bite down on Might Guy's shoulder. His teeth shattered from the force of chakra, blood spraying forth as he let out a final anguish cry. Lock. The returning iron chains bound the two tightly together, awaiting the moment of attack from the masked figure, who wielded a blade resembling a long needle, thrusting it toward Might Guy. Long blade ninja technique. Earth spider stitch. Countless gleaming steel wires shimmered as they flickered across the ground, cold and hard, yet in his hands they seemed to weave a soft, gentle fabric. In an instant, a large net formed, enveloping both men, constricting around them. The iron cage continued to tighten, and Kurosaki Shuriken frowned slightly as he observed the two, an unsettling chill creeping into his heart, fearing for their grim fate that day. Too slow, he muttered. Sensing the iron cage compressing further, the crimson chakra surrounding Might Guy surged once again. Over 2 decades of perseverance had bestowed upon him such radiant strength. Yet those same years of being a lower-ranked ninja had left him lacking in the techniques and acumen to contend with high-ranking foes. Despite his power eclipsing that of everyone present, he found himself momentarily ensnared in a predicament of lesser significance. Break for me, Might Guy roared, causing the very earth to tremble, the entire jungle seeming to boil with energy, like a wave surging through the foliage. Trees were thrust skyward by the violent ripples of chakra, scattering the clouds above. Though tightly bound, the steel wires embedded deeply into his flesh, Might Guy's fist remained steadfast, propelled by the pain as he struck out furiously. T.S. Yabe's body was nearly obliterated, his already perforated chest appearing to be violently rent apart, reducing his insides to mere pulp. This force. Kurosaki Shuriken strained against the overwhelming power, feeling the wires grow increasingly oppressive. All his energy was directed toward maintaining the iron cage, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Bang! The sound of the first steel wire snapping echoed ominously, heralding Kurosaki Shuriken's impending fate, the faint crack resonating in his ears like a death sentence. Bang! Bang! One by one, the wires continued to break, and Kurosaki Shuriken's throat constricted as he focused intently on Might Guy, though his hands were busy forming seals behind him. Might Guy gently rolled his shoulders, his feet barely touching the ground before he vanished from sight. Not good. As Kurosaki Shuriken's eyes widened in alarm, a glimmer of confusion flashed across them. Yet he found no opportunity to investigate further. In a blur, Might Guy materialized before him, an overwhelming aura enveloping him as he reacted just in time to follow Might Guy's movements. A thunderous punch landed squarely upon Kurosaki Shuriken's form. Boom. The impact contorted Kurosaki Shuriken's face grotesquely, sending his body soaring as though it were a mere ragdoll. Konoha Great Whirlwind. The unrelenting barrage of blows rained down upon Kurosaki Shuriken, his blood cascading through the air like a crimson rain. The cacophony of the assault, though fleeting, left him unaware of how many strikes he had endured. Even as Might Guy's figure faded from view, Kurosaki Shuriken's body, resembling a lump of dough, crashed heavily to the ground, flowing and spreading out like a gentle liquid. Truly terrifying. The dark clouds obscured the sky, and the river winding toward an unknown destination continued to flow silently beneath the dim light. the shattered earth and gloom casting it as a tunnel to an endless abyss. Draped in a black windbreaker, Kato emerged slowly from the depths of the jungle. He glanced at the indescribable remnants on the ground, where bones and flesh were indistinguishable, and a ghostly blue light flickered in his eyes. Through Might Dai's form, he regarded the figure rushing away into the distance with a mix of complexity. Fortunately, his time is running short. Chapter 83. A new thought. What is the most important thing for a person? Kato did not respond to the question. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the Inquisitor, Uchiha Itachi. Emerging from the depths of the forest, Uchiha Itachi quietly settled beside Kato. As this sudden skirmish was drawing to a close, the vivid crimson figure danced through the sky, composing the final symphony of his existence. Akin to a red butterfly gracefully fluttering in the dim heavens, whose blood it was remains uncertain, yet it blossomed in the sky like a mist of crimson. As a gentle breeze carried the somber red, cascading to the earth like a rain of blood. Kato's curiosity was piqued as he pondered what Uchiha Itachi might be thinking at that moment. The rare display of emotion in his eyes resembled the wonder of discovering a new world, fixated as he was on Might Guy, whose form was stained with crimson. A droplet of blood, drifting from the heavens, suddenly fell upon Itachi's cheek, shattering the tranquil realm within which he dwelled, awakening him to the awareness of Kato's gaze. Prompting him to lower his eyes slightly. The blood is so warm, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Kato remained silent, lost in thought, continuing to observe Itachi. He had a general understanding of the Uchiha clan's status within Konoha, although they appeared to be exalted. They resembled a solitary tree swaying in the wind, proudly independent, yet perilously close to collapse. Itachi's fluctuating emotions allowed Kato to surmise some of his thoughts. Yet the silent genius before him seemed to reflect the path he once struggled with in the roots, a path that, despite appearances, had long been predetermined. It appeared that Itachi recognized him, perhaps having seen him before. How curious it was that such a formidable individual remained inconspicuous within Konoha, seemingly untouched by the turmoil of war. Itachi's brow furrowed deeply. He had never contemplated such matters before and found himself looking up at Kato. Despite being a prodigy, he was merely 7 or 8 years old, still harboring the ideals of peace and beauty that Konoha had instilled in him. In his initial perception of events, he rarely inclined towards darker interpretations, regardless of their potentiality. Kato let out a light chuckle, merely casting a glance at Uchiha Itachi. His gaze traversing the concealment of the forest and settling upon Might Guy. He is on the brink of death. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, yet his eyes revealed his thoughts. Seemingly awaiting an explanation from Kato. Perhaps it is this secret technique that has unleashed his potential. Itachi's gaze lingered on Might Guy, marked by contemplation. As he fell into a moment of silence, as if engaging in soliloquy or revealing his rare troubles with a furrowed brow directed at Kato. Thus, whether this secret technique or any unique ninjutsu has enabled him to exhibit such strength. Can it be posited that he is unwilling to sacrifice his life for war and the village, yet would willingly lay down his life for his family? Perhaps. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kato's eyes narrowed slightly, as he reflected on the dichotomy between sacrificing one's life for Konoha and for family. A subtle, imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. From Itachi's inquiry, Kato seemed to have gleaned the answer he sought. The internal conflict within the Uchiha clan and Konoha appears to have reached a critical point. Sensing his inadvertent slip of the tongue, Itachi's gaze toward Kato grew tinged with confusion and wariness. It was as though he felt his secret had been uncovered. Carrying a hint of still innocent indignation as he regarded Kato with indifference. Teacher I have discovered something intriguing. As a special jonin of Konoha. Your speech never refers to the village simply as the village, but always as Konoha or Konoha village, much like the terms used for mist ninja or rock ninja. Kato's gaze sharpened slightly, imbued with a hint of coldness as he directed it towards Uchiha Itachi. Yet, almost instantly, a soft laughter escaped his lips. Haha. Is it not true that the name of our village is Konoha? Itachi, could it be that you mistakenly believe the figure standing before you is a mere doppelganger of the mist or rock ninjas? You truly underestimate me. With a mere flick of his finger, Kato struck Uchiha Itachi on the forehead before he could react. A fleeting azure glow shimmered, and Itachi's body was propelled like a cannonball, colliding forcefully with a grand tree. That single gesture left him with no avenue of escape. As if he had been struck by a colossal hammer, prompting an involuntary fit of violent coughing. Witnessing the peril that had befallen the ninjas of the village, he was compelled to rush to their aid. Itachi, strive to be a diligent protector of your comrades. The sounds from the jungle piqued the interest of Irika and Yuzuki Yugao, who were alert and obeying Kato's orders, hastening toward the commotion despite their ignorance of the battlefield's circumstances. Sensei, Itachi, with a tinge of confusion, Yuzuki Yugao, the first to arrive, cast a curious glance at the silent and swollen-headed Uchiha Itachi before her gaze settled on Kato. Yet, before she could utter a word, a thunderous explosion resonated from the nearby battlefield. Might Dai, engulfed in a fierce crimson glow, let out a bellow, as if expending every ounce of his strength. With unmatched ferocity, he delivered a punch that struck an unknown ninja from the land of water, causing the mist ninja to vanish, deeply embedded in the earth. It seemed that this war had drawn its final curtain. Was that Might Guy? Perspiration glistening on his forehead, Iruka emerged hurriedly from the thicket. His gaze fixed on the battlefield, appearing somewhat dazed. He struggled to comprehend the overwhelming transformation of the jungle. The vast crater before him caused his throat to tighten as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly recognizing a familiar figure. Was that the fighter from earlier? Might Gaia's father? Compared to talents like Kakashi Hatake, the only aspect in which Might Guy could currently compete was his notoriety within the Konoha Ninja Academy. Even the scions of prominent clans could not ensure that every student, whether senior or junior, was acquainted with him, let alone possess the honor of knowing his father. Sensei, shall we not assist them? Before Iruka could dispel his astonishment, Yuzuki Yugao posed the question that lingered in his mind, directing her gaze toward Kato O. It appears there is no longer a necessity for that. Teacher, what does this mean? Though the continuous flow of blood hinted at Might Dai's grim condition, Iruka still found it hard to believe, his eyes searching Kato O's for clarity. It is likely a forbidden technique. He has exhausted all his strength. Kato O disregarded Iruka's incredulity, a glimmer of ethereal blue light flickering in his eyes, sharp enough to seem as if it could pierce through Might Guy entirely. The chakra began to wane. One's abilities are always limited, yet paradoxically boundless. After Might Guy unleashed the mightiest punch of his life, his aura surged forth as if the very mountains were collapsing, his entire being resonating with a thunderous crackle akin to exploding beans. The force, sustained by sheer willpower and chakra, appeared to dissipate entirely in that moment. His body could no longer endure the excruciating pain, plummeting from the heavens like a shooting star. Might Guy's form resembled that of someone escaping from a raging inferno, bereft of chakra as protection. The aftermath of blood-red steam rendering his skin charred and his consciousness seemingly extinguished by overwhelming agony. Father. Might Guy rushed frantically towards the place where Might Dai was destined to fall, an indescribable sorrow crashing over him like tumultuous waves. Father. Despite his injured body, he always seemed to remain just out of reach, as though a vast expanse of mountains and rivers separated him from Might Dai. Was it truly over? It was indeed remarkably difficult to fathom. Kato's figure flickered into existence on the battlefield, appearing suddenly near Might Guy. With a gentle release of chakra, he carefully laid Might Dai's body upon the ground. As Might Dai abruptly opened his eyes and beheld Kato adorned with the Leaf Village headband, the last remnants of his anxiety dissipated. Enduring the pain, he turned his head to gaze at the staggering Might Guy who was rushing towards him. His lips trembled as if to utter words, yet only a silent gasp escaped, accompanied by tears that streamed down his face. Dad, witnessing his father, who was now barely recognizable, Might Guy's steps faltered, unable to bear the sight. Tears, large as beans, erupted from his eyes without warning, and a sorrowful wail escaped his lips. He longed to reach out and touch Might Dai, yet feared that even the slightest movement might plunge his father into greater agony. Turning away, Might Guy suddenly collapsed to the ground, clinging to the last flickers of hope as he looked towards Kato. Jounin Kato, I implore you, please save my father. You are the village's great hero. You must have a way. There must be a way. Kato was taken aback by his unexpected fame. Might Guy recognized him at a glance. However, as he observed Might Guy kneeling on the ground, a frown creased his brow, and he let out a soft sigh. Give it up. It cannot be. How could father possibly? Might Guy relentlessly struck his head against the earth, as if intent on causing himself grievous harm. Yet, upon glancing at Might Dai's injuries, Kato remained silent, offering no response. The sky darkened, casting a grayish-blue light that mournfully illuminated the desolate landscape. The chilling wind swayed the few withered blades of grass, burying Might Guy's heart deeper into the blood-soaked soil. Lost in contemplation, Kato suddenly lifted his gaze, a novel thought materializing in his mind. Without further hesitation, a shadowy glow subtly emerged in his hand, quietly penetrating the already fading body of Might Dai. Rather than pleading with me, it would be better to spend these last moments speaking with him. His time is running short. Kato lightly waved his sleeve. An especially crafted soldier's food pill fell before Might Guy. I suppose I need not elaborate on what this is. It might alleviate some of his suffering as he endures these final moments. Might Guy stared blankly at the crimson pill in his hand, turning his gaze towards his father. In Might Dai's pained expression, there lingered a hint of gratitude as he subtly nodded at Might Guy. Yet, even this slight gesture seemed to cost him immense agony. Beads of sweat once again forming on his brow. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Might Guy's face, yet he still placed the crimson pill into his father's mouth. This specially designed pill could suppress the pain and awaken latent potential, meant only to be consumed in the face of certain death to fight against the enemy at the cost of one's life. Yet now it had become Might Guy's final lifeline. Thank you. After Might Dai swallowed the pill, the anguish etched on his face eased considerably as he struggled to raise his body and expressed his gratitude to Kato. Kato did not utter another word, slowly pacing away, leaving the final moments to the father and son. Yet, a sudden wave of agitation surged within him. No one stepped forward. They merely stood at a distance, witnessing the poignant farewell between Might Guy and his father. The sound of suppressed sobs echoed, and the scene of parting, life and death, rendered everyone speechless, as if they all comprehended the gravity of what was about to unfold. Teacher, you carry such things with you? Yuzuki murmured, enveloped in a heavy silence. Even Iruka, usually so talkative, found himself at a loss for words. The two teammates of Might Guy, heads bowed, bore the marks of tears on their faces, whether from sorrow or guilt remained uncertain. Only Uchiha Itachi gazed intently at the figures of Might Guy and his father. Lost in thought. 1,000,000 ri each. Remember to have that little brat repay me. Kato made no further acknowledgement of Yuzuki Yuin, continuing on his solitary path into the distance. His fists were clenched tightly, and it felt as if countless heavy hammers were pounding within his chest. Why had he not thought of this sooner? The lush jungle was tinged with a hint of sanguine atmosphere, as beams of sunlight filtered through the dense layers of foliage. Reflecting specks of crimson where the mist of blood lingered, casting an eerie and inexplicable aura over the entire forest. Kato quietly sat cross-legged upon the branches of a grand tree, seemingly deep in contemplation. In an instant, a dark ray, entwined with a cerulean orb of light, abruptly surged into Kato's being. He realized that Might Guy was dead, or rather, his corporeal form had perished. Gradually closing his eyes, he entered a realm of spiritual consciousness, where a wisp of ethereal blue light hovered serenely in the air, drawn to the spectral entities within the space. Its soul energy continuously radiated, delicate strands of azure luminescence gently flowing into the spiritual forms surrounding it. Kato waved his hand, and the inky black chains of ceiling began to ascend towards the ethereal blue orb, enveloping it entirely. The incessantly overflowing mental energy was thoroughly contained, no longer to escape even a trace. Gazing at the soul orb, which hovered silently within the dark chains, Kato remained silent for a considerable time, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. A faint smile graced his lips as he chose not to disturb Might Daisuke's soul, instead opting to store it away quietly before withdrawing from the mental realm. Teacher Orochimaru, a true genius, Kato thought, suddenly opening his eyes and directing his gaze towards the direction of the hidden mist, where his mentor and friend Orochimaru resided. Teacher they are preparing to leave. Uraraka Yuka hastily emerged from the thicket, her face still marked by a tinge of sorrow, her voice tinged with a somber tone. Yes, it is time for us to depart as well. Itachi, let them take the other two corpses from the hidden mist. We need not return. We must hasten to the battlefield of the hidden mist. With Kato's guidance, Uchiha Itachi seemed to withdraw further into silence, occasionally casting glances at Kato, but rarely meeting his gaze directly. Let us go. Upon encountering Might Guy once more, Kato was unaware of what Might Daisuke had conversed with him, yet the current Might Guy, while still carrying a hint of sorrow, appeared to possess a newfound resolve. Perhaps the quest of each generation commences from the moment they lay their forebears to rest with their own hands. Master Kato, I will repay that 1,000,000 Rio as soon as possible. Thank you, Kato replied, as Might Guy stood before him, upright and resolute. His gaze filled with determination and gratitude directed towards Kato. Do as you wish. Kato nodded, refraining from further words, as he and Irika, along with two others, leisurely made their way towards the jungle, continuing their journey towards the land of mist. Thank you, I am truly grateful. Observing Kato's retreating figure, Might Guy slowly bent forward, bowing deeply to Kato for an extended moment, until the silhouettes of the four vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 84. The Battlefield of Mist. The condition of the battlefield in the land of mist appeared to diverge significantly from Kato's grim expectations. Upon their arrival, Kato and his companions seamlessly integrated into the ranks of Konoha. This so-called large-scale invasion operation by the mist seemed almost farcical. There were no overwhelming armies, no myriad vessels, only occasional disturbances from the mist ninjas. Aside from a few hastily left corpses, Kato felt no palpable atmosphere of terror that one would typically associate with war. Teacher Kato, why does this place feel so peculiar? It seems far from the urgent conflict described in the mission. Even Irika, who often appeared somewhat oblivious, had sensed the dissonance, and it was clear to all that they were aware of the situation's absurdity, albeit helplessly. The Konoha camp was established along a narrow coastal line. And to the mist ninjas, the coastline appeared as shallow as any terrain could be. Konoha was compelled to disperse its forces, stretching their front lines along the entire coast. This endeavor consumed countless resources, yet it remained a daunting task to predict where the mist would strike next. Perhaps it was precisely through such stealthy landings that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist could penetrate deep into the heart of the land of fire. Before Kato could meet Orochimaru, he was already dispatched to a coastal encampment. Perched upon the cliffs slightly to the north were a few barracks, seemingly constructed using earth techniques, appearing somewhat rudimentary. Their current mission was to remain stationed here, monitoring the surrounding 5-kilometer radius for potential landings of mist ninja. This task seemed rather trivial for the Hyuga clan, endowed with their Byakugan, yet it appeared that only the Byakugan could execute this mission with utmost precision. Konoha's military strength was currently strained, making a counter-landing operation against an island nation highly implausible. It seemed they had exerted every effort to secure this situation. Sensei, may I explore the beach? Asked Yuzuki Yugao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Not only her, but Irika too was visiting the seaside for the first time. Feeling a surge of emotions, sensing the scattered soul fireflies within several kilometers, Kato gently nodded and accompanied the two as they ventured out. Itachi, keep an eye on the place, he instructed. Yes, a gentle, Warm breeze caressed them as they leisurely walked along the shallow beach beneath a grayish-white sky. The azure waves stretching infinitely before them. The clouds gradually dispersed in the sky, and the sea shimmered with golden light. Gazing at the vast ocean, which seemed so profoundly eternal, devoid of embellishments, Kato inhaled the briny air, feeling a sense of ease for the first time since arriving in the ninja world. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of scenery lay hidden beneath the depths of the sea, where the village hidden in mist resided. Kato was uncertain of Orochimaru's current whereabouts, yet he was convinced that Orochimaru would seek him out, seemingly harboring some anticipation. He sat quietly upon a large stone by the sea, eyes closed in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, far across the ocean, the Mizukage of the hidden mist village felt a faint, almost imperceptible gratitude towards him, thankful for his role in nearly annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen alongside Might Guy. The 7 ninja swordsmen had indeed met with failure. Kirigane Yosuke chuckled softly, caressing the summoning scroll in his hands. Sensing that 6 of the 7 swords had already lost their masters. Renowned as the 7 ninja swordsmen of the hidden mist, none could resist the allure of possessing them. However, most ordinary ninjas remained unaware that each sword had been imbued with summoning seals during their creation, ensuring they would never be lost. Seated in the highest office of the Mizukage building, Kirigane Yosuke was alone. The mist-laden sky veiled the entire hidden mist village, obscuring his visage and rendering the doll-like face of the Mizukage seemingly harmless, leaving others unaware of his true thoughts. Perhaps this was sufficient. Rising from his seat, he surveyed the hidden mist village shrouded in clouds, sighing softly. He understood that such a solitary infiltration into Konoha to assassinate an enemy general was likely a suicidal endeavor. Yet he felt compelled to proceed. There were many exceptional individuals in the hidden mist, yet most belonged to bloodline clans, making his position appear somewhat feeble. Governing a village required not only formidable strength but also strategic acumen. It was time to select a new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kirigane Yosuke gazed into the distance, as if peering through layers of mist towards the defenses of the Konoha coastline. The land of water, distant from the mainland, was a tough nut to crack. No nation would be inclined to pursue such a challenging adversary, yet the land of water could take an interest in their territory. The sacrifice of the previous generation of swordsmen not only provided him with newfound strength but also further weakened the bloodline clans, allowing him to wage war against Konoha while selecting the new wielders of the ninja swords. Regardless of victory or defeat, the internal conflicts within the land of water would be redirected externally, facilitating his restructuring of key positions within the hidden mist village once the war concluded. Heralding a revitalized village. No organization could afford to harbor dissenting voices, yet the current hidden mist was plagued by more than 2 conflicting opinions. Even erroneous beliefs were preferable to the self-destruction wrought by ongoing internal strife. Suigetsu Hozuki, do not disappoint me. Setting down the scroll, Kirigane Yosuke awaited the return of Suigetsu Hozuki, the last remaining party to bring back detailed intelligence on the extermination of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Should the face of the hidden mist, the 7 ninja swordsmen, be nearly obliterated, it would serve as a resounding slap to the face of the hidden mist clan, bringing shame even to the ordinary ninjas within the village. What Kirigane Yosuke desired was to harness this wave of public sentiment, a tide that could not be resisted. Knock. Knock. His thoughts regarding the future of the hidden mist were abruptly interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Frowning slightly, he lifted his gaze to the umbu at the entrance. Mizukage-sama, the general requests an audience. Before Kirigane Yosuke could nod in acknowledgement, the figure of the Mizukage general, leaning on a cane, appeared at the office door. His aged visage was etched with the lines of time, yet his gaze remained sharp. Kirigane Yosuke dared not underestimate this man, who had survived from the Warring States period to the present. Yosuke, I wish to discuss the matter of the 7 ninja swordsmen with you. Kirigane Yosuke's expression momentarily hardened before quickly shifting to a smile. Indeed, General Sama, your news travels swiftly. I was just preparing to pay you a visit. We may need to select new wielders for the ninja swords. Observing the Mizukage general's placid demeanor, Kirigane Yosuke felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Suigetsu Hozuki had returned yet did not seek him out immediately. Chapter 85. Perhaps this is the beginning of a new expedition. Okuin, you truly made me wait long. Days later, Kato found himself once again in the presence of Orochimaru, who appeared unchanged, though a hint of fatigue graced his brow as he leaned against a great tree, awaiting Kato's arrival. With eyes partially closed, he seemed to savor this moment of tranquility, only turning to regard Kato as he approached, his golden serpent eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Orochimaru-sensei, long time no see. The evening breeze by the sea felt particularly serene, gently tousling Orochimaru's hair, while the bright moon cast shimmering reflections upon the waves, mirroring the twinkle in Kato's eyes. Ant Snake. Kato smiled as he locked eyes with Orochimaru. For reasons unknown, those days spent struggling alone on the dark, winding roads came to mind. Yet in this moment, they no longer seemed filled solely with solitude and suffering. Instead, they evoked images of vast oceans and brilliant stars. It seems you have been faring well, Okuin, Orochimaru remarked with a soft chuckle as he strolled toward the sea, his voice tinged with a hint of coolness. Perhaps you have become quite the ordinary person. An ordinary person, indeed? Orochimaru scoffed lightly, disregarding Kato. His footsteps on the sandy beach made no sound. The waves swept in, erasing his footprints, rendering him a fleeting visitor on this vast ocean, leaving no trace behind. Orochimaru-sensei, your research must be at a critical juncture now? Okuin, as ever, your intellect remains sharp. Kato cast a gentle smile, slowly extending his right hand directly towards Orochimaru, his gaze sharpening with an unspoken intensity. Beneath the night sky, the serpentine eyes of Orochimaru reflected an inexplicable eeriness as they fixated on Kato's outstretched hand, revealing a peculiar expression. Noticing Kato's somewhat solemn demeanor, Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gradually raised his own arm. A gesture of opposition, perhaps? It seems that Okuin possesses considerable confidence in his own abilities. Kato made no utterance. In the fleeting moment when Orochimaru raised his opposing seal, he struck. Enchantment. Multiplicative dark arts. An immense, obsidian space materialized abruptly above the ocean, a darkness so profound it seemed destined to meld with the very heavens. Unlike ordinary dark arts, this surging abyss appeared to flow and expand in tandem with the tumultuous waves, blurring the lines between the ethereal and the tangible, perhaps merely a heartbeat apart. Impressive. A genius-level enhancement. Orochimaru vanished, leaving behind a multitude of serpent shadows weaving through the inky void. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly, seemingly attuned to the sensations within the darkened realm through these vibrant serpents. Earth release, earthen lance. Countless grains of sand and silt erupted towards Kato. Yet he deftly evaded the onslaught, his eyes glimmering as myriad glowing orbs burst forth from his grasp. Fall. The scattered soul fireflies suddenly flickered to life in the pitch-black night, their ethereal blue illumination dancing intermittently upon the profound sea, casting a dreamlike azure radiance reminiscent of a fantastical tableau. Since O has such refined taste, I shall indulge him to the fullest. The cerulean glow reflected in Orochimaru's eyes. Yet it bore no effect upon him. Instead, he wore a knowing smile, his hands coming together in a gentle prayer. The formation of 10,000 serpents. From the earthen debris, countless venomous serpents of varying sizes emerged, seemingly guided by an unseen force, contorting their bodies to form a dense, encircling barrier, surging towards Kato. Explode. With a soft incantation, innumerable azure specks adhered to each serpent, bestowing upon them an ethereal, translucent sheen. Suddenly, from the heavens and lurking beneath the waters, it was as if a myriad of fireworks burst forth, showering the surroundings with a cascade of brilliance. Master Orochimaru, as ever, employs unfathomable tactics. Partial spiritualization. Kato leaped into the air, one hand firmly grasping, delivering a punch that suddenly manifested as a colossal shadow, hurtling towards Orochimaru in an instant. Has the technique of etherealization been refined to such an extent by Oka? Orochimaru deftly evaded, observing as the punch shadow seemed to pass through the ground, entirely vanishing into the earth, his gaze narrowing ever so slightly. The attack, which disregarded physical defenses, reminded him of his first encounter with Kato. However, it appeared that Oka had now surmounted the greatest flaw of the etherealization technique. In light of this, the Kusanagi sword, he uttered softly, as a slender artifact was gradually drawn forth from his mouth, seemingly imbued with a hint of intrigue, directing its attention towards Kato, standing upon the sea. The proficiency in illusions and ninjutsu displayed by Oka truly astonishes me. With keen perception, Orochimaru discerned, through merely 2 brief exchanges, that Kato-Oka's mastery of illusions was profoundly deep, and his ability to manipulate such a multitude of soul fireflies, along with his enhancements to the etherealization technique, all revealed exceptional chakra control and ninjutsu talent. Has Master Orochimaru resolved to engage me in earnest? Kato glanced at the grass-cutting sword in Orochimaru's hand, slightly pressing his lips together as he gently formed hand seals. The obsidian hilt slowly emerged from the void, and he firmly grasped it, drawing it forth. The inky blade seemed to coalesce continuously from another realm, and an aura of chilling extinction abruptly enveloped the entire beach. Was this a manifestation of chakra, the essence of sealing techniques? It was hard to fathom when the once feeble spirit, easily vanquished with a mere stone, had grown to such formidable heights. Orochimaru gazed at Kato, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable daze, as if he glimpsed other figures through his silhouette. Kato's identity remained a mystery to him, yet it was the first time he discerned such nuanced emotions in the cold gaze of the Snake Lord before him. Orochimaru suddenly ceased his actions, emitting a soft laugh that carried a hint of admiration, accompanied by a trace of complexity. Gently placing down the grass-cutting sword, he extended his hand towards Kato with a smile. No need for that, Okuin. I acknowledge you. As their fingers lightly touched, sealing the moment of reconciliation, Kato merely smiled, radiating joy. Perhaps, in this manner, the esteemed Orochimaru would no longer perceive him as a child in need of assistance. Are you lamenting that I have not compensated you adequately? Orochimaru chuckled softly, yet refrained from further speech, quietly pacing beneath the moonlight as if engrossed in deep contemplation. Although he appeared outwardly unaffected, Kato sensed an inexplicable stillness emanating from Orochimaru. Perhaps he was reminiscing about someone from his past. Kato understood that. Unlike his own lack of belonging to the hidden leaf village, Orochimaru, having grown up there, was entwined in countless bonds. It was likely that repeated disappointments had ultimately led him down this path, making his choices infinitely more arduous than Kato's. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru slowly spoke, seemingly concealing once more the emotions he had inadvertently revealed. I have never doubted the potential for your strength to evolve to this extent. Yet you now seem to be shackling yourself with such power, evading reality by filling the void within with false sentiments, ensnared in the quagmire of emotions, ultimately succumbing to the so-called trap of happiness. Okuin, your heart is indeed hollow. Orochimaru's gaze seemed to penetrate through Kato's very being, perceiving his thoughts and feelings. Compared to Kato's own awareness, Orochimaru's precise judgment, rooted in contemplation and experience, never ceased to amaze him with its insight into the human heart. Friendship, familial love, romance. How splendid these emotions are, yet they merely represent a form of need, an insatiable craving for more. If your loneliness is the cause, I suggest you seek out some women. Much like that fool Jiraiya, perhaps you will grasp the essence of deeper emptiness and understand what such a sensation truly entails. However, I suspect Kato would not indulge in such base desires. Perhaps he remained lost in some fantasy. Yet, what you may not yet comprehend is that only solitude is eternal. Kato listened intently to Orochimaru's words. Such moments of emotional revelation were rare for him. His tone seemed to soften, becoming less cold and more intimate. Gradually, Kato began to comprehend the transformation that had led Orochimaru to his current state. As he gazed across the boundless depths of the ocean, he contemplated Orochimaru's insights and finally spoke. Continuous loss cultivates a profound sense of insecurity, and when intertwined with betrayal, it creates a world where the heart's door may never truly open again. What constitutes a genius? I believe it is not merely one who is born with knowledge or one who can swiftly mimic a skill with finesse. Rather, it is the ability to discern the early signs of a wrong choice, for they glean wisdom from observing the lives of those around them. Is Orochimaru-sensei a genius? No one disputes this title. However, it is often only through personal experience that one can truly grasp the intensity of such suffering. I wish to first immerse myself in this world, experiencing pain, regret, and resentment. When these sharp blades pierce my heart, it may well mark the moment of my rebirth. Only by severing the bonds I hold can I hope to intensify that suffering, perhaps fortifying my resolve in the process. Kato's voice, though not loud, managed to draw Orochimaru into deep contemplation. A more intense light flickered in his eyes, as if he were rediscovering this young man before him, so unlike the frail, innocent child of his memories. The contrast was striking. The delicate figure he once knew seemed utterly incompatible with the presence he now faced. What a remarkable speech. Such clarity from Kato was almost unsettling, provoking a desire to eliminate him. Perhaps, during their initial encounter, that would have been the prudent course of action. Chapter 86. The rebirth of the undead war seldom evokes thoughts of tranquility, yet amidst such turmoil, Kato found himself enveloped in a profound sense of inner peace and serenity. In a laboratory distanced from the battlefield of hidden mist, he slowly removed the bloodstained medical gloves from his hands and carefully picked up the bento box containing a fish rice ball infused with the essence of the deep sea. As he surveyed the research room he had inhabited for over half a month, he gently closed the bento box, a slight frown creasing his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something vital. The experiment of separating soul from body was nearing its conclusion. The cursed seal served as a directional anchor, preserving the core will. The technique of rebirth without a corpse had ceased to present technical challenges. Kato no longer recalls the precise moment of his first experiment. It seems like a distant memory now. Yet, at this moment, all his efforts converge upon the small scroll he holds in his hands. This scroll embodies an irresistible allure for all living beings, immortality. Regrettably, the soul incurs a certain degree of irreversible deterioration during the process of reincarnation. This soul degradation is beyond Kato's current capabilities to address. The systematic loss cannot be remedied unless the experimental results are entirely dismantled and approached anew with an alternative method. Perhaps there are other pathways, but Kato remains oblivious to them at present. According to this irreversible deterioration, theoretically, a soul's existence may far outlast its corporeal form. Yet it is not eternal. It too has an endpoint. There exists the potential for the loss of self-awareness due to the degradation of the soul. Nevertheless, this remains a method of attaining longevity. Gently caressing the scroll in his hands, Kato was roused from his contemplations by the sound of the laboratory door creaking open. Slowly, he tucked the scroll into his bosom and, with a sudden lift of his gaze, regarded the weary figure of Orochimaru, who had just returned from the fog-shrouded battlefield. Today, Kato appeared somewhat different. Since his arrival, Orochimaru's once deep-eyed bags seemed to have softened, though he squinted slightly while observing Kato, as if he had already surmised the outcome. Though outwardly composed, Orochimaru's heart swelled with unprecedented turbulence. Sensei Orochimaru, you know me, I am not one to be swayed by sentiment. My arrival in the land of mist is not born of desperation or any other such motivations. I simply seek something. Kato gently lifted the scroll in his hand, smiling as he gazed at Orochimaru. Although most of the ideas originated from Orochimaru, without Kato, the secret technique would never have come to fruition so smoothly. You truly have not disappointed me, he remarked, observing the scroll he held. Contrary to Kato-o's expectations, Orochimaru did not display the anticipated excitement. Instead, he chuckled softly. Looking at Kato-o with a glimmer in his eyes that conveyed a sense of appreciation and affection he had never shown so intensely before. Perhaps, trading for Okuin from Danzo was one of the most extraordinary decisions I have ever made. To be a disciple of the esteemed Orochimaru, I too share in this glory. The laboratory was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, it enveloped the two figures in a warm light, devoid of the clear breeze and bright moon. And absent were the revelries of wine and laughter. Yet, amidst the seemingly tranquil atmosphere, Kato-o and Orochimaru exchanged glances, both adorned with smiles. No one in this world possesses omniscience. Much like Kato-o and Orochimaru engaged in their studies, while Sarutobi Hiruzen remained oblivious, only aware of the lack of progress on the battlefield of the mist. Likewise, even across the sea, Orochimaru could not fathom the significant events unfolding within the hidden mist village. Next up, Zabuza Momochi. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, only one remained. Having brought an indelible disgrace to the mist, yet simultaneously igniting a fervor within the village amidst the war's intervals. It seemed that any young ninja harboring a semblance of ambition now cast their gaze upon the remaining 6 swords. Zabuza Momochi, perhaps? Aoyamaru squinted slightly. His heart weighed with a hint of seriousness as he watched Zabuza approach step by step. Here, there were no other rules. Only the most primal and straightforward means of slaughter prevailed. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they would earn the recognition of all within the mist. The demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, appeared to be among the select few deemed formidable within the village. Aoyamaru withdrew his long blade from the chest of the vanquished, exuding the typical arrogance of a mist ninja, casting a disdainful glance at Zabuza. It was uncommon for one wrapped in bandages to swagger through the mist village. Yet to those accustomed to the village's eccentric inhabitants, it was hardly considered unique. Here, even a fish, provided it possessed enough strength, could gain the acceptance of the mist people. Zabuza, with only his eyes visible, remained silent, gently unsheathing his long blade, planting it firmly into the ground. To slay such a being as the demon of the mist would surely be all the more intriguing. Remarkable indeed, he has claimed many lives. After a moment of silence, Zabuza's gaze, tinged with cruelty, fell upon Aoyamaru, yet he did not strike immediately. To die is merely to send them on ahead. I am not comparable to the illustrious demon of the mist. Having slain all his peers, I wonder if your blade remains as cold as it once was. Meeting Zabuza's piercing gaze, Aoyamaru refrained from further words. As he subtly formed hand seals, the slender blade akin to willow leaves swiftly emerged from its sheath. A silver arc sliced through the air, easily parried by Zabuza, yet both blade and man seemed to vanish, while the mist gradually thickened, enveloping the entire training ground. Is this the silent killing technique? With few spectators, only a handful of J-nin atop the platform scrutinized the battlefield's every movement. In the realm of ninjas, no one underestimated the significance of intelligence, especially in times of war, where any leak of information could undermine the mist strength. If Karayakiya wasn't a fool, he would not have allowed such a selection to unfold as a grand event during wartime. He actually used Zabuza's techniques against Zabuza? No one could discern his expression, and no one knew the thoughts swirling in his mind. He merely squinted at the hazy mist, his eyes seemingly radiating an infinite brilliance. Mist technique, he softly uttered. As Zabuza unleashed the signature ninjutsu of the mist, the two vanished into the fog, the training ground transforming into a gray world, where no one could perceive the events unfolding within. Alas, it seems the spectacle is beyond our reach. Gently closing his notebook, the J-nin on the platform appeared somewhat bored, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the mist. Chapter 87, The Mist Bang. Not long after, a crisp sound resonated through the dense fog, the clash of blades creating ripples throughout the mist. Aoyamaru surged forward like a drawn sword, only to retreat after a failed strike, swiftly charging at Zabuza once more. Well done. Only then did Zabuza seem to take matters seriously, focusing intently on the surrounding sounds, his long blade emanating a faint azure glow. Unexpectedly, he exhibited some genuine skill. Ding. The mist seemed to part, revealing Aoyamaru's slender blade, which appeared to have reached an exquisite sharpness. As their weapons collided once more, the two locked eyes, both sensing the other's tenacity. Indeed, you are as formidable as your reputation suggests. The silent killing technique is not an exclusive secret art, but it is Zabuza's forte. Concealed within the thick fog before striking with lethal precision the moment the prey reveals a weakness. After exchanging 2 blows, the battlefield fell silent once more, devoid of any sound. Aoyamaru, quite the surprise. To kill you would be a pity. As he remained alert to the movements around him, Zabuza spoke slowly, seemingly attempting to provoke Aoyamaru, yet no response came. With a soft huff, Zabuza ceased speaking, focusing intently on the sounds surrounding him. Time passed, and the two engaged in a terrifying game of hide-and-seek within the mist. Yet, it appeared that Zabuza had yet to master the mist technique. Falling short of Aoyamaru's verbal prowess, a slight rustle reached his ears, and a smile crept across Zabuza's face as his long blade transformed into a shadowy stream, slicing through the mist. To his surprise, Aoyamaru, having been detected, evaded Zabuza's attack like a swimming fish, striking back with a gleam of blade aimed directly at Zabuza's throat. Moon Shadow. In a fleeting moment, the form of Akiyamura seemed to multiply into countless apparitions, each figure indistinguishable from the other, all wielding swords in a dazzling display. The brilliant sword light appeared to emerge from the void, aiming directly at the neck of Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza merely stepped back abruptly, his eyes narrowing slightly. As his black blade sliced horizontally, seemingly prepared to counter with brute force, Akiyamura's gaze sharpened, his wrist twisting suddenly, summoning the scattered clones in an instant. Their sword lights cascading like waves, surging towards Zabuza. Water release. For reasons unknown, merely gazing at the sword light conjured thoughts of the water release technique in Zabuza's mind. This youthful adversary seemed to have infused the essence of the water technique into his swordplay. A spark ignited in Zabuza's eyes. This unexpected prowess intrigued him. I find myself reluctant to eliminate you. Zabuza reigned in his disdain, launching himself into the air, evading the blade's brilliance. With hands clasped together, countless water whips seemingly emerged from thin air, akin to a vast net, aimed at Akiyamaru. Boom, boom, boom. The water whips enveloped the landscape, shaking the entire training ground with their force. Water release, instant water. Harnessing the momentum of Zabuza's technique, Akiyamaru executed the instant water technique, gliding across the water surface with remarkable speed. Though unaware of when Zabuza would form seals for his jutsu, Akiyamaru remained unscathed. The mist disperses. The impact of the jutsu gradually cleared the thick fog, rekindling the interest of the Mist Village Jounin on the viewing platform, who gathered closely to observe the battlefield. Water release, breaking rapids. The clash of physical techniques was but an appetizer. For the denizens of the Mist Village, water release was the true hallmark of their prowess. Akiyamaru formed hand seals, and two massive torrents of water surged beside him like dragons, racing towards Zabuza. If it's about water release, then allow me to truly assess the depth of your skill. Zabuza's form floated backward, and upon landing, two water dragons erupted from the ground. The dragons soared through the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, their might astonishing. The clash of their water release techniques resonated throughout the Mist Village. Torrents of water cascading down as if to consume everything in their path. Surrounding trees and foliage bore the brunt of the onslaught. The training grounds earth-scarred with terrifying ravines, all wrought by the deluge. Observing Akiyamaru, who appeared somewhat winded, Zabuza's gaze softened with a hint of respect. Regarding him solemnly, truly impressive, you have managed to withstand the water dragon bullets. Should you survive this encounter, consider joining my ranks. I have no desire to be a subordinate to one who has been defeated. Though it appeared that his chakra was severely depleted, Akiyamaru showed no sign of yielding. Casting a sidelong glance at Zabuza as he continued to form seals. Then you shall meet your end. Zabuza lunged forward, a sharp brilliance erupting around him. His long blade descending upon Akiyamaru with the force of a mountain, the dark sword light transforming into something terrifying. Well, you truly are formidable. Akiyamaru exhibited no fear. His long sword dancing before him like a torrential downpour, lights and shadows intertwining, countless beams of light piercing forth, blinding to the eye. Dance of sunlight. The clash of blades erupted in a dazzling display, as if myriad shooting stars were bursting forth, both enchanting and perilous. Akiyamaru unleashed his technique, seemingly drained of energy, nevertheless. He successfully parried Zabuza's attack, offering a faint smile as he waved towards the viewing platform. I concede, I will not continue the fight. Zabuza refrained from further assault. Merely watching the retreating figure leaving the training ground, his eyes narrowing as he pondered his thoughts. Please, do not continue fighting. Over the course of several days, Kat and Orochimaru remained secluded, meticulously finalizing every detail of the impure world reincarnation technique. The most challenging aspect of their research lay within the technical difficulties. But once the most arduous parts were conquered, the remaining tasks would present no further obstacles. Naturally, Kat would not toil for Orochimaru without recompense. And thus he proposed his price. You desire the chakra of a tailed beast? Kato's voice was not loud, yet it compelled Orochimaru to narrow his eyes slightly. Regarding Kato with a hint of scrutiny. Oh, seemed to be far bolder than I had initially imagined. Is Orochimaru-sensei feeling apprehensive? Humph. It appears O still fails to comprehend the caliber of strength required to become the Hokage of a village, even though he is aged. Orochimaru let out a derisive snort, casting a somewhat mocking glance at Kato. The Nine Tails, you say? It seems that Orochimaru-sensei is bolder than I had anticipated. I have not yet reached such heights of arrogance. Perhaps Orochimaru-sensei remains unaware that your esteemed friend, Jiraiya, once fought the Eight Tails and severed one of its tentacles. It appears he has not boasted to you of such a glorious achievement. Although Orochimaru seemingly displayed no emotional fluctuations, Kato sensed a faintly complex emotion flickering in Orochimaru's eyes. It is said that O is held in high regard by Minato Namikaze. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Perhaps, after Orochimaru-sensei departs, I shall need to rely on his favor to navigate the perilous waters of survival. If any misfortune were to befall me, it would be best to shift the blame entirely onto Orochimaru-sensei. This might allow me to endure a while longer. A feeble creature such as myself must inevitably resort to the art of survival. Orochimaru glanced at Kato, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Yet his expression soon transformed into one of inexplicable intrigue, leaving him momentarily speechless. Seems to have become considerably more cheerful. Kato's eyes widened momentarily as he gazed up at Orochimaru, yet the latter's unyielding demeanor rendered Kato unable to discern any emotions. I will seek out Jiraiya. And I trust you have not deceived me. Of course not, came the reply. The unique trait of the tailed beasts is that they are reborn after death. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect is that their consciousness remains intact, devoid of any loss. I wonder if Orochimaru-sensei has contemplated what kind of power preserves their awareness during the void of death. Perhaps this could compensate for any potential soul depletion that may occur during the process of reanimation. As he spoke, Kato tossed the meticulously prepared documents towards Orochimaru. Regarding the tailed beasts, all my hypotheses may still require the insights of Orochimaru-sensei. Kato adjusted his cloak and prepared to depart from the laboratory. However, as he casually flipped through a few pages, Orochimaru suddenly called out, halting his departure. An S-rank mission requires your attention, he said, addressing someone on the verge of leaving. Truly, Orochimaru-sensei is a person of remarkable dedication to Konoha. Kato gazed curiously at Orochimaru, as if a thought had crossed his mind. A fleeting glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. I shall obtain the chakra of the 8 tails. However, as for the other item you desire, it may require your own efforts to acquire. This mission affords you ample time and a fitting guise to seek it. Indeed, a task presented on a silver platter. Kato regarded Orochimaru with a hint of intrigue. The Hidden Mist Village was currently conducting a selection for the 7 ninja swordsmen, and it appeared that some individuals were becoming restless, eager to intervene in the conflict of the Mist Village. Orochimaru's voice betrayed no discernible emotion. Yet one could easily detect an undercurrent of disdain. Is this your transaction with Danzo? Or perhaps merely a deal with yourself? Casting a brief glance at Kato, Orochimaru showed no intention of concealing his thoughts. He was well aware of the final piece of the power puzzle that Kato sought. He understood that Kato would not decline. Not sufficient? The summoning scroll of the Dragon Cave. Kato placed the mission scroll within his cloak. Slowly pushing open the door, he finally remembered what he had forgotten, his 3 subordinates. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet accompanied by the coastal breeze. It enveloped Kato's face as he turned to gaze towards the village of Konoha, a dangerous smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. The Mist Village. I await with bated breath. Chapter 88. Autumn colors and night rain upon Kato's return to the seaside encampment. He couldn't help but notice that the ocean appeared even bluer than before. Meanwhile, the 3 young ones were either reclining or standing idly by the shore, lost in contemplation of life's mysteries. The inexplicable battlefield atmosphere, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of their supervising teacher, seemed to instill in them a persistent illusion of stepping into a pitfall during their days here. It seems you all have been managing quite well. The sea breeze was not as gentle as one might imagine, yet it was accompanied by Kato's abrupt voice, which momentarily stunned the trio. However, within an instant, their initial joy transformed into a flicker of displeasure. Perhaps Kato's usual demeanor was a tad too serious. Irika, wishing to voice his thoughts, harbored a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes but hesitated to speak up. Uchiha Itachi remained his usual self, exhibiting an air of nonchalance, while Yuzuki Yuin's face darkened slightly, her discontent plainly visible. Teacher Kato, do you know what day it is today? Kato merely chuckled softly, refraining from conversation, as he had yet to devise a suitable approach to manage his 3 disciples. Today marks the 1-month anniversary since our arrival at the mist-hidden battlefield, and also the 2nd occasion we have encountered you, master. With a pout that expressed her grievances, Yuzuki Yuin rarely showcased her youthful demeanor. Yet, at the tender age of not much more than 10, even the most resilient of girls can succumb to an inexplicable sense of being abandoned or neglected during this past month. I have left a letter. This? Irika, wearing a perplexed expression, gingerly produced a narrow strip of paper from his pocket, handling it as though it might shatter at any moment, gently swaying it in the breeze. There is something to discuss. I have departed. It seems sufficiently detailed. Kato gazed at the discontented expressions of the 2 little ones, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of ease washed over him. Ignoring their demeanor, he burst into hearty laughter. It was still little Itachi who displayed understanding. Upon hearing Kato call his name, Uchiha Itachi's lips twitched slightly, and a rare glimmer appeared in his eyes. Rest well today, for tomorrow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he glanced at the trio, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, and Kato furrowed his brow slightly. Let us embark on our mission together tomorrow. If Kato had long comprehended the implications of the arrangement by Minato Namikaze for him to lead as a jonin, he could not help but feel a degree of admiration for this overt strategy. Are humans truly such complex beings? Not necessarily more intricate than the physiological structure of a monkey. The complexity of humanity lies eternally within its emotions, desires, and character. Perhaps that is what is referred to as human nature. Kato never perceived himself as transcendent, possessing an innate understanding of the world's intricacies simply because he was a 2nd generation. He was, after all, merely an ordinary individual, albeit slightly more astute. Thus, he resolved to let nature take its course. The five great nations were paramount in the minds of the shinobi, who seemed to disregard the sentiments of the smaller countries. Apart from the inhabitants who had lived on this land for generations, the land of rain, caught in a narrow buffer zone between the three major nations of wind, earth, and fire, transformed into a hellish battleground at the onset of war. The land of rain, particularly vulnerable due to its connection to the three great nations, bore the brunt of the impending conflict. The skies above the land of rain, adjacent to the land of grass, wept with the tears of the heavens, mourning for this impoverished and war-torn nation. No one could predict when the rain would cease, and amidst this interminable wait, the citizens of the land of rain appeared to have learned resilience and a certain numbness. Yahiko, we have received word that the cloud and rock ninjas have clashed in the land of grass. Meanwhile, Konoha and Suna have yet to make a move. But it is unlikely they will remain passive. Once they entered the fray, the land of rain would inevitably become the most direct battlefield among the four great nations. At that moment, Yahiko, with his head bowed, listened to Konan's voice, his hands clenched tightly, yet still lowered. He recalled the days of their tumultuous existence, sensing that such days were about to return. Although they were in a cave, it was far from dim, as the base of the Akatsuki organization. It had been meticulously developed over the years. The news Konan brought cast a pall of silence over everyone present. No one spoke, as the foreseeable future seemed immutable. Even Yahiko, furrowing his brow, felt a flicker of confusion. Despite the Akatsuki barely surviving under Hanzo's oppressive rule, he sensed an increasing number of people from the land of rain aligning with his ideals and joining the organization. Yet now, the flames of war threatened to engulf the land of rain once more. We must protect the land of rain, Yahiko declared, without hesitation. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable foes, his words resonated deeply among all Akatsuki members, who fixed their gazes upon his youthful visage. At 17, he had been tempered by the trials of war, emerging with a newfound resilience. The young leader exuded a unique charisma. Though we are still weak, we cannot allow the great nations to bully us. Konan, inform all Akatsuki members that this time, we will not hide. In the face of Hanzo, we can flee. We can hide. We can scrape by in the shadows. Though they misunderstand our organization, we know we did not form to supplant them. We exist to safeguard our homeland and to achieve true peace. Now, we must confront not our fellow countrymen with whom we differ, but those who seek our annihilation. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall not allow them to trample upon this land again. This time, let the shinobi world hear our voice. The cry of the Akatsuki. Anger towards the five great nations was likely felt in every small country. None harbored affection for their oppressors, yet dared not voice their fury. Though the battle appeared hopeless, it ignited the deepest passions within them. A solitary individual unafraid of death is not formidable. A collective of such individuals can tear flesh from even the mightiest of foes. Those who fear not death, when fueled by conviction, become among the most terrifying forces in existence. Fellow countrymen, as the howling winds echoed in his ears, Nagato slowly lifted his head, his eyes, framed by long hair, landing gently on Yahiko amidst the crowd, filled with a mix of complexity and unease. Perhaps they had never considered them as compatriots. Could peace truly be attained? After stepping out from the throng, Nagato exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief as he was never accustomed to being in crowded spaces. At night, the wind howled, and the gentle patter of rain gradually soaked his crimson hair. Perhaps only at such moments could he raise his head unabashedly, his astonishing eyes tracing the origins of the downpour. Where does the rain come from? Allowing the rain to wash over him. The boy bearing the Rinnegan revealed an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. How might it come to rest? Chapter 89. Ghost Lantern Kato seems to have never pondered a certain question, or if he has, it appears he has never given it much thought. In this ninja realm, how many ninjas truly exist? Ninjas, samurai, sages, deities, or any other term that may denote groups endowed with extraordinary powers, are often not accompanied by any tangible output, despite their undeniable significance. When considering the resources occupied solely by the extraordinary, it is evident that at least several dozen times the number of producers is necessary to achieve a balance of income and expenditure, not to mention the special resources required by the extraordinary group. The sheer number of ordinary individuals needed to sustain the daily lives of these non-productive beings far surpasses that of the exceptional group. Interestingly, it is the ordinary people who yearn for peace, yet history is seldom dictated by their desires. The land of water, being coastal, often evokes thoughts of the ninja realm. Yet seldom do the inhabitants of this world consider the countless ordinary lives that have thrived here across generations. They likely do not regard the fishing industry, upon which their survival hinges, as particularly significant. After all, how could it possibly compare with the fervent battles of the ninja world? Entering the land of water is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in concealing one's identity from the mist village. As night envelopes the shores of the land of water, the sound of crashing waves seems to eternally obscure all other noises. Let us proceed. Do not forget our current identities. Dressed in the guise of a merchant, Kato's demeanor appears to have subtly shifted, eliciting a curious glint in the eyes of the three young companions behind him. I have sealed the chakra signatures emanating from you. As long as you do not act impulsively, it is highly unlikely that anyone in the Mist Village will perceive your true identities as ninjas. dressed as a maid. Yuzuki Yuin feels somewhat out of place, yet finds a peculiar amusement in observing Iruka and Uchiha Itachi in their servant attire. Teacher, oh we. Kato turned his gaze back, a slight frown creasing his brow as he regarded the three individuals. Although they had undergone similar covert training at the Ninja Academy, their inexperience was glaringly evident in their demeanor. Despite their efforts to suppress the chakra emanating from their bodies, they bore no semblance to ordinary individuals who revered ninjas. Very well, from this day forth, you three shall remain silent in the presence of outsiders. As Yuzuki Yuin gazed upon Kato's unfamiliar visage, marked by a shadowy depth and the appearance of a man in his 30s, her throat tightened and she refrained from uttering another word. The exchange of spies and informants between nations is hardly a novelty. Each day, traitors are exposed and fresh agents infiltrate towns. Wherever there is human movement, a mix of fish and dragons is inevitable. Regardless of the nation or those in power, such occurrences are inescapable. Orochimaru's assumed identity is a testament to the years of espionage cultivated in Konoha. This authentic persona, resilient against any scrutiny, exists in every nation, albeit in limited numbers. As long as his identity remains intact, the few young subordinates around him will attract no attention whatsoever. Kato once again unfurled the scroll, scrutinizing its contents with a slight furrow of his brow. Suddenly, an ethereal blue flame ignited in his hand, reducing the scroll to mere ashes that vanished by the seaside. What intelligence could be so significant as to warrant such a display? With the destination now in sight, Kato pressed onward with his three companions toward the hidden village of Mist. When will the maritime routes be reopened? If they remain closed much longer, the cargo aboard my vessels may rot away. I have heard whispers of significant events unfolding in the village of Mist, prompting a complete blockade of the maritime trade routes. A relative of mine serves as a retainer to a certain jonin in Mist, and it seems this situation will not resolve swiftly. What are we to do? The cargo on these ships represents a substantial portion of my fortune. The peculiar political dynamics of the ninja world, where the feudal lords wield fiscal authority while the ninja villages maintain military power, have seemingly established a strange norm. Each party possesses its own considerable autonomy. Rather than viewing the feudal lord as a sovereign ruler, it is more accurate to say that the ninja village and the lord collaborate to govern their lands. A stable regime requires both military and financial strength. One cannot exist without the other. Even in a divided governance, there must be a singular voice. For should one side gain overwhelming dominance, calamity is inevitable. The merchants of the land of water remain indifferent to the internal politics of the village of Mist. Although they harbor a fear of ninja prowess, those who rise above the common populace are seldom easy to deal with. Maritime trade is one of the most vital economic pillars of the land of water. We must unite to appeal to the feudal lord. Such a blockade of maritime trade will undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon the land of water. The prosperous capital, which houses more than half of the nation's wealth, is unmatched, regardless of whether it is a small nation with few inhabitants or a grand nation at its decline. In the secluded chambers of an eastern tavern, numerous affluent merchants congregate, engaged in fervent discussions. Yet, what can be done? Can the feudal lord truly assume control over Mist? Kato spent nearly half a month in the hidden Mist capital, gaining a general understanding of several prominent forces within the village. The major bloodline clans continue to be the predominant power in Mist Village. However, amidst the dynamics of the village, Kato appeared to perceive the faint shadow of the Leaf Village. As he listened to the impassioned discussions of a group of influential merchants from the hidden Mist, a thought seemed to dawn upon him, prompting him to rise slowly. Do any of you possess news regarding the esteemed clans such as the Akatsuki, the Hozuki, and the Kagaya? As Kato's words resonated in the air, all eyes converged upon his countenance, seemingly reminiscing about his identity. There was an air of familiarity, a recognition of his existence. Yet the details eluded their memories for the moment. However, his utterances left the assembly in a state of contemplation, their gazes reflecting a whirl of thoughts regarding the implications of his statements. Although our Chiyo-Shuei Trading Company has engaged in numerous business dealings with the Terumi family, we have yet to forge connections with its core members, remaining uncertain of their stance on the prevailing policy of exclusion. It is plausible to assume that support is scant, as many present maintain ties with the hidden Mist Village and surely possess knowledge of some pivotal information. Perhaps we could engage in a dialogue about it? Chiyo-Shuei Trading Company? The attendees appeared to be sifting through their memories, taking a considerable pause before a glimmer of realization dawned upon them. It seemed they recalled the obscure trading house's background. Though no one vocalized their thoughts, their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, as if questioning the audacity of one of such humble standing to grace an assembly of such elevated status. Nonetheless, as the gathering comprised familiar faces, and merchants generally refrained from inciting enmity, the atmosphere remained subdued, with little further discourse. Kato Oyo was not in a hurry. He simply sipped his tea gently, choosing not to utter anything further. His objectives had already been accomplished. As long as he could divert the attention of these individuals towards the inner workings of the Mist-hidden village, he would be able to gather more intelligence to facilitate his next move. Having just entered the Mist-hidden village, it was prudent to avoid raising any suspicions before acquiring the secret technique. As for the Akatsuki family, he hoped they would not let him down. Chapter 90. The three great families, the three prominent families of Mist Hidden, Akatsuki, Terumi, and Kagaya, along with numerous smaller clans, comprised a complex web of alliances and tensions. While it was uncertain how the other families felt, it was apparent that the Kagaya clan harbored some dissatisfaction, and the Akatsuki family subtly conveyed a different sentiment. The merchants, well-versed in the flow of information, did not disappoint Kato Oya. Although they refrained from divulging overly detailed intelligence, snippets of gossip could serve as a means of exchange. Perhaps, we could initiate a strategy from within the Mist-Hidden village, compelling these families to exert pressure on the Mizukage. An intense discussion was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice, plunging the room into silence. Kato Oya cast a glance at the wealthy merchant who had spoken, a flicker of obscure azure light glimmering in his eyes. Surveying the room, it was evident that these cunning old foxes had likely already devised their plans. However, given the overwhelming military might of the Mist-Hidden village, exchanging information through casual conversation hardly sufficed. Yet, no one dared to be so forthright. The notion of appealing to the feudal lords, a mere bait to provoke thought, could be articulated without concern, even if it reached the ears of Kurigane. However, should the intentions of the major families be uncovered, it would transform into a matter of grave significance. Ah, how could I have forgotten that an old friend would be visiting today? Esteemed guests, I must take my leave for now. Come, let us go together and share a drink. Yet, having sat by the window, feeling the breeze, my head aches terribly. I must excuse myself for the time being. Kato O mingled with the crowd as he exited the private room, observing the swift strides of the people around him, who bore expressions of urgency and a hint of mirth. There was no need for further action on his part. These individuals would inevitably plunge the hidden mist village into chaos for their own interests, facilitating their clandestine operations. Unless Kei Yuzu Shikura employed draconian measures to silence all dissenting voices. However, such an approach seemed rather impractical. The three individuals who had been languidly waiting in the hall were already weary of the stillness. Kato O had instructed them to remain silent, which only compounded their discomfort. Fortunately, after a fortnight, they had somewhat acclimatized to this muteness of existence. Despite their eyes reflecting a degree of dissatisfaction, they obediently nodded and followed Kato O. Teacher O, when shall we venture to Hidden Mist? Upon returning to their lodgings, Irika could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly inquired. Kato O smiled gently. Having gathered the necessary intelligence and possessing a legitimate reason to blend into the procession of affluent merchants, thereby reaching Kirigakure unharmed, possibly even being treated as an esteemed guest. Any slightly irregular actions might deter others from taking action against him. Thus, there was little reason to linger here. When, today, after glancing at the three individuals before him, Kato O found himself lost in thought, his eyes reflecting a newfound contemplation. Yuzuki Yuki and Irika were momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with excitement. Although entering the Village of Mist would undoubtedly entail numerous dangers, it was preferable to the past 2 months of inactivity. Yet, a peculiar glint flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he scrutinized Kato O, his brow furrowing in concern. Has the selection for the new 7 ninja swordsmen been completed? Kagura Yagura lifted his gaze from a heap of paperwork, stretching slowly as his attention turned to his most trusted subordinate, Kirigaya Shun. While not necessarily the strongest in combat, Shun possessed an unparalleled understanding of Yagura's thoughts and intentions. Not quite, Kirigaya Shun replied, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of regret in his eyes. There are few qualified candidates, and most are scions of the 3 prominent clans. The 3 clans, indeed, Kagura Yagura mused, recognizing the significance of those families within Kirigakure. Not merely as the backbone of its military force, but as the principal power brokers. Common ninja, without opportunity, found it nearly impossible to compete with them. None at all? Kagura Yagura felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Kirigaya Shun pondered for a moment before slowly uttering a name. Momochi Zabuza. While hailing from a lesser clan, he was not of the bloodline families and had only tenuous ties to the 3 clans, despite his infamous reputation. Zabuza was fundamentally a man of ambition who cherished the land of water. Ah, Shun, I am aware of that matter. I will contemplate further, Kagura Yagura said, his youthful visage furrowing into a deep frown. He had not anticipated that Kirigakure had reached such a state where no common ninja could wield those formidable swords. Perhaps the issue lay not with the commoners, but rather with the 3 clans themselves. Are you implying? Kirigaya Shun's words tightened Yagura's brow further. Have the 3 clans become so brazen? The Kagaya clan has been particularly restless of late. Kirigaya Shun refrained from saying more. Although he was Yagura's confidant, he understood that certain matters required the Mizukage's own resolution. He could only exert his utmost effort while refraining from overstepping. Very well, I understand. So it is Momochi Zabuza. I hope he proves worthy of that executioner's blade. Indeed, Lord Yagura, Shun replied, rubbing his temples as he stood. While he believed himself capable of fulfilling the role of Mizukage, he recognized that his ascension was facilitated by the 3 clans' influence. He was aware of their expectations for him to gradually dismantle the policies of the Blood Mist and overturn the demonization of the bloodline limit. Initially, he had shared that perspective, but now, as he perused the incessant flow of intelligence, his disdain for the 3 clans only deepened. It was not that he was ungrateful. but rather that differing positions revealed disparate vistas. The innocent blood shed in the name of the blood mist was evident. He understood the toll it had taken on Kirigakure. Yet, this seemed trivial compared to the growing power of the three clans, who now wielded significant control over the village. Were it not for the blood mist policies, it was unlikely that he, a mere commoner, would have attained such a position. A nation must not be governed so entirely by family interests that the avenues for progress are completely obstructed. If this persists, Kirigakure is doomed. The land of water shall fall. To gradually eradicate the influence of the three clans, the measures of the blood mist policy must be intensified. As the tension in his brow slowly eased, Kagura Yagura's gaze settled on the file left by Kurigaya-shun. Momochi Zabuza, he remained uncertain whether to place his trust in this individual. Chapter 91. Bright eyes and radiant teeth. The customs and culture of Kirigakure starkly contrast with those of Konoha. Amidst the turmoil of war, Kirigakure appears to be on high alert, yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue swirl, with merchants connected to the various clans navigating their own pathways. Kato and his companions, disguised as merchants, followed the caravan of other traders, and to their relief, encountered few unexpected events along the way. They soon caught sight of the grand entrance to Hidden Mist Village. The village itself was quite peculiar. The three who had never visited other villages felt a twinge of curiosity, prompting them to look around with keen interest. They made sure not to appear as naive newcomers. For at least 10 members of the Hidden Mist Covert Division were observing the caravan. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Kato sat in the carriage, his voice gently resonating, yet it only echoed within the minds of the three individuals present. With a slight pause, Ayazuki, Yuin, and the others subtly averted their gazes. As they approached the Hidden Mist Village, the sensation of being observed grew increasingly palpable. The Hidden Mist Village had long been informed, and merchants from the various commercial guilds of the feudal capital were in a frenzy due to the blockade of maritime routes, preparing to journey to the Hidden Mist Village to confer with the Citrus Yagura on a resolution. These prominent merchants posed a considerable challenge for Citrus Yagura. Despite possessing an overwhelming military might, some matters could not be resolved through force alone. Every leader comprehended the significance of economics, while one might invoke fear through displays of power. They could never afford to sever trade routes. The dire consequences of financial ruin were exemplified by the plight of Sand Shinobi Village. Lord Misaka Sauka, we have arrived at the Hidden Mist Village, came the report. Kato had already acquainted himself with the customs of the Hidden Fog Village. Upon receiving a report from the caravan ahead, he understood the implications and gradually dismounted from the carriage. Merchants are not nobility. While the Hidden Fog Village may be hesitant to act against these traders out of caution, they would not elevate them excessively. Routine inspections are to be expected, even if merely a formality, as it serves to assert the authority of the Hidden Fog Village. In a swift motion, the covert operatives of the Hidden Fog appeared from the shadows, standing before Kato. A mere glance revealed that they were all ordinary individuals devoid of chakra. After exchanging gestures with one another, they visibly relaxed. The strength of the Hidden Fog's covert operatives generally ranges from mid to upper Chunin level. As they assessed Kato, he too discreetly scrutinized them, concluding that they were essentially refined pawns. The inspection conducted by the Hidden Fog operatives was expedient. Once they confirmed that all present were indeed ordinary individuals without chakra, they departed without casting another glance. Each person possesses their own criteria for valuation, or rather, each group does. Students in a school are evaluated based on their academic performance, often indifferent to other matters. Artisans are judged by their craftsmanship, where superior skills confer a higher status. Similarly, those endowed with martial prowess, as extraordinary beings, naturally measure worth through strength, even if each excels in their respective domains. It does not diminish the mutual perception of one another as mere pawns. Let us proceed. Kato raised his gaze to the three individuals. Even Uchiha Itachi appeared somewhat tense, despite having assured them that no one could discern the sealing techniques upon their bodies. Standing openly before the enemy left them feeling momentarily ill at ease. Ordinary civilians would be petrified upon encountering a ninja. Yet the acting skills of the three before him were commendable. Irika glanced up at Kato with a hint of confusion, only to see him smiling lightly as he stepped through the gates of the Hidden Mist Village. The sea breeze danced playfully, leaving no trace. Yet it caused the young girl's dark red hair to flutter gently, situated elegantly beneath the archway at the heart of the Hidden Mist Village. Her bright, clear eyes, imbued with a touch of enchantment yet devoid of seduction, gazed out from beneath a modest kimono as she sat gracefully, her hair delicately veiling the tips. Xiaoming, it is time for you to gradually take over some family matters, Kato Maya remarked. The Kato family, under the oppressive policies of the Blood Mist, appeared somewhat beleaguered. Yet their status as one of the three great families of the Hidden Mist remained unshaken. The rhetoric surrounding the bloodline limit's demonic transformation could only deceive the common folk. The higher-ups in various families within the Hidden Mist were all acutely aware that the apparent absurdities served merely to mask the underlying interests at play. Since the third Hokage, the leadership of the Hidden Mist has sought to diminish the influence of the Blood family through such measures, although it seems to have had some effect. Everyone understood that this was merely a superficial political tactic. Indeed, Elder Kato Mayo, possessing dual bloodline limits, had been regarded as the future heir of the Kato family since childhood, though she had never made a name for herself in the ninja world. She held a position akin to a young clan leader within the Kato family. Kato Mayo looked at the now graceful young woman before him, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. She was dignified, wise, and possessed 2 bloodline limits. Given a few more years of growth, she would undoubtedly be worthy of the title of head of the Kato family, naturally garnering the goodwill of countless oppressed bloodline ninjas. Even if the Kogitsu family sought to undermine the Blood family, it would not be an easy feat. Xiaoming, what is your perspective on the current situation in the Hidden Mist? Kato Mayo inquired, his smile juxtaposed with a keen gaze fixed upon Kato Mayo, serving as his final test. The 4th Hokage seems to be promoting civilian ninjas extensively, Kato Mayo responded, her eyes flickering as she pondered her words. Indeed. The selection process for the 7 ninja swordsmen has provided opportunities for some civilian ninjas, Kato Mayo affirmed with a nod, falling into a contemplative silence, while a subtle smile graced Kato Mayo's lips. However, this did not alter the fact that the 4th Hokage relied upon the Blood family to ascend to power. The 3 major bloodline families of the Hidden Mist were supported by numerous smaller clans, although the number of civilians vastly surpassed that of the bloodline families. The scattered civilian ninjas could hardly contend against the Blood family. The 4th Hokage was keenly aware of this fact, thus, he instigated war, aiming to divert internal conflicts outward, weakening the Blood family's power while simultaneously promoting civilian ninjas. By fostering animosity among civilian ninjas towards the Blood family, these ninjas would rally closely around him. As she spoke, Kato Mayo paused briefly. However, he is too hasty. The true adversaries of this war are neither Konoha nor the Cloud Village. Were I in his position, I would not disregard the previously agreed upon abolition of the Blood Mist policy. Instead, I would ardently promote individuals from the Blood family. His rise to the position of Hokage was rooted in the trust of the Blood family. Over the years, countless bloodline geniuses had been sheltered within their clans due to the Blood Mist policy, granting him an immediate base of power to navigate the initial phases of leadership. Furthermore, if he could feign camaraderie with the Blood family for a few years, securing their loyalty before engaging in the Ninja World War, he could offer them great rewards, territorial expansion, or elevated positions of power, while inciting hatred among the civilians through notions of race and national identity. Once the tides turned, the Blood family, driven by greed, would undoubtedly expend all their efforts. Following the war, the number of civilian ninjas would have multiplied, emerging as formidable figures, leading to a significant shift in power dynamics. After the conflict, he could then find a righteous pretext for rebellion or collusion with enemy nations, striking with unparalleled ferocity to uproot the entire family. When the time was ripe, with power firmly in hand, he could eliminate all obstacles. The Hidden Mist Village, once weakened, would emerge as a force to reckon with, possessing the internal governance required to compete with other great nations in the ninja world. Unfortunately, he was perhaps a touch too impatient. Kato Miyo's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of regret. Yet her words deepened the furrows on Kato Miyo's brow, stirring a chill within him. The more astute and statecraft-oriented her words became, the more they revealed the underlying iron-fisted approach. His gaze grew complex. Had Kato Mayo not been so young, perhaps things would have played out differently. Xiaoming, you truly need to mature, he sighed softly, dismissing thoughts of the impractical. He gazed at the young woman before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Elder, while this is merely my conjecture, someone has already ventured ahead of me. Oh? Kato Mayo raised an eyebrow slightly, but Kato Mayo remained silent, merely smiling as she gazed out at the expanse of the azure sea beyond the window. On the other side of the sea lies Konoha, I presume. Chapter 92, The Mad Laughter Compared to the Land Within the Fire Country. The territory of the Water Country appeared far more precious. Even though the Kato family was one of the 3 great families of the Hidden Mist, their residence was not particularly vast. The same could be said for the other prominent families within the Hidden Mist. They lacked grandeur, yet exuded an air of elegance and refinement. Within the Kato family's courtyard, nearly every aspect of the scenery bore a unique charm. Flower beds, pavilions, and towers, all designed with the distinctive oval architecture of the Hidden Mist, were arranged harmoniously. The coastal location of the Hidden Mist village ensured a temperate climate, though the current season carried a slight chill. Yet, within the loft, a slender young woman revealed her graceful long legs, bare feet reclining on a soft white velvet rug, exuding both nobility and languor. Her ruby lips were luscious, her demeanor tranquil, and her gaze seemed lost somewhere far away as she delicately flipped through a scroll beside her, occasionally furrowing her brow. Misaka Courage? Is this individual the representative sent by the Akiwater Trading Company? Have there been any previous interactions recorded? Having temporarily settled in the Hidden Mist village, Kato O and his companions had not forgotten that they were, for the time being, merchants under the auspices of the Kato family, delivering their greetings the following day. Kato Mayo observed the exquisitely crafted black and red scroll in her hand, slightly furrowing her brow. While the matter appeared straightforward, merely a blockade of maritime trade routes, during wartime, even the Kato family lacked the authority to address it. She was already aware that the major merchants from the capital had dispatched envoys. However, this particular name was unfamiliar to her, prompting a heightened sense of caution. Miss Mayo. This individual is indeed a member of the Akawater Trading Company. We have thoroughly investigated his background and found no irregularities. Although he holds a high position within the company, he has never been involved in its operations. It is unclear why he has chosen to come personally this time. The attendant standing nearby presented the information that had been gathered since the convoy had departed for the capital. They had long been well informed. Very well. Arrange for this individual to visit tomorrow evening. Furthermore, inform Elder Xiong that the representative from the Merchant Association has arrived. As Mei Ming lightly gathered her hair, her eyes reflected a newfound gravity. This was her first official engagement in external family affairs. Previously, she had merely assisted Elder Xiong, but she did not anticipate encountering such a formidable challenge on her inaugural endeavor. The banquet was set to be held in the clan's dining hall, adhering to the customary protocols without any deviation. Once the loft was devoid of company, Mei Ming gradually rose, stretching her limbs to reveal her alluring silhouette. While Mei Ming was troubled, Kato was entirely unperturbed, relishing a feast with a few companions at a restaurant in the Mist Village. Dining by the sea offered a bounty of seafood, far surpassing that of the inland fire country, leaving them with a profound sense of wonder. Teacher, look, a 1-meter-long lobster. And look, there's a fish larger than a person. The adage seeing is believing holds true for both people and fish. Even though they were already aware of these creatures' existence, witnessing them firsthand and having them served on their plates provided an overwhelming visual impact. Even the typically taciturn Uchiha Itachi displayed a flicker of intrigue. I want to eat. I'll pay for it myself. Kato glanced at Irika before returning to the menu in his hands, choosing to disregard him. Teacher. The sudden voice of Uchiha Itachi caused Kato to narrow his eyes slightly, and he paused his perusal of the menu, yet did not raise his gaze to meet Itachi's. How about I treat you all? Oh? It seemed somewhat out of place for Uchiha Itachi to utter such words, prompting not only Irika, but even Yuzuki Yugao to look up at him. Boss, for portions of your 1-meter-long lobster, and 1 serving of the largest fish you have, please. Thank you. Kato slowly closed the menu, uttering the names of the dishes with an air of serenity, before shutting his eyes to indulge in a moment of tranquility. Uchiha Itachi's gaze suddenly faltered. Although his expression remained impassive, the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch subtly. Itachi, you are truly remarkable. While Yuzuki Yuin possessed a modest inheritance from her parents, it was evident that such lavishness was beyond her means. Upon hearing the grandiose declarations exchanged between Uchiha Itachi and Kato, she realized who the true backbone of their group was. Resting her chin on her hands with starry-eyed admiration, playfully teasing Uchiha Itachi. Over the course of their interactions, the four had grown familiar with each other. Understanding that Uchiha Itachi harbored a proud disposition, prompting Yuin to occasionally poke fun at this young lad who fancied himself so cool, Itachi appeared oblivious, ignoring Yuin as he seemed preoccupied with calculating how long he should remain engaged in the task at hand. Itachi, you are extravagantly generous. Irika's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His own familial circumstance is a matter best left unspoken. Although one's origins do not solely dictate their fate, they often hold significant sway, unless one possesses extraordinary talents. However, from Kato's observations, Irika did not seem to fall into that category. Not bad, he remarked. The light-hearted banter between the two seemed to evoke a unique emotion within Uchiha Itachi, causing his lips to curve into a faint smile, and his hands, which had been silently counting his coins in his pocket, came to a halt. It seemed that the duration of dishwashing had become inconsequential. Itachi, you smiled. You actually smiled. Yuin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Irika, grinning, threw an arm around Uchiha Itachi's shoulders and erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, Itachi, you're smiling. Irika, clutching his stomach in laughter, finally understood why Uchiha Itachi often wore such a serious expression. Itachi regretted his moment of levity, turning his gaze toward Irika. A dangerous glint emanated from his eyes as he resolved to drag Irika into the dishwashing endeavor alongside him. Kato surveyed Irika's Yuzuki Yugao with a peculiar gaze. After years of studying the Sharingan, aside from a handful of whispered secrets, he likely comprehended these eyes better than the Uchiha themselves. Uchiha Itachi had yet to awaken his eyes. One wondered if Irika and Yuzuki Yugao would still wear such joyous smiles if they were aware of the Uchiha clan's customary awakening procedures. The notorious reputation of the Sharingan had always been built upon the suffering of the Uchiha clan. With a soft sigh, Kato contemplated speaking, yet found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, shouldn't they be entitled to lead lives akin to ordinary people? Chapter 93. The banquet. The sunlit afternoon exuded a languid charm. Kirigikure rarely basked in such splendid weather, particularly during a time shrouded in the shadows of war and political intrigue, making it all the more precious. Yet, just as sunlight cannot illuminate every corner of the earth, hidden darkness lurks in obscured places. Perhaps they simply possessed a sunshine unique to themselves. A short distance from the heart of Kirigikure, neither isolated nor too remote, was the residence of Aoyamaru, a place that felt somewhat chilly, yet not dull. The usually quiet courtyard was now filled with raised voices, resembling a quarrel. Aoyamaru, you coward! The infamous Zabuza Momochi, now a member of the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had intensified his fearsome reputation, particularly with the enormous sword slung across his back, radiating an aura of undeniable strength. No matter how you phrase it, the current Zabuza observed the man practicing his swordsmanship before him with a mix of helplessness and indignation. The brilliant sunlight illuminated Aoyamaru's sculpted muscles, his bare upper body adorned with old scars, gradually becoming drenched in sweat. Can't you see the state of the village? The great clans huddled together for warmth, solely for their own interests. The rise of the 4th Hokage has changed the infamous reputation of the Blood Mist, if anything. It has worsened. Kirigakure should not, and cannot, partake in this war. My lord Zabuza, I am merely a lowly nin, and I lack the leisure to contemplate the affairs of others. Aoyamaru did not even glance at Zabuza, leisurely concluding his sword practice before lazily leaning against the wall, resting his eyes. Since their last confrontation, Aoyamaru had not anticipated attracting such a trouble, which he deemed it to be. Not bothering to look at Zabuza, Aoyamaru furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled by other matters. Observing him, a flicker of anger crossed Zabuza's eyes. After a brief silence, he restrained himself and spoke again. Why? His brow furrowed deeply as he planted his execution sword beside him, bewildered as to why they were not outraged. Whether ordinary citizens or shinobi of various ranks, even the man before him, whom he acknowledged as strong, all displayed an attitude of submission. Why should they not be furious? Afraid of death? Aoyamaru chuckled softly, finding Zabuza's words somewhat navi. I have not yet lived enough. I do not wish to meet my parents prematurely without even having a wife. I fear I might be struck down. As his breath slowly calmed, disregarding Zabuza's words, Aoyamaru rose and entered the room, retrieving the leftover food from the morning. To live is to live, eating, drinking, enjoying, and sleeping. Why ponder so much? He took a mouthful of rice, hesitated, then glanced at Zabuza, offering his bowl and chopsticks to him. How about sharing a meal? Looking at the playful Aoyamaru, the last trace of Zabuza's anger inexplicably dissipated in a haze. He stared blankly at Aoyamaru, as if through his face he could see countless others. They were all different yet fundamentally the same. Chuckling softly, Zabuza shook his head, falling silent as he hoisted his execution sword and slowly walked towards the door. Perhaps this was a path he ought to tread alone. He had been overly ambitious in his expectations. The brilliant sky, devoid of any superfluous clouds, shone down with intense warmth. Yet within Zabuza's heart lay an icy chill akin to ancient glaciers. Never had a moment made him tremble like this. For the first time in over 20 years, he profoundly realized that he could not save Kirigakure. Zabuza's steps bore a hint of desolation. His towering form, illuminated in the sunlight, evoked in Aoyamaru a sense of melancholy and dusk. Aoyamaru's hand holding the chopsticks gradually stilled, influenced perhaps by Zabuza's words or the hot tears falling to the ground. Watching Zabuza's retreating figure, a complex expression crossed his face, and he could not help but speak softly. Your actions are perilous, do you not realize? With a distant gaze fixed on Zabuza's back, as if striving to penetrate his every movement to uncover a glimmer of fear. Yet, devoid of any trace of dread, Zabuza chuckled softly, his voice gradually rising. Are you inquiring about me? Do you not know how I earn my name? You fear death, you cower, you comply, but I do not. I remain here, overwhelmed with uncontainable rage and undeniable sorrow. My peers perished at my hands. I once believed my actions were worthy of pride, for I changed Kirigakure. Even if just a little. I have never regretted it before, but now, I find regret, for I now understand that nothing has changed here. With his back turned, Aoyamaru sensed Zabuza's slight tremor, perhaps in confession, perhaps in frustration. Zabuza's final words echoed throughout the courtyard. It seemed that from that moment on, he truly recognized the cruel figure who had slaughtered his peers and was regarded as the demon, yet isolated by all. How absurd, how utterly ridiculous. Zabuza's silhouette faded into the courtyard, returning it to its former silence. Aoyamaru, having spent many years in Kirigakure, had never experienced such disparate emotions, yet now, his heart could no longer remain tranquil. Gazing contemplatively in the direction Zabuza departed, uncertain where his focus landed, perhaps lost in thought, his eyes reflected newfound complexity and sharpness. It was not until the bowl and chopsticks fell from his grasp that he gradually regained his composure. Perhaps what Kirigakure needed most was such ridiculous individuals, or perhaps even Konoha. Within the elegant residence of the Uchiha clan, Kato discreetly observed the young girl before him, astonished to discover that the head of the illustrious Uchiha family was indeed a youthful maiden. Is this your first visit to Kirigakure, Ms. Misaka? It appears that one is not particularly acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the misty concealment. The smile of Maine is exceedingly graceful, exuding an air of elegance that subtly hints at the essence of a higher status. A woman of such stature would likely induce feelings of inadequacy in the ordinary individual upon their encounter, naturally languid and disinterested in the trivialities of the world. Her interactions have indeed been somewhat scarce in the past. Kato savored a sip of tea, the grandeur of the Terumi family's reception hall imbued with an air of elegance. However, upon entering, he could sense numerous concealed gazes scrutinizing him from the shadows. A faint smile played on his lips, The Terumi family, while appearing to be a prestigious clan within the Hidden Mist, harbored a certain narrowness akin to that of a minor household. This was exemplified by the young lady before him, who, despite her seemingly lofty and opulent demeanor, exuded an air of artifice, lacking in true grace. Mr. Misaka, a shrewd businessman, was understandably preoccupied with his myriad affairs, leaving no room for trivial concerns. Beside Terumi Mei were several elder companions, yet Kato could not find the family head, Terumi Akira, whom he had inquired about. The elders seemed to have already acknowledged the young lady as the next successor of the Terumi family, gradually entrusting her with the family's responsibilities. Nevertheless, mere worldly matters could never rival the illustrious reputation of the Terumi clan, which stood as a pillar of the Hidden Mist. The exchange of pleasantries between Kato and the elders culminated in a friendly rapport, and even without embroaching the subject, several elders from the Terumi family expressed their desire to convene again. Though Terumi Mei spoke little, her demeanor was devoid of any rudeness. Kato found himself particularly intrigued by her, recognizing her formidable strength. He surmised that her prowess was at least that of a high-ranking ninja, if not an elite one, an undeniable prodigy at her age. Upon exiting the Terumi estate, bidding farewell to the departing elders, Kato's smile gradually returned. He understood that this initial meeting was not the time for deep engagement. The elders, though seemingly amiable and inviting him to gather once more, were merely laying the groundwork for future discussions. Nevertheless, this arrangement would facilitate his endeavors. Kato sat in the carriage, gently lifting the curtain, his gaze drifting until it settled upon the distant figure of Uchiha Itachi, who subtly shook his head from the side of a dango shop, surrendering to silence thereafter. Do not perish, a message flew into Uchiha Itachi's mind as Kato fell silent, the carriage rolling onward, swaying towards their destination. Chapter 94. Undercurrents in Recent Times. The village had become populated with unfamiliar faces. Kurigane Yagura, seemingly enjoying rare moments of leisure, stood alone at the window of his office late at night, cradling a cup of steaming tea, gazing out at the expanse of the Hidden Mist village. Beside him, Kurigaya Shun noted a peculiar glimmer in Yagura's eyes as he spoke. Yagura could not possibly be unaware that representatives from the Grand Merchant Guild of Kyoto had just entered the Hidden Mist village, and his words were laden with concern about the presence of ulterior motives lurking among them. Lord Yagura, should we not increase our manpower to scrutinize the incoming individuals? Kurigane Yagura's gaze drifted aimlessly, his brow furrowed in contemplation, offering no reply to Shun's inquiry. Yagura-sama? Indeed, it is insufficient. The military operations I hastily pushed through at the Elders' Council have yielded no results thus far. If the war were not still ongoing, I fear dissent would have already taken root. Now, with so many outsiders infiltrating the village, their patience may wear thin. Yagura did not conceal his thoughts from Shun, who had been by his side and understood him best in the Hidden Mist village. Have we truly reached such a critical juncture? Shun pondered briefly, his expression darkening with realization. The war's intentions were unmistakable. Though the Hidden Mist appeared to ally with the Cloud and Stone villages, they lacked the means to conquer Konoha, especially after the demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen, which further fueled opposition against this seemingly senseless war. Since Konoha's formidable reputation was established during the Second Great Ninja War, even the lowest-ranking ninjas in the Hidden Mist harbored doubts about their ability to overcome the enemy. Shun, I require a victory, an unprecedented triumph. Yagura's eyes bore a weight of solemnity and resolve. War is merely an extension of politics, cloaked in deception yet rife with hidden intricacies. Should Yagura's initial act of unilateral authority upon his ascension result in a crushing defeat against Konoha, it would severely undermine his authority as Mizukichi, rendering him powerless to rectify the factions within the Hidden Mist. Conversely, should he triumph over Konoha, it would be a gamble. The seemingly dormant clans were, in fact, keenly observing the pivotal battle that would determine the fate of the Hidden Mist. Understood, Lord Yagura. Regaining his composure, Shun hesitated, uncertain whether his thoughts were too audacious. Perhaps it is time to employ that asset. Yagura's eyes flickered momentarily as he turned to meet Shun's gaze, both men perceiving a shared determination to embrace their fates without regret. Very well. Thud, thud, thud. In a concealed corner of the Hidden Mist, far from the village's center, deep underground, a series of muffled roars resonated ominously. Yagura's expression remained tranquil, undisturbed by the cries of anguish echoing around him, as he and Shun delved deeper into the shadows. Cough, cough. The dim light illuminated a pale figure, seemingly having noticed their presence, slowly lifting his head, bloodshot eyes betraying a frenzied excitement. Setting aside a mass of unrecognizable flesh, he greeted Yagura with a sinister smile. Mizukichi-sama, it has indeed been a while. Furrowing his brow slightly, Yagura squinted, studying the man before him, who was not particularly tall. Bairuho, your experiments should have yielded some results by now. Shun spoke calmly, knitting his brow. Months prior, a strange occurrence had transpired in a coastal village to the north of the Hidden Mist, where individuals had been vanishing without a trace. Though the situation had not escalated to warrant the Mizukichi's intervention, Shun had prudently dispatched someone to investigate, only to return with this peculiar individual, a rogue ninja from Konoha, endowed with exceptional abilities. Lord Yagura is perhaps a touch too impatient. The current outcomes cannot be deemed stable. Bairuho, upon receiving Shun's glare, regained a semblance of normalcy, gesturing towards a shadowy cell before stepping forward. The chakra of the tailed beasts is too volatile for ordinary individuals to withstand, even with sealing techniques in place. Pausing momentarily, Bairuho glanced at Yagura, seemingly struck by a thought. Does Mizukage-sama wish to become a Jinchuriki as well? Enough. Yagura raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of water that swiftly knocked Bairuho to the ground, who gasped for breath. As a rogue ninja of Konoha, have you considered what would happen if you were captured and returned to Konoha? I have heard you were once a subordinate of the infamous Shimura Danzo, a figure of the roots. Yagura's voice, though not loud, cast a shadow over Bairuho, who momentarily appeared lost in thought, his hands gripping the ground tightly, head bowed. One day, I shall transform all of you lofty figures into sustenance for my ghost but technique. With his head lowered, Bairuho concealed his malicious expression, forcibly suppressing his anger as he struggled to rise. These individuals have a low tolerance for the chakra of the three tails, even with sealing techniques. They cannot endure for long before being consumed by its power. Before Yagura lay a youth, charred and resembling a victim of some unspeakable torment, yet he was still alive. His body convulsing in agony, as if the mere contact with the ground had pushed him to the brink of suffering. How long can such a person endure? Bairuho observed the youth silently, unable to discern Yagura's expression, yet his words prompted Bairuho to frown slightly. We require a more potent sealing technique, a stronger physique, and someone more attuned to the chakra of the three tails. Such an ordinary individual could only endure for a day at most. I will procure a superior sealing technique and more suitable candidates. I need only ascertain one matter. Slowly turning around, Koguchi Shizuka fixed his unwavering gaze upon Bairuho, waiting until the latter had lowered his head before he began to speak. 7 days from now, if things remain as they are, you may not wish to know what the outcome will be. Bairuho responded in a muffled tone, his eyes wide and bloodshot, as if they might leap from their sockets. Filled with a suppressed madness. Bairuho, I shall deliver the criminals and captives from the misty prison to this place, one by one. Remember this, you have 7 days. Shizuka appeared to hesitate, as if he wanted to articulate something further. A flicker of compassion surfaced in Takatani Shun's eyes, though it was tinged with a hint of deliberation that Bairuho may not have noticed. Lord Shizuka has stated that should you complete this task, a path to survival shall be granted to you. I have served Lord Shizuka for many years, and he has never gone back on his word. Koguchi Shizuka vanished without a trace, leaving Takatani Shun alone, who exuded a semblance of kindness, seemingly attempting to ease Bairuho's turmoil, a task he performed with practiced ease. Takatani-kun. I understand. Bairuho nodded towards Takatani Shun, appearing somewhat more at ease. It was only then that Takatani Shun placed a reassuring hand on Baru's shoulder before disappearing into the depths below. Chapter 95. Stepping outside what thoughts occupied Koguchi Shizuka's mind. It seemed only Takatani Shun could fathom, yet even he appeared to grasp it only partially. Each individual possesses limitations, comprehending only that which lies within their grasp. He was aware that everything Lord Sui-jing did would herald a new change for the mist. As Shizuka's assistant, he felt compelled to convey to his leader that he understood his actions and thoughts. However, the will of a certain individual, hidden within the tangled web of circumstances and chaotic affairs, was not easily discernible, even if he were Sui-jing or if someone could glimpse a fragment. But for the majority, comprehending the entirety remained a formidable challenge. Disrupting the interests of the upper echelon felt akin to snatching away their very lives, while altering the mindset of the lower class was like disturbing their ancestors' graves. Shizuka, your ideas are commendable, and you possess the courage to gamble everything. Yet what you fail to grasp is that the beliefs of the lower class often serve as the foundation for the interests of the upper class. Individuals like you, who perceive this relationship and endeavor to alter it, become foes to both sides. The estate of the elder who had assisted several generations of Sui-jing was centrally located within Mist Village, nearly adjacent to the Sui-jing building. Yet, during this period, its gates remained firmly shut, the elder remained sequestered. Visits from prominent families were all turned away, even the summons from Sui-jing were evaded under the guise of illness. For such a high-ranking elder, it was not that he could do as he pleased, but he could certainly refrain from doing what he wished not to do. At this moment, kneeling in a pavilion, the elder bore a heavy countenance, betraying no signs of illness, merely letting out a faint sigh. The future loomed hazy for those caught in the present, and those who knew the outcome likely regarded it with indifference. However, at this very moment, the tension was palpable. He understood that Koguchi Shizuka's vision was correct. Mist needed change, a transformation from the top down. Yet, no one could assure that the results of this transformation would be favorable, for it would undoubtedly bring with it blood and fire. Those in positions of power were often aged, and the elderly seldom possessed the zeal for progress. Most resistant to the notion of change, they sought stability, for they were nearing the end of their lives. A rationale so simplistic that it might be dismissed, yet it was the truth. The elder of Mist, even older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, found himself ensnared in a conflict of emotions, an underlying anxiety towards the village's future and a subtle antagonism towards change. Before him lay perhaps only the option to neither obstruct nor assist. The stark contrast with Sarutobi Hiruzen lay in the elder's acute self-awareness of his limitations. Very well. The future of the village shall be entrusted to the youth. Gently closing his eyes and leaning back against the sofa, the wrinkles on the elder's brow seemed to ease slightly. The tumultuous waves of the sea stirred the souls of every inhabitant of Mist, and none could predict the direction in which this solitary ship upon the water would sail. Is there still no news? In a small courtyard of Mist Village, the temporary residence of Kato, 3 individuals stood before him, displaying signs of frustration. For the Terumi clan, one of the 3 great families, such a villa was inconsequential, and Kato graciously accepted their hospitality. Despite the discomfort of conducting unusual activities under the watchful eyes of others, it offered a modicum of reassurance. A faint glimmer of blue light flickered in Kato's eyes as he smiled gently at the guards arranged by the Terumi clan in the distance. The 2 guards, as if awakening from a dream, nodded in acknowledgement towards Kato, completely unaware of any oddities. What is happening? The mission scroll from Orochimaru clearly stated that upon entering Mist Village, they were to use a special code to contact the hidden spies within, who would relay intelligence to him. Yet, 3 days had passed without a whisper from any spy. He had dispatched 3 young subordinates to every bustling location. If any spies were present, they would have noticed the unique markings on them. Could it be that the individual had already been uncovered by Mist? Furrowing his brow, Kato remained at a loss. Mist was not devoid of skilled individuals, and he could not afford to be too ostentatious with his methods. Yuin, you will accompany me. Irika appeared somewhat dejected, feeling ineffective, while Itachi pondered, contemplating any potential oversights. Understood. Stepping out of the small courtyard, Kato's pace was unhurried, with the Terumi clan's guards following silently behind them, akin to statues, merely acting as their nominal bodyguards. Mist Village did not possess the same vibrancy as Konoha. The foot traffic was sparse, and Kato, accompanied by Yuzuki Yuin, appeared to meander leisurely, akin to tourists exploring Mist Village. Though the land of water appeared to be an island nation, its territory was not vast. Relying on the sea rather than agriculture, the efficiency of soil utilization had risen, rendering Mist Village nearly comparable in size to Konoha. The geographical circumstances of the land of water precluded the formation of multiple economic centers akin to the land of fire, relegating Kodo and Mist to be the 2 focal regions, radiating influence across the entire nation. Thus, despite the land of water's somewhat insular nature compared to the land of fire, its political and economic core was concentrated in these 2 areas, resulting in a population in Mist not significantly less than that of Konoha. Yuin, you should have gathered a general understanding of Mist's situation over the past few days. Have you discerned any suspicious elements? Kato's voice was not loud, yet it was not directed towards Yuzuki Yuin. The guards behind her, however, seemed utterly oblivious. Yuzuki Yuin cast a brief glance at the guards behind her, although she had grown accustomed to their demeanor. She could not shake the feeling that discussing such matters under the very noses of their enemies was rather audacious. There were indeed several locations heavily guarded, forbidding any approach. But at that moment, their singular focus was on locating someone, so they had neglected to investigate these areas. Surely, they concealed certain secrets of the Mist Village. If we could dismantle them, it would surely deal a significant blow to the Mist. A sense of exhilaration illuminated Yuzuki Yuin's face,